Chapter 321, A New Path 3 Republic of Liras. Beyond the demon realm gate was a world full of mystery. 3 kingdoms and 1 republic stood on the continent of Kruni. In this unfortunate world soon to be destroyed, Kim Suho was a sword commander of the Republic. So, you're saying that Baal is going to destroy this world? Currently in the office of the sword commander Aileen, wearing a somewhat worn-out uniform, asked Kim Suho. In this world, she was a maid to a high-ranking politician of the Republic. That's right. And we have to stop Baal to pass the gates test. Yes, exactly. Kim Suho nodded and handed Aileen a book. Aileen frowned the moment she saw it. What's this? It's an item I got as a reward for clearing a quest. Quest? Oh, right, I have a quest too. What was your quest? I had to enlighten the president's daughter in the way of the sword. What kind of a quest is that? Aileen grumbled and received the book. The words summary of the past and the future to come were written across its front cover. But the moment she opened the book, her face once again distorted into a frown. There were nothing but blank pages inside. What the heck? I don't see anything. Ha! Kim Suho widened his eyes in surprise, but soon understood what was going on. Ah, I guess I'm the only one who can read it. What? Why? Kim Suho recited the book slowly enough for Aileen to understand. First of all, this world is also currently under the process of demon realm transformation. Fortunately, the people of this world discovered a type of ore called purification crystal, and the progress has slowed down. To summarize the past part of the book, the people of Kruni had successfully averted demon realm transformation, all thanks to purification crystals and devil hunters. Devil hunters? Aileen opened her eyes wide. Yes, they're humans who are particularly strong against devils. Devil hunters can inflict deadly damage to devils, whether the devil has descended or remains in the incarnation body. According to the book, devil hunters of this world had already murdered a total of 8 devils. Aileen shrugged and said, well, to me it sounds like stopping Baal would be awfully easy then. No, the next part is the important part. Kim Suho read the next paragraph out loud. As the damage continued to escalate, the devils decided to stir up divisions between humans. Baal possessed the Prince of Arenheim and ousted the clan of Leon, whose members had been devil hunters for generations. The eldest daughter of the Leon clan, Harin von Leon, attempted to escape to the Republic but failed and was murdered. 2 months later, Baal descended. Baal, the strongest devil of all. In the face of the malicious god armed with overwhelming force, the world without its shield, the devil hunters, crumbled easily. Baal, Aileen muttered, so we only have 2 more months left. 2 months and 3 days. The world was destroyed in 3 days after Baal descended. What? 3 days? Seriously? Aileen's expression stiffened. Even Auden couldn't have destroyed the world in just 72 hours. Yes, it took him 71 hours in total. Aileen started biting her fingernails subconsciously. Kim Suho let out a small sigh as he watched Aileen chew. Aileen SSI, quit your job and become my maid. What? Your maid? Are you out of your mind? We don't have any choice here. The most important thing right now is for us to stick together. Also, we have to restore our power and gifts. Kim Suho shrugged. He had only managed to locate Aileen so far, but as sword commander, he could mobilize as many informants as he wanted. That was how he found Aileen in the first place. With the right composite sketches, he was confident it wouldn't take him too long to find the others. First, I'm going to gather our party and save the eldest daughter of the Leon clan. Save her? Isn't she already dead? Aileen asked doubtingly, to which Kim Suho grinned. Who knows? There are 198 more people like us in this world, after all. Lotio Mountains, the peak of Plorian. We reached the peak of Plorian. Due to the severe cold of -50 degrees, we felt as if our bodies were splitting in half, but got used to it over time. Harin and I exchanged glances and then started going down the mountain. 6 more peaks this size and we'll reach the Republic, Harin said, leaving footsteps across the white snowfield. I remarked sarcastically, thank God. Hang in there. Harin gave a small smile. She seemed much more comfortable around me after the incident back at the cave. Oh, and the one who murdered your family was probably a djinn, not a devil, Harin whispered, walking closely behind me. Her tone was cautious. I threw a glance at Harin. You've been thinking about what I said this whole time. Of course I was. How could I not? Harin smiled, and I continued to walk. The climb down was much easier than the climb up. After 3 hours, I could feel the cold dissipate. Wild boars, hawks, and monsters such as Yeti began to appear, but Harin and I hunted them down with our sword and crossbow. The boars and the hawks were especially great food items, and we stored them in Harin's spatial pocket. Wait! However, when we reached the midpoint, I felt a faint presence. The owner of the presence was spying on us, so he or she was definitely not a monster, or a passerby, for that matter. What kind of person would climb this mountain voluntarily? There was only one conclusion. Take out your sword. Harin did as she was told. SSSK, the sound of metal colliding against the sword sheath, rang out. I took out my crossbow and fitted a bolt against the bowstring. Kiek, the sound of bolt and bowstring rubbing against each other, rang out. There was no such thing as a secret in a place so quiet and so open as this mountain range. Just as we noticed their presences, the enemies must have noticed our hostility. It was then. 6 assassins in white robes jumped out from below the snow-covered hills and above the barren trees. Their target was clearly us. It's Icarus, Harin muttered as she glared at the enemies. She sounded angry and troubled. Icarus, what's that? They're a group of assassins who work for Arenheim's royal family in secret. Looks like they've been waiting for us to arrive. I nodded and looked at the assassins surrounding us. It would be hard for me in my current state to handle all of them. At that moment, suddenly something strange happened. One of the assassins looked at me and began trembling. Confused, I turned my gaze to the assassin. The assassin was too small to be a man and had black hair poking out of her robe. Finally, she called my name. Kim Hajin. Ha! My eyes widened. I saw through the assassin's robe. The woman underneath the robe, whose eyes were sparkling like obsidians in surprise, was none other than Boss. Boss? Why, yes. It's me. She nodded hastily, and 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, slowly approached me. The other assassins looked bewildered. Surely they had no idea what was happening. When Boss got near enough, I whispered into her ear. What are you doing here? I don't know. I was with them when I woke up. Ah, really? Boss probably became an assassin the same way I became an F-rank sharpshooter. I glanced at the assassins over Boss's shoulder. They were still frozen in confusion. What's going on? Have you been working with them this whole time? Harin yelled in shock. Ha! Oh, of course not. I'm on your side. I shook my head and pulled Boss towards me. The fight just went from 2-6 to 3-5. Now everything felt more balanced. Boss! I whispered. Could you take care of them? Boss nodded with a smirk. Of course. How much of your abilities have you recovered? I've still got a ways to go, but... Suddenly, a dark shadow rose from behind Boss. The shadow turned into sharp blades that resembled the legs of a spider. I can take care of them. The shadow blades flew towards the assassins, and the assassins stepped back in bewilderment. Only the leader of the assassins came forward. Aiken, just what are you doing? My name is not Aiken. However, Boss had no intention of listening to him. Warak, she wielded her shadow, and the blades swiftly penetrated the assassins. Wak. Scarlet blood splattered on the snowfield. Watching the scene unfold, Harin dropped her sword by mistake. A campsite on Plorian, 1,300 meters above sea level. We decided to take a break before moving on to the second mountain, Lokio. The tent was stored in Harin's spatial pocket, and it was my responsibility to set it up. How do you two know each other? You called her boss. Were you members of the same squad? Inside the cozy tent, Harin looked at me and Boss in turn. I could only shrug at her question. She's a friend of mine from home. Don't worry, she'll be a great addition to our team. Despite my word of honor, Harin still looked uneasy. I glanced at Boss, and she put her hand on Harin's shoulder. Worry not. I'll protecteth thee. Why was she speaking like that? I suppressed my laughter. Harin also frowned in suspicion, but soon nodded with a sigh. It's not like I have a choice. I'm tired. Let's get some rest, Harin remarked bitterly and lay down on the tent floor. Boss pointed at Harin and mouthed a silent question. Who is this woman? I answered. An important client. She's a devil hunter. Devil hunter? Yes. I'll explain the details later. Enough with the silent conversation, I said with a smile. We should get some sleep, too. I was exhausted, which was only natural considering I climbed a 5,000 million tall mountain in just 3 days. Okay, Boss nodded, and I lay down on the tent floor. With a big yawn, I closed my eyes. SSK, SSK. Shortly afterwards, however, I heard a sound. I opened my eyes and saw Boss spreading her blanket and getting ready to lie down next to me. Ah! Our eyes met, and we stared at each other in silence. It was Boss who first let out a dry cough and said, "There's not much space." ZZZ, ZZZ. It was then that we heard Harin snoring. I glanced at Harin to make sure she was asleep and nodded. "Yeah, well, it's okay. Please lie down. I'm going to let it slide this time." Slide. Well then. Slightly bothered by my choice of words, Boss lay down next to me sulkily. Just as Boss had said, the tent was very small, and my shoulders touched hers as we lay next to each other. 10 minutes passed by in absolute stillness. I was tired but couldn't sleep for some reason. Because I couldn't sleep, I turned to my side. There Boss lay straight like a vampire in a coffin, her eyes closed. "Boss, are you sleeping?" No answer. She seemed to have fallen asleep as soon as she lay down, even though she said at one point that she didn't need sleep. With a smile on my lips, I stared at Boss. Was it because I hadn't seen her for long, or perhaps it was because I met her at such an unexpected place that I felt extra glad to see her? She looked prettier tonight than usual. I slowly reached for her hair. I brushed the soft, silky strands with my hand. Still no response from Boss. I proceeded to pinch her cheek. Striech, her cheek stretched easily. It was so soft and tender that I felt as if I was touching a mokai. I could get addicted to this. As I continued to play with Boss's cheek, Boss opened her eyes. She turned her head to the side and looked at me and my fingers alternately. I slowly let go of her cheek. "What are you doing?" asked Boss. Oh, nothing. It's just that." I smiled at Boss and stretched my hand towards her head. Then I picked up a leaf that had been stuck in her hair. "You had a little something there." Still Boss looked at me without a word, and I too looked into her eyes. Our gazes stayed intertwined for a long time, long enough for me to notice that her hair and clothing were disheveled. It was then. Her scent penetrated me from a close distance. I could feel her breath on my nose. Her red lips came into my view. Suddenly, I was consumed with a certain desire. Gulp! I swallowed hard. My heart started beating fast, and I moved without thinking. Chapter 322. A new path for I reached out to Boss. My crude hand touched her cheek, and I could feel the softness of her skin on my calluses. Seeing the calluses I got while cocking the crossbow, bitterness rose up within me. I had gotten more used to this world than I imagined. With that, the urge within me disappeared, replaced by an unknown stuffiness. But this time, Boss moved. Her cold yet warm hand grasped mine and kept it from shaking. We looked at each other with our hand held together. Neither of us said a word, surrounding us in a strange atmosphere. I slowly approached her, close enough to touch her completely. My heart beat loudly. I could also hear the beats that didn't belong to me. Was she just as nervous as I was? I felt a little embarrassed and happy at the same time. Just as our breath mixed together and our lips were about to touch, Cuhum. An intentional cough rang out. The romantic mood disappeared, and we widened our eyes in surprise. Gulp! I swallowed hard and stared at the corner of the tent. Harin was taking up 2 people's worth of space. It was only then that I realized how close Boss and I were. I scooched away with a bitter smile. Boss was still expressionless, but she glared at Harin somewhat aggressively. "I'm tired," I murmured loudly and lied down. I stretched my arms out and stared at the ceiling of the tent. My heart was still thumping, and a smile lingered on my face. Nothing really happened, but I was in a good mood. I quickly decided to fall asleep while this feeling lasted. With the end not far away, I wanted to enjoy every moment I could. I closed my eyes. But soon afterward, I felt something pressing down my arm. I opened my eyes curiously and saw Boss's head over my arm. She was using my arm as a pillow. I couldn't tell whether she was really asleep or just pretending. Regardless, I turned back to the ceiling with a smirk. It was a bit uncomfortable, but I didn't mind. Boss's head was so small that it was barely heavy anyways. Climbing past the second peak, Lokio, we arrived at the third peak, Kelata. Kelata's environment was that of a jungle. All sorts of threats, from monsters like giant mosquitoes, elemental snakes, crimson monkeys, and king alligators to quicksand swamps and magic-eating plants, filled the mountain. But with Boss's strength and my eyesight, the hellish mountain was manageable. I found out that Boss didn't lose too much of her strength because her background was set as an assassin. Kelata really is more difficult than the previous mountains. It's worse than I imagined, Harin murmured. We were currently at the midpoint of the mountain. It had taken us 5 days to get to the 35 0-meter mark. In comparison, Plorian and Lokio had taken us only 2 and 4 days to climb, respectively. Just finding a place to stay the night is annoying here. Kalata didn't have caves, and with the sheer number of monsters inhabiting it, sleeping on the ground was impossible. We had to sleep in the sky or not sleep at all. As my stats recovered to an extent this past week, I could build a shack even with my eyes closed. With plenty of wood around us, I easily built treehouses with a little bit of Stigma's magic power. I've already seen it multiple times, but your craftsmanship really is inhuman, Harin muttered as she looked around the shack I built. I laughed inwardly. This one was my best work yet. I'm a descendant of the dwarves. Dwarves? Yep, I'm not kidding either. Harin blinked her eyes in a daze. I wasn't sure whether she was in disbelief or trying to come to terms with what she just heard, but it seemed she had heard of dwarves as well. At that moment, Boss arrived with a strong gust of wind. She was in charge of procuring food, and she arrived with bird meat and berries in her hands. Do these look edible? Yep. According to observation and reading, the bird meat was a delicacy named liquor, and the berries were simply labeled delicious tropical fruit. I seasoned the bird meat and put up a campfire. Once the fire was going, I skewered the bird meat and put it over the fire. 6 skewers finished in the blink of an eye. I gave 2 to each person and presented the berries as dessert. We finished the meal in just 15 minutes. It's getting dark. Darkness descended early in the swampland. Although it was only 5 in the afternoon, we were enshrouded in darkness. Thanks for the meal. Should we rest a bit now? Harin leaned against the wooden wall as she rubbed her belly. Sure. I spread out the bedding I made with soft leaves I found in the jungle. Harin lied down immediately. I lied down across from her, and Boss lied down next to me. Boss then turned to me and stared at me fixedly. It seemed she was asking to use my arm as a pillow again. You guys. But Harin suddenly opened her mouth. Boss and I flinched subconsciously. What's up? You said you believed that devils exist, right? Harin sounded serious, so I strained my ears. I could tell instinctively that this was an important piece of information. Yes. Then, do you remember the incident from a month ago? Incident. The Lauren noble clan was destroyed for committing treason. You know, for spreading that the prince was an incarnation body of a devil. This was the first time I was hearing about this, but I nodded my head. Yes, I have. It's hard not to have heard anything. Harin paused and let out a deep sigh. It's not a lie, she continued more seriously than before. Arenheim's Prince Crispel houses the devil Baal in his body. I listened to Harin quietly and reflected on what she said. Then, something she said caught my attention. Arenheim's Prince Crispel, Baal's incarnation body, Crispel and Baal, Bell. I turned to Boss with my eyes wide open. Boss seemed to have realized something too as she had a shocked expression. Arenheim's palace, Arenheim Kingdom, was a major superpower in the continent, along with the Republic of Liras. Although it advocated a clear caste system, it had something called the Common Promotion System, which allowed talented commoners to rise in status. Some called it the kingdom where the shackles of slaves were the most beautiful. Jin Sahyuk stepped into the heart of Arenheim Kingdom, the palace, Aran. She walked through the ostentatious halls of the palace and reached the most decorated place of the palace, the king's quarters. This is your past. Jewels and ornaments adorned the room. Selling just the king's quarter seemed enough to buy a castle. Foolish and arrogant, Jin Sahyuk muttered as she looked around the palace. Although she couldn't protect her country as a king, she had never once let herself loose in luxury. Yep, this is me, Bell answered, sitting on the corner of his bed. His outfit was different from what he wore on Earth. He had a gown engraved with gold, with enchanted bracelets around his wrists and enchanted rings on his fingers. Bell called them the greatest treasures in the kingdom. Royalty from a ruined world and the incarnation body of Baal. That's who I am. A bit complicated, right? Jin Sahyuk stared at Bell and let out a heavy sigh. So I have to kill you here? No, not yet. Bell shook his head. But looking forward to his death, he was full of smiles. There are 2 months left, so you don't have to rush it. Baal will descend the moment you kill me. I'm sure you need time to prepare. Jin Sahyuk looked around the room again. Although countless treasure and jewels filled the room, none looked used. Jin Sahyuk turned to Bell once again. I'm curious about something. Oh, go ahead. I'm about to die. As long as I don't have to repeat the past, I can answer any question you have. Belle truly looked relieved. Jin Sahyuk asked in a small voice, "How did you become Bale's incarnation body?" Hearing her question, Belle's face stiffened a bit. However, his smile quickly returned. "There was someone I wanted to see one more time, even if I had to sell my soul to a devil." "Sell your soul?" Jin Sahyuk frowned. "Yeah, humans all have something they want. For you, it would be returning in time." Jin Sahyuk's eyes widened. Returning in time was a phenomenon that transcended miracles. To go back while maintaining one's memories, the only person to have done such a thing was Earth's Shin Munchal. Returning in time. That's right, I'm a returner. In exchange for going back in time once, I gave my soul to Bale. Jin Sahyuk found it hard to understand. She furrowed her brows and glared at Belle. Meeting her gaze, Belle smiled thinly. It was then, kick, the door opened and another man walked in. "So you're Jin Sahyuk." Jin Sahyuk turned to the direction of the voice. Standing there was a man with a sharp expression. Jin Sahyuk knew he had to be Yeonjun. "That's right. And you're what, his boyfriend?" Jin Sahyuk smirked and pointed to Belle. Yeonjun frowned, and unlike himself, Belle shot up with a flustered look. "No, no, of course not. That's not even funny." Belle pulled on Jin Sahyuk's shoulders. Until then, Yeonjun kept glaring at Jin Sahyuk, and Jin Sahyuk glared back. "Calm down, both of you. This meeting is so that we can peacefully discuss how to achieve what each of us wants." Belle seated Yeonjun and Jin Sahyuk and began something akin to a meeting. Same time in the house of a noble family, Priton. Located some distance away from Arenheim's capital, Shin Jonghak and Ki Naeun were together. So this Lauren clan spread the false rumor that the prince was a devil. "Yes, now you understand." Seeing that Ki Naeun finally understood, Shin Jonghak clapped and nodded his head. In this world, Shin Jonghak was a successor of the Priton clan, and Ki Naeun was his knight. But why would the Lauren clan spread such a rumor? It's obvious what would happen to them. Shin Jonghak answered with confidence, probably because they were housing a devil. They were about to be found out, so they spread that rumor in a futile attempt to draw the attention away from them. Our clan received orders to kill the devil that escaped from their clan. Our clan? Really? Who cares? It's nice being a noble. Shin Jonghak grinned. Ki Naeun made a vomiting gesture and then asked again, "So, we have to catch the devil that escaped." "Right, catching and killing the devil is the first trial of the demon realm gate." "Oh, it's surprisingly simple." Although they were far from the truth, Ki Naeun and Shin Jonghak looked at each other seriously and nodded their heads. From a third-party perspective, their analysis was truly cute. "All right, well, now that I know the ultimate goal, I'm going to go train." "Ha! Oh, how much power have you recovered?" Shin Jonghak grabbed Ki Naeun as she was about to leave. He didn't want to let her go. Now that she was a member of his clan, he wanted her to be with him as long as possible. "I'll be back to normal in a month," Ki Naeun answered nonchalantly. "Then what's your quest?" "Recovering my strength is my quest. And the reward? My weapon, Barmung. Why are you asking me all this?" "Ha! Oh, well, because you're my knight." "I think you're too into this. Snap out of it." Ki Naeun got up with a scowl. Shin Jonghak wanted her to stay, so he asked another question. "Wait, have you thought of ways to contact others?" "How would I do that? This world doesn't even have a phone." But at that moment, Ki Naeun remembered the 8-star card, infinite communication. She couldn't help but wonder if it worked in this world. "No, wait, maybe I do have a way." Ki Naeun closed her eyes. Then she focused on sending a telepathic message to the person she was most familiar with, Extra 7. "Hey, can you hear me? It's me, Ki Naeun. Reply if you can hear me." Gulp. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes time passed, and no answer returned. "Guess it doesn't work." Ki Naeun smacked her lips and turned back. "Looks like we'll have to go look for them directly." At that moment, Ki Naeun, "Is it really you?" Extra 7 replied. Chapter 323, Break-Even Point 1 Mount Kalata. We reached the summit of Mount Kalata, about 5120 meters high. The view at the top looked nothing like that of other mountains. The rule that the higher the altitude, the lower the temperature, was ignored due to the magic power phenomena, and Kalata maintained a high-temperature, humid jungle scene even at its peak. "We have 3 more peaks left," Harin muttered, looking down at the scenery below. This meant that we had to climb 4 more mountains, just like Kalata, before we arrive at our destination, the Republic. I dragged myself up to my feet with a sigh. "Should we get going, then?" Harin glanced at Boss. Boss nodded, looking off into the distance. Yes, let's go. We started walking again, through Kalata's dense forest and swamps, slaying monsters as they came. An hour later, the mountain scenery changed a bit. Fog. Thick, dense fog blocked our view. It first stayed low around our ankles, but soon ballooned in size and covered the entirety of Kalata in less than 30 minutes. Unable to see through the barricade, Harin and Boss stopped. Harin said calmly, "It looks like Myronese fog drifted down here." Myrony. Yes, Myrony, also known as the Mountain of Fog. I've heard of its nickname, but never imagined the fog would be this thick. Harin bit her lower lip. It's okay. I grabbed Harin and Boss's hands. Not even a fog this thick could stop the 1,000-mile eyes. I could see clearly through the fog. I've got great eyesight. I walked on, holding the pair's hands. Harin followed me awkwardly, and Boss let me lead her willingly. As we descended the mountain, I began to think of this fog as more of a blessing than a curse. The fog not only blocked our view, but also that of the countless monsters living on Kalata. Thanks to the fog, our descent proceeded at a very quick pace. As we advanced, the fog became thicker, but it took us less than 3 hours to travel from the peak to the midpoint. It was then, "Hey, can you hear me?" I heard a voice. I stopped with a shudder. "It's me, Ki Nayan. If you can hear me, answer me." It was Ki Nayan's voice. My guess was that she was contacting me through her 8-star card. Hajin, confused. Boss and Harin looked at me as I attempted to think up my reply. However, I found it difficult to form sentences in my head. This world's rejective force was probably disrupting the card's communication. I couldn't form long sentences and barely managed to send a short one. Ki Nayan, is it really you? Kim Hajin, is there something up ahead? Ah, no. Boss prodded, and I began walking again. After 3 minutes, I received a reply from Ki Nayan. "Yeah, it's me. You're also inside the gate, right?" I replied as I walked. "Yeah, I'm on my way to the Republic of Liras with the daughter of the Leon clan." Again, it took her 3 minutes to get back to me. "What? But she's a devil. Why are you going to Liras? Turn back and bring her here." What the hell is she talking about? I tilted my head in confusion. Republic of Liras, training room in the basement of the presidential residence. Kim Suho looked at the woman in front of him holding an iron sword. Her posture was flawless, and the magic power surrounding her sword was sharp. Kim Suho couldn't help but be amazed by his student's growth. The president's daughter instantly absorbed everything he taught her like a dry sponge. "You're growing fast." Despite Kim Suho's heartfelt praise, the president's daughter, Serin, did not smile and remained focused on her training. "Hi-ya!" She swung her sword with all her strength. The magic power from her sword scratched the surface of the floor as it rushed towards Kim Suho, but Kim Suho easily sliced it in half. "Your magic power is as hard as steel. You've really achieved a lot, considering your magic power was just a breeze when we first began." Without a word, Serin dashed towards Kim Suho. Tat! She covered a distance of 100 meters with a single jump. Serin slammed her sword down, and Kim Suho blocked her attack with his sword. Sparks broke out at the point of contact. "Kick, kick. I hear you have a favor to ask of me," Serin said as their swords clashed. Kim Suho broke into a smile. His efforts were about to bear fruit. "Are you finally acknowledging me?" "I'm not acknowledging anything." Serin focused her magic power around her arms. This immediately increased her muscle power, but nonetheless, she wasn't able to push Kim Suho away. Serin pushed and pushed, hoping to bounce Kim Suho off, but stopped when she realized it wasn't going to happen. "Ha! I've merely realized that the rumors were wrong." Serin was known throughout the continent as a prodigy even before she met Kim Suho. In contrast, Kim Suho was rumored to be incompetent. Everyone claimed that he only became the sword commander through connections. Is that so? Thank you. In the first place, the reason Serin asked Kim Suho to teach her the sword was that she regarded him as her father's flaw. She planned to embarrass Kim Suho by beating him in a sword fight, kick him out, and appoint a more fitting person to the position of sword commander. However, to her surprise, Kim Suho was nothing like what she had imagined. Unlike the rumors, he was strong. His sword and magic power couldn't be more harmonious. Faced with his flawless way of the sword, Serin felt the desire to learn from somebody for the first time in her life. "No need. So what is this favor that you are?" At that moment, Kim Suho struck the back of Serin's foot with his sword. Serin was thrown into the air, but she had been in this kind of situation hundreds of times before. She did a backflip in midair and escaped from Kim Soo-ho's reach. Her movements were natural, as if she was starring in a circus. Kim Soo-ho looked at Serin proudly and remarked, "I've heard that there's a clan called Leon in the Northern Kingdom." Leon. Serin loosened her grip around her sword. Kim Soo-ho continued calmly, "Yes, they've been falsely accused and exterminated in Arenheim. I know who they are. What about them? The eldest daughter of the Leon clan is on her way to the Republic." Serin put her sword back into its sheath. For someone who was as head over heels for swords as her to voluntarily withdraw her sword, Kim Soo-ho knew this was not a good sign. "I understand what you're trying to say," Serin shook her head adamantly and declared. "But no." Tack, she snapped her fingers. The door of the training room opened immediately, and a crowd of knights entered the training room. They were Serin's personal bodyguards. "Surely you're aware of our history with Arenheim and of all the sacrifices we had to make to achieve peace with them. I can't betray my father and the people of this country just to save Leon." With that, Serin left the training room. The flock of knights followed her in a hurry. "Sword Commander." Suddenly, a knight dressed in black armor and a cape, Lekendol, Serin's highest-ranked bodyguard, turned to Kim Soo-ho. His gaze was full of animosity. "Don't be so proud." "Of course." Kim Soo-ho shrugged. Lekendol grilled Kim Soo-ho some more before finally leaving. Soon after, Aileen entered the training room with Kim Soo-ho's clothes and a towel in her hands. "Ah, thank you. Why are they so rude to you? Want me to beat them up?" Kim Soo-ho smiled at Aileen's suggestion. "Please, calm down. Your abilities haven't been restored completely yet." Still, she said she was gonna grant you a favor, but when you actually tell her what you want, she doesn't listen. What's with that? She doesn't have a choice. I get it. What's at stake is her country, after all. Kim Soo-ho and Aileen's conversation continued, and suddenly, "Hey, Kim Soo-ho." Kim Soo-ho heard a desperate voice. Anyone could tell it was Ki Naeun's voice. Kim Soo-ho listened up in confusion. "It's me, Ki Naeun. Kim Hajin's in this world, too. Where are you? Answer me." "Ah, this is her 8-star card." Kim Soo-ho smiled upon realization. "Answer? How do I answer a message again?" He closed his eyes and focused his mind. "I'm at the Republic of Liras." 3 minutes later, he heard Ki Naeun's voice again. "Thank God. Kim Hajin's on his way to Liras with Leon right now. You have to meet them. Kim Hajin is coming here with Leon's devil hunter." Kim Soo-ho opened his eyes wide. "Ah, this is Serin SSI." Kim Soo-ho quickly wiped his sweat off with the towel and darted out of the training room. 500 meters above sea level, the entrance to Mount Mirani. We successfully escaped from Kalata and were now climbing Mirani, the mountain of fog. The magic fog grew thicker with each step, and even I couldn't see what was ahead now. With my gaze fixed to the front, I asked, "Harin SSI, what should we look out for on this mountain?" "We need to look out for people." "People?" "Yes," Harin nodded in all seriousness. As a side note, she had already confessed her true identity, that she was Harin, the eldest daughter of the Leon clan, back when she told us about Crispel. Mount Mirani is special because of the magic fog that surrounds it. The fog that blocks climbers' view also increases the density of magic power in the air. This makes Mirani the perfect place for training. Walking by my side, Harin continued. For that reason, this place is crawling with reclusive experts, martial artists who seek to become stronger, and criminals who are on the run from the kingdom. Her explanation made sense. This mountain was similar to the Himalayas in my setting. "I understand. For now, let's keep moving until we find a place to rest." I walked cautiously. The farthest I could see now was 100 meters ahead. Suddenly, a huge rock appeared in front of us. The oddly shaped rock was about 30 meters tall. It was blocking our path completely, and beyond it was a cliff. I stopped Boss and Harin. "I think I'm lost." "You, Kim Hajin?" Boss seemed surprised, but I was quick to admit my mistake. "Yes, this fog is too thick even for me. There's a rock up ahead." It was then. CHY. Suddenly, magic power poured out from the rock, and the fog disappeared from the area surrounding it. Now we could see the mountain view clearly. At the same time, we heard a heavy voice. "Who are you?" The voice was full of magic power. I turned my gaze to the top of the rock. There, a woman was sitting cross-legged with her hands on her knees. "I asked you a question, you dimwit. Answer me." Her long hair was messy, and her coat was completely worn out, but the magic power that she was emitting was second to none. Her voice was wrapped in overflowing magic power. I noticed that Harin had completely froze. Harin whispered in a daze, "Shimurin." The woman raised her eyebrows. Look at you. So you've heard of me, huh? Gulp. Harin swallowed hard and replied, There's not a person in this world who doesn't know you. Well, I guess that makes sense. With a smirk, the woman raised herself to her feet. Even considering the fact that I was looking up at her, she was quite tall. Harin whispered to us, That's Shimyurin, the Grand Magician. Grand Magician. Yes, she's a magician who used to be active in the kingdom, but she's been led astray by her genius and got involved in a strange research. What are you whispering about? The Grand Magician Shimyurin looked down at us with vicious eyes. Do you really have the time to talk? I could swallow you alive right this minute. It was then that a system window popped up before me. Quest, level of difficulty, highest. Summary, Shimyurin is a magician who studies interdimensional migration. Disillusioned with the secular society, she took refuge on Mount Mirani. She abhors humans. Goal, persuade Shimyurin to come to the Republic or survive Shimyurin. Reward, your ether armor. Failure result, probably death. Level of difficulty, highest. Failure result, death. Stunned, I turned my gaze to Boss. Her eyes were also wandering through the air. It appeared she had also received the same quest as me. Boss, did you also get a quest? I asked carefully, and I did. It says that the level of difficulty is highest. Boss slowly nodded. Aran, the royal palace of Aranheim, VIP room. The dim light from the crescent moon shone down on the darkness below. In the middle of the night, at the terrace where the leaves trembled in the breeze and the owls cried mournfully, Jin Sahyuk was deep in thought. She was thinking about Belle, Kim Suho, Kim Hajin, and herself. The end is near. That was what Belle had said. She, however, had no idea what Belle's end would look like. She couldn't even say with confidence that Belle would keep his promise. All the uncertainties left her confused, but they were not what she was most concerned about at the moment. Kim Hajin. Belle told her that Kindspring was Kim Hajin, that everything was a mistake born of the distortion of time and space. Jin Sahyuk believed this unbelievable fact, as she had already witnessed synchronization with her own eyes. She had seen the emotions Kindspring harbored for her inside Kim Hajin. With a sigh, Jin Sahyuk turned her gaze to the endless darkness ahead. Cold breeze disheveled her hair. Her royal beauty shone brightly even in the darkness. Thinking of Kim Hajin, who was imprinted on her brain, and Kindspring, who left a scar in her heart, she came to a decision. If I can go back, if she could go back to her kingdom, to the world full of her mistakes, sorrow, pride, agony, love, and regret, I'm bringing you with me. The synchronization rate referred to the extent to which Kim Hajin was one with Kindspring. She was confident that the rate would rise drastically if Kim Hajin lived in a kingdom, in their world. With a small sigh, Jin Sahyuk looked down at the invitation on the table. Aranheim Nobles Gathering. It was an invitation to a social gathering that Belle had strongly advised her to attend. She usually loathed the hypocrisy peculiar to the nobility. However, I guess I should at least grant his dying wish, Jin Sahyuk muttered as she stuffed the invitation in her pocket. Chapter 324. Break-even point 2, Mirani Mountain. The Grand Magician brought us to her home. It looked no different than a prehistoric hut on the outside, but the inside was far bigger than what we imagined, having enough space to fit 22 soccer fields. Shimyurin locked us in here and went outside. Shimyurin was famous as Aranheim's Grand Magician. Meanwhile, Harin began to explain Shimyurin's background. She became an official magician when she was 8, became a Grand Magician at the age of 18, and reached the highest realm in history at 28. She was titled the one closest to the truth. Harin looked around Shimyurin's abode and continued. But 10 years ago, on the year she became 30, she left the kingdom. She disappeared completely. Her juniors reported her saying that she wanted to leave this world before disappearing. That's why the world thought she committed suicide. But in reality, she's been hiding here the whole time. Harin nodded. Yes, though I don't know why. I checked the quest summary once more. Equals quest, level of difficulty, highest. Summary, Shimyurin is a magician who studies interdimensional migration. Disillusioned with the secular society, she took refuge in Mount Mirani. She abhors humans. Goal, persuade Shimyurin to come to the Republic or survive Shimyurin. Reward, your ether armor. Failure result, probably death. The summary said she was studying interdimensional migration. Her coming here probably had something to do with it. To think Shimyurin was in Mount Mirani this entire time, I'm surprised no one noticed all these years. I'm sure she's killed everyone who did, I said with a shrug, and Harin raised her eyebrows. What do you mean? No one noticed because she killed everyone who saw her. She said it herself when we first met, that she could eat us alive. Harin's face froze, but soon she smiled forcibly and shook her head. No way, a grand magician would never. Whoosh. At that moment, Shimurin returned with a gust of wind. Harin froze immediately. I stared at Shimurin and saw a book in her hand. According to observation and reading, the book was called Shimurin's Magic Book and contained Shimurin's research into magic. Suddenly, Shimurin began to murmur a spell. Her magic power seeped into the book, while Boss instinctively used Shadow Barrier, covering just me and herself. Wait, what about me? While Harin muttered in a fluster, I thought about what to do. The answer was easy. After all, the quest window showed what Shimurin wanted. I took a deep breath and shouted, "Are you studying dimensional travel?" Shimurin's expression immediately stiffened. Republic of Lyra's underground prison. Kim Suho was locked up in a prison. After receiving Ki Naeun's message, Kim Suho ran to find Seren, throwing open her door hastily. Seren screamed and fell, and the knights guarding her had arrested him. Geez, couldn't you have knocked? You were almost executed for an attempted assassination, you know. Thanks to Seren, he didn't have to suffer any harsh treatment. Currently, Seren was staring at him with a dumbfounded look. Kim Suho said to Seren from behind bars, "Seren SSI, my friend will come here soon with the Lauren clan's eldest daughter. Then we'll let Arenheim Kingdom know that their wanted criminal is in Lyra's." Hearing this, Kim Suho clenched his teeth. He looked genuinely angry, and Seren had to take a step back. I guess I shouldn't have made that joke. Seren let out a few dry coughs and then nodded her head. Anyways, even if we don't contact the Arenheim Kingdom, we can't let her cross the border. But Kim Suho refused to give up. They will be valuable allies. I know that the Lauren clan's eldest daughter is a powerful knight. I'm sure she has the potential to rise to a high position within Lyra's. But no, I'm not talking about Lauren's eldest daughter. Pardon, Seren tilted her head in confusion. Kim Suho spoke with trust and faith in a certain someone. My friend, who is bringing Lauren's eldest daughter to this place, can stop the war by himself. What? You'll know when you see him. Kim Suho was well aware from experience that bullets were far scarier in war than arrows. Kim Hajin could kill 100 soldiers with a single bullet, which was enough to overturn any battle. But, lady, don't listen to him. He's only here because of his connections, Lekendol said as he approached Seren. But Kim Suho didn't give up and stared into Seren's eyes, and after meeting his gaze for a long time, Seren had no choice but to comply. Fine. In truth, what Kim Suho said last won her over. A man who can stop the war by himself. As someone who had a deep interest in martial arts, she wanted to know what man the sword commander would have such high praises for. I'll talk to father and try to deploy a squad secretly, but make sure no one finds out, otherwise we will both be killed. Thank you. There's one more thing. Seren held up her index finger. Even if they arrive safely, we'll test their skills, especially the man you speak of. They'll have to prove they're worth the danger we're putting ourselves in. As for the method, Seren pointed at Lekendol, Lekendol will do it. Hearing this, Lekendol smiled with satisfaction. Kim Suho let out a sigh of relief. Yes, I understand. Let's do that. Kim Suho looked relieved. He trusted that Kim Hajin would succeed no matter what. Good, okay, we'll let you out now. Seren eyed Lekendol, and Lekendol promptly opened the cell with a key he brought. Arenheim, a gathering of nobles, Aran Summit, took place before matters of national emergency. In this long tradition of Arenheim Kingdom, all reputable nobles came together at the royal palace to discuss. I detested the Republic of Lyra's at this time. On this important day, Prince Crispel was with Jin Sahyuk. Jin Sahyuk seemed to be thinking with her eyes closed, and Bell continued talking as he stared out the window. Because the Republic killed someone I loved. Jin Sahyuk replied, Didn't you say you went back in time to see this person again? Yeah, so I saw her for another 6 years. She died when she was 20 in the original timeline, but died at 26 in the second. It's almost like death is set by fate. Someone who is fated to die early will die early and won't live past 30, and someone who is fated to die late will live past 70 at the earliest. Funny, isn't it? Bell smiled. but it quickly disappeared and was replaced by a cold voice. Anyways, in a month, there will be a transnational peace conference in the Republic of Liras. Representatives from every nation in the world will gather to discuss the spreading demon realm transformation. That's where I summoned Baal. Bell closed his eyes and reminisced the past. The peace conference had transformed into hell at the descent of Baal. After materializing at the heart of the continent, Baal destroyed the world in just 4 days. So I want you to change that future, Sahyuk. Release me from that fate with death. Jin Sahyuk didn't answer and simply stared at the room's door. Just now, she felt a presence in front of it. Jin Sahyuk turned to Bell and asked, "Did you call someone?" "Oh, is he already here?" Bell grinned and raised his body. He walked to the door and opened it. Kick, standing beyond the door, was a nicely dressed Shin Jonghak. When Jin Sahyuk saw him, she scowled immediately. Shin Jonghak. Shin Jonghak also noticed Jin Sahyuk and instantly put on a similar face. "What, crazy bitch, why are you here? Prince, this woman might look pretty, but she's a psychopath. I'll hold her back, please escape," Shin Jonghak said as he looked back and forth between Jin Sahyuk and Bell. On the other hand, Jin Sahyuk glared at Bell, not Shin Jonghak. She was demanding an explanation. Bell shrugged his shoulders. Characters mentioned multiple times are bound to appear again. "What bullshit is that?" "Bullshit. You're speaking to the prince. I see you have no manners in this world either," Shin Jonghak muttered while pointing his finger at Jin Sahyuk. "What the hell are you saying? Don't you know who this is?" Jin Sahyuk pointed at Bell. Hearing this, Shin Jonghak observed Bell closely. He should have seen Bell's face during the Auden assassination mission, but he didn't recognize Bell's changed appearance and went back to glaring at Jin Sahyuk. "Shut up! All right, now that Shin Munchol's grandson is here, why don't we start the real talk?" "What?" In that instant, Shin Jonghak paused. The name Shin Munchal struck him like cold water. "Wait, you." Shin Jonghak finally recognized Bell, who put on a peaceful expression. "Take a seat. You're part of the story I'm about to tell." Shin Jonghak frowned. He glared at Bell and didn't sit. He acted as though that was the last thing he wanted to do. Seeing this, Bell added another sentence. "Listen up. This is a story about me, and your grandfather a story about returners." With that, Bell took out a crystal ball and threw it. The ball rolled over to Shin Jonghak's feet. Shin Jonghak looked down and stared at the crystal ball. Inside was the face of a young Shin Munchal, Mount Mirani. "What did you do?" Harin whispered at me as she sent a side glance at Shimurin. Shimurin was currently leading us somewhere. Harin seemed to be wondering what I did. "Let's just say we came to a mutual understanding," I replied with a shrug. "Mutual understanding? It's a bit hard to explain." When I mentioned dimensional travel 30 minutes ago, Shimurin chased Boss and Harin away to talk with me alone. First, she asked how I knew about her topic of research. I answered truthfully that I came to this world from another dimension. Shimurin asked for proof. None of the other Earthlings would have been able to give proof, but I could since I had Stigma's magic power. As a grand magician, Shimurin could feel the inexplicable power contained within Stigma's magic power. I then utilized Stigma's magic power to show a projection of the world I came from. After that, the negotiation was a piece of cake. "Tell me, what mutual understanding did—" "Damn it, guys." At that moment, Shimurin turned around cursing. Harin, who was about to ask me something, froze in place. However, what Shimurin said next made the fear within her disappear. "Do we have to keep walking?" "Pardon." Harin tilted her head. Shimurin unleashed her magic power as though she was heavily bothered by all the walking. "I'm talking about teleport. Why can't we use something like it?" "No, we can. Of course we can. Why wouldn't we be able to?" Harin nodded her head fiercely and encouraged Shimurin. "Teleport, an instantaneous method to get out of this mountain range. If it was possible, Harin wouldn't hesitate to beg on her knees to use it." "I can. Good, then I'm gonna use it. Is that okay?" Shimurin turned to me and asked. I nodded my head, and Shimurin's magic circle immediately enveloped us. Shimurin muttered a strange chant only she could understand. The magic circle activated, and Shimurin's teleportation magic enveloped our bodies. Woong, the world seemed to twist, and a floating sensation spread through my body. I closed my eyes, and soon my feet touched the ground. I didn't feel nauseous and wasn't in pain. It was a perfect teleportation spell. "You can open your eyes, scaredy cats." Everyone opened their eyes. "Wow!" An exclamation of awe left my mouth. The mountain fog was nowhere to be seen, and Lyra's buildings were spread out before our eyes. A city resembling modern England. In just 3 seconds we had crossed several hundred kilometers. "Let's see, HJ," Shimurin said, pointing at me. Me. Yeah, you follow me. We're going to my workshop. You didn't forget our promise, did you?" "Ah, yeah, sure. By the way, it's Hajin, not HJ. Your name doesn't matter. I just need your magic power." Shimurin began to march forward. Grand Magician Nim, what do you mean by workshop? You have something like that here?" Harin asked as she chased after Shimurin. Shimurin nodded her head. "Yeah, it's easy to get a fake identity in the Republic. This country doesn't have a damned caste system." Shimurin scowled as she said that final line. Chapter 325. Break-even point 3 through teleport, we arrived at Tynes, a small port city in the Republic of Lyras. Shimurin guided us to her workshop. Shimurin's workshop was located near the coast. On the outside, the workshop appeared to be a huge mansion, like a vacation home owned by a millionaire. The mansion stood close to the ocean, and the gentle ocean breeze brushed past my ears. "This way." Shimurin deactivated some simple security magic and opened the door. We slowly entered the workshop. The inside of the workshop looked just as fancy as the outside. "So this is where you've been all these years, in the middle of a city," Harin muttered. With a snicker, Shimurin answered, "Just because I'm a magician doesn't mean I have to live in isolation. I only go to Mirani when I have to meditate or gather materials for my research." Shimurin deactivated her transformation. Because she hadn't taken a shower for a long time, she was filthy and covered in dirt. It only took her 3 seconds to become clean again, however, through a simple cleanse magic. "You must be tired from all that climbing. Pick any room you want and rest. Oh, you can go out and explore the city if you want. Except you," Shimurin pointed at me. "Hajin, you will follow me to the basement." Boss frowned next to me, but I simply nodded. "Hajin, I don't sense any hostility, but be careful. It's hard to figure out what she's thinking." "Yeah, I'll be fine. Go rest, boss." I dismissed Boss's concern with a smile and followed Shimurin down to the basement. The basement of the mansion looked more like a typical workshop. There were magic circles everywhere. On her desk was a mountain of scrolls, and strange plants were growing in the corner of the room. "Is this where you've been studying dimensional travel?" I asked casually. Shimurin suddenly stopped in the center of the workshop and turned around. She was frowning, and her gaze was as sharp as a blade. "Oi, yes." Her voice felt heavy. Overwhelmed by her aura, I backed away. With a big frown and a piercing glare, Shimurin announced, "I don't care how you found out about my research." Suddenly, magic power flowed out of Shimurin's body. "Your strange magic power is no proof that you're from another dimension. Anyone can create illusions through magic power." Her enormous magic power pushed down on me heavily. It was a bone-crushing, flesh-ripping kind of pressure. Breathing became harder, and I felt as if my organs were twisting inside me. "The reason I'm still interested in you is this." But in the next moment, the pressure disappeared, and I fell to the floor, desperately gasping for air. "Because your magic power is close to the truth." I looked up at Shimurin. Shimurin's gaze was looking through me. "The pure magic power flowing through that strange scar on your arm." Her gaze traveled to my right arm. Shimurin's magic power had ripped my clothes apart, and the stigma was completely visible. Staring at the scar-like tattoo, Shimurin continued, "Truth, origin, essence. Your magic power contains everything. That's why I think your magic power could be the key to my grand magic." As she finished her speech, Shimurin turned on the lights in the workshop. Under the bright light, I saw a staircase leading deeper below the basement. Shimurin began walking down those stairs. I asked her, "Should I go with you?" "No." Shimurin stopped and scanned me from head to toe. "You're already surrounded in my magic. Rest, and I'll summon you when I'm ready." After the somewhat spooky declaration, Shimurin continued her descent. It was then that a bunch of system windows blocked my view. "You have completed a high-level quest. You have completed a highest-level quest." Along with messages informing me of the completion of the quests, I received all of my equipment at once. Ether, Desert Eagle, even the complete set of Black Lotus uniform, as well as my boxes of bullets including the God-slaying bullet. "I've missed you guys so much." Words could not express the joy I was feeling at this moment. "Welcome home, my dear friends." I armed myself with ether, the Black Lotus uniform, and everything else. Then I sent Ki Naeun a message. Tell Kim Suho that we arrived at the Republic. We're in Tynes, Arenheim, residence of the prince. The late afternoon sky was lit up with the blazing red of the setting sun. Inside the prince's room, which was so spacious that it almost felt empty, Jin Sahyuk muttered in a daze. He just left. Ha ha. Yeah, he did. Bell shrugged. He and Jin Sahyuk were alone in this room. Shin Jonghak stomped out of the room as soon as Bell mentioned Shin Munchal. Is it okay to let him go? Jin Sahyuk asked nonchalantly. For someone as arrogant as him to run away without giving any excuse, Jin Sahyuk hadn't expected this. It's fine. I thought this might happen, Bell answered. Shin Jonghak's beliefs and values were based on Shin Munchal. Shin Jonghak would continue to evade any discussion of Shin Munchal because he's too afraid to doubt his beliefs. I'm curious. Can't you just tell me? Jin Sahyuk muttered. Shin Munchal was a legend known by everyone. His fame aroused her interest. Bell gave a small smile. About Shin Munchal? Yeah. Shin Munchal had accomplished a lot in life. He recaptured Seoul with Ki Juchal, drove many Jins out of the Korean peninsula, established the Hero Association with his colleagues, founded the Jinsung Group, and saved millions of lives at the expense of his own. Another name for Shin Munchal was one true hero. He was the living embodiment of virtue, referred by many as the last hope of humanity. He and I were similar. Bell, however, knew everything about Shin Munchal, including his past life. Similar? Jin Sahyuk couldn't make sense of Bell's words. How could Bell, who she knew was trash before, and Shin Munchal, a respectable hero, be similar? Yeah. With a bitter smile, Bell recalled Shin Munchal. He recalled their first encounter. Long, long ago. Bell had warned Shin Munchal about the regression stone, that it was a cursed stone that lured in devils, that the ghost of regression, Baal, would most definitely destroy him and his world in return for him going back in time. But as everyone knew, love could easily blind a person. Shin Munchal readily sold his soul and the world he lived in to the devil for a chance to meet the person he loved once again. Yeah, Jin Sahyuk responded nonchalantly. You don't sound very surprised. That's the truth about the legendary hero Shin Munchal. I'm more interested in Baal. Just what is he? To this, Bell simply announced, he's just a pervert who likes to collect different worlds. What? You know, some people collect books, figurines, things of that sort. Baal's the same. He collects worlds for pleasure. Jin Sahyuk felt anger boiling inside her as she listened to Bell. She clenched her teeth. Then, for your information, Baal didn't meddle with your world. Katrina was purely a self-inflicted downfall. Bell answered Jin Sahyuk's question before she even said it out loud. Slightly embarrassed, Jin Sahyuk let out a dry cough and changed the subject. I wasn't gonna ask. That's not what I was. So what's the Demon Realm Gate then? This place is just a condition. Condition? Yeah, it's sort of like a contract, you know, because a great force requires an equally great restraint. Kind of like Newton's third law. Baal's existence transcended reality. In order for Baal to descend, he had to first go through a proper process. The Demon Realm Gate is not an ordeal given to men by Baal. Baal chose the Demon Realm Gate as the solution. It's an ordeal Baal placed on himself to descend. To reenact the first world he descended in the form of the Demon Realm Gate, and use that as a medium to transfer himself to another dimension. This was the method Baal chose to descend to Earth. So if you can stop Baal in this world, Baal won't be able to descend to Earth. Jin Sahyuk did not say a word. She stared at Bell in silence. Bell, too, stared back at Jin Sahyuk. Their staring contest lasted for quite a while. Downtown Tynes, I went downtown with Harin and Boss. The ocean breeze blew gently in the bustling harbour city. We toured the place, enjoying food vendors and shops. There was something refreshing about seeing a world I didn't create myself. Hajin, while I was examining scrolls being sold at a magic shop, Boss called me. Yes, look at that. Boss pointed at a stall, stuffed dolls, starting from just 8 shillings. It was a shop selling dolls. Boss was looking at a stuffed bear in particular. Do you like bears, Boss? I guess that explains why you like the bear helmet so much. No, I wouldn't say that. Do you have money? She asked like a delinquent. Ah, yes, I do. With a grin, I gave her a gold coin. It was part of the money I got to escort Harin. Amen, thanks. Boss walked up to the stall and picked up the stuffed bear. But it seemed one wasn't enough, as she picked up a stuffed cat with her other hand. I watched her with a smile before turning my gaze to another stall. It was then. What? Robed men suddenly appeared and surrounded me. Their bodies were huge, as though they were fully armored underneath their robes, and they each had a sharp sword hanging on their belt. The assassins from Arenheim were already here. "Who are you?" Boss quickly returned to me, emanating her magic power. I also took out the Desert Eagle. At that moment, the man, who seemed to be the leader, said in a respectful tone, "Kim Hajin SSI, correct. We've come to pick you up under the order of Sword Commander Kim Suho, Republic of Lyra's basement of Serin's mansion." Serin received a message from Kim Suho that Harin and her companions had arrived in Tynes. She was surprised that they were able to enter the Republic without being noticed by the border guards, but in any case, she ordered her knights to summon them. "According to our investigation, he is an F-rank sharpshooter from Lorenzio Duchy." What? However, the Republic's investigation only showed that the man highly praised by the Sword Commander was an F-rank sharpshooter. There's no way. Perhaps he's staying at F-rank on purpose. Potentially. He is a rookie who only joined the army 1 year ago. Serin fell silent and turned to look at the man inside the glass prison. It seemed he didn't know he was in a prison cell, as he was yawning nonchalantly in his chair. "What about the others?" "We've confirmed the identity of Lauren Clan's daughter, but the other one cannot be identified. There's no record of her whatsoever." "HM." Serin furrowed her brows and rubbed her chin, an F-rank sharpshooter stopping the war by himself. It was the funniest joke she's heard. She didn't believe that this sharpshooter was hiding his strength either. He looked dumb, and she couldn't feel any magic power from him either. All powerful beings leaked magic power. Not even Kim Suho could prevent it. Does Lekendol even need to test him? Did Sword Commander lie? Just as Serin was judging Kim Hajin, KWANG, the basement door burst open, and a knight shouted urgently, "Lady, a monster pathway has opened in the capital." "What?" Serin immediately scowled. The knights guarding Kim Hajin ran out immediately, and Serin was left staring at Kim Hajin. "He looks like an ordinary F-rank soldier, no matter how much I observe him. It would be fine to leave him here alone, right? No, but what if father finds out? Coon, 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 kayak." At that moment, the man inside the glass prison began to knock on the glass wall. "Geez, you surprised me. What is it?" Serin jumped in surprise, and then realized that the man was saying something. "Ha!" She walked up to the wall with a frown. Seeing the man's mouth from a closer distance, she could make out what he was saying. "If they're ordinary monsters, no matter how many there are, I can take care of them, alone." What is he saying? Just as Serin murmured, the man held up a strange machine. It was the Desert Eagle, which only looked like a lump of metal in Serin's eyes. "What's that?" Serin asked. Kim Hajin grinned and replied, "A weapon specialized for slaughter." "Slaughter," KWANG. Simultaneously, a large ringing sound rang out. An artificial earthquake erupted, and a large hole appeared in the ground. Quara. Strange noises rang out from the hole. It was a mix of monsters' cries. A long time had passed since a monster pathway was created so close to the capital. Serin clenched her teeth and pulled out her sword. Then she looked at Kim Hajin. He was staring at her like an innocent child knocking on the glass wall. When their eyes met, Kim Hajin spoke. "Let me out." He looked too relaxed. "KWA." The cries of monsters became louder. "Coon, coon, coon." And the man inside the glass prison urged her continuously. "Just let me out. I'll take care of them for you." Reading his mouth, Serin's frowned. "HMPH, if you're so confident, why don't you just break out?" Though that's what she said, Serin pushed the button to open the prison. Whish, the door of the glass prison opened. The man walked out leisurely. Staring at Serin, he muttered arrogantly, "I don't want to be charged for destruction of property." And at that moment, KWA, demonic monsters, shot up from the hole in the ground. Chapter 326, Transnational Peace Conference, 1 Lyra's Sword Institution, Commander's Office. Kim Suho was pacing back and forth in his office. He informed Serin of Kim Hajin's arrival as soon as he heard the news from Ki Nayan. He was still worried, however, about Serin's declaration that she would test Kim Hajin's skills. "Why are you so worried?" "Kim Hajin knows how to take care of himself," Aileen said. She was slouching in a chair in the corner of the office and yawning. Kim Suho awkwardly scratched the back of his neck and sat in a chair. "Will he be okay?" "How should I know? But as we all know, he's not a kid." MNNN this time, Aileen stretched. "By the way, I found more people." "What? Really?" Kim Suho widened his eyes. With a smirk, Aileen answered, "Yup, 3 more." Rachel, Yu Yonha, Yi Jiun. Wow, Kim Suho exclaimed in surprise. But then he remembered her and his heart sank. Yun Seung-ah. He knew that she had also been dragged into this world. Just where was she now? The three of them are running a business together in a local city. A business? Yeah. Kim Suho tilted his head in confusion, and Aileen handed him a crumpled piece of paper. It was a document outlining Yu Yonha, Rachel, and Yi Ji-yoon's current status. Kim Suho began reading the document in silence. As Aileen had said, Yu Yonha was indeed running a business in this world. She was the daughter of a merchant. Her family had been running local businesses for generations. Rachel was Yu Yonha's maid, and Yi Ji-yoon was a local aristocrat. Looks like they've joined hands. Apparently they're making tons of money. It's hardly surprising. Yu Yonha is the kind of person to thrive anywhere. She'd even survive being dumped on an uninhabited island. Kim Suho put the document down with a smile. Yu Yonha had settled in Lekka, a provincial metropolis. I should pay her a visit as soon as I finish taking care of the current matter regarding Kim Hajin, Kim Suho thought. It was then. Emergency, emergency. It's a monster pathway. The siren wailed through the speakers in the office. Kung, Kung. Kim Suho immediately rose from his seat and ran out of the office. Ehu, Aileen sighed, then stretched and yawned once more before chasing Kim Suho. The basement of Serin's mansion. Serin couldn't believe her eyes, even though she was standing in the middle of everything. Quara, the gigantic hole on the surface of the ground, the flood of monsters traveling through the hole. But neither was more unrealistic than the man who was extinguishing the monsters. Tuju-dudu. The man was aiming a strange-looking machine at the monsters. On the outside, his shooting seemed unruly. Surprisingly, however, his attack knocked the monsters out one by one with stunning precision. There was no exception. Monsters that had been struck by the bullets died as their heads and hearts exploded. Every single bullet was more powerful than Serin at her best. Wow, this is endless, Kim Hajin muttered with a chuckle. Was it because he hadn't shot for a while? Excitement and thrill made his heart race, but he knew he shouldn't waste bullets out of excitement. This was not Earth, and the supply of bullets was limited here. And so, Kim Hajin took out the grenade he had ordered from Essential Armory. It was made using dimensional entropy. Kim Hajin upgraded this grenade with Bomber, the trait he earned from the Tower of Wish, as well as his gift random consolidation system and a streak of stigma. The grenade was only as big as a baseball. Its impact, however, would exceed most bombs. Roll, Kim Hajin threw the grenade into the hole through which the monsters traveled. Then he turned to Serin and said, "Cover your ears." Serin flinched and covered her ears as instructed. Chwara, the grenade exploded immediately. Kung! The giant explosion shook the ground, and white pillars of light shot out from the hole. They were caused by the light attribute attached to the grenade. Silence descended after the huge explosion. Buried in a solemn stillness, Serin ran her fingers through her hair. Cuke! Suddenly, she felt a severe headache coming. What is this? What am I seeing? Her head was about to explode in confusion. In comparison, Kim Hajin moved calmly and looked inside the hole. Everything was completely wiped out as he expected. All the monsters had disappeared without a trace, dismantled by the light. This place is safe now, he declared proudly and picked up the Desert Eagle, which was in the shape of a machine gun. He then asked, "Excuse me, Serin SSI, does this place have a rooftop?" Rooftop? Still dazed, Serin swallowed her saliva and asked back. Kim Hajin answered, "Yes, there's more of them outside, right? I want to go to the rooftop and shoot all of them." There is. That was good enough confirmation for Kim Hajin. He surrounded himself in ether. Ether and parkour increased his physical abilities. I'll go on ahead. He stepped on the walls and quickly climbed to the rooftop like a spider. That's a lot. He looked down at the ground below from the windy rooftop. Monsters that had escaped out into the world were raising a ruckus on the streets of the city. He gave a small sigh and grabbed the machine gun. With thousand-mile eyes, he estimated the number of monsters to be roughly around 20,000. This meant he had to kill at least 30 monsters with a single bullet. Will it work? Because the power of his gift had been reduced, he didn't think that the speed and movement of his bullets would be as accurate as before. But then again, these were just monsters. He mounted Desert Eagle, now in the form of a machine gun on his shoulder. He then aimed at multiple targets simultaneously, calculated the trajectory of bullets, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Doo-doo-doo-doo. From the rooftop of the mansion, bullets began to rain. 2 hours later, Lyra's sword institution, I went down to the basement with Harin. Seren, Kim Suho, and a number of knights were waiting for us there. Hello, Harin greeted them. Seren looked at Harin in silence. Only when Kim Suho signaled her did she finally nod. Yes, nice to meet you, Lord. Seren stopped midway through the sentence. No one here was supposed to know that Harin was a member of the Leon clan. The Leons had been officially annihilated. Harin SSI. Thanks for taking me in, Lord Seren. Harin wasn't offended by the way she had been called. In fact, she could bow down to Seren for saving her life. Yes, and, Seren turned to me. The way she looked at me was completely different from when we first met. She, however, turned her gaze to Kim Suho without saying a word to me. Seren stared at Kim Suho for a while before finally opening her mouth. Seems like everything you say is true, Commander. Kim Suho's expression brightened up. His lips began to twitch. Unable to contain his joy, he put his hand over his mouth before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha, didn't I say so? So how was my friend? Ha! Seren gave a small sigh. Then she took out a document. According to the statistics, the number of monsters that came out of the hole were 15,912 low-intermediate ranks, 6534 intermediate ranks, and 301 high ranks. This was nothing short of a grand invasion. Originally, we would have suffered a serious loss in both life and property and spent at least 3 days subjugating the enemies. However, Seren stopped and looked at me. I knew by instinct that this was the right time for me to shrug. We brought everything under control in 2 hours with the help of a mysterious weapon. A weapon? You mean a person? Kim Suho quickly corrected her. Seren gave him a dirty look and nodded. Sure, with the help of a person. Seren crossed her arms. She reminded me of Yu Yonha, except that she was much more sloppy and inexperienced. This thought made me smile. Excuse me, what are you laughing at? Ha, oh no, it's nothing. SSB, anyways, Seren pouted and asked, how did you do it? That's, how should I explain? One bullet killed at least 30 monsters. My bullets also serve as guided missiles. As long as the altitude is high enough, I can shoot just about anything. I still have more than 3,000 bullets left. Regardless of the number, if the enemies are weak, I can kill them all with a pull of a finger. I condensed the complicated explanation into a very short but accurate sentence. 30 minutes later, I officially reunited with Kim Suho in the office of the Sword Commander. Harin left to speak with Seren, and Boss returned to Shimurin's mansion. We had to keep our relationship hidden from others, after all. I got this from a quest. Summary of the past and the future to come. The first thing Kim Suho did was to hand me a book he received as a quest reward. It contained the summary of this world's past and future. Can you see what's written inside, Hajin? I opened the book, but I saw nothing but blank pages. No, I can't. Ah, I guess I'm really the only one who can read it. Kim Suho muttered regrettably and skipped to the last page. This book ends with a description about the Transnational Peace Conference, which will be held in a month and a half. Transnational Peace Conference. Yeah, this is the last sentence of the book. A grand calamity descended on the day of the Transnational Peace Conference. A grand calamity descended on the day of the Transnational Peace Conference. I stroked my chin, deep in thought. I'll have to ask the Book of Truth about the conference once my stigma is restored. I think it's clear that something's going to happen at the Transnational Peace Conference, said Kim Suho. I nodded in agreement. I'll look into it later, I answered and turned my gaze to Kim Suho. More importantly, did you find the others? Oh, right. We found Yu Yonha, Rachel, and Yi Jiyun. Really? My lips curved into a smile. I've been dying to meet them again. Well, maybe not Yi Jiyun, but definitely Yu Yonha and Rachel. Yeah, and they're not far from here. Kim Suho beamed. Yeah, what have they been up to until now? Business. Yu Yonha already has influence over a local metropolis. Pht, really? I immediately burst into laughter. As expected of Yonha, right? Kim Suho asked jokingly, and I nodded. Right. Then, how about we go meet them right now? Suggested Kim Suho as he put on a coat. I also straightened my clothes and raised myself from the chair. Good idea. You know the way, right? Yeah, you can count on me. We stood in front of the door of the office together. Kim Suho grabbed the doorknob but stopped as if he just remembered something. Oh, before we leave. All of a sudden, Kim Suho cast an affectionate look and pulled me by my arm. It's good to see you again. Before I knew it, I was in his arms. They were as big and sturdy as I remembered them. What? Oh, so good. Ha, I'm sure it's good to see you too, confined. In Kim Soo-ho's arms, I patted Kim Soo-ho on the back. Tack, 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 3 times. It was to signal him to let me go. It appeared that Kim Soo-ho had mistaken my intention, however. He began squeezing me even harder. Sniff, sniff. As uncomfortable and awkward as it was, I couldn't help but think that he smelled good. This was probably a main character trait as well. Anyways, thanks to his fragrance, the hug wasn't too bad. Thinking so, I waited for Kim Soo-ho to release me. Chapter 327, Transnational Peace Conference 2 Megacity, Leka. In this megacity known as the second capital of Liras, Yu was fully utilizing her skills. Merchant Group Lotus Flower. The merchant group Yu clan owned, Lotus Flower. In a mere month, Yu had turned this small merchant group into the most famous group in the area. The people around her were critical in helping her achieve this. First was Rachel. She was Yu slave, or servant, technically. The power of her elementals was amplified in this world, as the world's nature and mana were richer than Earth's. Rachel's elementals had various uses, such as speeding up carts, slowing down easily decaying items, and collecting herbs automatically. Next was Yi. She was the daughter of the Prin clan, a renowned clan in the area. Although the caste system had been abolished in the Republic of Liras, the Prin clan was recognized by the citizens as nobles. Yi invested her clan's money to Yu merchant group and even let her borrow the clan's name. As the Prin clan had a spotless reputation, Yu merchant group had no trouble earning the trust of others. Wow, the profit margin is even bigger than I thought. In the office of the Lotus Flower Merchant Group, Yi muttered in surprise as she stared at the group's financial statement. What are you going to do with all this money? Hearing Yi's question, Yu shrugged. First, establish a force. We don't know what will happen from now. She did not forget that she was inside the Demon Realm Gate. She planned to have everything ready for the future, whether it be military, force, or money. Our chief officer sure is amazing. Yi snuggled up to Yu and praised her. Tock, at that moment, someone knocked on the door. Kyuham. Yi let out a dry cough and put on a stern expression befitting a noble. Yu smirked and muttered, "Come in." The door opened. The guest was Rachel, who was holding a long, rod-like object wrapped in a red veil. "Oh, you're here, Rachel." Yu welcomed her, and Rachel walked in with a smile and put down the item she brought. "Oh, that must be that." Yu unwrapped the item without hesitation. Inside was an ornamental sword emanating a clear aura. "What's this?" Yi asked. Yu picked up the sword. The blade of the sword was entirely blue. This sword was a treasure Yu bought for Rachel. "Here, take it." With a smile, Yu gave the sword to Rachel. Rachel, who was standing quietly, widened her eyes in surprise. It's a sword that apparently raises the power of elementals. Our world doesn't have treasures like this since elementalists are so rare, but this world unexpectedly has many. This sword is named Wisp. Yu put the sword in Rachel's hands. Having received an unexpected present, Rachel dropped her head with a bitter smile. "Thank you." It was then. Quang! The office door burst open, and a guard drenched in sweat came running in. He shouted, "Demonic monsters!" Demonic monsters appeared. The moment the group heard the message, they ran out of the office. They came out of the merchant group's building and looked around. To their surprise, the city was too peaceful for demonic monsters to have invaded. Where are the demonic monsters? I don't know. It didn't look like he was lying. Yu Rachel, and Yi each muttered. As the three of them were tilting their heads curiously, a robed man approached them. Demonic monsters, with a familiar voice, the man stood next to Yu furrowed her brows and stared at the man. "Who are you?" They were here, but not anymore. "Pardon." Hearing the familiar voice, Yu bent down a bit and peeked under the man's hood. "Ah!" Yu pointed her finger at the man and shouted, "You!" The man, Kim Hajin, smiled. "Yo, it's been a while." "Ha, why is Kim Hajin here?" "Ha, Hajin SSI." Yi and Rachel were also shocked and stared at Kim Hajin in a daze. "I'm here too." A small child peeked her head out from Kim Hajin's back. The small child was, of course, the spirit speech master, Aileen. Pritin clan's castle, the eldest son of Pritin clan, Shin Jonghak, was lying in his bed, sighing. That bastard, what the prince said lingered in his head. What does he know about grandfather? And how? Anxiety and curiosity mixed together to form chaos. Tok, tok, as Shin Jonghak was rumpling his hair in agony, someone knocked on his door. Shin Jonghak didn't want to see anyone at the moment, but the knock was only a formality as a certain woman opened the door and walked in. Hey, Shin Jonghak. As expected, it was Ki Nayan. Why are you here? Shin Jonghak let out a deep sigh and stared at Ki Nayan. Currently, Ki Nayan had an antenna on her head. A few days ago, she muttered, wouldn't this make communication faster? And had an Ahoj hairstyle every time she wanted to use infinite communication. Have you heard of the Transnational Peace Conference? Transitional Peace Conference? Shin Jonghak furrowed his brows at the sudden question. Yeah, I've heard of it. It's exactly what it sounds like too. When is it? Next month. Why? Kim Suho says something will happen on that day. He told us to raise our strength in preparation for it. Ki Nayan sat on the corner of the bed, while Shin Jonghak stared at her fixedly. Kim Suho said that. Yeah, should I contact him again? Ki Nayan closed her eyes and began to shake her body. BRRR, BRRR, BRRR. Her strange actions were nothing but cute in Shin Jonghak's eyes. Ha ha. There wasn't a special reason Shin Jonghak came to like Ki Nayan. Just looking at her melted away the dark emotions in his heart. How could he not fall for her? Ki Nayan. Ha! Ki Nayan opened her eyes and stared at him. Shin Jonghak stared into her eyes and asked about the matter that had been bothering him. What do you think about regressors? Regressors? Yeah. Ki Nayan frowned slightly. Why are you asking about that all of a sudden? Well, you've heard about my grandfather being a regressor, right? In truth, Shin Munchul being a regressor was a rumor Shin Jonghak didn't want to admit. In his mind, it diminished his achievements and sacrifice. After much thought, Ki Nayan recalled what she heard from Yu Yonha in the past. Yu Yonha said that Kim Hajin was a regressor. Of course, she repeatedly said it was only speculation, but Ki Nayan was still forced to think about the topic. Well, the answer was simple. I'm jealous. I also want to go back in time. No, not that. Ha ha, Shin Jonghak laughed and shook his head. It's my fault for asking Ki Nayan, he thought. Ki Nayan frowned. What? Aren't you jealous? If there really are regressors, I think that's amazing. Think about it. It's not like we're in a novel. You would have to be incredibly lucky and powerful to have a chance of going back in time. That's what I think, at least. And to that effect, who cares if your grandfather is a regressor or not? Do people hate him because he's rumored to be a regressor? No, everyone respects him. His name is written in practically every history textbook in the world. His biography is a bestseller, and there are statues of him everywhere. Why would you even worry about that? Shin Jonghak didn't say anything. He simply stared at Ki Nayan. A smile that he couldn't hold back broke out on his face. PFT, ha. With a low sigh, Shin Jonghak muttered, "This is why I love." Oi, but Shin Jonghak's confession was cut short. Someone had appeared outside his bedroom window. What? Ki Nayan quickly clad herself in Kai reinforcement, and Shin Jonghak quickly grabbed his spear from the corner of his room. Only after preparing themselves for battle did they confirm who the intruder was. How are ye? It was Jin Sahyuk. She was sitting on the windowsill, staring at Ki Nayan and Shin Jonghak. You wench, where do you think you are? Ki Nayan cursed and formed a sword with magic power. It was then. Jin Sahyuk said something completely unexpected. Let's join forces. What? Dumbfounded, Shin Jonghak and Ki Nayan both stared at Jin Sahyuk frozenly. Meanwhile, Jin Sahyuk continued with a stern face. There's a crazy bastard named Yi Yonjin we need to stop. HMPH, as if we'll believe you, Ki Nayan shouted. But just as she was about to release her magic power, another figure leaped into the room and stopped her. Ki Nayan stared at the man who suddenly appeared in front of her. A giant, muscular body that was as strong as steel. Yuhaha, it's been a while, brat. The cheerful voice undoubtedly belonged to Cheok Yungyung, office of Merchant Group Lotus Flower. After joining up with Yu Yonha, we began to discuss the upcoming transnational peace conference. I don't know what will happen exactly, Kim Suho said. He was certain that a disaster would break out during the transnational peace conference, but that was the extent of his knowledge. Ji-yoon asked, can't we stop the conference itself? No, it's too late to cancel it. It took 3 years just to get all nations to agree on a date. Declaring that the conference is cancelled would be no different than declaring war. As the sword commander, Kim Suho had a good idea about the politics of the world. While focusing on the meeting, I glanced at Rachel, who was seated next to me. She was also staring at me. We both smiled. "What are you two doing?" But Yonha caught us. She glared at us with narrowed eyes, then Chak suddenly clapped her hands. "You can say hi later. Focus on the meeting for now. Kim Suho, are Naeun and Jonghak ready?" Yonha asked Kim Suho. "Let me ask. Hold on, this thing has a small delay." Kim Suho closed his eyes. After about 2 minutes, he nodded his head. "Yeah, they said they're ready." But it seemed he received another message as Kim Suho tilted his head and stared into the air. And in the next moment, Kim Suho's expression froze. What happened?" Aileen urged him. Kim Suho clenched his teeth and murmured, "Jin Sahyak and Cheok Yungyung are with Ki Nayan. Harbor City, Tynes, on a late, full moon night. I returned to Tynes, where Boss and Shimurin were staying. Since Boss must be feeling lonely, I was sure she would be happy to know that we found Cheok Yungyung. But when I arrived at Shimurin's workshop, I was caught off guard by a surprising sight. Right, that's how you use magic power. Your ability is excellent, but your connection with magic power isn't delicate enough. It's because you're using your gift with your instincts rather than magic power." Boss didn't look lonely at all. She didn't even look bored. "Imagine putting magic power into your shadow, then it becomes magic. Magic isn't anything special. Transforming magic power into the attribute you want, that's what magic is." She was being tutored by Shimurin. Perhaps because of the Grand Magician's teachings, Boss's shadow was no longer black. It was blue like ice. She had imbued an attribute into her shadow. "Boss," I called her carefully. Boss, who was eagerly training, turned her head and faced me. "Oh, you're here, Hajin." "Why, yes, I'm back," I replied in a daze, and Shimurin also looked at me. She blinked her eyes a few times, then she rubbed her finger under her nose. "Oh, you're back early. My dimensional magic isn't ready yet." "Ah, well, there's something I need to talk to you about." I approached them slowly and stood next to Boss. Boss stared at me with the same expressionless face she always had. "Boss, oh, Hajin," Boss cut me off. Then she said with a slight smile, "I met Jane." "Jane, great. I found Cheok Yungyung." "That's Jane." "Ha!" I tilted my head. "The Cheok Yungyung I found was Jane. Jane is disguised as Cheok Yungyung right now. You sent Jeong to the Tower of Wishes 9th floor, remember?" "Oh, right." I finally realized what she meant. Indeed, I had sent Cheok Yungyung to the 9th floor. "Then you won't be lonely once Jane comes." Hearing this, Boss frowned a little. "What? Who said I was lonely?" "PFT. Don't laugh." Boss glared at me with a scowl, but it wasn't scary at all. I smiled like a kid and placed my hand on her shoulder. "You too." But at that moment, Shimurin looked back and forth between me and Boss and asked, "What's your relationship?" "Ha!" We both tilted our heads at the sudden question. "What's your relationship? It doesn't look like you're just friends, especially you." Shimurin pointed at Boss and asked again. Boss didn't answer and simply looked up at me. She probably wanted to hear my answer. Staring at her, I smiled. I turned to Shimurin again and said what I wanted to say. As I said, she's my boss. I like her a lot. At the same time, I imbued Stigma's magic power into my eyes. My eyesight expanded, and I could observe Boss from the side. Though she wasn't aware of it herself, she was blushing noticeably. "Qham." She even coughed in embarrassment. She really couldn't be cuter. Chapter 328. Transnational Peace Conference 3. I bought dinner ingredients at a grocery store near Shimurin's workshop. I then used the recipe from a Michelin 3-star restaurant to cook broiled calves and dumplings. The smell of delicious food began to spread throughout the mansion, and Shimurin, who initially claimed to be uninterested, came to the table. Shimurin kept asking, "What's this? What's that?" as she popped a bit of every dish into her mouth. Eventually she sat down and ate with us. Gulp, I see. Afraid that Shimurin would steal from her plate, Boss hurriedly swallowed the last dumpling and nodded. "Yes." I had just finished explaining to Boss everything about the Transnational Peace Conference, my reunion with Yonha, Rachel, and the others, and the fact that the last major event of my setting, Bale's descent, would take place at the conference. Nom chewing a mouthful of dumplings, Boss fell into deep thought. Nom a lot must be crossing her mind right now. Nom she's probably thinking about Belle's true identity and his relationship with Yeonjun and Bale. Tack, suddenly, Shimurin put down the fork. Shimurin looked at us in turn, then gave a small smile. "So, your claim that you're from another world seems to be true." You know about this world's future, and your magic power is clearly different from ours. Boss and I stared at Shimurin in silence. Neither of us were surprised. We acknowledged the fact that Shimurin was far more knowledgeable than we could imagine. She was, after all, a grand magician. I suddenly recalled Yijin, the 9 stars member and a 10-star magician. I used setting intervention to make pills that could cure his gift's side effect. He took it, then ran away with his wife. Of course, that didn't mean I could devalue everything Yijin had done for humanity. Still, I couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed about the fact that I had lost the help of someone who probably was as knowledgeable as Shimurin. So, how much time does this world have left? Is this world going to end soon? Shimurin asked. I hesitated for a moment but soon nodded. I wouldn't be able to fool her even if I tried. I decided it was a better bet to be honest and just ask for her help. Yes, probably. Probably. That's a tricky word, Shimurin muttered so as she rose from the chair. I said probably, because it can be stopped, I remarked earnestly. Still, Shimurin remained expressionless and glared at me with cold eyes. It doesn't matter to me anyway. Didn't I tell you that my goal is to migrate to another world? My heart sank, but I couldn't say anything. This world had fallen long ago. What I was seeing now was nothing more than Bale's reconstruction of the fallen world. Dimensional travel was naturally impossible, since Shimurin was, in the end, a mere reflection of the dead. I see. In the end, that was all I could say. Shimurin stared at me for a long time, then turned and went down to the basement, the capital of the Republic of Liras, the next day. Seren was roaming the streets of the capital. As the daughter of the president, she liked to study public sentiment up close from time to time. No one recognized her underneath her disguise, so she walked with confidence. The streets were full of men traveling in and out of tall brick buildings and women in antique coats. The city was as busy and vibrant as ever. Extra, extra, it was then that she heard a boy shouting. He was handing out newspapers to the passers-by. Seren widened her eyes. She had heard of this phenomenon before. Sometimes, when there's a news flash, newspaper companies would print extra copies of newspapers in the evening. She heard it happen sometimes, but this was her first time seeing it in person, and she was amazed. Come find out the truth about the monster massacre from 3 days ago, the boy shouted, and only then did the passers-by finally show interest in the newspaper. Seren hesitated for a second before grabbing a copy herself. She turned her gaze to the front page, and Monster Massacre from 3 days ago, the hero who wiped out monsters, was an F-rank sharpshooter from the Lorenzio Duchy. What the? Seren opened her eyes wide and clenched her fists. The article was about Kim Hajin. She had gone through so much trouble to keep all of this strictly confidential. How did they find out about Kim Hajin? 3 days ago, the people of the Republic witnessed an unforeseen phenomenon. The fifth largest monster pathway in history appeared in the Republic's capital city. However, damage was non-existent, thanks to the mysterious hero. At around 8:37 p.m., a rush of magic power gracefully descended from the roof of Lady Seren's mansion and wiped out all the monsters on the ground. 30,000 monsters were annihilated in just 2 hours. As a result, President Zukri declared the complete subjugation of the pathway at about 11:29 p.m. He, however, declined to comment about the mysterious hero. But the next day at 7:33 a.m., according to an anonymous source, damn it! Seren crumpled the newspaper, but she was too late. Already everyone in the street was reading this article. F-rank sharpshooter. Seriously, they're joking, right? This is interesting. I'm gonna show it to my son. The murmur of the people alarmed her. This was beyond bad. At this rate, it wouldn't be long until Arenheim hears about Kim Hajin. He came here with the daughter of the Leon clan, and there was only a month left until the transnational peace conference. BZZZZ. At that moment, Seren felt a vibration in her pocket. It came from her portable crystal, which she used for long-distance communication. Seren took out the crystal in a hurry and picked up the call. Yes, it's me. Miss, we just received a message from Lorenzio. It's Aaron. She claims to be in charge of the military unit Kim Hajin belongs to. She wishes to speak to her subordinate. Seren bit her lower lip. Of course she knew Aaron. She was currently the most famous knight in Cruni and one of the leading candidates for the title of the current era's strongest swordsman. Tell her we don't know. Pardon. Even though the transnational peace conference was just around the corner, Seren was unwilling to give Kim Hajin up. A man who can single-handedly stop a war. That was Kim Suho's description of Kim Hajin. At first, Seren was skeptical. But now, after witnessing Kim Hajin's power in person, she had come to consider Kim Suho's assessment of Kim Hajin an underestimation. He was the ultimate weapon, much more valuable than a knight, an army of a single man that could replace hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Seren also learned from Kim Suho the reason Kim Hajin was so strong, that the source of his strength were his equipment. More specifically, it was his gun, a weapon that Kim Hajin invented on his own. Arenheim probably wouldn't allow him to carry such a weapon. The kingdom had strict restrictions on the manufacture of illegal weapons. Make up a credible excuse. Tell her that he suddenly disappeared, or better yet, that he's already left for the kingdom. How dare they label a man of such talent Efrank and wish to get him back? Talent was like a jewel buried in mud. It belonged to a discerning eye. Ah, yes, okay. And please request for correction of the news article and prepare a new ID, Seren said with a smile. Transnational Peace Conference D-26. Listen carefully. In the basement of Shimurin's workshop, I was currently in the middle of an intense lecture. If I had to name this lecture, it would be something like How to Utilize Stigma's Magic Power by Grand Magician Shimurin. Your stigma is a mysterious power indeed. It seems to be in touch with the end of the world, Shimurin muttered as she stared at my stigma. Her expression soon stiffened, however, and she remarked flatly, "But there's something wrong with the way you're using it." Pardon. This took me by surprise. I thought I'd been using it pretty well until now. The way you use magic power is far from efficient. You use it without control, like you're borrowing it from the outside, like you're turning water on a faucet, for example, just like the absolute majority of people, Shimurin explained. She then gathered magic power in her right hand. Her magic power clung together to form a distinct ball. It buzzed and vibrated like it would during an ultimate skill. Next, she gathered magic power in her left hand. This time, however, her magic power appeared dim. There was no vibration whatsoever. Observe the difference. Both contain the same magic power, but their shapes are different. Let me try. I gathered magic power in my hand as Shimurin had done. Then something strange happened. The amount of my magic power was similar to that of Shimurin, but mine seemed faint and less distinct. Ah! I was dumbfounded. This was the way that I'd been using stigma my whole life. So how could I be wrong? Wasn't stigma the power to make my wish come true? You're not completely wrong. This is just my way of doing it. Having noticed my confusion, Shimurin continued with a smirk. It'll take a while for you to understand. Most magicians and knights exert magic power, but I carefully assemble and place magic power. As Shimurin's explanation continued, I decided to use setting intervention to accelerate my learning. Taking classes and learning something over a period of time was just unnecessary for someone like me. Arts 3/3 1. Parker 2. Charming voice 3. Exuberant spirit power utilization technique I deleted the second art, charming voice, and added a new art in the empty slot. Third art 3/3. Shimurin's teachings calculating rank. High intermediate Since I was in the process of learning this art directly from Shimurin, my guess was that the amount of SB required wouldn't be as much. The original cost is 65 SB. However, you're currently learning this technique from a teacher, Shimurin. The required cost is 35 SB. Would you like to save? 35 SB. It was more than I expected. Fortunately, I had 3546 SB on me. Because I'd been earning SB even inside the gate, the amount was just barely enough. Saving arts. Your luck activates. Shimurin's teachings has increased to high rank. At that moment, knowledge, experience, practice, function, and ideas began to flow into my head and my body. Do you understand? If a typical magician wishes to use magic through the process of assembly, it will take her at least 10 minutes per spell. But I, with my efficient assembly skill, I think I get it. Though Shimurin hadn't finished speaking, I announced confidently. What? Shimurin frowned. Who do you think you are? Hoo-hoo. I smiled confidently, and just like Shimurin's teachings explained, I assembled stigma inside my body and released it outward. Guo. Though I had used the same amount of magic power as before, It was much more clear and flawless, vibrating and resonating violently like an earthquake. Shimurin's expression stiffened. What? How's that? Shimurin was speechless. She couldn't take her eyes off of my ball of magic power. She was clearly shocked beyond belief. I learned something new, thank you. Sincerely grateful, I bowed to Shimurin. I had never thought to assemble stigma inside my body. Shimurin wasn't called the Grand Magician for nothing. Tock tock. It was then that we heard a knock. I opened the basement door instead of Shimurin, who had frozen up like a statue. Hoo-ha! In front of me were familiar faces. First was Leon Clan's Harin, who had climbed the mountain range with me, and second was Serene, the daughter of the Republic's president. Have you been well? Harin greeted me first. From her relaxed smile, I could tell things had gone well for her. I have. Are you done with your verification procedure? Yes, it went well. Harin SSI will be staying here at the Republic. Serene answered my question this time. She showed me an ID card. Citizen Saiyan, this is Harin's new identity. Ah, I see. And this, Serene took out another card, is yours, your new identity, Hajin SSI. I tilted my head in confusion and looked closely at the ID card. Head of Presidential Security Service, Haiji. Haiji, it's your new name. If you want to stay in the Republic. No, not that. Head of Presidential Security Service. The word head confused me. My initial status in this world was an F-rank sharpshooter. The head. Yes, that's your new position. To get things done properly, you need to be in a position of power, don't you think? Serene looked at my dumbfounded face and smiled. Now, please stay here at the Republic. I promise you 10 times no, 100 times the treatment you received at Arenheim. No matter how much I thought about it, her smile looked too much like Yun's. Transnational Peace Conference D-25. The burning afternoon sun was beating down on the backyard of the Pritton mansion. Jin Sahyuk poured a bucket of cold water on Shin Jonghak, who had collapsed after their duel. Yuhoha, Shin Jonghak sprang up with a strange scream. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you want to die? Despite Shin Jonghak's threat, Jin Sahyuk just smiled. You're the one who said losers don't get to complain. Shin Jonghak laid back on the ground without a word, for it was true that he had lost to her. Jin Sahyuk glanced at Shin Jonghak and asked, Have you thought about it? A few days ago, Jin Sahyuk proposed a plan to Shin Jonghak. He had yet to answer her. We don't have much time. Everything will be over in 3 weeks. 3 weeks is a long time. Jin Sahyuk frowned at Shin Jonghak's nonchalant answer. Loser, asshole. Why are you acting so childish? Jin Sahyuk's face distorted into a frown. It was then, from the far corner of Pritton's backyard. Hey! The person who was the reason for Shin Jonghak's childishness appeared. Fight me, I got all of my equipment back. You're so dead. It was Ki Nayan, holding a longsword in her hand. Chapter 329, Transnational Peace Conference, for Transnational Peace Conference D-24, I was at the President's residence, located at the heart of the capital. To be exact, I was at the office of the President's Secret Service Institute. It was imposing but had substance and was well cleaned. With a director's suit hanging in the closet, a teakwood desk, and a clearly luxurious black chair, the room was the perfect director's office. I ended up becoming head of Presidential Secret Service. I tried sitting on the chair. It was comfy. I picked up the nameplate on the desk with the words, Director of the Secret Service Haiji, written on it. It was heavy. HM. Serene told me that my job was to protect the core members of the Republic, including the President and other high-ranking officials. Now that I recovered my stats to a certain degree, it wasn't so difficult. You're at work. At that moment, a voice rang out from the desk. Startled, I stared at the desk. The crystal ball standing on a miniature pedestal at the corner of the desk was shaking. Ah, yes, I am, I replied. Great. Your job as the director is simple. All you have to do is protect my father and I during the upcoming Transnational Peace Conference. Oh, and also other high-ranking officials. Serene mentioned the Transnational Peace Conference. For a moment, I stood still without replying. If Baal would really descend that day, I wasn't sure if I could annihilate him, who was the strongest devil in existence. Your subordinate will arrive soon. The Secret Service is something we quickly formed, so it doesn't have many employees. Tock, tock. Someone knocked on the door at the perfect timing. Ah, that person must be here. Then please take care. The crystal ball stopped shaking, and Serene's voice cut off. Tock, tock, the knocking continued. I walked to the door and opened it myself. I saw an unexpected face. Hello. Her mouth curled up into a beautiful smile, and her blue eyes shone radiantly like jewels. My name is Rachel. My first subordinate was the elementalist swordswoman Rachel. Transnational Peace Conference D-23. I went out on a business trip with Rachel. The goal was to inspect the Plaza of Glory, where the Transnational Peace Conference would take place. The plaza is spacious, but I hear the conference will take place in that small temple-like place. I nodded my head at Rachel's explanation. The Plaza of Glory was located in the Republic's capital. The place was too open to properly protect a large number of people. But the International Summit, the most important part of the conference, would take place in the small temple at the corner of the plaza. Since there was a high ground in the center of the plaza to serve as a watchtower, seeking out threats should be easy. The problem is that there's only one enemy. But we already knew there weren't multiple enemies. There was only one, the world's strongest evil god and the rank 1 devil Baal. I'm sure we can win. Rachel encouraged me with a smile. Well, we can only hope that's the case. Just as I was about to smile back at her, Jiang, I felt a strange, penetrating gaze on me. Feeling the intensity of it, I paused and tracked the source of the gaze. The 1,000-mile eyes easily spotted the person glaring at me. What? My thoughts cut off for a moment. The culprit was someone I knew. In fact, it was someone I was very close to. The woman named Yubail was hiding behind a wall, glaring at me. Has she been following me this entire time? Hajin SSI, what's wrong? Nothing. Let's go. I walked through the plaza with Rachel and checked up on Boss at the same time. She was still following us while hiding her presence. I am a bit worried. I hope she's doing well. At that moment, Rachel spoke up. She was talking about Evandel. I smiled bitterly and nodded my head. I'm sure she is. She has Hayang and Hajin SSI with her. Plus, Spartan should be playing with her as well. Both Hajin and Spartan were people I could trust. Yes, I think she'll be as cheery as always. She's like me after all, Rachel said proudly. You're right. I stared at Rachel and laughed. Then I remembered something. Oh yeah, Rachel SSI. What happened with Lancaster? Huh. I'm not really sure. You don't think he followed you all the way here, do you? I said jokingly. Rachel also took it as a joke and laughed. Ha ha, what if he really is? Lancaster might, Rachel replied light-heartedly. But as I thought more about it, a chill went down my back. This wasn't something to laugh about. If Lancaster was alive, he most definitely would have followed Rachel to this world. Well, there's no use worrying about ifs. To be honest, I was more worried about Boss, who kept following us secretly. Her gaze also seemed to carry more and more killing intent as time passed. Should we go back now? Go back. There isn't much to inspect, and there's something I need to do. Rachel stared at me for a moment and then smiled like she knew what I meant. I understand. Then let's do that. See you later. Rachel spun back. SSK, the nearby trees shook, as if to react to her movements, and a cherry blossom-like flower fell on her shoulder. I said to her back, see you tomorrow. After sending Rachel off, I assembled Stigma's magic power according to Shimurin's teachings. I planned to use teleportation to appear behind Boss's back. Woom, my feet seemed to float. In the next moment, my surrounding scenery shifted. Where did he go? Boss peeked her head out like a meerkat and stared at the spot I disappeared from. I placed my hand on her shoulder. Startled, Boss turned around. What? Her eyes, nose, and mouth widened when she saw me. I gave her a grin. What are you doing here? Nothing. Boss pushed her hair back and coughed. I stared at her fixedly. Boss was wearing casual clothes and not the robe she usually wore. Frankly, she was even more beautiful in casual clothes. Nothing much, just. I smiled faintly and grabbed her hand. Well, if you're not busy, why don't you go on a walk with me? With the plaza being so beautiful, I wanted to stroll around with Boss openly. Transnational Peace Conference D-16. I won. In Pritton Mansion's backyard, Ki Naeun's voice cut through the air. Lying on the ground next to her was a pair of man and woman. One was Shin Jonghak, who had already fainted, and the other was Jin Sahyuk. The surrounding area revealed that a fierce battle had occurred. Hugh, I'm exhausted. With a faint sigh, Ki Naeun staggered until she plopped down on the ground. Jin Sahyuk turned her head slightly sideways and stared at Ki Naeun. Aren't you embarrassed? Ki Naeun flinched for a split second before she turned to Jin Sahyuk. She had certainly won against Jin Sahyuk, but the problem lied in the process. Ki Naeun had teamed up with Shin Jonghak to fight Jin Sahyuk. Right, it was a 2-on-1 battle. Ki Naeun dodged Jin Sahyuk's gaze without replying. PFD. Jin Sahyuk smirked and raised her body. Hey, you can still stand. I thought you were out. What Ki Naeun didn't know was that Jin Sahyuk's authority gave her an insane rate of recovery. I'm different from you. Ha, there you go again, being annoying. Just wait. I'll be ready to go in 3 minutes. Jin Sahyuk ignored Ki Naeun and entered the mansion. A maid greeted her. Shall I prepare your meal? No, it's fine. Jin Sahyuk was staying in the mansion as Shin Jonghak's guest. She walked up the stairs to her room on the 4th floor. Kick. But after she opened the door, she was faced with an unexpected guest. A robed man stood tall in her room. The sword on his waist was taller than him, and Jin Sahyuk easily recognized his appearance. Kim Soo-ho. Kim Soo-ho had come to see her. Jin Sahyuk stared at Kim Soo-ho and smiled. Kim Soo-ho took off his robe and faced her with a stiff expression. The tension broke when Jin Sahyuk spoke. You're finally here. You knew I'd come. Of course. Kim Soo-ho's eyebrows went up at how confident she was. I came to hear your plan. Oh, that's a surprise. You're going to trust me. I know you're not a liar. This time, Jin Sahyuk's stiff expression changed. The corner of her mouth twisted up. Right, I don't lie. But Jin Sahyuk glanced behind Kim Soo-ho. The person she was looking for wasn't here. Kim Hajin's not here. Hajin, I didn't think I needed to bring him with me. Kursk, useless. Jin Sahyuk clicked her tongue, then pushed Kim Soo-ho to the side and sat down on her bed. Kim Soo-ho glared at Jin Sahyuk and said imposingly, Tell me what you know and what you're planning to. There's 16 days until Bael's descent. Jin Sahyuk interrupted Kim Soo-ho and said with a serious face, Before then, you need to kill Yeonjun. Pritton Mansion after Kim Soo-ho's departure. Jin Sahyuk stared at the ceiling on her bed. It was already dark outside, and a cool breeze entered the room through the opened window. It's almost time, she murmured quietly as the night made her a bit more emotional. The return to my beloved home, the ending I strived for my entire life. Soon my life's purpose will be fulfilled. What do you mean? At that moment, a voice that wasn't Jin Sahyuk's rang out. The voice arrived suddenly with no trackable source. Jin Sahyuk even wondered if the voice came from her heart. But she knew that couldn't be the case. She blankly raised her head. I'm going to ask again. A man was standing next to her bed. The moment Jin Sahyuk saw him, a smile emerged on her face. It's you. A black robe inscribed with a lotus flower covered his body, and his face was fully covered by a mask. Still, Jin Sahyuk knew who the man was. You told Kim Soo-ho that we had to kill Yeonjun. He was the infamous Black Lotus, but his real name was Kim Hajin. Explain to me in detail. Jin Sahyuk stared at Kim Hajin. Perhaps because it had been a while since she last saw him, she felt happy. She wanted to keep staring at his eyes. Hey, how long have you been watching me? Kim Hajin didn't answer. He had followed Kim Soo-ho secretly and had watched his conversation with Jin Sahyuk. A while ago, just as Kim Hajin was about to speak, Hey, Kwang! A loud shout rang out, and Jin Sahyuk's door burst open. Ki Naeun stomped in from the other side. Is it true that Kim Soo-ho came and la? But Ki Naeun couldn't finish her sentence. She noticed the robed man standing in Jin Sahyuk's room. Ah! Her eyes naturally fell on the lotus symbol on his robe. A jet-black robe with a lotus symbol. Ki Naeun jumped slightly. The robe was clearly a symbol of Black Lotus. Whose? Black Lotus was well known by both heroes and Jins. Some worshipped him like an idol, and some despised him. Some called him the world's strongest man, and some criticized him as the world's worst criminal. He was both an anti-hero and a villain. Seeing Black Lotus up front, Ki Naeun's eyes widened to a full circle. On the other hand, Kim Hajin was drenched in cold sweat under his robe. He was flustered to the point his thoughts temporarily stopped, but he quickly regained his calm. Even with Ki Naeun's incredible intuition, there was little chance she would figure out his identity. After all, the Black Lotus uniform was designed to hide his identity. Even Ki Naeun's sharp senses shouldn't be able to see through the equipment made with dwarf's dexterity. Puhaha. While Ki Naeun and Kim Hajin were standing in a daze, Jin Sahyuk burst into laughter and got up. Looks like even an idiot like you knows who he is. Idiot? Ki Naeun scowled. Jin Sahyuk grabbed Kim Hajin by his collar and said to Ki Naeun, Let me introduce him. He's my friend, Black Lotus. Chapter 330, 10 Days 1. Let me introduce him. He's my friend, Black Lotus. Jin Sahyuk said as she grabbed Black Lotus by his collar. Black Lotus immediately threw her a sharp gaze, and Ki Naeun looked back and forth between Jin Sahyuk and Black Lotus. Black Lotus, Ki Naeun muttered quietly. Kim Hajin still kept his mouth shut. Now that the art that allowed him to change his voice was gone, he feared there was a chance he might be discovered if he talked. Staring fixedly at Black Lotus, Ki Naeun asked in a stiff tone, "Oi, why did you invite a thief?" "Huh," Jin Sahyuk tilted her head. "What thief? Isn't he a legend to you?" "Legend, my ass. Now that I think about it, Jin Sahyuk, you're with the chameleon troop. Like Cheok Yung that bastard." Jin Sahyuk smirked at Ki Naeun's aggressive tone. "Think what you want." Jin Sahyuk let go of Black Lotus's collar. Black Lotus promptly took a step back. Jin Sahyuk said to Ki Naeun, "All right, well, I have something to discuss with Lotus." "Go ahead." Surprisingly, Ki Naeun left the room with protest. Quang! She purposely shut the door hard, but it was obvious she intended to eavesdrop from the other side. After all, a mere wall shouldn't be able to block her sharp hearing if she focused. "Now then." Jin Sahyuk must have noticed Ki Naeun's intentions too, but with a mischievous smile, she continued on from before. "Are you going to kill Yeonjun?" Kim Hajin didn't answer her. Jin Sahyuk stole a glance at the door and continued. Yeonjun is trying to become Baal by succeeding the position of the incarnation body. But if that crazy bastard returns to Earth as Baal, it's obvious what will happen to it. He's far more evil than Bel will ever be. Yeonjun was without doubt the most evil human being Jin Sahyuk knew. He was someone whose very root of existence was pure evil. Jin Sahyuk knew this, that Yeonjun was currently infatuated with Baal. "So, Lotus, are you going to kill Yeonjun, or—" Jin Sahyuk paused for a moment. The corner of her lips twisted up. "Will you let Kim Hajin kill him?" Brrrr. Both Kim Hajin and Jin Sahyuk felt someone's presence outside the room. It was obviously Ki Naeun. Jin Sahyuk glanced at the door once more and continued. "You should know what this means. It doesn't matter which one of you kills Yeonjun, but one of you must do it. Kill Yeonjun yourself." That was what Jin Sahyuk was saying. "But if I were to guess, I'd say Kim Hajin will be the one to kill him." Jin Sahyuk sniggered and released her magic power. It slowly wrapped around Kim Hajin's body, but as it carried no hostility or killing intent, Kim Hajin stayed still. Jin Sahyuk opened her mouth in that state. If you look at it from a bigger picture, it's Yeonjun's fault that Kim Hajin had no choice but to kill Ki Jin-yoon. "What?" Jin Sahyuk's sudden nonsensical comment was one that Kim Hajin couldn't ignore. His eyes immediately shot open, and shock emerged from his pupils. "Like I said, if you look at it from a bigger picture," Jin Sahyuk said mischievously, but their conversation was forced to a stop then. Ki Naeun, who was eavesdropping from the outside, burst into the room again. Quang! The door opened roughly. Ki Naeun was glaring at them with a shocked expression. "Hey, what did you mean by—" But Kim Hajin couldn't hear the rest of her sentence. Woong! When Jin Sahyuk activated her reality manipulation, her magic power stuck to Kim Hajin reacted. Chwara! A brilliant light shot out. Kim Hajin closed his eyes momentarily before opening them again. Surprisingly, he found himself standing in the middle of a forest. Jin Sahyuk had teleported him far away from Ki Naeun. Korea, Seoul, after the opening of the Demon Realm Gate, large-scale calamities descended one after the other. First, Demon Realm transformation sped up rapidly. Previously, it was confined to Manchu and the Ural mountain range. Now it had spread to Central Asia, Eastern Europe, and Northern Europe. Over 20% of Earth became corrupted. Of course, humanity didn't just sit around and wait. Researchers around the world discovered that mana stones delayed the progress of demon realm transformation. Next, with the power of dimensional entropy, essential dynamics succeeded in creating more mana stones. As a result, the speed of demon realm transformation diminished noticeably. However, another problem arose due to jinns and demons. When Pandemonium partially went through demon realm transformation, demons took over the land, and the jinns that were chased out went into human society, causing chaos. The politically moderate argued that jinns served different devils, and there were non-hostile jinns who served non-hostile devils. They encouraged distinction between evil and non-evil jinns, but their opponents argued that jinns were fundamental evildoers who belonged in prison. And so the current political climate was charged with chaos and anger. Tower of Heroes, the headquarter of the Hero Association. Two noble guests, Ki Juchul and Hanks, were staring at each other. Ki Juchul was just as expressionless as always, while Hanks shrugged his shoulders as if he had nothing more to say. "Are you finished?" A gentle voice flowed into their ears. Ki Juchul and Hanks both turned to the direction of the voice. Standing there was a woman who had died once, but now had revived. "I can leave then, right?" The first descender, Medea. She didn't cower in the slightest in front of Ki Juchul and Hanks, two of Earth's strongest fighters. In fact, she treated them like children and laughed at their actions. "What kind of life do you plan on leading from now?" Ki Juchul stopped Medea and asked. Medea stared at Ki Juchul as if she were looking at a cute puppy and touched her lips with her finger. "Let me think, since I'm the first descender." The first descender. Medea liked this title. Athene, Lu Bu, and others were looking for opportunities to descend, but she knew they were far from ready. "I'm going to live beautifully. I heard Seoul is the richest and most powerful city, so I'm going to build a huge mansion in Seoul. I'll have my workshop in the basement and have about 100 servants serving me." Ki Juchul and Hanks exchanged glances once again. For someone who was called a witch, the lifestyle she wished for seemed too simple. Once the brief exchange between the two men was over, Hanks opened his mouth. "We can do that much for you. But by the way, when will you two stop using casual speech? I'm a couple thousand years older, you know." Medea furrowed her brows unhappily. With a peeved look, Hanks nodded his head. "We can grant you that, but will you be willing to help us in return?" Hanks didn't argue and used polite speech with her. A smile immediately bloomed on Medea's face. "You're saying the same thing as that man." Hanks furrowed his brows. "That man? Ah, you don't need to know. He's far more delicate and valuable than you two." Hearing this, even Ki Juchul frowned a little. Neither him nor Hanks could think of any man who would fit that description. "Well, anyways," Medea smirked, "don't worry about that. I don't want the world I'm going to live in to be dirtied either." She spun around and flapped her ceremonial dress. This heavenly dress was the epitome of perfection, crafted by the successor of the dwarves, Kim Hajin. "My true name is Medea. As an ancient demigod and a sorceress, I shall lend you my strength." Immediately, suppressed magic power rose up from Medea's body. Her insurmountable magic power swirled inside the room. In that instant, both Ki Juchul and Hanks stared at each other. Hanks said with his eyes, "Looks like things worked out, friend." Ki Juchul replied with his eyes, "Indeed." It was a very Ki Juchul-like response. Transnational Peace Conference D-10. Only 10 days were left until the Transnational Peace Conference. I looked out of the window of the director's office and sighed. Birds flew in the clear, blue sky. Everything seemed peaceful. But my mind was far from peaceful. I recovered my strength and reclaimed my equipment, including the god-slaying bullet, yet my worries stayed with me. Both Baal and what Jin Sahyuk said lingered in my head. If you look at it from a bigger picture, it's Yeonjun's fault that Kim Hajin had no choice but to kill Ki Jinyun. Why did Jin Sahyuk say that? Was it just to provoke me and Ki Naeun? Or did she hear something from Bell? I managed to find out Yeonjun's relationship with Boss thanks to you, Jin Hyuk, but there was still a lot I didn't know about Yeonjun. What could Ki Naeun be thinking about right now? What could she have talked about with Jin Sahyuk that day? I was curious, but Ki Naeun had cut off communication with me. "Is something on your mind?" Harin asked at that moment. I turned my head and glanced at Harin. Under the false name of Urin, she had joined the Secret Service 4 days ago. In other words, she was now my subordinate. "No, it's nothing. What about you? Are you feeling better?" "Yes, except that I still can't get used to my name." Harin laughed out loud. I smiled bitterly and nodded my head. "The Transnational Peace Conference is in 10 days, but don't worry too much." Harin calmed me down. Frankly, having her with me really was relieving. She wasn't a half-assed devil hunter like me, but a real one inheriting the lineage of exorcists. She was sure to be a valuable asset in combating Baal. "I'll leave it to you," Harin SSI. "But I can't get used to having you be my superior. You used to be the one protecting me. You can talk casually if you want." "No, no, it's fine. I'm not nobility anymore. I'm more comfortable the way things are now." Harin smiled calmly, as if she found peace in her heart. Tock, tock, it was then. Someone knocked on the door. "HM, is it Rachel?" I tilted my head curiously and opened the door. "Rachel." On the other side of the door were guests I wasn't quite expecting. Ha ha, it's been a while, Hajin. A woman scratched her head with an awkward laugh. It really has been. Wow. And a muscular man tried to hug me with a wide grin. It was YunSeo-jin and Yi Yonghun. What? I stared at them blankly. YunSeo-jin offered an explanation. We were in Krovon Kingdom, which is below the Republic of Liras. We heard from Suho that you were here and came to see you. Ah, I see. When I nodded my head in a daze, Yeonhan smacked my arm and said loudly, "Oh yeah, there's someone else who came with us." "Hey, get over here." Hearing Yeonhan's voice, a large man walked out from behind the wall. When I saw him, I couldn't help but smile. "I didn't expect to see you here." He was someone I had a mild conflict with back when I was in Cube. To be exact, he was beaten up one-sidedly and made his exit early. Kyuham He, it's been a while. Because I haven't seen him in so long, I was somewhat touched. The man was Shin Jonghak's old lackey, Kim Horak. "Yeah, really." I grinned and offered him my hand. Kim Horak flinched, but he smiled in embarrassment and took my hand. "Yeah, I'm happy to see you. We haven't seen each other since Cube, right?" "Why, yeah." I shook hands with Kim Horak. As expected of a close-quarter combatant, his hand was full of calluses. "Whoa, you have a lot of friends." Harin approached us with a bright smile. "Nice to meet you. My name is Yurin, the third most influential person of the Secret Service." "Pardon. Ah, yes, hello. I'm YunSeo-jin. YunSeo-jin SSI. What a pretty name. What about you?" "I'm Yi Yonghun." "Ah, Yi Yonghun SSI." Like a true social extrovert, Haring greeted the new faces warmly. Chapter 331. 10 days to I contacted Kim Suho and asked about the sudden arrivals. He responded that he sent people that he discovered from Earth to me. With that, the Secret Service now had 7 members: Harin, Aileen, Rachel, Yi Yonghun, Kim Horak, YunSeo-jin and me. Really, inside the director's office, the spirit speech master, Aileen, murmured with her legs crossed. She was originally Kim Suho's maid, but had now been promoted to the manager position of the Secret Service. That was one thing that the newly created institution made convenient. "Yes, so to sum it up again, we need to work together to defeat Bale." Rachel summarized the plan once more. "And there's something else. I plan to add one more goal to our mission." "Something else?" Aileen, Rachel, and the others all turned their attention to me. I showed them a portrait. This person. It was the portrait I made using the Book of Truth. Aileen and YunSeo-jin seemed to know him as they raised their eyebrows, and the other 5 tilted their heads curiously. "Who is this?" Rachel asked me, but Aileen was the one who answered. "He should be the previous boss of the Chameleon Troop, back when the group wasn't well known. He was a criminal on the Hero Association's blacklist. From what I remember, he was the first person to be placed on the blacklist as a single entity. Now it's a lot different with Wicked and the other 9 evils." With that, Aileen leaned against the back of her chair. "Blacklist?" Yeonhan asked somewhat nervously. The association's blacklist was reserved for the most heinous villains and jinns. It was believed that one had to at least be a master rank hero to have any chance of killing a blacklisted target. There were even rumors that the requirement for a high-rank hero to rise to the master rank was to kill a blacklisted target. Yep, back in my time, the Chameleon Troop was a lot more vicious than they are now. They used to abduct and sell people, take on assassination requests practically every week. Huam. Aileen yawned. She stretched her arms out and then continued. "But now, they aren't that vicious. They're still considered a group of bandits, but not only do they reject unnecessary murder and massacre, they even got themselves off the association's wanted list after helping them with the Auden incident. And the reason the Chameleon Troop changed so much is," Aileen paused and held up the portrait, "because this man isn't their leader. He died a long time ago, and the Chameleon Troop was reborn under a new leader." YunSeo-jin nodded in agreement. Aileen tapped on the portrait and continued. "So, since he's dead, we can't find him even if we want to." "She's right, Hajin," I chuckled. Everyone who knew a thing or two about the Chameleon Troop would think the same way as Aileen and YunSeo-jin. "No, that man is alive." So I spoke firmly. I had confirmed that Yi Yongjin was alive with my own eyes. According to Jin Sahyuk, he had been frozen all this time. "His name is Yi Yongjin." I pointed at the portrait and continued. "He faked his death and he is now in this place. He should be in the Arenheim Kingdom, but he will eventually come to the Republic." "What?" Aileen and YunSeo-jin's expressions turned serious. We have to kill Yi Yonjun before Bale's descent. No, wait, I don't understand. How can he be? You can understand slowly. For now, we have to get ready. Leaving behind Aileen, who was still in shock, I turned to Harin. She didn't seem to follow what we said, as she was taking down notes. Urine SSI. HR. Ah, yes. Harin quickly paused and looked up at me. I smiled at her as gently as possible and made a request. Please teach us how to hunt a devil. Arenheim Kingdom guest room. The sky was both dark and bright, as if the stars were about to fall out of the sky. On this cold winter night, Jin Sahyuk came to see Yi Yonjun. Jin Sahyuk asked to talk to him, and Yi Yonjun happily obliged. The two of them sat across each other at the table in the guest room balcony. The stares they exchanged were cold, and neither side revealed a hint of weakness. Let me ask you one thing. In this tense atmosphere, Jin Sahyuk sparked the conversation. It can be more if you'd like. Yi Yonjun replied with a smile. Jin Sahyuk asked without even the slightest change in her expression. Why do you want to be with Bale? Isn't that question a little? All Bale can do is destroy Earth. If Earth is destroyed, you won't be able to obtain anything. Since you aren't the true incarnation body, you won't be able to form an equal relationship like Bel and Bale. You will just end up being Bale's slave. Bel had lived for hundreds of years as Bale's incarnation body. As Bel was incapable of dying, he had the ability to resist Bale. Once Bale successfully descended, perhaps Bel might even return to being human. But that wasn't the case for Yi Yonjun. If he accepted Bale, he would become Bale's slave and rampage until death. It doesn't matter. But Yi Yonjun replied that it didn't matter. Why? Jin Sahyuk threw a question. Who knows? Yi Yonjun thought about the environment he grew up in and the events that shaped his personality. A baby who was born an orphan. A child who was only used by adults. A youth who became vicious in order to appear strong. Even at a glance, the world was nothing but a target of anger and resentment to Yi Yonjun. It will be destroyed even without me, so I want to destroy it myself. PFT, what a petty answer. Isn't it? I fully agree. Yi Yonjun replied honestly to Jin Sahyuk's snarky comment, but at the same time, memories of the past flashed inside his head. The violence and abuse he suffered in the orphanage, his friend and lover's betrayals, the time he killed the two people who abandoned him with his own hands, and the days of his youth where he constantly told himself, "It's this damned world who made me this way." You realize how stupid that is, right? Yeonjun chuckled at Jin Sahyuk's question. Of course I do, but... Yeonjun paused. Then he remembered what once used to be the chameleon troupe. Belle and Rumi, Bile and Jane. The days he spent with them and the rest of the troupe could perhaps be called fond memories. But those days belonged to his chameleon troupe. But Yeonjun clenched his teeth. Now those memories had all lost their light. Bile had inherited the chameleon troupe, and she had been dirtied by someone he didn't know. I have nothing left. He wasn't afraid of death. He wasn't afraid of being forgotten. But so I have no choice but to destroy it all. He couldn't accept his belongings being stolen from him. You're insane. In that instant, Jin Sahyuk couldn't help but laugh. Yeonjun glared at Jin Sahyuk and continued. It doesn't have anything to do with you anyways. I promised you that I'd open a dimensional portal to Akatrina. That promise will stand even if I become Bale. As he said this, Yeonjun calmly stared at Jin Sahyuk. Then he continued with a smirk. Becoming one with Bale and putting myself in an endless loop of destruction and death. That seems like a wonderful end to my pitiful life. Looking at him like this, Jin Sahyuk thought Yeonjun resembled her. To be exact, her past self before she met Kim Hajin. A bitter taste lingered in her mouth. Let's stop here. Jin Sahyuk sighed and rose from her seat. Same time, Arenheim Kingdom's Priton mansion. Ki Naeun was racking her head with Shin Jonghak. So, for whatever reason, Kim Hajin and Black Lotus are fighting, Ki Naeun explained. Shin Jonghak frowned and tilted his head. Kim Hajin is fighting Black Lotus. Well, something like that. I know they're both competing to kill Yi Yeonjun or something. Ki Naeun demanded a more detailed explanation from Jin Sahyuk, but Jin Sahyuk remained silent in matters regarding Kim Hajin and Black Lotus's relationship. In truth, Jin Sahyuk gave Ki Naeun a chance, that she would tell her if Ki Naeun beat her in a one-on-one fight. But Ki Naeun couldn't defeat Jin Sahyuk. Most likely, she wouldn't be able to until the end of the transnational peace conference. Just as Shin Jonghak said, her compatibility with Jin Sahyuk was the absolute worst. Yeonjun? Shin Jonghak asked again. Yeah, Kim Hajin is trying to kill Yeonjun. As for why, if you look at it from a bigger picture, it's Yeonjun's fault that Kim Hajin had no choice but to kill Ki Jinyoon. Jin Sahyuk's voice constantly lingered in Ki Naeun's mind. Ki Naeun clenched her teeth. It might be related to Oppa. Shin Jonghak didn't say anything. He simply nodded his head. He knew how sensitive Ki Naeun was when it came to Ki Jinyoon. Anyways, Chak, Ki Naeun clapped all of a sudden. I was thinking we should brainstorm together. Brainstorm what? Shin Jonghak scratched his head. You know, let's think and come up with theories. How Kim Hajin, Black Lotus, and Yi Yeonjun are related, why Black Lotus is trying to kill the former leader of his group, and why Kim Hajin is trying to kill Yi Yeonjun. Ki Naeun put down a notebook on the table. It was filled with notes on the theories she came up with. Let's go. If we rack our heads together, there's nothing we can't solve. If you want. Great. Then let's begin. Just like that, Ki Naeun and Shin Jonghak sat together and fell in thought. Several theories flew around their heads and notes. As a result, En Naeun, the person who planted the devil's seed in your older brother. What if that was Yi Yeonjun? Shin Jonghak arrived at a shocking hypothesis, and Ki Naeun's eyes widened like a frightened rabbit. Transnational Peace Conference, D-7. Only a week remained until the Transnational Peace Conference. The Republic's night brightened up with artificial nights, and the sound of civilization rang out both day and night from the countless people who came to the Republic of Liras to watch or participate in the Transnational Peace Conference. Can you see well from there, Director? As Director of the Secret Service, I was overseeing a part of the security operations for the conference. Looking down from the watchtower in the middle of Liras Plaza, I kept my eyes out for terrorists. Yeah, Kim Horak, there's a suspicious individual wearing a black hat to the northwest of where you're standing. He has bombs on him too. Understood. Kim Horak followed my command. He approached the man and quickly subdued him and took away his bombs. Seeing Kim Horak, who did exactly as he was told, I realized why Shin Jonghak ordered him around like a loyal dog. Here, take him away. Kim Horak handed the man over once other security forces arrived. Good job. Looks like there's nothing else to worry about within a 3-kilometer radius, so it looks like we can rest. Just as we were communicating through a crystal ball, I suddenly caught sight of someone. Wait, attention. There was an individual wearing a grey robe. However, my 1,000-mile eyes easily penetrated his robe and saw the face hiding underneath it. As expected, it was Yi Yeonjun. Found him. I smiled in satisfaction. It was then my expression stiffened once again. Director, what happened? Oi, Director. I couldn't tell them Yi Yeonjun was nearby. Boss was with Shimurin just a short distance away. Chapter 332. 10 days 3I. I studied the situation from the watchtower. Boss and Shimurin were munching on snacks from a street stall, and Yeonjun was wandering about nearby. Not causing a huge commotion seemed to be most important. I found Yeonjun. What? Really? Aileen's surprised voice rang out from the crystal ball. Yes, but we need to act reserved. For now, I'm just going to keep an eye on him. I would never let Yeonjun meet Boss. At least not until I killed him. The plaza is filled with tons of people right now. Can you keep tracking him, Hajin? YunSeo-jin asked. Don't worry about that, I answered and slowly released my spirit power. With my stats fully recovered, my ability to wield spirit power returned as well. I should be able to use miracle creation, the ability engraved into my spirit power as the original author. Observer summary summons a small bird to monitor a target. Activation condition, user must call the observer directly. Consumption, value 1% of Kim Hajin's spirit power per 24 hours. Effect, the observer can conceal itself while watching its target. It also shares what it sees with Kim Hajin. I created a miracle with my spirit power. Since I didn't have Spartan with me, I needed something to replace it. Observer. The moment I called its name, spirit power leaked out of my body. The minuscule amount of spirit power formed a small bird which smiled at me. Coo. The cute fuzzball resembled a Korean crotid. I strengthened it with random consolidation system and set its target to Yi Yeonjun. Fly. Coo. The observer left my hands and flew into the sky. I closed my eyes and shared the observer's vision. It began to track Yi Yeonjun. It's all good now. I don't know what that means, but fine. Just to be sure, Yeonjun really is alive. Aileen's high-pitched voice rang out from the crystal ball. I replied with a bitter smile. Yes, he is. You don't believe me. I believe you, of course. It's just that, Ehu, fine, fine. Ha, no, I ordered a chicken kebab. No, not spicy. TK. The communication cut off in the middle. It seemed Aileen was busy eating street food as well. PFT. I let out a chuckle and went back to observing Yeonjun. However, my face went stiff when I saw what happened next. Boss was staring in a daze with a kebab in her hand. She was looking at a spot 500 meters away where Yeonjun was standing. Yeonjun had his back toward her. With the grey robe covering him, Boss shouldn't be able to recognize him. I quickly took out the crystal ball connected to Boss. Boss, I called her. Boss flinched for a second and then took out a crystal ball from her pocket. Boss, where are you right now? Me, Boss took a look around and continued. In front of a street vendor, and you haven't spotted anything strange? No, nothing. What about you? Are things going well? Yes, of course. I continued to drag out the conversation until Yeonjun grew farther away from Boss. Thankfully, Yeonjun didn't see Boss as he left for somewhere else. I let out a sigh of relief. Boss, I think you should go home for today. I think Aileen is near you. Also, contact Jane for me. I heard that Jane was now a general for the Arenheim kingdom. Sure, what do you need? Boss answered, but her complexion seemed dark. The grey-robed figure she saw must be bothering her. Ask her when she'll arrive at the Republic. You should go back home for now. Boss hesitated for a moment and looked around her surroundings. But Yeonjun had already disappeared, and Boss had no choice but to agree. Got it. Sword Commander's office. At the same hour, Kim Suho was in a meeting with Yu Yonha about Bale. We've recovered our strengths for the most part, but Bale's strength is on a level of its own. Yu Yonha said seriously. There's no way for us to confirm stories about Bale, but according to Jin Sahyuk, he destroyed the world he descended upon in just 4 days. Yeah, Kim Suho nodded his head. An evil god capable of destroying the world in just 4 days was shocking to hear, to say the least. But that didn't mean he could sit around and do nothing. If Bale wasn't stopped here, he would undoubtedly descend on Earth. So after hearing about this, I started looking into items used in history for exorcisms. I figured we would need these powerful artifacts to combat such a powerful foe. Yu Yonha took out a catalogue from her desk. Listed on the book were ancient artifacts used for exorcisms that she found out through her merchant group's connections. Kim Suho glanced at the catalogue, which showed pictures of a sword, bow, spear, talisman, fan, and others. Contact the president's daughter and ask her if she can find any of these. Serin SSI, you mean? Yeah, I would buy them myself if I could, but they're too expensive. We'll need assets on the level of a nation to acquire them. I'll try to ask her. Hearing this, Yu Yonha scowled. Don't just try. We need these items. There's only 1 week left. Yu Yonha was more serious than ever, and Kim Suho knew he shouldn't be indecisive. Okay, I'll ask her even if I have to risk my position. Perfect. It was then. Just as the duo were discussing their plans, tock, tock, someone knocked on the door. Speaking of the devil, Serin's voice rang out from the other side of the door. Sword Commander, it's me, Serin. Kim Suho and Yu Yonha stared at each other in bewilderment. Then they both grinned and nodded their heads. Come in, Lady Serin, I've wanted to see you so much. Aya, if it isn't Lady Serin, the future of our republic. The duo warmly welcomed the guest into the office. Late night. I returned to Shimurin's workshop after a long day's work. Boss and Shimurin were waiting for me at the kitchen table. You're late. Boss spoke first, then Shimurin slammed her fist down on the table. Right, you're too late. We almost died of hunger waiting. Why didn't you eat? What? Shimurin's face distorted viciously. This is your fault, because you're too good at cooking, everything else tastes horrible. So, all right, I'll make you something. I chuckled and walked to the kitchen. Shimurin smiled in satisfaction, and Boss's shoulders danced as well. Today's meal was spicy rice cakes, dumplings, and tempura. After I finished cooking in 15 minutes, Shimurin put a third of it on a plate and went downstairs. She clearly wanted to continue her magical research while eating. Poke, poke, poke. Boss sat on the kitchen table and ate spicy rice cakes with chopsticks. I sat down next to her. When I stared at her, she began to look at me strangely. Her chopsticks slowed, and her munching turned into tiny nibbles. Eventually, she couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, Do you have something to say? Something to say. Yeah, I did have something I wanted to say. I wanted to ask what she would do if she found out that Yi-Yeon-jin, the man she trusted the most, was someone who messed with her life. Boss, and I wanted to know what she would think if I killed that man. It's just an if, but I tried to be indirect. What would you do if the person you trust the most disappointed you? This question was meant to have two meanings. One was Boss finding out about the real Yi-Yeon-jin. The other was her finding out that I betrayed her by killing him. Disappoint. Boss's expression turned cold. Seemingly having lost her appetite, she put down her chopsticks and stared at me. I don't think you will ever disappoint me. Oh, so I'm the person you trust the most. Boss's frozen expression softened. She coughed in embarrassment and changed the subject. Did something happen? Why are you asking me that? No reason. I thought carefully about what to do. If I told Boss the truth about Yeonjun, she would probably try to kill him herself. And if she did, she might be struck with sadness, regret, and anger. I was just curious. This was my duty anyway. Telling Boss the truth could wait until I killed Yeonjun. I asked because I like you. That's the sincere truth. Crack. At that moment, the chopsticks in Boss's hand snapped in half. She stared at me, with her shaking hands holding the chopsticks. Her eyes widened like a cartoon character. WW, what are you saying? It's obvious that a subordinate should L like his boss. I'm leaving. Cue him. Cue him. Boss got up in a fluster and scurried away to her room, leaving behind the food she liked on the table. Transnational Peace Conference D-5. 5 days remained until the Transnational Peace Conference. In a magic practice area inside the Secret Service Institute, Harin was teaching us how to hunt a devil. I am from a clan of exorcists. Harin released her magic power to demonstrate exorcism. Her magic power bloomed with a clear red hue. This color represented the exorcist power that critically wounded evil beings. As I explained before, a clan is determined by bloodline. When members of our clan hunt devils, we mix our magic power with our blood. Follow after me. We took out blood packs that Harin made with the help of Yu Yonha. Borrowing the power of exorcism was surprisingly simple. We just had to imbue our magic power into the blood pack and let the two mix. Kim Horak and Yi Yonghan had trouble with this process, but YunSeo-jin, Rachel, and Aileen easily accomplished it. My magic power will mix with this blood and become an exercising magic power. Aileen just had to say a single sentence. It was the same for me, as I just had to command Stigma's magic power. It was then. Blood of the Devil Hunter clan partially assimilates into you. Your authority, Devil Hunter, becomes stronger. Partial devilization, Devil's arm becomes stronger. An incredible luck erupts. By absorbing the power of an exorcist's blood, you received a part of their genes. You obtained a new gift, true exorcism. An auspicious event may happen with an astronomically low chance. A series of system alerts popped up in front of me. I blinked my eyes and stared at the windows. While I was standing in a daze, Aileen talked to Harin. By the way, don't we have to tell Kim Suho about this? I will go to Sword Commander and teach him later. Okay. Then next. Chak Harin clapped her hands. The loud noise woke me up, and I turned my attention to her. Let's start learning exorcism. But Harin's words didn't enter my head. For some reason, I felt like I obtained a huge hint. Harin's blood and Stigma's magic power that assimilated with it. My authority, Devil Hunter, which was strengthened as a result. Urine SSI, as I called Harin, BZZZZ, the crystal ball in my pocket suddenly vibrated. Kyuham, please turn off your crystal ball during lessons. Harin glared at me. Sorry. I took out the crystal ball with a wry smile. It was the one I received from Jin Sahyuk when I went to Arenheim. Hold on a minute. I left the area and picked up the call. What do you want? When I whispered, Jin Sahyuk said something strange. It's important. There are things we need to settle and things we need to confirm, so come meet me at 1 a.m. tomorrow. Don't be late and don't even think about not showing up. TK. The hell? Jin Sahyuk hung up without even waiting for my reply. I furrowed my brows and glared at the crystal ball. Hajin SSI, what are you doing? Hajin, you're the one who said we didn't have much time. Rachel and YunSeo-jin voiced their complaints. Sorry, I had something to take care of. I scratched my head and ran back to them. Chapter 333. Step 1. My blood reacts when it is exposed to demonic energy. I guess you can say it boils. In the Secret Service Institute's training room that Shimurin constructed with the help of Serin's funding, I was listening to Harin's explanation. When my blood mixes with magic power, it transforms into a new power. My clan calls it exorcism. Although it's incredibly effective against demons, it cannot be used at all against those who aren't. Listening to her explanation, I looked at the gift I obtained through luck. True exorcism. Blood of an exorcist increases all variable stats by 100% when facing demonic beings. The stat increase is proportional to the power of the demonic being. Abyss strengthens partial devilization. Exorcism connects with your authority, devil hunter, and greatly ignores the demonic energy of demons. Quang. As I was slowly reading through the gift's description, the training room door burst open, and YunSeo-jin and Aileen barged in, fuming from their nostrils for some reason. Harin and I stared at them in confusion. Ugh, how annoying. Seung-ah, are we allowed to be ignored like this? People just aren't friendly to new faces. Aileen stomped the ground as soon as she walked in, and YunSeo-jin simply sighed. Those weak idiots, ugh. Aileen was on the verge of exploding, raising her hands in frustration. Seeing her like this, I asked in a quiet voice, "Did something happen?" You guys are still here." Aileen quickly sizzled down. She scratched the back of her head in embarrassment before placing her hand on her hip and staring at us. She was clearly readying herself to vent her frustration. "Listen, we went to the higher-ups because there were things we needed to do. But the employees there didn't answer any of our questions and just ignored us. When we gave up and turned back to leave, they openly shit-talked us about how we got in through connections and whatnot." Aileen paused for a moment and grabbed the nape of her neck. What happened to them made sense. They were equivalent to Korea's grade -5 public officials, and it was perfectly clear that we got in through connections. My blood pressure. I'm too old for this. PFD. A chuckle escaped my mouth. It felt strange seeing Aileen say that with her high schoolgirl-like appearance. "Did you just laugh?" Aileen immediately sent a death glare my way. "No, I didn't." Tock tock. It was then that a knock saved me from a difficult situation. We simultaneously turned to the door, and Aileen opened it before I even mentioned it. "Hello. Oh, Aileen SSI. Who are you guys?" Beyond the door were Essence of the Straits Kim Youngjin, Yohei, Shen Yuan, Yijina, and some others who entered the Demon Realm gate. Ooh, familiar faces. It seemed they entered the Secret Service as new members. Aileen seemed to have found a new toy to play with. She greeted them with a bright smile. "Welcome, my juniors." 1 RM, a time when the stars illuminated the sky's dense darkness. Kim Hajin came out to the Republic's nameless forest, alone. Jin Sahyuk had chosen this secluded place, but it actually seemed to be a trail for walks, as long benches were placed around the forest here and there. Kim Hajin sat down on a bench and looked up at the sky. The full moon radiated cold light, and stars surrounded it as if to protect it. He couldn't help but gaze at this beautiful scene. Just like that, he looked at the calm scenery in a daze. After about 10 minutes, "I thought you'd be late." A woman's voice rang out from the darkness. Kim Hajin turned his head sideways, where Jin Sahyuk was trudging out of the darkness. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail, and she was full of confidence as always. Kim Hajin asked without even the slightest change in his expression, "Why'd you ask me to come?" Jin Sahyuk stopped in front of Kim Hajin's bench. Naturally, she ended up looking down on him. "There's something I need to ask one last time." Last. The strange connotation of the word raised Kim Hajin's eyebrows. "That's right. This is the last time I'll be seeing your ugly face." Jin Sahyuk retorted nonchalantly and sat down on the bench. Kuhum. Despite acting so imposing, Jin Sahyuk found that she was at a loss for words when she sat down. Rather, she didn't know how to start a conversation. When she was a king, she had always been straightforward with her words. That was the only way she knew to talk. That had not changed even now. "It's about Kindspring." PFD. Kim Hajin smirked from the abrupt skip to the chase. Jin Sahyuk stole side glances at him and continued her question. "What is your relationship with Kind?" "I don't know either." "What?" Kim Hajin didn't want to talk about Kim Chundong. To explain everything, he would need to accept once again that this world was a novel he wrote. But this world wasn't a novel but a true, real world. Kim Hajin chuckled and turned to Jin Sahyuk. "I don't know the details. I came here from another world just like you, and Kim Chundong went to your world and became Kindspring. That's it." Jin Sahyuk received Kim Hajin's gaze with a stern expression. I already know everything, so don't try to hide anything. Bell looked into your memories. I wouldn't tell you even if I knew. What did you say, you bastard? Jin Sahyuk frowned. Kim Hajin simply shrugged his shoulder. I won't tell you, no matter what. Jin Sahyuk was dumbfounded, but it really didn't look like Kim Hajin would spill anything, especially about kindspring and synchronization. After all, what idiot would reveal his weakness openly? I see. With no other choice, Jin Sahyuk heaved out a sigh. She then got up from the bench and shot a look at Kim Hajin. I called you here for nothing then. That was it. Yeah, you piece of shit. Disappointed, Jin Sahyuk was about to take her leave when she suddenly grew angry and turned back. Or we won't meet again after this, so wanna fight me one last time? Fight! Jin Sahyuk asked for a fight, and Kim Hajin got up without a moment of hesitation. Jin Sahyuk immediately flinched, albeit slightly. She didn't expect Kim Hajin to fall for such an obvious provocation. Did he have a lot of pent-up stress? WW what? You're down. F fine, come at me. Unlike Jin Sahyuk, who was brandishing her arms and legs clamorously, Kim Hajin simply raised his hand and gently placed it on Jin Sahyuk's shoulder. Why would we? We're friends now, aren't we? Jin Sahyuk could feel warmth and sincerity from the smile on Kim Hajin's face. In that instant, Jin Sahyuk's mind turned blank, and she blinked her eyes in a daze. Her vision seemed to blur as if a hammer had struck her head. I'm leaving then. See you again. But Kim Hajin didn't give her much time to recover, walking past her like the fleeting wind. Jin Sahyuk stood frozen. She simply waited until Kim Hajin's footsteps got farther away. The word friend shocked her. Jin Sahyuk had never heard this word until now. She never even considered the possibility that she had a friend. After all, a king didn't have any friends. Shoo! At that moment, magic power condensed on the bench Kim Hajin was sitting on. The magic power swirled together and formed the shape of a human being. Jin Sahyuk knew who it was without having to wait. You came to like him. The figure's voice awakened Jin Sahyuk's mind. Shut your mouth, you damned. What? Didn't you say you were going to bring him to Akatrina? You just let him go. I told you how to switch Kim Hajin with Kindspring. Bell's words made Jin Sahyuk speechless. Just like he said, Jin Sahyuk planned to bring Kim Hajin to Akatrina, even if she had to forcefully abduct him. That was, until she heard the word friend. He, Jin Sahyuk scratched her head and spat out an excuse. He made me remember the past. Of the many memories she had with Kim Hajin, she recalled the recorded past, where she saw her younger self, Prehai, interact with Kim Hajin. In the recorded past, Prehai and Kim Hajin were close. Prehai learned many things from Kim Hajin, relied on him, and even declared that she would one day become like him. There was no problem calling Prehai and Kim Hajin friends. If I also met someone like Kim Hajin when I was young, Jin Sahyuk pondered. Well, I don't care either way. I just don't want you to be lonely, and you're going to be lonely without me. Bell added playfully. Jin Sahyuk glared at him and shot back. I don't need you. Shut the hell up. Hearing this, Bell gave a bright smile and turned into a wisp of magic power. I'll go on ahead. Don't be late. I'm not going back today, retard. Shoo! Bell flew away with the wind. Left alone, Jin Sahyuk plopped down on the bench and looked up at the night sky. The same sky Kim Hajin was just looking at entered her sight. The lone full moon shone in the dense darkness, but it didn't look lonely thanks to all the stars surrounding it. I, Jin Sahyuk muttered slowly as she gazed into this sky. I'm used to being alone. The words she muttered to herself disappeared into the cold air without reaching Bell or Kim Hajin. Transnational Peace Conference D-1, one day before the Transnational Peace Conference, 11:40 p.m. Everyone from the Secret Service made our way to the Lyra's Plaza. Citizens from all over the world were gathered to spectate the opening ceremony that would soon take place. We began to survey the area for any potential threats. I don't see anyone suspicious, but stay on your toes. I looked down at the plaza from the watchtower and communicated with the rest of the Secret Service. Got it. Okay, tell us if anything happens. Members of the Secret Service answered from all across the plaza. They were waiting with their senses heightened to detect any surge of demonic energy. It was then. Tap, tap, the sound of footsteps rang out from the staircase to the watchtower. I put the crystal ball in my hand down and turned back. A familiar voice rang out. The unexpected guest was Yunha. Here you are. Yunha looked around the watchtower with her arms crossed. I could tell that the dusty junk at the corner bothered her quite a bit. "What are you doing here, Miss CEO? Aren't you busy running your business?" When I asked, Yona furrowed her brows and walked closer to me. "It will be the day of the Transnational Peace Conference in less than 20 minutes. Ah, I'm sure you know this already, but the Transnational Peace Conference is a 2-week event. The first 10 days are no different from a festival, and the real conference is on the last 4 days. Unfortunately, we don't know when Baal will descend. He'll try to descend on the last day, if possible," I answered with certainty. From what Jin Sahyuk told me, Baal would wait until the end of the event to make his move. "I see. I trust you." Yonha nodded her head without asking more questions. The amount of trust she had in me was hard to come to terms with. I smiled at her, trying to appear cool, and asked my own question. "Did you finish your preparation?" "Yes, I gave each member of the Secret Service an exorcism weapon. We'll have to wait to find out how effective they will be, though. Oh, right, this is yours." Yona held up the long wooden case in her right hand. "What's that?" "A bow. We couldn't buy it even with the Republic's treasury, so we stole it." "You stole it?" For a second, I doubted my ears. "Open it." I tilted my head and opened the case. Kirk, inside the screeching case, was a wooden bow that looked completely ordinary on the outside. "How is it?" I couldn't answer Yonha's question. "Whoa!" An exclamation of shock left my mouth. Until now, I never imagined that there would be a bow surpassing the Black Lotus bow, the synthesized result of Temujin's bow and Horus's bow. Ancient hero Lyricus's exorcism bow, pinnacle-grade legendary artifact. The bow used by hero Lyricus to combat devils contains several legacies of Lyricus's exorcist power. But now I had a legendary, pinnacle-grade bow. This Lyricus had to be on the same level of fame that Yi had in Korea. "It's amazing," hearing me murmur in a daze, Yonha smiled faintly. "But you have to return safely and give it back, okay? There's a fake replica in the museum now." "Ha! Ah! I don't know if I can return this. If I fuse this bow with the Black Lotus bow, I can't begin to imagine what the result will be." "Sure, I'll return it safely." But I nodded my head anyway. It was then. The Transnational Peace Conference starts now. Midnight seemed to have struck as fireworks went off with a loud announcement. Both Yonha and I turned to the fireworks. But I couldn't focus on the scenery, as I was forced to stare at the series of messages popping up in front of me. The final episode, Daybreak, begins. You are now only a single step away from the end. Remember, you have the right to ask me a question or request something from me. Looking at the messages, I closed my eyes. I focused on the sound of exploding fireworks and the cheering of the people. Suddenly, my heart turned cold and a thought surfaced in my mind. "No matter how this episode ends," I sent a message to the co-author. "Let's butt heads once everything's over." But Yona thought I was talking to her and tilted her head curiously. "Ha, butt our heads." "It's nothing." I laughed, and Yona pouted like a kid. Then, to my surprise, the co-author messaged back, "Understood. Whether Bale dies or you die, once this episode is over, I will invite you. Then I wish you the best of luck." I now had another reason I absolutely had to win. Chapter 334. One Step 2. Ki Naeun and Shin Jonghak arrived at the Republic to attend the Transnational Peace Conference. They traveled by carriage. The place where they would stay for the next 2 weeks was the mansion of the well-known billionaire, Larin. He had formally invited them to his home, as Shin Jonghak came from a respectable family by the name of Priton. This grand mansion was located in the capital city of Liras, where the price of land was extremely high. "It's pretty big. I'd say it's about the size of my room." Ki Naeun's assessment of the mansion, however, was rather brutal. She was born and raised in Ki Juchol's Hanok, so it was only natural that she regarded this mansion mundane. Nothing really stands out. Her gaze roamed across the room and landed on Shin Jonghak. "Dude, what are you doing?" Shin Jonghak was reading a small notebook. When Ki Naeun called him, he raised his head and turned to her. "I'm looking at the list of guests." "What's that?" "There are other people staying in this mansion besides us. Aaron, Draven. Apparently, they're all famous nobles in the kingdom. I figured I should at least have their names memorized." "Oh, I see." Ki Naeun didn't care much about networking, so she went out to the balcony. Her whole body ached, presumably because she'd been inside a carriage all day. She leaned against the balustrade and gazed into the distance. Her eyes captured the view of the street below. The scenery, which was just the right combination of the past and the present, appeared quite mysterious. As Ki Naeun continued to watch the busy street, an upside-down face of a woman appeared in front of her. She stared at the face for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Fuak! Ki Naeun yelled in surprise, fell backward and rolled into the room. Ha 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 ha! The woman who appeared like a ghost, Jin Sahyuk, walked into the room with a proud laugh. Damn it, you asshole, why'd you do that for? Ki Naeun flew at Jin Sahyuk like an angry bull, but Jin Sahyuk stopped her with chains of magic power. Ugh, these chains again. SHH. I need to tell you something, so listen up. You too, Shin Jonghak. Jin Sahyuk's voice sounded somewhat forlorn. The Republic of Liras, the first day of the Transnational Peace Conference, late night. I had fallen asleep on the watchtower, but suddenly woke up. Are you watching me? It was because of the voice that was flowing into my ears. At first, I thought Ki Naeun was trying to reach me. Answer if you're watching me. But this voice undoubtedly belonged to a man. It was also full of animosity and murderous intent. Some nerve you have to follow me like this. What are? Only then did I realize what was happening. I shared my vision with the observer. It looks like you can see me now. Yeonjun was right in front of me. With the observer in his hand, he glared at me with his dark eyes. Answer me. How did you find out? I asked. The observer delivered my question to Yeonjun, who promptly scoffed. Did you really think that your cheap trick would work against me? So what? What? I tried to stay as calm as possible. This might actually be better. Why don't we meet up right now? It's pretty clear that we dislike each other. Now that I had access to my gifts and weapons, I was confident that I could defeat Yeonjun. Ha ha. Yeonjun only laughed. Was he scared? Or was he making fun of my boldness? Fine, see you in 4 days. The latter seemed to be the case. He nodded in satisfaction and announced the date. And the location. I'll notify you through this bird when the time comes. I'll be keeping it with me until then. Go ahead. I will. Immediately, the vision of the observer darkened and Yeonjun's voice stopped as well. Tusk, all this right after I wake up. I swept my hair and sighed. I hadn't expected my observer to get caught. Thankfully, I managed to play it cool. Hajin SSI. Urak. I jumped 5 meters into the air. Whoa! Rachel also threw her hands in the air out of surprise. After the moment of surprise, we stared at each other awkwardly before I finally let out a dry cough. When did you get here? Rachel SSI. It's nothing important. It's just that Hajin SSI. But we didn't get to hold a conversation. Emergency, emergency. This is Yi Younghan. Several demons have infiltrated this place. We need help. The crystal vibrated wildly, crying for backup. Rachel and I jumped through the window of the watchtower at the same time. The watchtower was 130 meters tall, but shrouded in magic power. We had nothing to fear. KOOG. After the landing, we darted forward, enduring the soreness in our calves. 5 minutes later, we arrived at the location where Yi Younghan had sent the backup request. It was the capital's underground sewer system. Surrounded in darkness and humidity, Kim Horak and Yi Younghan were fighting dozens of demons. What happened here? I asked. Kim Horak answered, We're not sure. We followed the trail of demonic energy and found them here. Kim Horak had started addressing me more politely after our first meeting. I didn't know why. Apparently he just felt like it. They look fairly strong. Will the 4 of us be enough? Yi Younghan muttered worriedly. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and grabbed his gauntlet. Well, I scanned the demons and tried to guess. A total of 24 demons awaken your instinct. In the face of huge demonic presences, all your variable stats have increased by 49%. Increased by 49%. I think we can pull it off. The situation wasn't as bad as it seemed. You-ha-ha-ha. At that moment, the sound of hearty laughter resonated across the sewer. Tap, tap, a demon who looked like a mummy came forward. You make me laugh, human. Saying so, the demon gathered demonic energy in his hand. The other demons did the same, gathering demonic energy in their hands, mouths, and chests. Soon, stifling demonic energy filled the entire sewer. You strive to work together to defeat us, but it's no use. You won't stand a chance against the Duke of Hell. The demon shot condensed demonic energy towards me. Return to dust, human. The energy flew at me in the shape of a boomerang, and I easily grabbed it with my hand. Exorcism has been activated. The power of demonic energy has been reduced by 90%. The amount of reduction is affected by your luck. I see you have a trick up your sleeve, human. Ha! Oh no, this isn't. Kill him. The demon, who seemed to be the leader, shouted, and this time all of the demons released their demonic energy at the same time. The energy waves from 23 different demons merged into one as they flew straight towards me. I held out my hand. KWA. The explosion of demonic energy shook the earth. All the water in the sewer evaporated. The atmosphere heated up and poisonous gas began to fill the air. The energy wrecked everything surrounding it and swallowed me whole. Kuhahaha, the demon laughed again, but his laughter stopped midway. It was only natural because even after being struck by the enormous mass of demonic energy, I was standing still, completely intact. Hoo-hoo, this! With a smile, I checked the system window. Gift exorcism has been activated. The power of demonic energy has been reduced by 95%. Doesn't hurt at all. An astounding 95%. What did you say, human? Well, it seems that, I continued cheerfully, you won't be able to lay a finger on me. I was more suited to fighting demons than anyone else. Earth Tower of Heroes. Rank 3 Vasego, rank 14 Lerage, rank 29 Astaroth, rank 62 Valak. So far, we were able to identify these four devils. An emergency meeting was taking place at the Tower of Heroes, located in Gwangwon, Korea. Demon realm transformation, which humans thought they had successfully put off, was beginning to spread again due to the appearance of devils with incarnation bodies. Valak and Astaroth are the more aggressive of the four. The organizer of today's meeting was Yi Gongmyang, who had brilliantly led the Orden Annihilation mission not so long ago. Then, the audience was comprised of Hanks, the Lord of Steel, Ki Juchul, the Immortal, and the association's chairmen, Yi Yuko and Kim Suko. All four participants had great influence over the association. Does that mean the other two aren't aggressive? Vasego and Lerage aren't. Yigongmyang answered Hanks. I'm not sure whether they're building up power or simply not interested in fighting. I've only heard rumors about them, but we do know for certain that they're not involved in demon realm transformation currently. Rumors? Kim Suko asked with a frown. What kind of rumors? These are the rumors regarding the devils. Igongmyang immediately pulled up the slide about the rumors as if he had been expecting Kim Suko's question. Season 5 Gladiator of the Century official ranking. 1. Ligenji, 393 official matches, 391 wins and 2 draws 2. Spam Machine, 584 official matches, 404 wins, 170 losses, and 10 draws 3. Gladiator of the Century. Kim Suko rubbed his temple in confusion. This user right here who goes by the username Ligenji is rumored to be Lerage. Oi, Yigongmyang, are you trying to be funny? Kim Suko raised his voice, but Yigongmyang remained calm. That was my initial reaction as well. But I contacted the capsule developers and investigated Ligenji's account. And the result, Yigongmyang changed the screen again. This time, it showed a record of all the games Ligenji had ever played and the amount of time she had spent playing each game. Not just Gladiator of the Century, but also Grand Theft Auto, Three Kingdoms, Become a Legend, etc. Ligenji had spent a total of 4,000 hours playing different games. An astounding 4,000 hours. If we take into account the date her account was created, this means that she's been playing games almost non-stop ever since. Ha! Kim Suko let out a dumbfounded laugh. Are you trying to say that this devil is a game addict? Yes, at least according to the rumors. Yigongmyang nodded slightly and changed the screen. While Lerage is busy playing games, Valak, the most aggressive of all, is. The video showed the part of the Sahara that had been completely transformed into the demon realm. In it, monsters were moving in an orderly fashion under Valak's command. As you can see, Vakak is creating an army. So it seems. Kim Suko's expression stiffened. At that moment, Ki Juchul, who had been quiet all along, opened his mouth. I heard there's a remarkable summon magician in England. His comment didn't seem at all related to the contents of the meeting. His voice was as emotionless as always. Yes, that is correct, Yigongmyang answered, not shaken by the sudden change of subject. She's Lady Ah Hayen's pupil. Kim Suko frowned. Ah Hayen? Yes. However, because Lady Ah Hayen was very secretive, I couldn't find out the details. Good. Let's not meddle with our Hajin. Kim Sucko let out a dry cough and lowered his head. The position of a nine-star magician was simply too great. The association could probably handle one nine-star magician. What they really feared was the opposition from other magicians that revered nine-star magicians. I understand. And this is my last report for the day. A strange phenomenon occurred last week at a beach in Vladivostok. The long meeting was finally coming to an end. Yigongmyung showed the security footage of Vladivostok from 3 days ago. Please take a look. All 4 VIPs turned to the screen. The word strange well suited the 5-second long footage. What was that? I didn't get a clear look. Even Ki Juchol and Hanks, who had been sitting comfortably until now, leaned forward. Yigongmyung played the footage one more time. Chwa. What happened was fairly straightforward. A number of monsters appeared off the shore of Vladivostok. Suddenly, a gust of wind raved across the sea, and all the monsters were dead. That was all there was. Can't you play it more slowly? Hank seemed quite perplexed as well. It was quite obvious that this wind was not a natural phenomenon, but because it had moved so fast, he couldn't identify its source. It has already been slowed down to the limit. The Russian government handled the remains of the monsters. They said that the bodies were cut by something sharp. Is this also the work of the devils? Hanks asked. Nothing is for certain, but I don't believe the devils were involved in this. And what's your reason? Yigongmyung nodded and continued. We took a look at the flow of magic power in Vladivostok and its vicinity and discovered the pulsation of a certain type of magic power. We found this pulsation familiar. So, Kim Sucko interrupted Yigongmyung and waved his hand impatiently. If it's not the devils, then what is it? Yigongmyung fell silent for the first time today. He looked at Kim Sucko, then Ki Juchol, then Hanks, then Yuyuko, and I believe it's, he uttered a name that didn't belong to any devil. His declaration startled even the immortal. Auden, chapter 335. 1 Step 3. Ever since the rampant activities of demons 10 years ago, the position of the Republic's Anti-Demon Bureau rose to the top. Its mission was to purify the demonic, and its members took pride in subjugating demons and demonic monsters. Today, a rather troublesome guest visited them. Aaron, the famous knight and commander of Arenheim, wished to meet the Anti-Demon Bureau's deputy director Serin, and Serin agreed after much thought. One wrong step, and the matter might have become an international issue, Aaron said as she walked through the Bureau's hallway with Serin. Issue? What do you mean? Serin tilted her head, pretending to be oblivious. Aaron's brows went up sharply. I'm talking about the F-rank sharpshooter Kim Hajin. Ah, Kim Hajin. Yes. Serin blinked her eyes as if she was racking her head to remember the name. Kim Hajin, who was that again? However, she only mumbled confusedly, and Aaron bit her lips in response. He recently made headlines in the Republic's newspapers. Ah, Serin clapped her hands with a straight face. She recalled seeing the headline, F-rank sharpshooter Kim Hajin. Although she did her best to suppress the news from spreading, she couldn't stop the rumors from spreading. I see what you mean now. Yes, so where is he? He should return to the army now that he's done with his mission. Who knows? I've seen his name in the news, but that's all I know. Ah, I heard it was a misreport. I mean, how could an F-rank sharpshooter decimate demonic monsters? Aaron glared at Serin, who was scratching her cheek innocently. So you're saying you don't know? No, but I'm sure he went back to his home country. No, he didn't come bar. Who? Aaron was troubled. She was certain that Kim Hajin safely escorted Harin to the Republic, but she couldn't dig into the matter any deeper. If she did, the kingdom might find out that she was the one who helped Harin escape. Even Aaron was afraid of punishment from the Arenheim's tyrannical ruler. From what I hear, the Republic established a new institute called the Secret Service. Without any other choice, Aaron changed the subject. She suspected that Kim Hajin also had something to do with the Secret Service, but there was nothing she could do to confirm her suspicions. I wouldn't say it's a new institute. We simply reinstated an old agency for the Transnational Peace Conference. The subject must have made Serin nervous as her voice trembled slightly. I see. The director's name was Hajin, right? Yes, we were lucky enough to pick up an excellent talent. We promoted him to the position of director to put a tight leash on him. Picked up, you say? Aaron stopped. Serin also halted and turned her gaze to Aaron. Are you sure he didn't walk in himself? Aaron wasn't looking to take Kim Hajin back. She simply wanted to meet with him and make sure he wouldn't tell anyone about his escort mission. After all, Aaron's position was at stake. Seren didn't answer. Instead, a condescending smirk escaped her mouth. She found it funny that Aaron, who was known as the paragon of knights, lived in fear for her life in her own country. Well, maybe he did. Demon invasion, demon invasion. Just as Seren was about to answer, an alert rang out from the speaker above their heads. Seren and Aaron both paused and looked at each other. 25 demons appeared in the northeast sewage system of the capital. 25 demons. The moment they heard this number, they put their prodding on hold and dashed out of the Anti-Demon Bureau. The other members of the Anti-Demon Bureau followed them. With magic power incorporated into their movements, the group moved like a flying hawk and arrived at their destination in just 5 minutes. But when the 133-member group entered the sewage system, what greeted them was an entirely different sight than expected. Oh, you're finally here. 25 demons were tied up with ropes, and some members of the Secret Service were sitting on their backs. A bit late, but I guess it's fine. Seren immediately recognized Kim Hajin, Kim Horak, Yi Yonghan, and Rachel. The members of the Anti-Demon Bureau stood with dazed expressions as Kim Hajin smiled leisurely and gave them the demons. Take them. Hearing Kim Hajin, one woman was shocked speechless. She recognized the man's face, but she couldn't believe her eyes. After all, who would believe that an F-rank sharpshooter could defeat 25 demons? We'll be taking our leave then. Aaron didn't know what to say. It seemed Kim Hajin hadn't noticed her as he left the sewage system with a relaxed smile. Transnational Peace Conference, Day 5. The Pride of the Republic, Director Hajin and his subordinates, subjugates 25 demons. The Secret Service received special treatment for their recent achievements. All personnel affiliated with the group received commendation from the president and were guaranteed a hefty reward. Naturally, the agency's name became the talk of the city. The fact that they subjugated 25 demons was simply too amazing. Demons were well known for their incredible individual strength, and the united force of all demons was said to be powerful enough to topple any nation in a few days. In any case, I returned to the director's office after being congratulated by the Republic's citizens. Congrats! Boss came to visit me at the office. Well, she was intruding, technically speaking. Don't tease me. By the way, how did you get in? I couldn't sense you at all. Hee, good. My ability has been improving recently. Boss strutted with her chest out proudly. Then she transformed into a shadow. Her body melted down, becoming a puddle of darkness on the ground. Her presence also disappeared completely. Wow, that's impressive. Hoo-hoo. Boss laughed contently and transformed back. The way Boss shot up from her shadow was both amazing and creepy at the same time. So, what are you going to do next? Boss asked. I was about to answer her, but suddenly thought of something funny and offered her my hand. Grab my hand. H-hand, why? Just take it. Boss grabbed my hand hesitantly. Now close your eyes. Gulp, I could hear her swallowing hard. Boss closed her eyes. Then I shared our vision with Observer No. 2, which I dispatched not too long ago. The scenery from the heart of the capital appeared before our eyes. Although the sun had already set, the capital was bustling with foreign tourists and domestic visitors. The observer looked down at this scenery from the sky and spotted 3 people who stood out among the crowd. Bales will probably descend on the 13th. It was Jin Sahyuk. She had a sweet chicken skewer in her hand. So we have 8 days then. Ki Naeun was also there. Boss squeezed my hand with hers when she spotted Ki Naeun, Ki Jinyun's sister and Ki Juchol's granddaughter. Boss knew who she was. Prepare yourself until then. Don't just eat like a pig. You're the one eating like a pig. Ki Naeun growled and reached forward to grab the skewer in Jin Sahyuk's hand. Jin Sahyuk easily blocked her, and Ki Naeun sighed with a frown. Aren't you on that Bell guy's side anyway? Why don't you just convince him to stop Bale's descent? That's impossible. Jin Sahyuk shook her head resolutely. If left alone, Bale will tear Bell's body apart and descend on his own on the 14th. That's why Bell hastened the descent by a day, so that he can save himself through death. With that final line, Jin Sahyuk chewed on the skewer. I turned to Boss. Hear that? Bell will die soon. Boss squeezed my hand without replying. Boss no longer felt hatred towards Bell. She realized she didn't need to now that she knew Bell never killed Yeonjun. In fact, she felt sorry. I see. Her belated mumbling was cold and bitter. Yeah, there wasn't much time left. Arenheim and Lyra's ending, Earth and this world's ending, and my own ending. There really wasn't much time until then. When that day came, what choices would I make? What choices should I make? Who? I disconnected our vision with Observer No. 2. When I opened my eyes, I could see Boss's face. She still had her eyes closed, frowning from the Observer's vision cutting off. Her beauty was hard to describe with words, but there was one thing I always thought whenever I saw her cute, clumsy side. I want to be with her for a lot longer. But at that moment, a voice flowed into my ears, as if to explicitly stop this train of thought. Come here tomorrow at 3 a.m. YunSeo-jin was talking to me through Observer No. 1. He was summoning me to a secluded alleyway somewhere in the Republic. England Chameleon Troop's sanctuary. When pandemonium showed signs of being swallowed by demon realm transformation, members of the Chameleon Troop returned to their base in the underwater cave of the English Channel. The underwater sanctuary was clean and well kept thanks to Kim Hajin's modifications. Each member unpacked their belongings in their rooms and gathered in the lobby. Ha! Auden is alive. Are you positive? Jeok Young asked with a scowl on Kim Hajin's handcrafted couch. Yep, that's what Droon said. Interesting, right? Jin Johan nodded his head as he took out a can of beer from the fridge. Chiok Young rubbed his chin and pondered. It was obvious what he was thinking about, and no one doubted that he was already shadowboxing Auden in his mind. Jin Johan took out a sip of beer and changed the subject. So, what happened to the ninth floor? Oh, that. It's over. I personally took care of those calamities or whatever. Chiok Young answered with a grin. He clearly remembered his battles on the ninth floor. Legendary monsters from myths and legends became stepping stones for his growth, and he even got to spar with legends like Lancelot and Lu Bu. So what are we going to do now? Find and kill Auden again. Hoo-hoo-hoo, Chiok Young chuckled as he sunk into the couch. Ah, this couch is so comfy. Is it because Hajin made it? That, yeah, Kim Hajin made it, but that's not the problem. Focus, Young. Shouldn't we wait until boss comes back? There are other things we need to take care of, like the matter with Vast Expanse. Jin Johan crushed the beer can in his hand. Last week, Vast Expanse had come to visit them, wanting to meet Yuri, the girl with the authority of healing. Oh yeah, isn't Droon going out with that girl now? Yeah, they're together, even now. Ha, well that's something. Chiok Young laughed like an old man and spread his arms out. Lying so peacefully in the couch, he suddenly remembered all the devils that had appeared recently. Transcendental beings who supposedly descended to Earth using incarnation bodies. Chiok Young stared at the ceiling and murmured quietly, Oi, these devils, don't you think we can take care of them? Why do you want to fight them? Kihuhu, do you even need to ask? Chiok Young raised his hand and stared at it, the toughest hand in the world. Chiok Young firmly believed in his own strength. No matter what devil I encounter. With it, he had defeated Lu Bu, crushed Dullahan, and beat up Behemoth. I think I'll be able to crush them. A confident smile bloomed on his face. Purple magic power blazed up around his hand. He had obtained this violet magic power by eating Behemoth's heart. With it, he believed his strength had reached a transcendent realm. Jin Johan looked at him silently. Well, as someone who had seen both Hanks and Ki Juchel, Jin Johan couldn't help but agree. The current Chiok Young didn't look any weaker than Ki Juchel. In fact, Jin Johan couldn't imagine Chiok Young losing. It looks like you've become a monster too. Jin Johan muttered an honest praise. Chiok Young smiled faintly. His violet magic power crackled around his hand and arm. The more he saw it, the more mesmerized he became by his new strength. Ignore everything else and just focus on conquering the ninth floor. Just like always, what Kim Hajin told him turned out to be correct. While Chiok Young was intoxicated by his own strength, beep, beep, a loud siren went off in the sanctuary. To be exact, the sound came from the members' smartwatches. Whoa, geez, that surprised me. Kaita and Setrin woke up from their sleep, and Droon also came out of his room with Yuri. What happened, Jin Johan, Chiok Young? Jin Johan calmly looked down at this smartwatch. After about a minute, he raised his head and faced Chiok Young. Chiok Young was also looking back at him. Soon, a big smile emerged on his face. What happened? He asked with a voice full of anticipation. Jin Johan projected the emergency alert. Emergency report. Rank 62 Devil Valak is marching north with his army. Emergency report. Rank 29 Devil Astaroth appears in Spain. Emergency report. Rank 14 Devil Lerage announces the creation of a devil's castle. Its location is the former headquarters of the game company Lille. Emergency report. Rank 3 Devil Vasego. Chapter 336. The stories of Chapters 1. Rank 62 Devil Valak. Rising from a desert, Valak's army displayed overwhelming power as it marched through Central Asia to Europe. With parts of the land and ocean submerged by the demon realm, Europe didn't have the power to repel the devil army. Worldwide disaster warnings were issued, and heroes of the association were dispatched to Europe. A war had broken out between humanity and devils. Rank 29 Devil Astaroth. Astaroth put up a barrier in the middle of Spain's Madrid. With no way of entering or exiting the barrier, humanity had no way of knowing what was happening inside. While Valak was causing havoc in the east, Astaroth put Spain under complete lockdown. But Europe didn't have the time to even complain about the injustice it was facing. Rank 14 Devil Lerage. Lerage, on the other hand, was far from Europe. She constructed a devil's castle using the headquarters of the game company Lille, located in the United States state of California. Lerage's devil's castle acted as a portal connected to the demon realm, and demons and demonic monsters flooded out like a tidal wave. But Lerage didn't cause destruction like Valak and Astaroth. In fact, she offered a rather strange mission to humanity, or to be exact, the game company Lille. Make me the most enjoyable game ever created. It would be nice if there were multiple classes to choose from. Lerage's order confused Lille's CEO and developers, who were now entrapped inside the Devil's Castle. But before their confusion could subside, Lerage added another goal. If the game you create can satisfy me, and if somebody beats me in that game, I won't cause any harm to humanity. To their bewilderment, Lille had been handed the fate of America. I will swear on my name as a devil that I will keep this promise. Lerage even made an oath that made the entire Americas turn their eyes towards Lille. The 53 employees of Lille began their game development process from that day forward with the world's expectations on their backs. Lerage had given them a deadline of 20 days. The laughably small timeframe would normally have made the mission impossible, but Lille coincidentally had been in the middle of developing a game. As they were confident it would be the greatest game of the modern era, they put even more time into speeding up its completion. Rank 3 Devil Vasego. Similar to Lerage, Vasego gave humanity a unique but less generous mission. He constructed a colosseum in Pandemonium and invited the warriors of Earth. Come defeat me. His message was simple, but not many people were strong enough to challenge him. Disgruntled with the lack of reaction, Vasego added that he would fight multiple challenges simultaneously. Seeing that even that was ineffective, he released an ultimatum that he would wait 10 more days. All in all, humanity came to realize the gravity of the danger they were facing. It was at this moment that a determined master rank hero visited the Hero Association. I will challenge Vasego, YunSeo-jin. She was originally planning on entering the Demon Realm Gate, but she changed her mind on the day of the gate's opening. When she heard that Chameleon Troop's Cheok-young was wreaking havoc on the Tower of Wishes' 9th floor, YunSeo-jin had too many things she wanted to talk about with the Chameleon Troop, who had changed her life completely. You, the association chairman, Yuko, blinked his eyes in confusion. YunSeo-jin's sudden visit had clearly caught him off guard. Yes. YunSeo-jin was determined, but Yuko was hesitant. YunSeo-jin was too good of a card to waste on Vasego's Colosseum. The association was planning on using disposal heroes to challenge Vasego and buy time. There's no need for you to. It's fine. That man will be there too. That man? Yes. YunSeo-jin had failed to track down Cheok-young on the 9th floor, but she was positive that he would come to challenge the Colosseum. Perhaps Black Lotus would be there as well. Chameleon Troop's Cheok-young and perhaps Black Lotus. Hearing this, Yuko sighed internally. Even at a glance, he could tell how determined YunSeo-jin was. Knowing the relationship between YunSeo-jin and the Chameleon Troop, there wasn't much he could say. I understand, but here's what I think. Yuko took out a secret document from his drawer to dissuade YunSeo-jin from challenging the Colosseum. What's this? You'll know when you read it yourself, but I'll explain it simply. There's a chance that Auden is alive. Auden? YunSeo-jin immediately scanned the document. Meanwhile, Yuko continued explaining. The area around Russia's Vladivostok has been free of demonic monsters for some time. Its surrounding areas have all undergone demon realm transformation and are filled with demons and demonic monsters, but Vladivostok is spotless. If you visit the city, you'll hear its residents laughing and living peacefully. The document contained accounts of Vladivostok's residents. Apparently, a mysterious power annihilated demons and demonic monsters in the area. No one knew what the mysterious power was, but being sensitive to magic power, Yi Gongmyung was able to deduce the identity through the pulsation and smell of magic power. I want to entrust you with this task. It might be more important than the devils. Hanks and Ki Juchul also agreed to participate. Jin Se-in put down the document after giving it a thorough read. Her expression had not changed in the slightest, and Yuko couldn't help but sigh. I will stop Vasego. If 2 of the 9 stars are participating, me not being there shouldn't make much of a difference. Why? In the end, Yuko scowled. Why are you so bent on pursuing the chameleon troop? I told you before, the Kwango incident is. I'll take my leave. Jin Se-in got up from her seat. Although she knew she was being rude, she had no intention of hearing a made-up story about her past. If you leave now, you will regret it. Yuko's expression stiffened. He tried to stop Jin Se-in but knew he was powerless. I hope we meet again. Jin Se-in bowed and left without hesitation. That stubborn woman, Earth, is on the brink of destruction, and all she cares about is some bygone past. Yuko massaged his temples and turned on his smartwatch to report to Kim Succo. 3 a.m., Republic of Liras. The moonlit field of grass was the perfect place for a youthful couple to meet. Unfortunately, the person waiting for me was Yi-Yonjin. I quickly spotted Yi-Yonjin in the distance, and he was staring back at me. Hey, he started with a simple greeting. Before responding to him, I reminded myself to get him to talk as much as possible. LV8 unique skill Clock Hand of Fate. Fate, you can select up to 8 targets to be your fate. For 3 minutes, when fighting your fate, your variable stats and special stats increase by 300%, usable once every 120 hours. It was because of this unique skill. When I chose Jin Se-hyuk as my first target, talking to her a few times was enough. But I had a huge problem choosing a second target. Condition to select the second target exchange at least 100 back and forths while talking to your target face-to-face. Did you hear me? Seeing that I was silent, Yi-Yonjin spoke again. His monotone voice made me question whether he was bored. Yeah, I heard a lot about you from boss. My name is Kim Hajin. What's yours? Yi-Yonjin closed his mouth like I said something I shouldn't have. Hello. He didn't react at all. Did he hear about my unique skill from Bell? Answer me. What's your name? I considered reversing time and starting over, but the side effect of the 3-minute time reversal was too big. Even with the orb of regeneration, my movements would be severely restricted for at least 10 minutes. Yeonjun didn't strike me as the person to wait that long. Jin Se-hyuk told me what you're planning. Since Yeonjun seemed uninterested in talking, I continued myself. This time, I took a more direct approach and recited Yeonjun's plan. If Baal descends after Jin Se-hyuk kills Bel, Baal would need a new incarnation body. Yeonjun was aiming to take that role. You're trying to become Baal's incarnation body. But Yeonjun remained silent. Hello, shut your mouth. With those 3 words, Yeonjun released his magic power. Contrary to his disposition, his magic power was white. Quite a foul mouth, aren't you? I raised my gun, which was loaded with bullets tipped with the basilisk's venom. At the same time, I activated all the medicinal effects of my medicinal memory physique. It was then. KOOONG. A huge earthquake broke out that seemed to score at least 8 points on the Richter scale. With that as the signal, Yeonjun kicked off the ground, fully unleashing his magic power. Chwara. Yeonjun's white magic power spread out in all directions. As the brilliant light eliminated all shadows in the area, I activated bullet time. Kirik, Kirik. I could see Yeonjun in slow motion. Magic power shot out of his body like the branches of a tree. I heard from Jin Se-hyuk that Yeonjun could freely manipulate the temperature of magic power. His gift sounded simple, but I knew it had to be powerful given his status. I transformed the Desert Eagle into its shotgun form and aimed it at him. The moment I pulled the trigger, the Desert Eagle spat out venomous buckshot like a dragon's breath. KOOONG. The ground suddenly rumbled. Jin Se-hyuk's eyes shot open. Her mind turned cold. Her intuition was telling her that the rumbling wasn't from a simple earthquake. What happened? Ki-nean, who was sleeping on the couch, also woke up. Jin Sahyuk jumped down from the window, and Ki-nean and Shin Jonghak followed after her. Wait, tell us what's happening. Where are you going? Jin Sahyuk ignored Ki-nean and ran straight to the epicenter of the earthquake. The streets of the Republic were in chaos from the earthquake. Jumping from roof to roof, Jin Sahyuk rushed to Belle's mansion. Clang! She broke the window and entered the dark mansion, just as she was looking around the empty bedroom. Ha! A low-pitched sigh rang out from the corner. Jin Sahyuk turned her gaze and found Belle collapsed with his hands on his stomach. Belle! She yelled loudly but paused from embarrassment. While Jin Sahyuk was hesitating, Shin Jonghak and Ki-nean also arrived. When Shin Jonghak spotted Belle, he furrowed his brows. Meanwhile, Ki-nean asked as she blinked her eyes in confusion, What happened to you? It's nothing. Belle got up with his body drenched in cold sweat. It just signaled to me. It wants to come out, even if it has to tear my body apart. Is it bad? Jin Sahyuk asked from a distance away. Belle smiled bitterly and nodded his head. Yeah, I don't think I can last more than 2 days. If possible, I want you to kill me today, Kyuk. Belle fell to his knees. Kyuik. His back was bent and his shoulders trembled violently as he desperately tried to endure the pain. He burst out with an otherworldly cry. Soon, Belle's right eye turned crimson, and the left side of his body flickered with black demonic energy. Kuk, Kuarak. But Belle forced Bale back. Bale screamed a couple times before calming down, and Belle collapsed onto the floor from exhaustion. Jin Sahyuk walked up and knelt in front of him. You okay? She asked worriedly. Belle smiled at her uncharacteristic action and shook his head. No, I'm not. Can you kill me now? Jin Sahyuk didn't answer. She hesitated. She knew she could kill Belle, a complete extermination of the soul through reality manipulation. With it, she could save Belle. Ha, wait. At that moment, Belle discovered Shin Jonghak standing behind Jin Sahyuk. He grinned and gestured at Shin Jonghak. You're here, Munchol's grandson. Shin Jonghak didn't answer. He was uncomfortable with hearing his grandfather's name from Belle's mouth. Are you ready to hear our story? This might be the last chance. Kuek. Suddenly, Belle scowled from the monstrous pain eating away his body. I don't see a reason I should hear you out. Shin Jonghak expressed his discomfort. Belle smiled, looking at Shin Jonghak. He could feel demonic energy roiling inside him, but endured it with all his effort. A reason to hear me out, you say? Belle wanted to tell Shin Jonghak about Shin Munchal. No, he had to. Belle's encounter with Shin Munchal wasn't a coincidence, but fate. This was something he promised Shin Munchal. The more I look at you, the more you resemble Munchal. Hearing this, Shin Jonghak frowned. What are you blabbering on about? Oh, nothing much. I'm just saying you two are alike, both in appearance and character. Ha, character. Shin Jonghak knew himself well enough to know that his character was nothing like Shin Munchal's. Naturally, what Belle said sounded like an insult to his grandfather. I dare you to say that again. I'm talking about Shin Munchal before he went back in time. Shin Jonghak became speechless. He had clearly taken the bait. Belle couldn't help but chuckle from Shin Jonghak's cute reaction. He slowly continued his tale. The world Munchal lived in originally was a lot different than this world. Although science and technology paled in comparison to modern developments, they were still advancing. There was no room for devils to interfere. But Munchal was anxious. I guess that's why he wanted to go back in time. Belle stopped there as Shin Jonghak grabbed his conqueror spear. A cold, chilling voice flowed out from his mouth. Shut your mouth. Shin Munchal asked me. What? Shin Jonghak's face distorted. But as far as Belle was concerned, this side of Shin Jonghak also resembled Shin Munchal. He asked me to tell his grandson the story of his life, so that his grandson wouldn't make the same choice. Shin Jonghak clenched his teeth. He gripped his spear tighter. Seeing Shin Jonghak's aggressive stance, Jin Sahyuk and Ki-nean prepared themselves to stop him at any moment. Belle continued. Munchal made the first choice. Shin Munchal's first choice going back in time. Because of it, Bale reached Earth. Most likely, you'll be the one to make the second choice. The second choice was still left. Shin Munchal had left his final will in his grandson's heart. Because it was then. Rain entered through the broken window. Dense demonic energy blew in with the wind. The screams of civilians tore through the night sky. Demonic monsters had appeared with the earthquake. You might not know this, but Shin Munchul left everything to you. He knew his son didn't have the talent for it. Shin Jonghak looked out of the window. A pillar of golden light shot up to the sky, and the cries of demonic monsters rang out. He could tell this was Kim Suho's work. With that, Shin Jonghak turned back to Belle. "So, you feel like hearing me out now?" Belle asked. Ki Naeun, who was quietly watching the two, murmured whatever and jumped out of the window. She was clearly being sensible and letting Shin Jonghak make his decision alone. Of course, Jin Sahyuk stayed without paying attention to such things. "Ha!" Shin Jonghak glared at Jin Sahyuk and heaved out a disappointed sigh. "Go ahead." Next, he sat cross-legged on the floor. He still had his spear in his hand, as if he wouldn't hesitate to use it if Belle lied. Belle looked at Shin Jonghak and recalled the day he met a man who looked just like Shin Jonghak. The day he met the violent, arrogant man living in discontent, chapter 337. The stories of the chapters 2T/N. Return stone changed to regression stone for clarity. Tower of Time. This was where they first met. "Are you the fairy of regression?" That was the first thing the man said when I opened my eyes. I remembered being unable to say a word because I was too thrown off by the word fairy. After all, it was obvious to anyone looking that I wasn't a fairy. "Answer me. Are you the fairy of regression?" However, the man was persistent. PFT. Thanks to him, I couldn't find the time to feel frustration or despair at having been reincarnated yet again. Of course, hearing my chuckle, the man frowned. "You think this is funny?" The sudden summoning surprised me, but I quickly understood the man's circumstances. He must have climbed to the top of the tower alone and found the regression stone. He must think it would let him go back in time, just like its name suggests. "Who the hell are you? Why did you pop out of the regression stone? I won't ask a third time. Answer." The man raised the spear in his hand. The killing intent emanating from him woke me up. I stopped daydreaming and surveyed the area. I was unfamiliar with the surrounding scenery. However, just like always, I assumed I was reincarnated inside the seed that Baal planted, the tower. "I'll ask a third time. Who are you?" Seeing that I wasn't talking, the man kindly gave me another chance. I smiled without replying, just like before. I didn't mean to smile, but it came out naturally when I saw the man's otherworldly appearance. I wandered across many worlds, and his physical appearance ranked among the top. "I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 2.5. I immediately noticed that he was quite strange. 2.5.5, 2.5.5.5. Thanks to him, I was able to loosen up and raise my body. When I got up, the man flinched and took a few steps back. "I'll ask first." "No, I'll be the one to ask." "Where are we?" I asked the man. "The Tower of Time." The man muttered back. "Oh." After destroying yet another world and aimlessly drifting through space, I had once again been summoned to another world by the selfishness of a human. By now, I was all too familiar with the development. "It's your turn to answer me. Are you the fairy of regression?" The man, Shin Munchul, asked me. I turned my head slightly and examined Shin Munchul closely. His eyes shone like gems that fell underwater. Even his long, unkempt hair was unable to conceal his good looks. "I'm not a fairy, but a devil," I answered honestly. However, Shin Munchul wasn't taken aback in the slightest. His reaction surprised me. Fairies and devils are pretty much the same thing. Shin Munchul was a man of strong character, both before and after he went back in time. But when I first met him, he was lost from the guilt and anger of being unable to protect his loved one. "So, devil of regression, are you able to send me back in time?" Shin Munchul wished to go back in time to change his past. "It's possible." I nodded my head without much thought. In that instant, Shin Munchul smiled like a little kid and approached me as if to hold my hands in appreciation. "But there's a condition." "Condition? That's fine. No matter what it is, I will. Once you go back in time, I will be beside you, annoying you the whole time." At the time, I took a more backhanded approach. I didn't think to stop him or persuade him otherwise. I had given up before even trying, or perhaps I had resigned myself to this development. No matter the case, I knew humans weren't capable of being persuaded by a stranger. "You will be beside me." "That's right. If you don't want that, then there's nothing I can do." Humans who chose to borrow the power of a devil always came to regret it in the end. Watching their world being destroyed by their own hands, they hit their chests in mockery of their foolishness and cried out in sorrow and anger. "I don't care." At that moment, I concluded Shin Munchul would end up the same way. Great. But before we go back in time, there are a few things I need to warn you about. Go ahead. The young Shin Munchul was proud and arrogant. As I had experienced all sorts of people in the worlds I've been summoned to, I ignored Shin Munchul's character flaws and began my explanation. The regression stone is the medium for the summoning of the devil Baal. It will transport him from the transcendental plane in which he lives into this plane. If you go back in time using the regression stone's power, Baal will undoubtedly descend in your world. That is the price you have to pay to go back in time. What you experience will not be a miracle, but a calamity that can destroy your world. PFT, it doesn't matter. As I expected, Shin Munchul was selfish, just like all the other regressors who wished for the same thing. You will regret it. However, there was one thing that was different. I won't regret it. If Baal descends on my world, I will just beat him up. That was confidence. Shin Munchul possessed confidence befitting his strength. With it, he grasped the regression stone without hesitation. Just like that, he went back to when he was 17, to the world where his lover and family were alive. Shin Munchul cried tears of joy. With knowledge of the future, he grew rapidly. In just 2 years, he became a powerful hero capable of protecting his loved ones. 3 years later, Shin Munchul married his lover. A year after that, he had a child he never did in his previous life. But fate couldn't be changed so easily, and his happiness didn't last forever. Shin Munchul's wife died from an illness not long after giving birth. Shin Munchul cried until his tear glands dried up. The grief he felt was stronger because of how long he loved her. However, Shin Munchul had a son who needed his father. His grief was quickly replaced by a desire to protect his son. Just like that, 30 years went by. Shin Munchul finally witnessed his son becoming a father. Shin Munchul named his grandson Shin Jonghak. I watched over Shin Munchul the entire time. Originally, I was supposed to make preparations for Baal's descent, but unless it was absolutely necessary, I stayed by Shin Munchul's side. Seeing the once self-centered man grow up to be a grandfather was both fascinating and beautiful. Of course, it wasn't that I didn't do anything. I had no choice but to fulfill my duty as Baal's host. I met Yeonjun, who caught Baal's eyes and formed the chameleon troupe. With him, I met kids like Yabail, Jane, and Kaita. I formed a family, just like Shin Munchul. I liked Yeonjun because he reminded me of the person I loved in the past. I liked Yabail simply because she was cute. I liked Jane because of her two-faced nature. And I liked Kaita because of his one-dimensional personality. If possible, I wanted to stay with them for as long as possible. But Baal didn't let me. The first seizure came abruptly. Baal rampaged inside my body. Knowing that I was getting attached to Earth, he sought to destroy it using my incarnation body without descending through the demon realm gate. Once enraged, Baal easily took over my body. However, his rampage ended in just a day. Shin Munchul had come to stop him. Just like he swore before returning to the past, Shin Munchul beat up Baal. But like a true villain, Baal chose to self-destruct. A third of the Korean peninsula was at risk of total destruction. Meanwhile, I watched Shin Munchul's decision inside Baal's consciousness. To my surprise, Shin Munchul did not hesitate in the slightest. If you can hear me, Bell, let me ask you for one last favor. Tell Jonghak my story. That way he won't become me. Help him achieve what I couldn't. Jonghak is always saying he will become a great hero. I believe him. He will become the greatest hero of all time, even greater than me. Shin Munchul left his will with me before forming a barrier with all his strength. He traded his life for the lives of millions. That was how the hero Shin Munchul met his fate. What do you think? I finished my quick story and turned to Shin Jonghak. I had to summarize Shin Munchul's tale more than I would have liked to because of my body's condition. But since I passed a part of my memories to Shin Jonghak with my magic power, he should be able to understand. Shin Munchul's act of sacrifice is lauded in textbooks as the epitome of heroism, but in truth, he was just taking responsibility for his past selfishness. Shin Jonghak didn't say anything. With a stiff expression, he slumped his head and looked down at the ground. I chuckled and placed my hand on his head. Munchul left his inheritance in your body. You should know what to do. Looking at his face, I wasn't sure if he was listening. There was one last shocking truth I had to say, but I chose to keep it to myself. When I found out about it, even I was shaken. Sahyuk. Jin Sahyuk turned to me. I could see myself through the reflection in her eyes. Demonic energy was swaying around me, and my eyes were dyed red. I clearly didn't have much time left. Are you ready? Jin Sahyuk nodded her head at my request. I endured the piercing pain in my body and made a bitter smile. I'm sorry, I would explain more, but I don't have time. The final truth, that this world is nothing more than a novel written by a certain man, would be buried with me. I only found out because I looked into Kim Hajin's head, so I didn't need to worry. It's fine. Jin Sahyuk got up with an expressionless face. Thanks. It had been far too long. It was frustrating to find out that the 500 years I suffered weren't even mentioned in the damn novel, but that didn't matter now. I no longer cared. I want to rest. After all, death would relieve me of all emotions. Chy. Yeonjin swung his magic power. Tentacle-shaped magic power melted the ground and evaporated it into the atmosphere. Against him, I used every single one of my gifts and creations: extraction, complete understanding of spirit power, random consolidation system, desert eagle, and more. I always preferred quantity over quality. Even so, I couldn't penetrate Yeonjin's defense. The desert eagle rusted away. My armor broke. Ether shattered. All because the temperature continued to fluctuate between scorching heat and biting cold. You have fascinating abilities. Amidst a piercing cold, Yeonjin muttered nonchalantly. It was not a compliment, but a cynical expression of contempt. Yours is even more fascinating. The breath from my mouth froze white. Yeonjin twisted his lips. Who? I was keeping my head above water thanks to the orb of regeneration, but I knew I couldn't win against him. Rather, I purposely chose to use methods that couldn't defeat him. If I had attacked Yeonjin from afar, my chances would have been much better. I might have killed him before he could react. In fact, that was how I had planned to approach him up until 3 hours ago. However, in the end, I chose to face him head-on. This decision was made on a whim. I'm curious about something. Although moving my half-frozen lips hurt a lot, I managed to open my mouth. Sadly, Yeonjin ignored me and shot his magic power. The heated beam of magic power pierced my shoulder. I used my gift constraints and amplifications to suppress my sensations. As a result, I didn't feel any pain. I looked into your past. It was then that Yeonjin finally showed a reaction. He glared at me with eyes full of hostility. What you did to bring Ybail into the chameleon troop, what you did to Ybail's parents to incite their fear for their daughter, how you turned Ybail's life into a living hell when she could have led an ordinary life. I continued to list everything that I had witnessed in the past, but my speech was not for Yeonjin. I had no intention of persuading him. This world was not a novel, and I knew that the cliché of persuading a villain with smooth talk didn't apply to me. After all, humans didn't change so easily. The reason Ybail's parents had to kill their daughter, I saw it all. I was speaking to the person who I knew was watching me from somewhere. I couldn't sense her presence, and it would be a bummer if she wasn't here, but I believed in my luck. It must have been fun. Yeonjin smirked. This made me frown. Don't you feel guilty for what you did? Of course not. If it wasn't for me, Bile would have lived among those trash forever. Yeonjin answered with confidence. I scoffed in disbelief. Why did you do it? I wanted to own her. His voice sunk to the ground. He sounded stiff like a block of wood. When people break, they become easier to own. That's all. He was the perfect example of a two-dimensional villain I once read in a writing guidebook. A character who cannot and does not change no matter what, created for the sole purpose of becoming a villain. I looked at Yeonjin and forced a smile. It's like you're a character in a novel. Yeonjin shrugged and said, Now it's my turn to ask. Why are you with Bile? What about Bile do you? I love her. My answer was brief as well. I spoke with emotion and with confidence. Love. Yeonjin clenched his teeth. Yeah, you know what that means, right? Ah, but maybe someone like you can't understand. The sound of teeth grinding rang out, and our conversation stopped there. Yeonjin gave off a much more powerful and violent magic power than before. Chy. His magic power turned into a bundle of tentacles. I didn't dare to count how many there were. The grotesque strands either rose high in the sky or fell low to the ground before flying towards me. Quara. Countless tentacles blocked my view. I knew couldn't stop them. I would probably die here, though I could still resurrect with my unique skill. Then I realized my luck had once again activated. Coincidentally, somebody listened to your true feelings and understood them. Narrow escape from death 8/9. Special stat. Accumulation of luck becomes partly unlocked. Chapter 338. The stories of Chapters 3 Reality Manipulation, an authority that allowed its user to interfere with the material world and manipulate reality itself. Jin Sahyuk realized that she could kill Bel with her authority. All she had to do was manipulate the material that was Bel. Bel was no longer a human, but a container that held Bale, so it wouldn't be too difficult for Jin Sahyuk to transform his body. But Jin Sahyuk hesitated. Old memories kept coming back. After meeting her end in Akatrina, she had reincarnated in a boring world called Earth. Her biological parents abandoned her before she could even memorize their faces. She went through the painful process of learning to walk and speak again in an orphanage. When she turned 3 and was finally getting used to Earth's language, Belle came to see her for the first time. Oi, Jin Sahyuk called Belle. Even as he experienced a tremendous amount of pain, Belle gave a sly smile that was so characteristic of himself. What? Got something to say to me? She stared at Belle in silence. She had spent 25 years with Belle. Perhaps 25 years meant nothing to someone like Belle, but for an ordinary human like herself, 25 years was half her entire lifetime. I do. Bell established himself as her teacher and helped awaken her authority. In a sense, he was like a male nanny, watching over her as she grew. He endured her quick-tempered and selfish personality without much complaint. Even if all that was just a build-up for this moment, right now, Jin Sahyuk felt the need to say something she had never said before. Thank you. Bell's expression stiffened, but soon a playful smile once again spread across his face, and he looked at Jin Sahyuk proudly. No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Bell's words served as a signal. Jin Sahyuk nodded and gathered her magic power. Now it was time to grant Bell's wish. Gyuwu. A whirlwind of black magic power shook like a storm as it formed around her hand. This was Jin Sahyuk's authority that could melt and dismantle reality. She swung her hand that was tinged black like a spear. Chwak. Her hand penetrated Bell's chest. It cut open his skin, broke his ribs, and reached his heart. Bell's heart was beating vividly. Jin Sahyuk looked into Bell's eyes. Bell met her gaze and waited for his end. Jin Sahyuk closed her eyes and inhaled. 1, 2, 3. She counted inside her head and opened her eyes again. Her entire body was overrun with magic power. She planned to invest her all in this final move. Bell gave her his last smile. Please. Jin Sahyuk nodded. She had already made her decision. Without hesitation, she released her magic power into Bell's body. Gyuwu. Her authority engulfed Bell. Her magic power tore apart his veins and dove deeper into his body. The tornado of magic power soon reached the authority magic power body, etched in the center of Bell's heart. Jin Sahyuk poured all her magic power into the heart. The goal of reality manipulation was to eliminate magic power body. At that moment, an unimaginable amount of pain struck Bell. However, he neither screamed nor squirmed. With a faint smile, he placed his hand on Jin Sahyuk's shoulder. Bell remained calm throughout the whole process. He simply looked at Jin Sahyuk with the eyes of a proud father looking at his daughter. Chwara. The movement of magic power quickened, and the human shell containing Bell began to fall apart. Patches of his skin turned into dust and disappeared into thin air, and the bones, muscles, nerves, and organs underneath them began to fade away as well. Goodbye. At the moment of Bell's death, Jin Sahyuk offered him her last words. Bell did not return an answer, but only a smile, one that seemed to belong to the happiest man on earth. Jin Sahyuk wished for him to rest in peace, surrounded by only the happiest memories. However, suddenly, a tremendous amount of magic power appeared at the spot where Bell had just disappeared. Quara. The magic power immediately spread outside the mansion and formed a dome-shaped barrier. The barrier caged not only Jin Sahyuk and Shin Jonghak, but also the entire Lyra's plaza. Even so, Jin Sahyuk remained calm. She knew who the magic power belonged to. Baal. Ha! The strongest of the evil gods, the rank 1 devil. He had broken out of his container and descended as a devil. I've waited for far too long. Baal and Bel looked alike. Their appearances were almost identical, except for the horn on Baal's forehead and his crimson eyes. So you are the one who granted my friend's wish. His voice vibrated in a way that no human's voice could vibrate. Baal looked at Jin Sahyuk and smiled. Though the presence of the evil god was certainly overwhelming, Jin Sahyuk stepped forward without getting intimidated. It's your turn to keep your promise. A promise. That's right. Or did you not hear about the promise? Of course I did. Bale shook his head. He then formed a rock and handed it to Jin Sahyuk. Take it. It's what you wanted, a stone that will transfer you to another dimension. Once you pour your magic power into this stone, a dimensional portal will appear. Your power is special, after all. Jin Sahyuk looked at the rock with suspicion, but the magical rock appeared authentic. According to Bale was a devil who kept his promises. By the way, what did you mean by my friend? You considered Bel your friend? Jin Sahyuk asked as she slid the rock into her pocket. 693 years is a long time, even for me. He's been with me all those years, and I reckon that qualifies him as my friend. Then, I assume you're sad, Jin Sahyuk asked sarcastically. The word friend bothered her. What kind of person would enslave his friend for 693 years? He was a useful friend, but it's okay. 693 years was long enough. He can go. The one who truly wants to be with me is here right now. Bale smiled, looking into the distance. His gaze traveled to the wall that Ki Nayan and Jin Sahyuk had destroyed upon entering. Jin Sahyuk widened her eyes and followed Bale's gaze. In the darkness, she saw Yi-Yonjin. She noticed that one of his arms had been torn off from an apparent battle. What are you doing here? And where'd you lose your arm? Jin Sahyuk asked mockingly, causing Yi-Yonjin to glare at Jin Sahyuk. He answered, I've been betrayed. Ha! His answer was so random that Jin Sahyuk couldn't help but frown. England, Evandal's domain. Valak's army is causing an uproar across Europe. Germany has decided to retaliate, while Italy has chosen to respond more realistically. Next up is Spain. Astaroth's army has appeared from inside Astaroth's barrier. We have breaking news. Jinns are currently invading by sea. All citizens near the coast must evacuate. Valak and the other hostile devils were rampaging all across the world. Hajin was watching the news on her smartwatch when she heard the sound of a belt tightening around the waist and turned her head to the side. All done. I'm finished, Evandel announced and clenched her fists. Hajin scanned the girl carefully. The hat Kim Hajin got her, the robe that improves its wearer's resistance and adaptability, and the belt that exudes defense magic in response to enemy attacks. Everything was perfect. I see that you're dressed up, but are you sure you can do it? Hajin asked carefully. Evandel's talent was now in full bloom, but to her teacher's eyes, she was still just a child who needed protection. Yeah, I can do it. Despite her teacher's worries, Evandel nodded confidently. There was only one reason that Evandel endured a period of loneliness to build her domain to protect. Evandel wanted to protect Rachel Hajin, her friends, as well as the good people and animals around the world. I see, Ahain nodded proudly. Then get ready. Okay, Evandel shouted. At the same time, Ahain and Evandel each summoned their spirit beasts. The pair stared at the demonic monsters that were beginning to appear from beneath the horizon. Kim Hajin and other heroes had not returned from the demon realm gate yet, but such fact could not hold them back. They would have to win without the heroes' help. Go, Arhain muttered, and the cardinal beast, Azure Dragon, appeared. Grrrrrrr. The Azure Dragon revealed his gigantic figure and placed Arhain on his head. Meanwhile, Evandel got on a unicorn that was much smaller than the Azure Dragon. Look, over there. It's the Azure Dragon. There's also a unicorn. Wow. Reporters, drones, camera crews, heroes and citizens who had been waiting near Evandel's domain all turned their gaze to the pair. At the center of the attention of the eager and hopeful audience, Evandel cried. Let's go! Her cute voice was full of determination. Rumble. Evandel's spirit beasts began to dash at their master's command towards the villains on the other side of the ocean. The footsteps of individual spirit beasts soon merged into one and became a giant roar that shook the earth. Demon Realm Gate, the Republic of Lyras after Bale's descent. I opened my eyes. My back was in touch with something soft, and the ceiling looked unfamiliar. Gulp, I swallowed hard and began thinking. I knew for sure that I hadn't revived. I would know if I did. The most likely explanation was that Boss, who had been listening in on our conversation, saved me. The fact that I was alive meant that Boss defeated Yi-Yonjin and... You up? You ark. I turned to the voice in surprise. I thought my heart might burst, but soon heaved a sigh of relief. It was Jane. She was sitting at the bedside in her original appearance, which I hadn't seen in a while. Yes, I'm awake. Long time no see, Jane. Yeah, it's been a while. I missed you. How are you feeling? Fine. More importantly, where's Boss? When I asked Jane about Boss, she smiled bitterly and drew the curtain, then pointed outside the window. I was speechless. The scenery just outside the window was hell-like. What is that? The Lyra's Plaza, where the transnational peace conference should have been held, was surrounded by a huge barrier, as a dark storm raged everywhere and gargles and other creatures roamed the sky. As you can see, it's a mess. I managed to escape with you, but Kim Suho, Ki Naeun, Yun Seung-ar and Boss, they're all stuck in there. Has Bale descended? Yeah, Jane nodded casually. It happened much quicker than we all had expected. Bell's dead and Bale descended. Oh, and I heard about Yeonjun SSI. I didn't know. Thanks for bringing me to my senses. I almost got persuaded by Yeonjun SSI, too, Jane beamed. Dazed, I stared at Jane before turning my gaze to the barrier that was likely formed by Bale. Is Boss in there? Yeah. She's waiting for you, probably. I then turned my gaze to the corner of the room. My weapons were there. Ether, the Black Lotus uniform, Temujin's bow, and the pinnacle-grade artifact, ancient hero Lyricus's exorcism bow. I fixed them all. I used the regeneration orb or whatever it's called to fix them. Thank you. I got up from the bed and tried to approach my weapons. Sure, by the way, you have a nice body, Hajin, but then Jane said something weird. It was then that I finally realized the cause of my sense of disharmony. I was completely naked. Ah! Thankfully, Ether, having noticed my perplexity, flew at me and stuck to my body. Ether transformed into a piece of cloth and covered my vital area. QM, KMMMM. I let out a dry cough and armed myself. First, I put on the Black Lotus uniform, then I put Desert Eagle into its holster. Finally, I turned to the two bows. Temujin's bow blessed by Horus, ancient hero Lyricus's exorcism bow. I had yet to synthesize the two weapons. Synthesis. Now seemed like a good time. You have activated LV-10 synthesis, fusing a pinnacle-grade item with a pinnacle-grade item. The success rate is extremely low. If this was a game, what I was doing right now would equal the act of combining two of the rarest types of items. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that the success rate was extremely low. My luck had always hurdled tasks that seemed impossible, however. Your luck has been activated. A tremendous amount of luck has increased the rate of success. Young Dwarf's dexterity has also responded. Golden confetti covered the system, and as a result, your skill has successfully synthesized Black Lotus bow from Temujin's bow blessed by Horus and ancient hero Lyricus's exorcism bow. With young dwarf's dexterity, you have created a world-class weapon. You earned SB. The pair of bows clung to each other and transformed into an even more powerful artifact. Its name was simple, Black Lotus Bow. As an artifact born of my skill and gifts, this bow was truly one of a kind. I scrutinized the bow's information. Wow, what's that? It looks really good, Jane exclaimed in admiration before I even finished reading the item information. I nodded with a small smile. You're right. It is good. Then, are you ready to go? I took a deep breath. Then I nodded. Yes. This could be the last battle. I no longer had any reason to conserve SB, Stigma's magic power, God-slaying bullet, or anything else. I vowed to stake my all. Chapter 339. The stories of Chapters 4. I walked to Bale's barrier with Jane. The surrounding area could only be described as total chaos. The transnational peace conference's joyous atmosphere had been thoroughly destroyed, and key buildings like the residence of the Republic's president had been swallowed up as well. It's only been a day since this barrier formed. It's swallowed almost half of the entire capital. Do you have any plans to deal with it? I shook my head at Jane's question. I didn't have a plan or even a bright idea. I knew nothing of its setting, so its weakness was anyone's guess. I had not described Bale or his abilities anywhere in my novel. Then what are you going to do? I'm not sure. I checked the amount of SB and DP I had, which turned out to be 40-30 SB and an overflowing amount of DP. Jane, do you know if this world has demon merchants? Oh, yeah, I heard they're living around the outskirts of the continent, but they might be on their way here considering what's going on. Why? Do you have extra DP to spend? I do, almost 1 million. With my sponsorship, Litrin was now a world-renowned knight known as the Knight of Brilliance. Thanks to her, I had close to 1 million DP. How? Jane's eyes widened. There's something called a luck bonus. Every time I get 100 DP, I get another 20 DP anyways. That's not what's important right now. I looked up at the dome-shaped barrier piercing the sky and took out the mystic key. First, let's go inside. Are you sure that key will work? It's Bale's barrier after all. Jane doubted the mystic key's power. I couldn't blame her considering how tiny and insignificant it looked. Once I strengthen its ability a few times, it should be able to break a part of the barrier. At that moment, several footsteps rang out from the right. Jane and I slowly turned our heads to that direction. To our surprise, Arenheim's knights were rushing towards us. "Who are they?" Jane shrugged. Hearing her, the leader of the knights stepped forward. "Can you really break a part of the barrier?" A woman's voice rang out. The knight took off her helmet. I immediately recognized her face. She was Aaron, the knight commander who gave me the order to escort Harin. She looked like she was on the verge of crying. No, I could see traces of tears around her eyes. It must be because of the guilt of being unable to protect her lord as a knight. Yes, it should be possible. I took off my robe as I replied. When Aaron saw my face, her eyebrows rose in shock. Let's talk about that after we break open the barrier. I cut Aaron off before she could finish her thought. I cloaked the mystic key with ether. The key grew slightly bigger. Can that really open the barrier? Aaron's voice trembled anxiously. Yes. Then please hurry. I'm dying from being unable to do anything. Our prince is waiting for us inside the barrier. Aaron pleaded earnestly. I could feel how sincere she was in wanting to protect Arenheim's prince. Our prince? Her trembling hands touched the surface of the barrier. However, the barrier instantly pushed her back. Got it. I added random consolidation system and constraints and amplifications to the key. Then I shoved the key inside the barrier. TZZZT. Powerful sparks crackled when the two magic powers clashed. I infused Stigma's magic power into the mystic key, and it seeped into the barrier through the key. Qua! Both the barrier and the ground around us rumbled. Then a crack appeared in the barrier around the key. The knights swallowed their saliva, and I poured in half of my remaining stigma. Clang! In the next instant, a sharp sound rang out, and a side of the barrier began to crumble. It opened, Aaron shouted ecstatically. She burst into tears, as did the rest of the knights. They approached me and expressed their gratitude. In all honesty, I was slightly taken aback by their overreaction. United States of America, Lerage Devil's Castle. On the other hand, Lerage was lounging around in her newfound home, waiting for her game to be completed. Thanks to her patience, the Americas were far more peaceful than Europe. However, the employees of the gaming company Lille were feeling more pressured than ever. They frequently kept themselves going by taking drugs and potions, and 7 of them even collapsed from stress. They worked without a single moment of rest. It was all for the single customer awaiting their work. Lord Lerage, the game is almost complete. In a dark room of the Devil's Castle, Lille's CEO, Varren, bowed in front of Lerage. Lerage looked down at him with bored eyes before skillfully typing on a keyboard. That's good to hear. What type of game is it? Varren glanced at the reply Lerage typed. It's a combination of training, battling, strategy, adventure, and travel. This game will surely be the greatest game ever to be created. The countless hours his employees put in and the encouragement from the demons finally allowed the game to enter its final stage of development. Naturally, Varren had mixed feelings about it. He was worried that Lerage would not like it, yet he was excited about what he believed would be the greatest game of the century. I see. But would a human be able to defeat me in that game? How could a mere human accomplish such a thing? I don't like imbalanced games. I don't like. When these 3 words came out, the faces of the demons around the room turned sharp. It won't be. Varren quickly slammed his head on the ground. The game will have a raid system. Explain. No human is capable of defeating Lord Lerage in a one-on-one confrontation. I have personally seen Lord's overwhelming control, which has surpassed human capabilities. In our game, a level 1 expert is capable of defeating a level 50 player depending on the level of control. So humans will work together to defeat me. A true test of skill. That is something I like. I hate luck-dependent games. Why, yes, of course. The demon's expression softened, and Varren heaved out a sigh of relief. But, Varren almost fainted when he heard that word. You are wrong. Varren saw his life flash before his eyes. He became certain of his death. Wrong. Now that Lerage had muttered that word, Varan knew there was no way out. Lord, please spare my life. There is one human who defeated me. Pardon? Varan's jaw dropped. Lerage skillfully moved her fingers and opened her record in a game called Gladiator of the Century. To Varan's surprise, Lerage had several consecutive losses. I assume you can see it. Varan's head turned blank. He couldn't believe there was someone capable of defeating this devil. From what he could see, Lerage was even more of a devil inside virtual reality, because many renowned experts of Earth, like Hanks and Ki Juchel, didn't know how to even enter the virtual world. His ID is Extra7. Lerage pulled up Extra7's player info. Find him for me. Varan and Lerage's subordinates all had dazed looks on their faces. Even the demons seemed shocked that their lord had lost. I witnessed unimaginable movements and game sense. At the time, I was simply angry at my consecutive losses, but now that I think about it, I have much to learn from him. As Lerage explained, the room was filled with silence. A devil admitting that she had much to learn from a human. Varan was shocked beyond belief. But now that I am more experienced, I would like to defeat him with my own hands. Lerage smiled faintly as she typed her final sentence. In the demon realm, one would be lucky to see her smile once in 100 years. Now that she had revealed her smile, the demons in the room all felt their hearts shake. Baal's barrier destroyed mansion. Baal left Shin Jonghak and Jin Sahyuk behind. Jin Sahyuk said Baal was most likely constructing his devil's castle, and that now was the best chance to stop him. But Shin Jonghak sat in the corner of the destroyed mansion without moving an inch. His heart didn't pound, and his body was frozen. With the image of the grandfather he respected and admired shattered, he seemed to have lost himself in a sense of emptiness. Yo, idiot, are you gonna just sit there? Jin Sahyuk called Shin Jonghak once again. However, Shin Jonghak didn't react in the slightest. Tusk, pathetic. Really, I've never seen someone more pathetic. Jin Sahyuk sneered openly. We found Lady Serin. She's safe inside the underground bunker. At that moment, an urgent voice rang out outside the window. Shin Jonghak closed his eyes, wanting to ignore everything. Open your eyes, fool. Ack! But Jin Sahyuk stabbed Shin Jonghak's eyes with her fingers. After wiggling in pain, Shin Jonghak shot his eyes open and glared at Jin Sahyuk. You piece of ha! The usual Shin Jonghak would have cursed and swung his spear, but the current Shin Jonghak only sighed and stumbled down helplessly. You don't understand, he muttered as he reminisced about his past. The reason he wanted to become a hero was solely because of his grandfather, Shin Munchal. The reason he was proud of himself was because he was a descendant of the man lauded as the greatest hero in history. You don't understand what I lived for, what I wished for. But that legend was now gone. His faith had been shattered by the cold truth that Shin Munchal was someone who invited Baal to his world. Quack! Jin Sahyuk kicked Shin Jonghak's shoulder. Shin Jonghak fell backward without uttering a cry. Then Jin Sahyuk clicked her tongue and spoke in frustration. He was the most heroic person among the fools who called themselves a hero. Your grandfather. I've seen him before while I was traveling with Belle. What? Shin Jonghak's expression stiffened as if to ask why she had never mentioned it until now. Jin Sahyuk looked out the window and continued. Shin Munchal risked his life to correct his mistake. That means he possesses the quality of a hero. SSSSS. Then a faint vibration shook the barrier. Jin Sahyuk's eyebrows went up when she saw it. She continued as she observed the barrier. So get up and fight. Didn't Belle tell you? That Shin Munchal left something with you. Belle isn't a liar. SSSSSS. The vibration grew bigger and a small crack appeared in Bale's barrier. Someone was clearly trying to break in. Jin Sahyuk quickly understood who was responsible. If you still want to just sit there. She smirked and looked down at Shin Jonghak. Then go ahead. Disgrace your grandfather's name all you want. A man bigger than you has just arrived. Someone like you is unnecessary. What? Hearing this, Shin Jonghak's face distorted. A smile emerged on Jin Sahyuk's face as she stared out the window. Provoked, Shin Jonghak slowly got up. Then he witnessed it himself. Crack, the crack appearing on Bale's barrier. Shin Jonghak's shoulders tensed up. Jin Sahyuk continued to observe the crack as she muttered. Look, he survives like a cockroach and always comes crawling back. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out. A part of the barrier crumbled down, and a certain man emerged from the rubble. People like that are surprisingly cool, Kim Hajin. Next to him was an army of knights. Even Shin Jonghak had to admit that his entrance was cool. Bullshit. Shin Jonghak snorted. He felt discomfort in his chest. He knew it was from his distaste of Kim Hajin, and it cleanly burned away his internal despair and helplessness. He doesn't look good no matter what he does. Shin Jonghak laughed inwardly as he clearly recognized he was being jealous. Right, he was jealous. After all these years, he finally admitted this feeling. After all, didn't Bell say Shin Munchul was also a jealous character? Now that he knew his grandfather was full of flaws, he felt like he could finally drop his high and mighty attitude. Why? Jin Sahyuk asked with a mischievous smile. Can't you tell by his average-looking face? Shin Jonghak sneered. The feelings he never admitted, the feelings that had driven him to his current level, envy and jealousy. He doesn't look as good as me. Chapter 340. The stories of Chapters 5 Republic of Lyra's large underground bunker. Meanwhile, Kim Suho headed to an underground bunker in the Republic's capital to evacuate the rescued citizens. The bunker, which was designed by Yu Yonha, was fully capable of accommodating the majority of citizens. Thank you, thank you. After smiling at the citizens' tearful expression of gratitude, he headed to Yu Yonha's office. A nameplate that read Bunker Operations Planning Office hung at the door. Inside, Yu Yonha was speaking to outsiders on the radio. Did you just say that the right side of the barrier was breached? This took Kim Suho by surprise. Bale's barrier was difficult to break even with his gift. Got it. Ah, we're protecting Miss Serin, so you don't have to worry about her. Keep up the good work. Yonha threw a glance at Kim Suho and cut off the radio. Kim Suho was the first to speak. The barrier was breached. Yeah, apparently. Yonha had a rough idea of who was responsible for the destruction. Naturally, she heaved a sigh of relief. I hadn't heard from him in a while and wondered if something bad had happened, but I guess he's alive and well. Who? Koong. But the door swung open even before Kim Suho could finish his question. Kim Suho and Yu Yonha turned their gazes to the entrance. Aileen was there. She approached them with an excited expression and yelled, "Black Lotus is here." Kim Suho and Yu Yonha each responded differently. What? Kim Suho's nostrils flared in surprise, while Yu Yonha carefully examined the reactions of both Aileen and Kim Suho. Aileen nodded eagerly and continued. Yes. Oh, and also Shin Jonghak. At this point in time, Yu Yonha could no longer feign indifference. She asked, trying to conceal her interest. Jonghak is here. Yeah. I just got a call from YunSeo-jin, and he's with Jin Sahyuk, or whatever her name was. Jin Sahyuk. Those three syllables made her uneasy. Yu Yonha turned her gaze to Kim Suho in silence. Likewise, Kim Suho had become stiff like a fish that had been left outside to dry for too long. Kim Suho, Yu Yonha called Kim Suho. Kim Suho, standing stiff, soon let out a sigh. Ah, what were they doing together? Jin Sahyuk and Shin Jonghak. How should I know? But Seung-ah said they were heading to the Devil's Castle. Bale had built a fortress at the center of his barrier. Inside, Bale was currently gathering power to descend on Earth. Shouldn't we head there as well? Kim Suho nodded at Aileen's question. Yes, we only have 2 days left after all. We should hurry. 2 days? How do you know it's 2 days exactly? The book said this world was destroyed 3 days after Bale's descent, remember? The deadline was 3 days, but a day had already passed. The remaining time, therefore, was 2 days. It was too short a time, but they had to somehow stop Bale from destroying this world and also their home, Earth. For now, let's hurry. Kim Suho took out a potion from his pocket and gulped it down. This might not be enough to relieve all the fatigue and wounds he had accumulated during the day, but he had no time to spare. Okay, then let's go find Black Lotus and Jin Sahyuk first. With a smirk, Aileen grabbed Kim Suho's hand. She immediately activated the skill teleport. The whole world began shaking, and Kim Suho closed his eyes. A moment later, when he opened them again, the Devil's Castle was in front of him. The shift was very sudden, but he had no time to panic. Kim Suho. From somewhere rang a dry, disapproving voice. Aileen and Kim Suho turned back, and to their surprise, the two people who had just been the subject of their conversation were there. Aileen SSI, your teleport is shockingly accurate. Why, yeah, Kim Suho exclaimed in pure amazement, but Aileen only blinked rapidly and scratched the back of her neck. All this took her by surprise as well. Did you two follow us? Jin Sahyuk and Shin Jonghak. About 10 steps away, the pair scowled at Kim Suho. Ha! No, we wouldn't say we were. Kim Soo-ho panicked for no reason. Were those two always so close? He remembered they didn't get along very well in the past. Whatever. You should get ready, too, Jin Sahyuk said calmly, despite Kim Soo-ho's perplexity. Get ready for what? Aileen asked. Jin Sahyuk scoffed, as if making fun of Aileen for asking such a silly question, then pointed to the Devil's Castle in the distance. What used to be the presidential residence was now Bale's castle. Surrounded by demonic energy, it had become quite grotesque in appearance. That castle needs to come down. Ha! You! Kim Soo-ho's eyes widened to the extent that they almost bulged out. The Jin Sahyuk he knew was not like this. Not long ago, she had declared she would destroy Earth if she couldn't go back to her homeland. No. Jin Sahyuk shook her head with a cold smile. Of course, thought Kim Soo-ho. But then Jin Sahyuk's next remark made him freeze. We're doing it together. Eastern Pandemonium, Vasego built his Colosseum in what was once a city called Harbin. The land shared its border with Russia and boasted a view of the Korean peninsula to the south. The Colosseum, bearing the design of the demon realm, was large and magnificent enough to be seen from both Korea and Russia. Because of this, the Colosseum had already become a symbol of terror for many. Today, however, a hero arrived at the Colosseum purely of her own will. It's big, master rank hero, Jin Se-in the Divine Archer. Having challenged Vasego, she looked around the Colosseum in a daze. Only those who lack skill care about appearance. It was then. A heavy voice rang out just behind her. Jin Se-in immediately withdrew her gaze from the Colosseum and turned around. It's been a while, Archer. It was Cheok Yung-yung, as expected. His face broke into a broad grin. Jin Se-in was glad to see him smile, though she wasn't exactly sure why. She smiled back at him softly. I didn't know we were close enough to share such a greeting. Who cares? We can get to know each other from now on, Cheok Yung-yung shrugged. Jin Se-in nodded in agreement. Though she had no idea what would happen in this arena, she felt confident that Cheok Yung-yung would never betray her. Oh, right. You must know this since you're a high-ranking hero. Is it true that Auden is alive? Kung, Kung, Kung. Cheok Yung-yung walked barefoot and stood right next to Jin Se-in. Their height difference was at least 40 centimeters. Jin Se-in had to tilt her head back so much that her neck began to hurt. Well, if Auden is really alive, that would mean we're really close to him right now. Jin Se-in answered without much thought. A long walk east of the Colosseum would reach Vladivostok. Vladivostok was where the rumors about Auden originated from. Cheok Yung-yung raised his eyebrows, dissatisfied by Jin Se-in's answer. That's not what I asked. I asked if he's alive. The residents of Vladivostok seem to think so. They worship Auden. Worship? Yes. According to them, it's all thanks to Auden that they live in peace in Vladivostok, a city that had long been abandoned without having to worry about monster invasions. So it's true that Auden's been hunting monsters himself. I'm not sure about that. It could be someone else, someone strong but also secretive, like Black Lotus. Jin Se-in shrugged, and Cheok Yung-yung chuckled. PFT, all right, whatever. I didn't come here for a chat anyway. I agree. Cheok Yung-yung and Jin Se-in stood side by side and stared at the arena in front of them. But these two weren't the only ones who had their eyes on the Colosseum. Many were observing it from afar, including the members of the chameleon troupe who had followed Cheok Yung-yung secretly, and Vast Expense, who was exuding his presence openly. And so Cheok Yung-yung stepped into the ring and took a deep breath. He then yelled from the top of his lungs, "Oi, old man!" His voice shook the earth and the atmosphere. Cheok Yung-yung called Vast Expense with overt enthusiasm. "Aren't you gonna come out?" His cry echoed through the Colosseum, but Vast Expense did not respond, only watching from afar. Well, it's pretty obvious what that greedy old man is after, Cheok Yung-yong muttered discontentedly. Vast Expense's reason for coming here was obvious, as he said. Vasego had declared that he would reward the victor with whatever he wished. Vast Expense was probably planning to ask for immortality. Never mind those cowards. Let's go first. Cheok Yung-yung tapped Jin Se-in on the shoulder. Jin Se-in, however, seemed a little hesitant as she looked around Cheok Yung-yung. She was trying to locate Black Lotus, but could not detect his presence anywhere nearby. Was Cheok Yung-yung alone? Did Black Lotus enter the demon realm gate as well? Jin Se-in concealed her disappointment and began walking. I guess you aren't called Divine Archer for nothing. Biwahaha. Oh, by the way, impressed by her boldness, Cheok Young beamed with satisfaction as he pulled out a card. Jin Se-in looked at the card. It was called the invitation letter to the love room. What's this? A card that allows me to summon one of my friends. I know who you're looking for, so let's get along from now on. To her surprise, he was more tactful than she thought. Though Jin Se-in was embarrassed that he had read her mind, she soon gave a small smile and nodded. Good idea. It's like the saying the end justifies the means. Cool. Now let's go. Yes, let's. Together, Jin Se-in and Cheok Young walked into the mouth of the devil Vasego side by side. The Republic of Liras, Aaron and her knights began fighting monsters as soon as they entered the barrier. They wielded their swords to find and rescue the prince. On the other hand, Jane and I left. Right now I didn't have the strength to fight monsters. Just by breaking the barrier, I'd consumed most of my stigma. Boss, can you hear me? The first thing I did was send Boss a message, but she didn't reply for a long time. Did something bad happen to her? Just as I began to worry, Boss's voice flowed into my ears. I hear you, Hajin. Her voice was cracked and frail. It was faintly trembling as if she had been crying all this time. Where are you? Sorry, I'd like to be alone for a while. I never imagined that Boss could sound so weak and pitiful. She refused my visit in a roundabout way. I said with a small sigh, okay, then rest well. But it's just for today because I'll come by tomorrow. Boss whispered. Thank you, sure. I dismissed mental transmission without further ado. Boss seemed to be struggling, but at least she was safe. That's all that mattered to me. As long as she was alive, we could fix things. We could heal. A sense of relief swept through me. It was then. Oh, you're here. Someone grabbed me by the neck. When I turned around, I saw Shimurin. With a big grin, Shimurin looked at Jane and me alternately. I see you're with a woman disguised as a man today. Ha! Oh, ha ha. Shimurin saw through Jane's disguise at once. Jane stepped back in surprise. Why are you here, Shimurin SSI? Why do you think? I also have some questions for him over there. With a surprisingly solemn expression, Shimurin pointed at the Devil's Castle at the center of the barrier. I believe he possesses an essential knowledge of dimensional migration. Ah! Once again, Shimurin's instinct was correct. Bale had confidently stated that he could send Jin Sahyuk back to her native dimension. Hey, are you also inside the barrier? At that moment, Ki Naeun's voice flowed into my ears through infinite communication. Her voice sounded clear, which meant she was not far from here. What? I opened my eyes wide and looked around. It was then that I realized what situation I was in. YunSeo-jin, Ki Naeun, Kim Youngjin, Yohei, Kim Horak, Yi Youngjin, Aaron and her knights, the Republic's aristocratic knights, and even civilians armed with shabby swords and sickles. Everyone was fighting Bale's monsters fiercely. I looked at Jane, then at Shimurin. Both were smiling mischievously. Jane whispered to me, "We have a lot of time." Okay, listen. If you're here, you need to help us out. You're good at this kind of fight. There's just too many of them. It's endless. At that moment, I heard Ki Naeun's nervous voice again. I smiled and put my bow back in stigma. Then I pulled out the Desert Eagle. Well then. I had plenty of bullets on me, including the Basilisk's bullets. I transformed the Desert Eagle into a heavy machine gun. Kick, kick, the sound of machine parts colliding rang out. The Desert Eagle became a machine gun the size of a cannonball, with its muzzle pointed to the sky. It had been quite a while since I last let the Desert Eagle take the form of a machine gun. Perhaps due to my growth, the gun looked much more intimidating now than before. The bullets fired from a gun of this size would be as powerful as a bomb that could blow up anything. We'll talk after we take care of this. But before pulling the trigger, I first sent a message to Ki Naeun. It's me who's shooting now. A sentence as simple as that. Chapter 341. The stories of the chapter's 6 Republic of Liras. Hugh. Ki Naeun heaved out a sigh. Seeing this, the children surrounding her began to cry. They were standing on remnants of a crumbled building. Nearby, a wooden plaque reading orphanage lied on the ground. One of the children approached Ki Naeun with shaking legs. The child tried to say something. Krrrr. However, she soon fell flat on the ground, hearing the low growl of a demonic beast. Don't worry. Ki Naeun reassured the children as she turned around. A wolf-like demonic beast, an octopus-like demonic beast, and an 8-handed humanoid demonic beast were eyeing her with killing intent. Older sis here will protect you all. Ki Naeun split off a part of her magic power and created a protective barrier around the children. As creating barriers wasn't her specialty, her magic power consumption shot up. Still, she knew it was better than having someone get injured. Krrrr, the wolf demonic beast shot forward. Ki Naeun swung her sword at its head, cleanly severing it in half. Yuo, why, you can do it. The children inside the barrier cheered as soon as she cut down one demonic beast. Just hearing them gave her a boost of energy, but it was then that more annoying monsters appeared. Keeg! A loud screech descended from the sky. Ki Naeun quickly tilted her head up. Keeg! Keeg! Dozens, no, hundreds of flying demonic beasts were gathering around her. I'm not good at aerial battle. To fight airborne monsters, Ki Naeun had to infuse more magic power into her sword to increase the length of its blade. Although that wasn't difficult in itself, she was worried about the children. If she accidentally swung her blade in the wrong direction, she could very well destroy the barrier and even kill the children inside. We believe in you. Don't die. The heartwarming encouragement of the children seemed to invite the demonic birds. Keeg! With loud screeches, they shot down. Ki Naeun gathered her magic power in Barmung and swung it in a large arc. Barmung's blade spread out like a fan and obliterated everything in its path. It was then. Something shot up from the ground in the distance. Without a sound, it left behind a curved line marking its path. No matter how she looked at it, she could only think of gunfire from a certain man. Quara! After a moment of silence, a thunderous clap boomed out. The sound of gunfire had arrived a bit after its firing. Quara! The line left behind by the flying object soon forked into multiple paths. Seeing this, Ki Naeun realized multiple bullets had been fired simultaneously. The bullets traveled faster than sound. It was only after they pierced the demonic beasts that the impact sound rang out. Hew! Ki Naeun pierced the ground with Barmung and leaned against it. Although she was still surrounded by demonic beasts, her intuition told her that her 24-hour-long battle was coming to an end. Quah! The pouring bullets decimated the demonic beasts, both in the sky and on the ground. For some strange reason, the bullets seemed to have a mind of their own, as they curved freely and struck down countless targets. Ki Naeun breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that this ally of hers never missed his mark. She was convinced she could finally rest. Come here. Ki Naeun dismantled her barrier and gathered the children. The children were initially trembling in fear from the seemingly indiscriminate shooting, but it didn't take long for them to realize that wasn't the case. Ki Naeun fell flat on the ground and collected her breath. Let's rest a bit. The children hugged each other and closed their eyes. Ki Naeun sat in the center of the group, gently stroking their hair and reassuring them. 30 minutes later, the endless barrage of bullets stopped, and a timely gust of wind tickled Ki Naeun's shoulders. She looked up and gazed at the sky. Although it was still dark from Baal's barrier, there wasn't a single demonic beast remaining. It's over, Ki Naeun chuckled. The never-ending battle she had been wrapped up in all day ended in just 30 minutes. She couldn't help but praise Kim Hajin's gift. Is it over? Ki Naeun messaged Kim Hajin to ask for a confirmation. A reply came back about a minute later. Yeah, more or less. Ki Naeun closed her eyes and grinned. She could hear the breathing noises of the children in her arms. She looked down, feeling a great sense of achievement. Protecting them was hard, but she had to admit it was well worth it. Hey, what's up? As her heart rate slowed down from exhaustion, Ki Naeun sent another message. Thanks. Kim Hajin didn't respond right away. A long silence continued before a few words finally came back. Don't say that. Ki Naeun laughed at his words. She knew what he meant by those words. Like a fool, the Kim Hajin she knew always saw himself as someone to be hated. So Ki Naeun didn't say anything back, seeing the tired children sleeping in her arms, remembering the people she saved during the day, and recalling the people who lost their lives. She felt like she could finally understand it. If Kim Hajin didn't kill Ki Jin-yoon that day, he would have become a devil and killed countless people. Ki Jin-yoon would have been forced to commit murder, never to find salvation. Ki Naeun understood all this, but she didn't voice it aloud. Instead, she changed the topic. Where are you going now? Isn't that obvious? For both of us, I mean. Ki Naeun nodded at Kim Hajin's reply. The final target was the villain behind the appearance of devils on Earth, Baal. Ki Naeun clenched her teeth. That Baal bastard, the one who's responsible for the rift between us, let's storm into his castle and beat him up. Yeah, At that moment, Ki Naeun's ears perked up. "Ha! What?" She heard a voice from far, far away. It wasn't a mental transmission or a mystical message like the one from infinite communication. It was a real voice, albeit faint. Ki Naeun quickly turned to the east. She could see the rubble of a crumbled building in the far distance. Her intuition roared. It was telling her that Kim Hajin was there, that he wouldn't run away if she came to him, that he couldn't. PFT, Ki Naeun smirked. She grinned from ear to ear before turning back to look at the children she rescued. "I'm going to sleep before heading there, so go on ahead." Kim Hajin didn't reply. It was only obvious since she said it aloud without messaging him. In any case, Ki Naeun lied down on the ground with a thin smile. Lying comfortably, she looked up at the sky darkened by Bale's barrier and murmured to herself, "I'm thankful, but I can't thank you. I like you, but I can't like you. It's still like that for me." Jin Se-in and Cheok Yung arrived at the waiting room of the Colosseum. Vasego's servant personally guided them. A fancy table and a set of luxurious chairs were placed inside it, and Jin Se-in and Cheok Yung immediately grabbed a seat. "Oh!" When Jin Se-in sat on the chair, she exclaimed in surprise. The way the chair comfortably hugged her lower body was something she had never experienced before. Lord Vasego is a renowned collector. Every item our guests see and use are masterpieces in their own fields. Jin Se-in let out a dry cough, somewhat embarrassed by her subconscious outburst, but Cheok Yung only laughed disdainfully. "Way to act high and mighty with such cheap furniture. The stuff we have in our hideout is thousands of times better." Cheok Yung only meant to make a snarky remark, but it was something the servant couldn't overlook. His expression contorted viciously, his shoulders shook, and his stomach boiled with anger. He felt a strong urge to kill Cheok Yung on the spot, but he barely held himself back, knowing his lord would dislike his challenger's disappearing. "Please refrain from telling such lies. This Colosseum is under our lord's control. He can be watching you if he so wishes." "I'm not lying, you hunchback weasel. Have you been to our hideout? Have you sat in our chairs or lay in our beds?" The chameleon troop's hideout was full of furniture crafted by Kim Hajin. From Cheok Yung perspective, Kim Hajin's furniture was far better than the ones he saw and felt here. The servant became speechless. Jin Se-in spotted fury from his cold expression and quickly blocked Cheok Yung mouth. "Ahem, thank you for guiding us." Even so, the servant didn't stop glaring at Cheok Yung. Of course, Cheok Yung wasn't the type to shy away from a battle, much less a staring contest. He looked back at the servant and smiled proudly. In his mind, he was only thinking of relieving his boredom by fighting. "Let it go." At that moment, a voice rang out from the ceiling, startling both Jin Se-in and Cheok Yung. The servant immediately retracted his anger and knelt down. "My apologies, Your Highness." Cheok Yung looked up at the ceiling. The voice rang out once more from the same place. "What you said catches my interest. Every item in my possession is of the finest quality. You say that they are lacking. Vasego wasn't as perverted a collector as Bale, but as a devil who specialized in discovering treasures. What Cheok Yung said caught his interest. "I'm saying that the stuff we have in our hideout is better." Cheok Yung spoke with confidence. The servant jumped in shock, while Vasego remained silent. Of course, Cheok Yung's confidence was only natural given the origin of the chameleon troop's furniture. Dwarves were one of the rarest races and the race with the best craftsmanship. Vasego's journey across many dimensions had allowed him to obtain several dwarven items, but he only possessed weapons. This was because the dwarves were known to only craft weapons. "Rather than that, your voice is more feminine than I expected." Cheok Yung put aside talking about furniture. He was more curious about Vasego's gender. Hearing the silvery voice that rang out from the ceiling, he could only guess that Vasego was a woman. Devils don't have genders. Rather, it depends on the incarnation body. "If you are talking about now, I am indeed a woman," Vasego answered. Although she talked like she was being generous, the discontent in her voice was clear. "In any case, I would love to see the furniture in your hideout. If you can get out of here alive, that is." "Kuhahaha. Great, I'll personally bring your head to the hideout and show you around." "Good. I hope that confidence isn't just coming from the natural arrogance of humans." With that, Vasego's voice cut off. Vasego's servant sent Cheok Yung one last glare before leaving as well. "It looks like our theory is correct." As soon as they vanished, Jin Se-in muttered in a serious tone. What theory? That devils are naturally more obsessed with things than humans. If you think about it, jinns are humans who were influenced by devils to pursue their desires. In that case, devils should be the incarnation of desire. So what? Cheok Yungyung asked with a frown. Jin Se-in clenched her fists and gazed at Cheok Yungyung. She sent him a mental transmission in case Vasego was listening. It means it might be possible to defeat devils without fighting them. All types of tricks can be used. Baal's Devil Castle. Kim Suho entered the Devil's Castle. The first floor of Baal's castle only consisted of stairs. Despite the eerie atmosphere, there were no traps or obstacles, so rather than worrying about enemies, Kim Suho eyed Jin Sahyuk, who was technically his ally. After about 20 minutes, "Do you have a plan for killing Baal?" Jin Sahyuk suddenly asked. Kim Suho flinched at the unexpected question before letting out a cough and answering seriously. "I'll cut him down. That's it for now." They only had 2 days left, which wasn't enough to form a detailed plan. Kim Suho simply believed in himself and his sword Misteltein. "What about you? Do you have a plan?" Aileen asked from next to them. She was floating in the air with the help of her spirit's speech, mainly because she wanted to stay at their eye level. Jin Sahyuk suddenly stopped. Her pause caught Kim Suho, Aileen, and Shin Jonghak's attention. "You do? Then tell us." Seeing Jin Sahyuk remaining mute, Aileen urged her. Jin Sahyuk looked back and forth between Kim Suho and Aileen. "I'm going to ask Black Lotus." Kim Suho, Aileen, and Shin Jonghak all shook with shock. Shin Jonghak made a dissatisfied face, while Kim Suho and Aileen looked curious more than anything. Aileen asked, "You're going to ask him? How?" "When I send the signal, he will fire an arrow at the Devil's Castle. If it's him, he should be able to destroy the entire Devil's Castle." What? You think that's possible? Even my teleportation didn't work inside this castle. That's why we're running up, remember? And if that was possible, why are we even climbing it in the first place? We can just wait for Black Lotus to destroy the castle and... Quiet. I know he's capable. He will destroy the castle from the outside, but we have to take care of what's inside. Jin Sahyuk stood steadfast in the face of Aileen's sarcastic comments. On the other hand, Kim Suho kept staring at Jin Sahyuk. He couldn't understand why Jin Sahyuk trusted Black Lotus so much. In fact, he couldn't understand how Jin Sahyuk trusted anyone at all. "Jin Sahyuk, what's your relationship with Black Lotus?" he asked a logical question. "What?" But to his surprise, Jin Sahyuk acted mad, muttering, "Kim Suho, you bastard, you've grown arrogant." However, in the next moment, she smirked like it wasn't a big deal. "Actually, rather than Black Lotus, I have a relationship with Kim Hajin." "Ha!" Kim Suho immediately became lost for words. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Kim Suho wasn't sure whether he heard what he thought he just heard. But before he could carefully go over what was just said, Jin Sahyuk added even more provocative info. "Kim Hajin has complicated feelings for me, so much so that it's troubling even for me." It wasn't a complete lie taking the synchronization into account. It was also true that Kim Hajin's complicated feelings were troubling her. But Jin Sahyuk's words were more effective than she imagined. This time, even Shin Jonghak and Aileen's heads turned blank. "That's all I'm saying." "Is that so surprising?" Jin Sahyuk chuckled to herself and began climbing the stairs once more. This time, her steps were more poised and elegant. Chapter 342. Final Banquet, One Baal's Castle. Kim Suho continued to climb a seemingly endless spiral staircase. As he grew closer to the sky, he continuously mulled over what Jin Sahyuk said 2 hours ago. "Kim Hajin has complicated feelings for me, so much so that it's troubling even for me." If you knew how Kim Hajin feels, you would all be shocked, speechless. Unable to understand what she meant, Kim Suho called Shin Jonghak. "Shin Jonghak, do you know anything about it?" "About what?" "About what Jin Sahyuk said." Shin Jonghak shook his head. "No clue. I only followed her here, but I've seen that woman stare at Kim Hajin with a warm look." "What? Really? Don't worry about it, Suho. I'm sure she's lying. Why would Fenrir like that crazy woman anyways?" Aileen cut in. To be honest, Kim Suho thought the same way. But he knew Jin Sahyuk wasn't the type to make such jokes. She considered herself as royalty, and joking was something that didn't suit their dignity. "Rather than that, I'm curious when we'll reach the end of this staircase." Aileen crossed her arms unhappily. Just as she said, the group had been climbing the staircase for almost 3 hours, but they had yet to catch a glimpse of anything resembling a pathway. "Oi, black-haired girl." Aileen called Jin Sahyuk, who was climbing ahead of them. Jin Sahyuk stopped and looked back at Aileen. Are you sure we're going the right way? Who knows? Jin Sahyuk shrugged irresponsibly. What? Aileen scowled, to which Jin Sahyuk smirked. What other choice do we have? It's not like we can shout for Bale to come out. Let's just keep going, and in the meanwhile, I'll send a mental transmission to Black Lotus. Mental transmission to Black Lotus? Yep. Jin Sahyuk nodded and sent a mental transmission to Kim Hajin. Her way of sending mental transmissions was rather unique, as she used reality manipulation to do so. I'm in Bale's castle with Kim Suho. You stay outside. Don't enter the castle. If you want to save the world, then do as I say. Kim Hajin replied about 3 minutes afterward. Why? It was a short, blunt question. Jin Sahyuk laughed inwardly at this cute reaction. Behind her, Aileen's loud voice rang out. Simon, how long do we have to keep? Oh, there it is. Jin Sahyuk interrupted Aileen and pointed to a spot on the spiral staircase. Shin Jonghak, Kim Suho, and Aileen all turned their gazes to the spot Jin Sahyuk was pointing to. Ah, you're right. It really is there. But there wasn't anything just a moment ago. Aileen's eyes widened. Just like she said, a huge gate had suddenly appeared at a previously empty spot. I'll go in first. Shin Jonghak stepped forward as soon as he saw the gate. He hopped up the staircase, 3 steps at a time until he reached the gate. Seeing how Shin Jonghak was practically running, Jin Sahyuk smiled. Soon, all 4 members of the group reached the gate. Standing in front of the ogre-sized gate, Shin Jonghak stared at Jin Sahyuk, and Jin Sahyuk nodded her head. Shin Jonghak then grabbed the knob on the right side, while Kim Suho grabbed the knob on the left. Together, they pushed it forward. Kick! The giant gate opened with a coarse sound. Immediately, a brilliant light shone from the other side, and classical music began to play. The 4 of them blinked their eyes at the dazzling light, and in the next instant, their thought processes stopped. A scene they hadn't expected to see was spread out before them. Where is this? Aileen muttered quietly and rolled her eyes to study the area. To describe it simply, they were at the scene of a banquet. A fancy chandelier cast light in all directions, and a sumptuous feast was prepared inside. They could also see well-dressed men and women dancing to the tune of classical music. No matter how they looked at it, they were in a banquet hall. There he is. While the others stood confused, Jin Sahyuk spotted a certain person from the crowd and smiled. Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak also followed Jin Sahyuk's gaze, while Aileen's attention was caught by a waiter holding a plate of fancy chocolates. That's YunSeo-jin, the previous boss of the chameleon troupe. The moment Jin Sahyuk mentioned this, what? Aileen's eyes shot open, and her attention turned to YunSeo-jin. That bastard, he's really alive. Aileen also had an ill-fated relationship with YunSeo-jin. Currently, he was sitting on a chair at a balcony on the upper floor of the banquet hall, looking down at the crowd below. Demon Realm Gate, Bale's barrier. I stood in front of Bale's castle. Jane and Shimurin were standing next to me. Although I used up most of my bullets, I eliminated all the demonic beasts running amok inside the barrier. Soon, Rachel, YunSeo-jin, and the other heroes should arrive here as well. Let's go in. Just as I was about to enter Bale's castle, I'm in Bale's castle with Kim Suho. You stay outside. Don't enter the castle. If you want to save the world, then do as I say. Jin Sahyuk's mental transmission flowed into my ears. I paused immediately. Huh? What's up? Jane tilted her head curiously. Hold on. I just got a strange message. I messaged back. Why? But she didn't return an answer. After waiting for a few minutes, I contemplated ignoring her warning and going inside. I gave it more thought and concluded that the changed Jin Sahyuk wouldn't lie to me. Let's wait a bit more. I spread ether out like a mat and took a seat on the ground. Jane and Shimurin also sat down next to me. Jane yawned, and Shimurin took out a scroll as soon as she sat down. Is that the Dimension scroll? I looked at her scroll with keen interest. Shimurin nodded her head with a grin. This scroll will summon a portal connecting 2 dimensions together. It's still incomplete and unsafe. The portal isn't big enough either. There's still a lot I have to fix. Why? Do you want to give it a go? I stared at the scroll fixedly. Then a brilliant idea flashed across my mind. Let me test something. I took out 2 fur-sized pieces of paper. Shimurin tilted her head and asked, What's that? They're just pieces of paper for now. I activated setting intervention, adding linkage. recording, and durability to their setting. I also changed the name of the papers to Messenger. Used 103 SB to change the setting of a set of objects. Luck activates. Item Messenger increases in rank. Item Messenger has been strengthened in functionality. Now it's a messenger. A what? Shimurin's eyebrows went up, and Jane turned her gaze to us with interest. A messenger. If you write something on one paper, the same thing will be written on the other. I demonstrated the messenger's function. Shimurin nodded her head. So that's what it is. You want to send this to your world? Exactly. Shimurin rubbed her chin and fell in thought. After about 30 seconds, she continued. It's likely that the paper will burn while crossing over to your world. It's fine. This paper has good durability. At the very least, it should withstand being burnt. I added durability to its setting, not to mention the added bonus from luck. You're that confident. This scroll might look tiny, but it's expensive enough to be a national treasure, you know. Just do it. Who cares about money when the world is at risk? Well, that's true. Shimurin let out a dry cough and tore the scroll in half. The Grand Magician's magic power flowed into the scroll, and a small, fist-sized portal appeared in the air. All right, Kim Hajin, it's your turn now. Got it. I sent Stigma's magic power into the portal and set the coordinate to Evandal's cabin. Done. I'm going to give it a go then. I wrote a message on the paper, folded it into a paper airplane, and sent it flying inside the portal. With my master sharpshooter gift, the paper airplane practically flew like a real one. Wow, how cool, so we just have to wait now, Jane muttered, but Shimurin and I only stared at the remaining paper. It was then. We just found YunSeo-jin in what seems to be the first stage, a banquet hall. You wait outside and destroy Baal's castle with an arrow when I give the signal. I know you can do it. Jin Sahyuk returned a belated reply. What is she talking about? I spat out a complaint out loud. When Shimurin and Jane gave me a curious look, I returned a reply. Are you crazy? How am I supposed to destroy Baal's castle? You can do it. No way. It was impossible, especially when even Baal's barrier could only be partially destroyed with the help of the Mystic Key. Wait, Mystic Key. You should be able to do it. So when I give the signal, shoot immediately and destroy the castle. Ignoring my worries, Jin Sahyuk gave a firm command. Earth Evandal and Haeyang's cabin, on the other hand, are Haeyin and Evandal returned to Evandal's domain. TV, TV, Evandal hummed happily as she turned on the TV inside the cabin. Valak's army retreated from Europe. A timely report of the day's news came out. Duchess, Arhain and her disciple led humanity to their first victory. Arhain and Evandal had successfully stopped Valak's army from advancing into Europe. Evandal and her unicorn commanded 5,000 spirit beasts as though they shared one mind, while Arhain fully utilized the power of the Cardinal Guardians to force Valak to retreat. The streets of Europe are filled with people cheering the two magicians' achievements. Ooh, look, Haeyang, we did good. Evandal watched the news with sparkling eyes. Seeing her achievements broadcasted across the world, she was both excited and proud. We captured footage of a black wolf defeating Valak's adjutant. Let's take a look. Fenrir, Fenrir, come over here. They're praising you on TV. Evandal hugged Fenrir excitedly. Fenrir maintained his indifferent act while stealthily gazing at himself appearing on TV. Quara, a house-sized wolf, was storming forward and crushing several demons. So cool. Krrr. Fenrir shrugged, hearing Evandal's cheer. Ha ha. Arhain chuckled and left Evandal to enjoy her time with her spirit beasts. Then she turned on a smartwatch, which she kept off during the war. She was immediately stormed with messages from the association. Demon Realm Gate Kim Suho, Aileen, Yun-seung-ah, Shin Jonghak, Rachel, Yu Yonha, and others. Valak Arhain Lerage, game to be released next Monday, Astaroth Lyra, Kim H. Werong, Yehi Jun, and 13 other 8-star magicians. Vasego's Colosseum Jin Seiyan, Vast Expanse, and others. She received a report containing the activities of various heroes. Arhain found the name Rachel on the list and looked back at Evandal. Evandal was clapping her hands like a seal and watching the news with widened eyes. Cute. A faint smile emerged on Arhain's face. She became worried when both Kim Hajin and Rachel left, but it seemed that her worry was unnecessary. Tiraring. As she was watching Evandal play with her friends, she received another message. Duchess Arhain, when will you introduce your disciple to the world? Everyone is curious. Earth needs an icon of hope. It was from the association yet again. In truth, the hero association already knew who Hajin's disciple was, that it was a young girl of the name, Evandel. That was why they kept pestering her. A 10-year-old genius magician who could wield an army of spirit beasts. Evandel was truly the perfect candidate for an icon of hope. Hajin ignored the message and turned her smartwatch off. At that moment, a paper airplane flew inside the cabin from the window. "What's this?" Hajin frowned and grabbed the airplane. When she touched it, her face immediately stiffened. She could feel a trace of magic power from the paper material. She quickly opened the airplane and checked the contents. "Evandel, are you doing well? It's me, Hajin. If you have something you want to say to me, all you have to do is write something on this piece of paper. I can reply to you on the same paper. I want to see you." Chapter 343. Final Banquet. 2 Lyra's underground bunker. Rachel, YunSeo-jin, Ki Naeun, and other members from Earth returned to the underground bunker. When they arrived, they were met with cheers from the people staying in it. Aaron and the Republic's knights smiled wryly as they shook hands with evacuees. The group then headed to the office of the person in charge of the bunker, Yunha. Yunha greeted them and said as she looked back and forth between the knights and the members of the Secret Service, "There's too many of you to be stuffed in this small place." 6 Secret Service members and 26 knights had entered the room. There were also hundreds of knights waiting outside. Aaron sent her subordinates a shooing look. The knights took the hint and left the room, leaving behind Rachel, Ki Naeun, Aaron, Kim Youngjin, Yonhan, and Kim Horak. Who? Yonha wasn't happy that an outsider like Aaron was still in the room, but she greeted her with a smile knowing she was an important character in this world. "Well done, everyone, but we don't have time to rest. Next where's Kim Suho?" Kinean interrupted Yonha to ask. "Did he go to the bathroom?" She blinked her eyes with an innocent look. Yonha coughed before replying immediately. "He went to Bale's castle with Lady Aileen." "What, already?" "Yeah, Fenrir was going to end the war with demonic beasts anyways." Yonha made a faint smile. It was the objective truth that Kim Hajin performed the best in war. Although Kim Suho could cut down dozens of enemies with one swing of his sword, Kim Hajin could kill hundreds just by the click of a button. "Sorry, but where's our prince?" Aaron shouted urgently, as if she was tired of hearing about Fenrir, Bale, and whatnot. Yonha stared at Aaron before taking out 17 small bottles from her desk drawer. "There's a large castle in the middle of the barrier. We call it Bale's castle. The prince is probably there. Here, take this." "Miracle herbs," Rachel muttered silently when she saw the plants inside the bottles. She could feel the energy of elementals from the plants. "That's right. We looked all over the country and could only find 17 of them. Taking it will recover your energy within 2-3 hours." In other words, she wanted them to get going as soon as possible. It wasn't the most encouraging words to hear for people who just returned from hours upon hours of battle, but they knew the situation they were in. The 7 of them took the bottles and consumed the herbs. Then they put the remaining 10 bottles in their pockets. "Give some to Kim Suho and Aileen when you meet them. They left before I had the chance to give them out. The rest you can use in times of emergency." As she said that, Yonha took out a suitcase and put it on the desk. Then she took out several more. Kung, she took out a total of 7 suitcases, and the 7 members stared at Yonha curiously. "These are treasures used for exorcism. I kind of stole them from their original owners, but that's not important now. Use them when you reach the castle." The 7 members hesitated. Using stolen goods was one thing, but they were just too hungry. "Hurry. There are other people I have to talk to. This bunker has over 200 people. I'm busy trying to take care of everything. Your hunger should disappear too when you consume the miracle herb." Yonha urged the heroes, practically forcing them out with suitcases in hand. Baal's castle banquet hall. "Shoot!" TK, the toes of 2 people clashed. Aileen furrowed her brows, but Kim Suho took the next step with tenacity. "Damn it, arg." But not long afterward, their feet tangled once more. High-class music flowed in the air, but the 2 people's minds were all over the place. Even so, they continued to dance. Aileen grit her teeth and asked, "Why do I have to do this?" "Just wait until they're done talking." Kim Suho glanced at the second floor of the banquet hall. There, Yeonjun was staring at Jin Sahyuk and Shin Jonghak. "Arg, when is it ending?" For the record, there was a reason Aileen and Kim Suho were dancing. Baal's castle had rules that had to be followed. Other than Jin Sahyuk, who could manipulate reality, and Shin Jonghak, who was unaffected for some reason, everyone who didn't follow the rules was kicked out. Be quiet, so we can eavesdrop. Kim Suho danced half-heartedly and focused his attention on the second floor. Jin Sahyuk and Yeonjun met face to face just a moment ago. Jin Sahyuk spoke. We meet again. Jin Sahyuk's eyes narrowed like those of a fox. However, Yeonjun remained silent and simply looked back and forth between Jin Sahyuk and Shin Jonghak. From the look in his eyes, he seemed confused. Soon he spoke up. Looks like Baal's rules don't apply to you. I have my authority, but I don't know why it doesn't work on him. Jin Sahyuk pointed at Shin Jonghak, who was completely unaffected by Baal's rules. You're an interesting one, Yeonjun said to Shin Jonghak. Immediately, Shin Jonghak swung his conqueror spear. The spear cut through the air and stopped right in front of Yeonjun's neck. Shin Jonghak asked, Answer. Where's Baal? Baal is raging. A rather random reply came back. Shin Jonghak frowned, and Jin Sahyuk immediately asked back. We asked where Baal is, not what he's doing. He's raging. Is your head okay? Jin Sahyuk paused for a moment and stared at Yeonjun fixedly. Something seemed off about Yeonjun. His eyes were murky, and his body didn't move. Almost like someone who lost something important, he sat dazed in his chair. Baal's raging, Jin Sahyuk asked somewhat seriously. She wanted to grasp the situation accurately. Yeonjun didn't wait to answer Jin Sahyuk. That's right. Baal saw the truth from Bel's memories. Truth? What truth? Yeonjun tilted his head and looked at Jin Sahyuk. However, Jin Sahyuk couldn't look at him straight. She preferred his old, greed-filled eyes rather than the current hollow eyes. Did you know? Yeonjun asked. Jin Sahyuk looked at Shin Jonghak before answering, and when Shin Jonghak shook his head, she looked back at Yeonjun. Know what? That this world we live in is nothing but a novel. Jin Sahyuk furrowed her brows, but that was the only change in her expression. She couldn't make sense of what Yeonjun said, so she couldn't react in a big way. So you didn't know either? Yeonjun was serious. With a twisted smile, he began to murmur incomprehensible things. But Bell knew. He knew that this world is a novel written by a single man. That's right, a novel. A damn novel, and a worthless one at that. The world I wanted to obtain so much wasn't worth a penny to that man. Even the almighty devil is nothing but a creation of a magicless, complete world. Yeonjun continued to mumble as if he had lost his mind. Jin Sahyuk tried to pick up on any clues she could find, but in the end she gave up and sighed. Fool, it looks like Baal ate your brain. This is what you get for being too greedy and trying to obtain what's out of your league. Out of my league, that's right. A mere character like myself dared to take over a world. Shut your mouth. Jin Sahyuk gathered magic power in her hands. She tried to kill Yeonjun. It was then. Bel's face suddenly popped up in her mind. Before he died, he said he knew two truths, but he died while keeping one of them to himself. That truth most certainly would have flowed into Baal's head. As a curious devil, there was no doubt Baal would absorb the memories of his host. Oi! Jin Sahyuk retracted her magic power and looked into Yeonjun's eyes. Tell me slowly and in detail, what did you hear from Baal? No matter what he found out, he couldn't possibly fear anything. Baal is raging. No, there is no human who is afraid of an ant. Rage is just another form of fear. Some people might detest ants, but no one was angry at them. Similarly, there was no reason for Baal to be angry at humans. Hearing this, Yeonjun closed his eyes and opened them back up. Jin Sahyuk's stiffened face was right in front of him. Fine, if you want to hear it so much, I'll tell you. With a straight face, Yeonjun began to describe the memories he received from Baal. Outside Baal's castle. Hajin. It's really you, Hajin. Evandel replied. I immediately wrote back. Of course it's me. Have you been doing well? Duchess Arhain is treating you well, right? This is really cool. How did you get this to work? Evandel's handwriting was neat and clean. Seeing how much she grew up, I held back my tears. I made it, but a magician in this world helped me send it over. At that moment, the magician in question spoke. How interesting. I didn't think it would work so well. Her face didn't show any sign of happiness or pride. Aren't you happy? It's not like I did much. I only brought a scroll without a destination. You're the one who completed it in an absurd fashion. I didn't see you make any calculations. I didn't even see what you did to modify the scroll. I scratched the back of my neck. I didn't have much to say to that. That was just how stigma was. The co-author said it was a special authority of the creator, though I could barely call myself the creator at this point. Anyways, you helped prove something I wasn't sure of. That dimensional travel is possible. I can cross dimensions and go to another world. While Shimurin was murmuring, I felt a group of people approaching us. I turned my head in that direction. Ha! Rachel, YunSeo-jin, Kinean, Yi Yonghan, people I was familiar with were walking over with exorcist weapons. I quickly put on Black Lotus's hood and mask, and then took out the Black Lotus bow. Be careful, Jane. Those guys are coming. Who should I turn into? Jane pondered for a moment before turning into Cheok Yoongyung. She flexed her Hulk-like muscles and looked at me. How is it? Jane grinned sweetly with Cheok Yoongyung's face. I held myself back from puking. Don't talk and smile like that when you're in that form. Ah, sure, Ki Nayan and the others arrived a bit afterward. They stopped running when they saw us. What are you guys doing here? Yun Seung-ah was the first to speak. Behind her, Rachel and Ki Nayan looked at us suspiciously. Jane then gave the same arrogant smile Cheok Yoongyung often made. Nothing much. Are you trying to enter this castle too? Oi, fat boar, who's that next to you? Ki Nayan asked as she glared at me. Jane shrugged as if the answer was obvious. It's Blackie. Can't you see? I grabbed my bow to emphasize my identity. But suddenly, everyone else picked up their weapons and stood on guard. Why are you raising your bow? Put it down. Do you want to fight? Yun Seung-ah's hostile voice rang out, and Rachel's elementals flickered in the air. I felt a strong urge to reveal my true identity, but I forced it down. Until everything ends, no, even after everything ends, I had to be Black Lotus. I spoke. You can go in. Your friends are inside. We have no desire to hinder you. My mask changed my voice. I made another messenger, with setting intervention, and threw it to Yun Seung-ah. The paper flew faster than a bullet, but Yun Seung-ah easily caught it with her fingers. What's this? It will let you contact me. Take it with you. I'll protect you and Kim Suho from here. Protect? Yun Seung-ah frowned. I nodded my head. How do you expect us to believe you? You don't have to if you don't want to. You will know once you go in. Yun Seung-ah stared at the paper suspiciously. Meanwhile, I glanced at Shimurin. Shimurin smirked and immediately cast a spell. As expected of a grand magician, a flash of light erupted, and we were teleported far away. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. I delayed the spell as long as possible because the situation looked fun. You did. Well, it's fine since we passed them the messenger. As long as I could contact them, I should be able to protect them. With a grin, I took out the mystic key and Athena's arrow. Now it was time to do my job. Let's see. A way to destroy Baal's castle. I didn't know whether Jin Sahyuk knew about it, but I did have one way of accomplishing this. Would you like to fuse mystic key with Athena's arrow? Warning. The chance of success is astronomically low. By using my LV-10 synthesis skill and Stigma's magic power, I could fuse the mystic key and Athena's arrow. The resulting arrow should be capable of dismantling anything in the world. Synthesis failed. Mystic key and Athena's arrow have been destroyed. Ha! TK, with a powerful snapping sound, Athena's arrow broke in half, and the mystic key turned into dust. I blinked my eyes repeatedly and looked at the remnants of the items. Like a carp stuck in a frozen pond, I stared blankly at the remains. The hell? A panicked mutter escaped my mouth. Yo, what happened to my items? The completely unexpected result caught me off guard. A mental breakdown was coming over me. Feeling like I was dreaming, I gathered the remnants of the broken items in a last-ditch effort to make things right. Then I used synthesis again. Synthesis failed. Not even dust remained. Chapter 344, Final Banquet 3 Synthesis failed. Don't calm down. Wait, that's not right. Calm down. I took a deep breath. The mystic key and Athena's arrow might have been destroyed, but there had to be a better solution. Oh, you okay? A voice rang in my head. I turned my head in a daze. Shimurin and Jane were staring at me. Hajin, what's wrong? I couldn't hear them well, almost like I was underwater. Suddenly, I felt sleepy. Perhaps everything would return to normal if I went to sleep and woke up. Wait, no, that was just running away from reality. What's wrong with him? He seems out of it all of a sudden. Shimurin's voice woke me up. I suddenly remembered something. Right, I still had something I could do, even if it was going overboard. Time reversal. Ha! Even though it would hurt a lot, I could just go back in time. Hoo-hoo. I took deep breaths, once, twice, thrice. What are you doing? Shimurin and Jane stared at me strangely. I took one final breath and turned to face them. Using time reversal just to recover destroyed items, a sudden philosophical thought popped up in my head. Would Jane in the present be the same person as Jane 3 minutes in the past? I shook my head and threw the thought away. See you in a bit. I closed my eyes and activated time reversal. The wind blew backwards and a warping sensation surrounded my body. When I opened my eyes, Athena's moonlight arrow and the mystic key were both in my hands. Ha! I breathed out a sigh of relief. My legs gave out, and I slumped down on the ground again. Jane and Shimurin gave me strange looks, but that didn't matter. Looking at the key and the arrow in my hands, I fell in thought. Should I try fusing them again, or should I be content that I restored them? It was then that something strange occurred. A bright orb of light appeared in the air above the items. The sun-like orb began to bloom like a budding flower. I stared at it with widened eyes. As the orb gave off a dazzling golden light, a system window popped up. The accumulation of luck, stacked 8 times, activates miraculous retry. For the next 30 minutes, your invariable stat, luck, rises to 9.99 Colosseum. What happened to the thing I talked about? On the other hand, in the Colosseum's waiting room, Jin Se-in asked Cheok Young, who was lounging around on the couch, "Do I really have to bring it?" Jin Se-in had asked Cheok Young to bring the furniture from the chameleon troop's hideout, knowing how much Vasego was interested in them. "Yes, I told you, they will come in handy during our negotiation. What, after we beat him up, we'll console him by giving him some furniture and tell him to go home. Regardless of what the plan is, having more options isn't bad." Vasego's Colosseum had a simple format. The challengers would put their lives on the line to fight, just like gladiators. There were 10 levels to the Colosseum, and challengers had to clear all levels before they could challenge Vasego. His logic was that he would only accept challenges from the strong. "But it's not like we can leave this place, right?" Jin Se-in furrowed her brows at Cheok Young's question. "Don't you guys have Khalifa? Tell him to come here." Challengers couldn't leave the Colosseum once they entered, but Jin Se-in and Cheok Young earned the right to invite a guest after crushing their way through to level 8. Cheok Young got up from the couch and asked, "You know Khalifa?" "Pardon. Ah, well, the chameleon troop is famous, after all." Cheok Young still gave her a suspicious glance. Jin Se-in let out a few dry coughs and explained, "I did some background investigation." "Why?" Jin Se-in raised her brows unhappily, and Cheok Young did the same. "You think I can trust someone who investigated us so easily?" "Tusk." Jin Se-in scratched the back of her neck. She trudged to the bed and lied down. Cheok Young smirked and lied back down on the couch. Just like that, silence filled the room. The level 8 challengers' waiting room was large and quiet. After a moment, a soft voice cut through the air. "You guys killed my father." It was Jin Se-in's voice. Cheok Young murmured while still lying on the couch. "It's pretty common. Killing people. In this world, it's common to kill and be killed. You should know it too. Think of all the Jins you killed. Aren't they human too?" Jin Se-in twisted her body to the side. Her bow was leaning on the head of the bed. It was the same bow that had taken the lives of hundreds of Jins. Jin Se-in spoke calmly. "My father was my only family. That's common too. There are also people who are born orphans. I sometimes wish I was born an orphan too." PFD. Cheok Young suddenly chuckled. Jin Se-in furrowed her brows and glared at Cheok Young. "What's funny?" "Nothing. I just remembered something. There was someone who used to make fun of me by calling me orphan producer." "What?" Puhahaha. "I think it's funny. You don't have to laugh if you don't think so." Cheok Young got up from the couch, his large body towering over Jin Se-in. Looking at her, Cheok Young smiled. "If you want to avenge your father, I'll welcome you at any time. I don't know if I'm the one who killed him, but the chameleon troop is one being. But just know that you'll have to put your life on the line as well." Cheok Young spoke calmly. He had no fear of death, having spent most of his life with one foot in the river Styx. Jin Se-in's face quickly turned vicious. "No thanks. You weren't part of the chameleon troop when that incident happened." "Oh yeah. Yes, you were busy running around the steppes of Manchu killing people." "Kyuhum, you even know about that. Oi, don't look at me like I'm some sort of a monster. I'm not the man I used to be." "Oh please, there are even rumors that you eat human flesh." Jin Se-in pulled the bedsheet over her head. Cheok Young replied, almost like he was giving an excuse. "Human flesh? I don't eat things that aren't tasty. Plus, it's true that I changed. That guy changed me before I even noticed. That guy? You mean Black Lotus? Yep. What do you mean by that? When she heard Black Lotus's name, YunSeo-jin peeked her head out of the bedsheet. She was attracted to Black Lotus for reasons she didn't understand. Was it admiration, fear, respect, or rivalry? She didn't know how to describe her feelings for him. But her intuition as the divine archer told her that there was something about Black Lotus that resembled herself. Feel free to tell me more. YunSeo-jin spoke gently. Cheok-young raised his head. YunSeo-jin was looking at him in anticipation. However, Cheok-young only gave off a cold smirk before lying back down. Nah, just a bit. No, I'll talk to Carla about that furniture though, not that I think it will help. YunSeo-jin scratched her cheek. She was still happy about the information she pried out, so she gave it a rest for the day and closed her eyes. Good night. Baal's Castle Banquet Hall. An orchestral classical piece was still flowing in the air as Jin Sahyuk stared at Yeonjun. Yeonjun continued as he looked deeper into Jin Sahyuk's eyes. Do you get what kind of an existence you are now? You're nothing but a puppet. Jin Sahyuk didn't say anything. She simply thought Yeonjun had gone crazy, but she also didn't think he was completely insane. At that moment, Shin Jonghak spoke up. That fool must be misunderstanding something, right? What? When Jin Sahyuk furrowed her brows, Shin Jonghak smirked and continued. I don't know if it's his delusion or a side effect of his gift, but he must believe that this world is a novel. He's living while believing that it is. Shin Jonghak was saying that Kim Hajin was a megalomaniac who deluded himself into thinking that this world was a novel he wrote. However, Jin Sahyuk knew Baal was more than capable of discerning reality from fantasy. As far as she was concerned, it was more probable that Yeonjun had gone crazy rather than doubting Baal. Shush! Regardless, what she had to do was simple. Where's Baal? To find Baal, she would know the truth once she talked to him. Yeonjun readily replied, Baal's upstairs. So what do we need to do to go up? You need more people. As he said that, Yeonjun pointed at the banquet hall's door. Jin Sahyuk and Shin Jonghak both turned their gazes downwards. Kick! And at that moment the door creaked open. Jin Sahyuk frowned, and Shin Jonghak's face wriggled with joy. Ha! Where's this? On the first floor of the banquet hall, Ki Naeun was looking around with a greatsword in her hand. I'm not sure. Some sort of party. YunSeo-jin's gaze scanned the hall. I see Suho SSI over there. Rachel pointed at a couple dancing in the middle of the hall. Kim Suho and Aileen also spotted them. Kim Suho couldn't hear Yeonjun because he was focused on dancing. Once the others arrived, Kim Suho greeted them with a smile. Hey, Suho, it's been a while. YunSeo-jin stared at Kim Suho from a little distance away. She was happy to see him but didn't show it on her face. Ah, yes, it really has been a while. Kim Suho stood straight and bowed slightly. YunSeo-jin smiled bitterly and told Kim Suho and Aileen about who they met. We met Black Lotus. Really? Yeah, he said he's helping you. Is that true? Yes, it is. Jin Sahyuk turned back to Yeonjun. Yeonjun opened his mouth like he was waiting for this moment. Now that there are 11 of you here, you should be able to go up. Go ahead. Find Baal and hear the truth. Then you can fall into despair. Shin Jonghak hopped down to the first floor to see Ki Naeun, leaving only Jin Sahyuk glaring at Yeonjun. But not long afterwards, Jin Sahyuk made her usual proud smile. Yeonjun, it looks like you're mistaken. Jin Sahyuk gathered magic power in her hands. Her black magic power coalesced like a storm and emanated its overwhelming presence. Her authority blazed up as it devoured reality. I don't care what the truth is. Even if what you're saying is true, it doesn't matter to me that this world is a novel. Gyuwu. She reached out with her burning right hand and grabbed Yeonjun's head. Looking at Yeonjun's empty eyes, she shouted loudly. I am not a puppet, but a king, and the one who decides that isn't you or this world. It's me. I am the one who decides who I am. As long as I'm alive, I am a king, and that's all I need to know to live in this world. She could feel several presences from her spot on the balcony. Ki Naeun and Shin Jonghak, Kim Suho and YunSeo-jin, Aileen and Kim Youngjin. There were even more climbing up the staircase. She could even feel Kim Hajin watching over her from outside. Jin Sahyuk made a faint smile. I am different from you entirely, Koong. Suddenly, an explosion erupted in the middle of the banquet hall. Yeonjun scattered into dust, and Jin Sahyuk looked down from the balcony with widened eyes. What happened? Who are these people? The men and women who had been dancing in the hall had all turned into death knights. What? Jin Sahyuk froze. She looked down at the first floor in a daze. Take out your weapons, everyone. Aileen Unny. Yeah, I know, I'll take care of it. Hundreds of death knights were surrounding the group. But what shocked Jin Sahyuk wasn't the sheer number of death knights or the sudden disappearance of Yeonjun. The Death Knights weren't wearing helmets, so Jin Sahyuk recognized them. Even if they were wearing them, she wouldn't have missed the insignia on their armor and shield. A crown of ice and a wolf. That was the symbol of Jin Sahyuk's kingdom, Plerion. Chapter 345. Meeting One Baal's castle banquet hall, the Death Knights revived by the devil had no emotions in their eyes. However, their hands grasped their swords tightly. Having lost their consciousness and will, the bodies left with only their instincts stared at Jin Sahyuk. They were the knights of Plerion, the servants of Jin Sahyuk who dreamed of a brighter future. Jin Sahyuk clenched her teeth. She was more confused than angry. At that moment, Ki Naeun swung her sword with a spirited shout. Her great sword of magic power shattered the banquet hall's ceiling. Sunshine, earth, watery, Rachel called her elementals. The elementals of wind, ground, and water floated up and revealed themselves. Earth focused on defense, creating barriers to protect its allies. Watery transformed into a cold mist and froze some of the Death Knights. Wish, gusts of white sword wind blew in the battlefield, almost like falling cherry blossoms. This was the work of YunSeo-jin's flower sword. With elegant movements, YunSeo-jin displayed her swordsmanship. Slowed by Rachel's elementals, the Death Knights couldn't follow YunSeo-jin's attacks. One by one, the knights' heads fell to the floor. Of course, that wasn't enough to stop the knights who were already dead. In fact, the ones that had their heads chopped off charged at YunSeo-jin more viciously. Although her flower sword severed their arms and legs, one Death Knight eventually reached YunSeo-jin. Just as its sword was about to stab her, a fierce wind blew around her. A storm will devour you. A storm of spirit speech pushed the Death Knights up to the sky. Immediately afterward, a flash of golden light from the sword saint cut through them. Qua! A shower of golden light poured down from the sky. Kim Suho's sword light eliminated dozens of Death Knights instantly. He looked back at YunSeo-jin and muttered, "Let's continue." YunSeo-jin made a faint smile at his encouragement. She woke up from her stupor and returned to battle. Quang, clang, koong, the battle continued, destroying the banquet hall. The fancy interior turned into a muddy mess as hundreds of Death Knights ceaselessly fought back. Jin Sahyuk watched her knights from the balcony. She watched them get beheaded, their hands chopped off and their swords destroyed. Duck, 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 Jin Sahyuk cursed out loud. She knew they weren't the real knights of Plerion. Baal had to be playing a trick on her after reading Bel's memories. She tried to calm herself to overcome this unwelcome taste, but she couldn't. Ah! Jin Sahyuk let out a short cry. A small child she saw in the distance broke her heart. What? In the corner of the dark battlefield, a child from Plerion was hiding by the curtain. Jin Sahyuk remembered the pitiful boy. He was someone she incarcerated and left to die. The boy who died in the prison cell was now staring at her. Puharan, the boy who turned into a devil, her chest pounded. Unable to meet his eyes, Jin Sahyuk closed her eyes. Something welled up from the bottom of her heart. The boy's face surfaced beneath her eyelids. Jin Sahyuk fell to her knees. The seal of magic power buried deep inside her became broken. A faint voice rose up like the falling sand in an hourglass. Why am I stuck here? It's cold. I'm hungry. How long do I have to wait? The chains are cold. The pain isn't going away. I want to leave. Let me out. Let me out. Jin Sahyuk covered her ears, but she could still hear the voice. She clutched her chest in pain, but the pain didn't go away. Jin Sahyuk breathed heavily and remembered Akatrina, the world full of sadness, loneliness, and regret. Her kingdom, the boy she killed to become the king, who returned to destroy her kingdom as a devil. She couldn't forget Puharan. She felt nauseous and her head hurt. Almost as if her limbs were rotting away, her past ate away at her. Jin Sahyuk. Jin Sahyuk snapped out of it. At that moment, a voice woke her up. Jin Sahyuk snapped her eyes open in surprise. What? Finally, you can hear me. A sighing voice rang out. Jin Sahyuk quickly noticed that it was Kim Hajin's voice. What are you doing there, squatting? Are you okay? What? Why, you can see me. Where are you? I'm outside the castle, but I can see what's happening inside with my awakened eyes. Reinforcements are coming soon, by the way. Quang. Just as he said that, the banquet hall's door burst open. Knight Commander, we are here. Reinforcements had arrived, just like Kim Hajin said. Dozens of knights led by Aaron, the devil hunter Harin, heroes from Earth like Yohei and Yi and Yi Yonghe and Nicholas from the Temple of Justice. They were the allies who entered Bale's barrier through the gap Kim Hajin opened. Looks like the party's already started. Nicholas, the rank 4 member of the Temple of Justice, raised her dagger. With a seductive smile, she licked her dagger. Next, Yi Yonghe appeared with his staff raised. We're here, Chairman. Not too late, right? Looking at Yi Yonghe, Aileen smirked. No, you're super late. Also, what's up with that staff? It's a gift from Yonher SSI. It adds the exorcism attribute to my fire. Yongher imbued his magic power into the staff. An inextinguishable hellfire shot up to the sky, but Jin Sahyuk didn't pay any attention to it. How long were you watching? Jin Sahyuk asked Kim Hajin. For about 3 minutes, I guess. Did you hear anything? Hear what? It seemed Kim Hajin didn't know the conversation she had with Yi Yonjin. She paused for a moment to think. Yi Yonjin said that this world was a novel Kim Hajin created, but she didn't have the time to confirm whether that was true. At that moment, Kim Hajin spoke up once more. Anyways, I think I can do it. Do what? Jin Sahyuk infused magic power into her heart as she replied. It was a bit of a unique process to overcome her trauma. Destroy the castle. Really? Yeah, but I'm going to do it right now. Now, Jin Sahyuk furrowed her brows. Yep, so King, I'll trust you to take care of Bale. Tusk, do whatever you want. Jin Sahyuk got up without saying much. Kim Hajin's snarky command got on her nerves, but she liked being called a king. She stood tall and looked to the distance. Puharan was still there, but this time she didn't avert her gaze. Ha ha ha! Jin Sahyuk suddenly let out a chuckle. She realized she didn't feel anything when she looked at Puharan. She knew that the true worth of her authority, reality manipulation, was in manipulating the inside rather than the outside. I bet you didn't know this, you piece of shit. Using this authority, Jin Sahyuk eliminated the complicated and dark feelings she had towards Puharan. Now, she could even smile while looking at him. Just you wait, Bale. I'll go find you soon. Jin Sahyuk looked up at the ceiling and crossed her arms arrogantly. Behind her, a terrifying amount of magic power rose up. Her reddish-black magic power turned into dozens of spears. Outside Bale's castle, a forest shrouded by a barrier. Yep, so, King, I'll trust you to take care of Bale. I sent Jin Sahyuk a mental transmission as I held the Black Lotus bow and mystic key in my hands. As I had activated my ultimate skill, complete understanding of spirit power, my mental transmission was crystal clear. Tusk, do whatever you want. Jin Sahyuk's reply was rather simple. With a grin, I checked my luck stat once more. Invariable stat, luck 9.9. A luck stat transcending human capability. I wasn't sure what I would gain from this 30-minute period, but I did know that I couldn't waste this opportunity. I immediately used synthesis, fusing Athene's moonlight arrow with mystic key. The chance of success is astronomically low, but you succeed. A perfect fusion increases the rank of the item. The key fused with the arrow and became Athene's mystic arrow. Are you ready? You're gonna shoot now. Yep. I nodded my head at Jane's question. Then I knocked the arrow onto the bow. Kick, the bowstring tensed up. I aimed the bow at the devil's castle and targeted only the castle. Using overclocking, I squeezed out every ounce of Stigma's magic power. Ugh, it felt like my heart was going to burst from the time reversal I was forced to use, but it was bearable. I needed to endure it at the very least. You used overclocking. Your life force has been damaged. Luck activates. You used overclocking. Your life force has been damaged. Luck activates. Magic power gathered by repeating the above process and began to shake the heaven and earth as it brewed up a storm. Wish, the air currents surrounding me flowed into the arrow, and leaves and grass flew into the air. TSSSSSD, burned by the magic power, the soil and rock underneath me turned black. I'm shooting now. Get ready. Before I fired, I signaled Jin Sahyuk. It was then. Suddenly, someone approached me from behind. That person broke through Jane and Shimurin and reached out towards me, pulling my arrow and twisting its course. Kwarang. At the same time, large and narrow blades shot up from the spot I was standing. The misfired arrow then shot up towards the sky, past my intended mark. What? I stared at the devil's castle as I was dragged back by the mysterious hand. Even I couldn't see the peak point of the castle. A mysterious barrier was blocking my vision, but I decided not to worry about it too much. In fact, I wondered what devastating effect my 9.9 Lux stat would have. Devil's Castle, Bale's room. On the other hand, Yeonjun returned to Bale's room. He was still raging. Although Yeonjun couldn't see Bale, he could tell by the demonic energy covering the room. Yeonjun empathized with Bale. Bale called himself a world collector, yet he had just found out that he himself was nothing more than a small piece of a collection. Bale! Yeonjun called Bale's name. At that moment, Kung, the space pulsed intensely. It was a pulsation of anger. SSSSS. Soon, demonic energy gathered and formed the shape of a giant face. This was the personification of Bale, a transcendental being. Bale moved his lips made of magic power. Who permitted you to speak my name? Yeonjun stared at Bale, who was expressing his anger. Bale narrowed his eyes and glared at Yeonjun. What's your plan now? Yeonjun's brusque tone caused Bale to narrow his eyes even further. His face twitched a bit, as though he was deep in thought. Then he spat out in a non-human voice. Let me ask you first, human. The room rumbled. Bale's fury permeated the room. How do you plan to live from now? It depends on the truth of the memory you pass me. That was the truth. There wasn't a single bit of falsehood in the memory Bell gave me. That was truth. Are you sure? Don't get too cocky, human. I am an existence that has transcended worlds. I could tell that that was the truth. Then, Yeonjun closed his eyes. I don't have confidence. Yeonjun couldn't find a way to overcome the helplessness and sense of emptiness he felt. Because he found value in things that weren't himself, knowing that this world was a novel was a huge blow to him. He couldn't ignore it as easily as Jin Sahyuk. In the end, you are just human. But I am different. But Bale was different. A human's anger was different from Bale's anger. As a mere human, Yeonjun lost his drive. However, Bale was plenty powerful. I will become the destroyer. Bale's demonic energy surged up. His presence enveloped the entire castle. The demon realm gate, the devil's castle, and the container known as Bel. The conditions for descent had all been met. I will destroy that irresponsible, reckless man and put an end to the world he created. Gyuwu. An overwhelming reverberation of magic power shook the room. Yeonjun closed his eyes as Bale released demonic energy in fury. Bale's demonic energy stormed the room as if to destroy the world. It was then. Ch weak. A small arrow broke through the barrier. Bale and Yeonjun turned to the bed, which had just been struck by the arrow. A moment of silence filled the room. In this short period of time, Yeonjun pondered, how did this arrow get here? But before he could even think, the arrow released a brilliant light. Chwara. Chapter 346. Meeting too early morning, when the full moon was still shining brightly in the sky, a baby wrapped in a quilt was placed on the steps of a temple. Faint light lit the baby's face. He wasn't crying and only stared at his mother's face. Soon, the mother began to cry. She turned back as her baby watched her and walked away reluctantly. A smile emerged on the innocent baby's face. Hearing the baby's laughter, the mother began to run. Tears scattered in the air as she ran and ran. Soon, the moon grew faint, and the temple's door opened when the sun began to rise. An old nun stopped in front of the baby. With a sigh, she picked him up. The baby opened his eyes, in which reflected the nun's wrinkly face. With a gentle smile, the nun stroked the baby's quilt and congratulated his birth. The baby was thus placed in the temple's care and was given the name Iren. Iren spent much of his childhood in the temple. The temple was his home, his place of worship, his playground and school. The temple's nuns taught him many things. Iren was never a big fan of studying. He favored cutting wood instead. Rather than history, he wanted to learn swordsmanship and knighthood. But because the temple was located in the rural countryside, far away from the capital, the nuns couldn't provide him with the education he wanted no matter how hard they tried. Then one day, a retired knight visited the temple. The nuns introduced Iren to the knight. The knight wanted a successor, but had no child. Iren was the perfect match. With a mutual understanding, Iren became the knight's student. Iren felt happy every time he swung his sword. In those moments, he wasn't sad that he didn't have parents or friends. Iren trained with his sword and even slept with it. The dream of becoming a knight sprouted within him. The hero of justice he read about in fairy tales. He trained every day as he imagined himself becoming such a person. The nuns watched him grow with pride. They treated him as if he were their son. But they weren't left with much time because the demon realm transformation, which had been slowly devouring Akatrina, had finally reached the temple. Outside Baal's castle, the misfired arrow flew up to the top of Baal's castle before flying into a bed and causing a silver explosion. The power of dismantling, imbued in the arrow, shook the entire castle. The rumbling turned into a terrifying storm of energy that destroyed the top parts of the castle. The demonic energy surrounding the castle scattered, and its foundation broke down. The destruction wasn't limited to the top of the castle. Quara! With an explosive sound, the sound of a collapsing building rang out. The shell of Baal's devil's castle broke down completely. However, I didn't have the time to watch this sight. A blade shot towards me from behind. Clang! A black barrier instantly formed and blocked the attack. The barrier was neither Jane's nor Shimurin's. I let out a sigh of relief and turned to the side. I could see a familiar face. A smile emerged on my face when I saw her. "Did you rest well, boss?" Boss had appeared out of nowhere and protected me. "You should be careful when you're using your bow." "Ah, boss, are you okay now?" Jane cut in. Boss nodded her head nonchalantly, and Shimurin shrugged as she looked at Boss like she was her disciple. Rather than that, Boss's shadow stretched out, flying at the speed of light. It grabbed the person responsible for attacking me and dragged him by his feet. Kook! The attacker was a djinn. The shadow coiled up his body and strangled his neck. Looking at his face, I frowned. I remembered seeing him before, but since I couldn't remember, I used observation and reading to look at his setting. "Ah, your terror's lackey." I finally remembered him. I had seen his face before on a wanted poster in Violet Banquet. He was a subordinate of Terror who was one of the 9 evils. I almost forgot. I guess the 9 evils are still alive and well. I turned to Boss, who promptly nodded her head. Other than Destruction, who was killed by Aileen, the rest of the 9 evils were still unharmed. Terror is a supporter of Astaroth. Let's interrogate this man and find out where Terror is hiding. Boss took her shadow back and grabbed the djinn's neck with her hand. She seemed quite angry. "Oi, I don't think you should be paying attention to that guy right now," Shimurin muttered as she watched Baal's crumbling castle. "Ha! Look!" Shimurin pointed at the castle with a grin. Above it, Baal made his appearance. He looked just like Bel, his incarnation body. He was glaring at me. He roared. His scream shook everything inside his barrier. Soon, Baal's body rose to the sky. At the same time, a terrifying amount of demonic energy flowed out. Baal unleashed his demonic energy in all directions. It seeped into his barrier, turning it even darker. I had no idea what he was planning to do. Oi, but Shimurin seemed to know something as she nudged my shoulder with a grin. I looked back at her blankly. "Wait for me. I'll see you again soon." As she said that, she covered us in a barrier. Immediately afterward, the world exploded. Virtual reality game, Lerage's game. Around the same time, Lerage's character, Ligenji, shook. She looked up at the game's sky, feeling an explosion of demonic energy somewhere far away. "Lord," her loyal servant Court, otherwise known by his ID, Lerage Monster, shouted. Lerage nodded her head. She spoke through the chat system. "Looks like old man finally descended." Lerage let out a light sigh and looked around her surroundings. A vast wilderness dyed in darkness was spread out before her. This place was called Lekya Field and was a famous high-level training ground in the game. Because it had a high spawn rate of powerful monsters, most players couldn't enter it at all. However, Lerage and her servants had easily occupied the place with Lerage's special control. "Take all the items." Lerage ordered her guild members. "Blacksmith, can you make something with this? With enough of them, I should be able to make a high-rank obsidian breastplate." A week had passed since the game's release. The game was more realistic than one might expect. To craft high-rank equipment, a large quantity of crafting materials were needed. But no matter how good one's equipment was, a moment of carelessness could lead to their death. Plus, there was no revival mechanic. Death in the game was permanent. Lerage enjoyed this realism, and it was the same for other players. If the game wasn't fun, it never would have reached 15 million concurrent players. The game company Leal had really created an RPG game of the century. "Will you go meet His Highness, Baal?" Court asked as he collected the items. His expression was serious, but the way he was hunched over to pick up the items was funny. "I should, but since I made a promise with this world, I will keep it. My war will only be within this game." We will follow our lord's wishes, Court bowed. Lerage nodded without a word. I'll log out first. Yes, lord, Lerage logged out. Meanwhile, Court remained in the game. He wanted to follow Lerage, but he had been ordered to take care of in-game duties. 15 million human players were gunning for Lerage's guild. It was 15 million versus 1,000, so to say. Court refused to let his guard down even for a moment. Blood brothers. Court turned back to his fellow demons and shouted with a serious face. Collect the items. We will move to the next dungeon soon. Court and the guild members quickly gathered up the necessary items. We're ready, sir. Good. Court laughed and pointed at the boss dungeon cave in the distance. Let's get moving. Get ready for a boss raid. Boss raids were one of the most fun parts of this game. Court was somewhat disappointed that his lord would miss the upcoming raid. Yes, sir. Court began to march towards the cave. The members of Lerage's guild were filled with excitement and anticipation for the battle. Although they were playing the game for Lerage's sake, they truly enjoyed it as well. Earth Korea. Hajin, Kim Hajin. I slowly opened my eyes. I felt terrible aches all over my body, but I could tell that someone was shaking my body. Wake up! It was from Kim Suho. He was slapping my cheeks and saying something. I looked at his lips. Wake up, Kim Hajin, wake up. Kim Suho was shaking me and slapping me with a face full of worry. However, I couldn't move my body at all. It was as if I had been drained of all energy. Hajin, Hajin, snap out of it. After an unknown amount of time, my consciousness returned, and my other senses, including hearing, recovered. Kim Hajin, are you okay? I swallowed the saliva pooling up in my mouth. I looked at the sky and the world around me. I was familiar with the surrounding scenery. I could see a central armory's protective barrier in the distance, and even North Hamgyong province's city. This was undoubtedly Korea. I looked out at the horizon in a daze. Are you okay? Kim Suho asked again. I turned back to him and nodded. He then helped me up with his hand. We're back on Earth. Yeah, I first checked to see if ether worked. After protecting me from the explosion, it had transformed into a small bag and was storing Black Lotus's equipment. I took out my Desert Eagle and looked up at the clear blue sky. What? I furrowed my brows in confusion. Did Jin Sahyuk and Kim Suho kill Bale in that short instance? I faced Kim Suho once again. What happened to Bale? I don't know. The castle suddenly exploded and this happened. It was only after this that I realized who was around me. Ki Naeun, Shin Jonghak, YunSeo-jin, Sahyuk, Yi Yonghan, Kim Youngjin, and even Jane and Boss. They were all sprawled out on the ground. Ah! I got up to run to Boss, but I didn't need to. Jin Johan, Kaita, and Karlofer appeared and took Jane and Boss away. Soon, other high-ranking heroes came over. Ho, looks like everyone's back. Yu Sihyuk appeared with 9 white wolves. Yonha. Yu Jinwoong ran around to look for his daughter. Look for anyone who's injured. It doesn't matter what guild they're from. We have to save everyone. Vice leader Yi Jinar arrived with Essence of the Straits heroes. Also arriving with them were Seo Youngji, Oh Junhyuk, the fully armored Hanks, and the apathetic Ki Juchul. Surrounded by hundreds of heroes, I breathed out a sigh of relief. Ha! I felt like I could finally rest. Just as I loosened my nerves a bit, a loud screech rang out in the sky. The clear sky turned reddish-black, and Bale once again appeared in the air. The heroes in the area quickly prepared themselves for battle. SSSK, Kim Suho also took out Misteltein. I chuckled, thinking it would have been too easy if Bale was really dead. Grohak Durla Kroska Fedra, Bale muttered incomprehensible words. The devil's cry tore through the sky and formed a pentagram. Kawoom! Demonic energy stormed through the air, and the earth rumbled crazily. Kim Suho and I watched the scene in a daze. Bale seemed to be casting a ritual-like grand magic. Come! In that instant, the pentagram flipped upside down, and the summoning of an evil god began. First, a giant leg appeared. The leg was bigger than anything I had ever seen before, and it stepped onto Korea's land. Boom! The earth shook from the single step. A huge shockwave spread out and raised the nearby trees. Uarak, Kuak. Several medics fainted after being hit by the collapsing trees. Heroes who were crushed by the foot died on the spot. Kim Suho's face froze as he watched the scene of devastation. Meanwhile, I looked at Kim Suho's hands. They were trembling. Kim Suho was afraid. It must be because he recognized the owner of the leg. Rank 21 Devil Morax. He was the calamity that ruined Akatrina. Morax was larger and more destructive than the one we saw in the recorded past. Suho. I grabbed Kim Suho's trembling hand. He flinched in surprise and looked back at me. I stared into his eyes and smiled. Don't worry. Kim Suho swallowed his saliva. I grabbed his hand more tightly and announced with confidence, I can kill someone like him with a single bullet. I wasn't lying, technically speaking. After all, I had done exactly that in the world of the recorded past. Kim Suho looked at me in silence. He seemed to be searching for the source of my confidence. After about a minute, Kim Suho smirked and muttered. Chapter 347. Meeting 3. The child grew quickly, and the master realized that he alone was not enough to bring out the best in the child. The child needed an even greater role model. In order to blossom as a knight, he had to go to the capital. His family at the temple understood and supported him. The nuns gave him all they had, 3 gold coins to use for travel expenses, and the child left for the capital with the knight. Their journey was not as smooth as they had hoped. They ran into thugs, encountered monsters, and got trapped in natural barriers. Together, the master and the pupil overcame many obstacles and finally arrived at the capital city. The capital of Plerion was still magnificent even as the world's lifespan neared its end. Tall buildings and the bustling streets mesmerized the child. His master, who used to serve the kingdom as a knight, brought the child to the royal palace by connections. There the child met a boy who would later become his lord. The name of his future lord was Puharan, a fragile boy trembling with fear and uncertainty. Earth, Korea, Morax descended from the pentagram. The advent of this gigantic devil was particularly destructive. His right leg came down first and crushed the grasslands near the border. His left leg destroyed the barriers the heroes had made. Just like that, the giant devil set foot on Earth. Kim Hajin stared at the devil in silence. Though all Morax had done so far was appear on Earth, his instincts warned him that the current situation was extremely dangerous. The most he could see from the ground was the devil's knee. Morax's upper body was hidden from view behind the clouds and the fog. Kim Hajin decided to increase the distance between them first. Because a sharpshooter had to be far away from his target to be able to aim properly, he needed to be as far away from the battlefield as possible. Stay here. I'll cover you from behind. He disappeared, leaving Kim Suho behind. Aileen appeared almost immediately. She had a huge bump on her head from when she fell out of the Demon Realm gate. Hey, Kim Suho, what's that? Aileen asked, rubbing her head. Kim Suho tightened his grip around Misteltein. It's Morax. Morax. Yes, Morax, the same calamity that destroyed Akatrina in the past. Kim Suho still remembered the devil, how devastatingly strong it was, and even Puharan's tears. Well, whatever. Aileen increased her magic power. She squinted her eyes and glowered at Morax while stretching. Nothing will matter once I kill him. It was then. We have urgent news. Devils are being witnessed all around the globe. Help, help, we need assistance. Requesting backup. Desperate voices broke out of the heroes' smartwatches. What's going on? Why all of a sudden? Aileen was obviously perplexed. Kim Suho calmly leaned over and looked into the smartwatch of the hero next to him. This is Japan. A huge pentagram suddenly appeared on the ground and countless djinns began pouring out of it. Russia here. D-devils have appeared here as well. These voices deprived Kim Suho of his sense of reality. He grew dizzy, his vision clouded, and his body staggered. The nightmare of the previous world, which he had worked so hard to forget, seemed to come to life again. This made him sick. What's the status quo? At that moment, however, a particularly clear voice flowed into his ear. Kim Suho raised his head. Yu Yonha was there. She was looking into the current situation with Yu Jinwoong's smartwatch. Her expression stiffened. She looked around again and sighed. Father, I'll get moving now. Yeah, you stay in a safe place. Go on, hurry. Hey, Kim Hwagok. Yu Jinwoong quickly ordered a hero from Essence of the Strait to accompany Yu Yonha. My name is Kim Hwagok, a high intermediate rank hero. Please hold my hand, Chief Officer. I have the teleport skill. Okay. Yu Yonha threw a glance at Kim Suho and held Kim Hwagok's hand. Soon, Kim Hwagok activated teleport, and she was evacuated to a safe place. It wasn't long before Kim Hwagok returned to the battlefield again. He held several smartwatches in his hand. He handed one of them to Kim Suho. Chief Officer ordered me to give this to you. Ah, I see. Thank you. The smartwatch was immediately connected to Yu Yonha. Can you hear me? Yeah, Kim Suho nodded. He shrugged as he looked into the smartwatch. By the way, did you learn a new skill? Your voice is soothing. There was something special about Yu Yonha's voice. The comforting voice seemed to find its way to him naturally, even at a time like this. It was thanks to her voice that he had managed to remain sane. Yeah, sort of, but I won't tell you what it is. Focus on the current situation for now. Kim Suho grabbed his sword in silence. At that moment, a woman approached him. Her scent was familiar. It was Ki Naeun, as he had expected. Ki Naeun looked up at Morax with Barmung in her hand. He's freaking huge. How is this size even possible? She muttered, and Kim Suho gave a small smile. Ki Naeun turned to Kim Suho and comforted him. Don't worry too much, though. What's wrong? You don't seem yourself. Kim Suho remained silent and scratched the back of his neck. He felt a little ashamed of the fact that his fear was so apparent. Ki Naeun slapped Kim Suho on the shoulder several times and grinned. It's okay. Everything's gonna be fine. Grandpa is here. He's gonna take care of that. Ki Naeun was as confident as Kim Hajin had been before. The difference was that her confidence was proven almost immediately. Coon, the surrounding nature resonated. Grass, trees, the earth, all colors of nature became clearer and began to spur. They quickly gathered together to form a huge human figure. This was the avatar of the immortal maid by Ki Juchul with his authority. The avatar straightened herself up. She was as big as Morax. Wow, I haven't seen this technique in a while, Ki Naeun blurted in admiration. Kim Suho looked up at Mother Nature in a daze. Her legs were trees and soil intertwined. Her body was made of Ki Juchul's magic power, and her arms and head inherited the energy of the azure sky. This was the great, four-colored immortal. Well, let's just leave him to Grandpa. Ki Naeun slapped Kim Suho on the shoulder. Morax began moving towards the immortal. He stretched his arms towards the divine creation, and the immortal did the same. The two great forces crashed into each other, causing a devastating shock wave. Kewara, submerged in the wave of gravity pushing against his whole body, Kim Suho grabbed his sword. Vasego's Colosseum. Meanwhile, Cheok Yungyung and Jin Se-in became rank 9 gladiators. But Jin Se-in's heart was not in the Colosseum anymore. She had just discovered that the demon realm gate opened and devils descended on earth. You need to pee. What you're nervous for? Cheok Yungyong sneered at Jin Se-in as she wandered about the waiting room. Jin Se-in turned to him with a frown. Aren't you worried at all? About what? Devils have descended on earth. This is the biggest crisis in the history of humanity since the Great Change. Yet what do you think we're doing right now? Are we just playing around? What? We're also trying to stop a devil, are we not? Jin Se-in fell silent. She had nothing to counter him with. It was true that they were here to protect humanity from a devil. Not knowing what else to say, she glared at Cheok Yungyung, sighed, and threw herself on the couch. But still, 4 devils have appeared at once. 4 Morax, Baal, Phoenix, Vuel. What? Baal? No, not Baal, Baal. The pronunciation is similar, but... Wait, stop fooling around. Chico Yungyung's sordid joke angered Jin Se-in. It was then. A bird appeared from nowhere. It fluttered its wings and landed on Cheok Yunggong's shoulder. What's this? Chico Yungyung and Jin Se-in looked at the bird in a daze. The bird tilted its head a couple of times and, peep, chirped. At the same time, a sentence rose above the beak of the bird. My name is Observer No 3. It was a rather sassy self-introduction. What? Observer? Cheok Yunggong frowned and peep. The bird chirped again. I shall help you communicate with my master. Ha ha. You're pretty feisty for a little guy. Just who is your master? Cheok Yungyung shuddered slightly, as if he had suddenly realized something. Jin Se-in stared at Cheok Yungyung, who had frozen in place. Aha. After organizing his thoughts, Cheok Yungyung let out a chuckle. He lightly patted the head of the observer on his shoulder and gestured at Jin Se-in to come near him. Oi, come here. What is that? Jin Se-in asked brusquely. Cheok Yungyung answered, It's a messenger from the seat of black. Jin Se-in flinched. She continued to wander about the room, pretending to be indifferent. Seat of black. Yup. Oi, Black, are you currently outside? I'm with Jin Se-in right now. Cheok Yungyung whispered to the observer. About 3 minutes later, the bird chirped, relaying Black Lotus's message to him. Yes, I'm outside. But things aren't looking too great. Where are you right now, Cheok Yungyung? At Vasego Colosseum. Jin Se-in focused all her senses on the conversation between Cheok Yungyung and Black Lotus, all the while feigning indifference. How are things on your side? Will you two be able to beat Vasego? Of course, I can kill him easily. My companion here, on the other hand, wants to appease. Ha, she wants to appease a devil. Yup. Sounds crazy, don't you think? Excuse me, but I SHH. Cheok Yungyung stopped Jin Se-in. Jin Se-in's face was distorted like a bulldog, yet Cheok Yungyung continued smugly, paying no mind to her apparent discomfort. Does she have a plan? I don't know. She says that Vasego loves treasures or something, so she wants to appease him with the items you made. You know, stuff like furniture. Nonsense, right? You're right. That sounds a little reckless. It's not much of a plan. Black Lotus's disapproval made Jin Se-in blush with embarrassment. It was then. So far, 6 gladiators have achieved rank 9. Vasego's voice descended from the ceiling of the Colosseum. Cheok Yungyung quickly hid the observer, and Jin Se-in looked up at the ceiling with a nervous expression. The last match shall begin 2 days from now. 6 gladiators have achieved rank 9. Vasego boldly announced that he would fight against all 6 of them at once. Here, hand the bird over to me. After the announcement ended, Jin Se-in stretched her arm towards Cheok Yungyung. At that moment, however, Vasego interfered again. And you too. Cheok Yungyung and Jin Se-in flinched. They weren't too worried, however. Vasego had announced before that the gladiators were free to plot and scheme against him in the Colosseum, so the observer shouldn't be a problem. Your tribute was well received. As expected. Jin Se-in gave a sigh of relief and leered at Cheok Yunghong as if saying, told you this would work. There's someone on Earth who can make things like this. You're saying that a human made such a delicate object. Apparently, according to him. Jin Se-in pointed at Cheok Yungyung with her chin rather coldly. Cheok Yungyung shrugged and then pulled out the observer hidden behind his back. Take a look at this. This is a bird he sculpted with his magic power. You can tell how talented he is, no? Cheok Yungyong set the bird free. The observer chirped as it fluttered around the ceiling. The way that the small bird danced like a butterfly was pretty cute. Vasego observed the bird in silence. Jin Se-in whispered, see, it's working. So what? I also thought this was a good idea. Stop lying. Why? Cheok Yungyung added with an unusually serious look. I had our members investigate, and they told me that Vasego's incarnation body used to be super extravagant. So it's no surprise that Vasego is blinded by riches, just like his incarnation bow. I can hear you, Vasego declared coldly. Cheok Yungyung and Jin Se-in fell silent. The devil continued with a chuckle. Though I cannot say that the incarnation body's inclination has not affected me at all. As you intended, your tribute has satisfied me greatly. I'll visit you soon. It is only natural for a greater being to award lower beings good behavior. You shall wait for me. Chapter 348. Meeting for Iren started as a squire under Puharan's order of knights, as his master had offered a knight's oath of guarantee. Of course, it wasn't easy. As a squire, his main duty was cleaning and cooking, and he only had an hour before sleep to practice his sword. But Iren didn't give up. In fact, he saw everything optimistically. Though he was young, his well-built body allowed him to perform menial tasks without getting tired, and he considered watching powerful knights train as a great learning opportunity. Iren gave his all in what little time he had every night to train. Thankfully, Puharan's knights didn't ignore the boy's effort. It didn't take long until Iren was invited to train along with the others. Although the knight society was rough and crude, Iren was able to grow quickly because of it. But luck was far from Iren's tale. As if meeting his master used up all his luck, he stopped being graced by it. Soon, Iren found out that his master was sick with an incurable illness. It was why he was pushed away to Iren's rural village in the first place. Iren's master had wanted to experience a wider world with the time he had remaining. It was during his travels that he found the most perfect disciple and returned to the small world of the capital. Although the master was happy, Iren was distressed. Iren was stronger than others his age, but he was still a child at heart. It was too soon for eternal farewells, and he couldn't hide the pain in his heart. Iren visited his master every night, watching him weaken on what would be his death bed. Then one day, as Iren was swallowing his tears next to his master, he met a princess named Prehai. Earth Korea, I sent observers all over the world to collect information. It didn't take long for me to realize that the situation was far worse than what I had imagined. Oi, Black, wait there. Red over here is about to begin an important battle. I'll contact you later. Jock, Jungyung, and Jin Seyin, who entered Vasego's Colosseum, seemed to have their own plan. But Earth society was crumbling under the great evil that descended. A devil has descended in Tokyo. This bird-shaped devil who calls itself Phoenix has begun to sing a song of death in Tokyo's sky. Vuel is knocking on the walls of Vladivostok. Spartan, Spartan appeared as soon as I called him, gently landing on my shoulder. He seemed a bit bigger than the last time I saw him. Prrrrrr, Spartan purred and acted cutely. I smiled bitterly and stroked his head. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time to play around. Guuwo. A huge amount of magic power began to erupt from Morax's spot of descent. It wasn't a devil's demonic energy, but the clean magic power of nature. This four-colored magic power clashed with Morax's energy. I instantly knew this was Ki Juchel's power. Where are you? At that moment, Yona's voice rang out from my smartwatch. I'm watching Morax. What about you? I replied as I took out Black Lotus's bow. I'm in an underground bunker. Did you find out what's happening? Mostly. It looks like Earth is on the brink of destruction. Oh, yeah, I chuckled. She wasn't completely wrong since Baal had once destroyed a world in 3 days. Since he should have spent the first day summoning his subordinates like he was doing now, the actual time he took to destroy that world was probably less. Who? I sighed and checked my stigma. As I thought, I didn't have even a single ounce of it left. Because of time reversal, side effect, it was slow to recover even with the orb of regeneration. I could use overclocking to forcefully create more, but I would have to wait for a good time to do so. How are things on your side? I thought you'd know something. Ah, well, I don't really. Then I guess we're doomed, because I can't think of anything. Yuyon has sent the information she collected over the smartwatch. Russia, Vladivostok, Vuel, Japan, Tokyo, Phoenix, Spain, Madrid, Astaroth, all of Europe, Valax, Army, Korea, Baal, and Morax, thankfully. Lerage and Vasego seemed less hostile. Other devils were like boss monsters, but these two were like quests. I'm trying to come up with something. I'll let you know once I do. Got it. Quara, Morax's arm and the immortal's fist clashed. A huge shockwave spread out in all directions, and ether created a barrier around me automatically. Immediately afterward, a golden flash of light and a huge blade of magic power cut through the air. Kim Suho and Ki Naeun had joined the battle. I raised Black Lotus's bow as I continued to watch them. As Athena's mystic arrow was destroyed when it toppled Baal's castle, I knocked a dark ore arrow. It was then. Hey, a woman's voice suddenly flowed into my ears. My head cooled down instantly, and I rolled my eyes over to the side. It's been a while. Gulp. I swallowed hard and checked the woman's face. Then I let out a sigh of relief. Geez, you surprised me. Ha ha ha. The woman laughed playfully as she poked my cheeks. I took a step back and glared at her. What is it? It was Medea. After appearing out of the blue, she handed me a piece of paper. Here, take it. What's this? Rather than that, go help them fight Morax. You haven't forgotten about our contract, right? It's a message from Crevon. Ha! I looked down at the paper. I quickly snatched it from Medea's hand and scanned it. Have you been well, Kim Hajin? This is Crevon Empire's Duchess, Toma. That's right, we're no longer a kingdom, but an empire, Medea spoke as I was reading the message. I read it too. To summarize, Crevon wants to help, but it seems like they're not in a situation to do so. WY, Medea shrugged her shoulders. They're powerless. To be exact, they don't have the energy necessary to leave the tower and descend on Earth. I spent hundreds of years preparing for my descent. That's how hard it is to leave that place. How annoying. I came here after all that effort and look at this place. Medea's explanation quickly devolved into her grumbling about her misfortunes. I, of course, ignored most of it. There was only one thing in my mind at this moment. Dimensional entropy, a source of energy powerful enough to allow Crevon's army to descend to Earth. What a shame. I thought I'd get to enjoy a longer life this time. Ignoring Medea, who was still complaining away, I called Yonha. Yonha, are you there? A clattering sound rang out before Yonha finally replied. Yes. What were you doing? Planting an apple tree. What? No, do you think I'm an idiot? An apple tree, ha ha ha. Her strange reaction made me a bit curious, but that wasn't the important part right now. All right, listen to me. Okay. Yona quickly became serious. I paused for a moment and turned to Medea. Medea SSI, can you pass this message to Krevon for me? Russia, Vladivostok. Russia's city, Vladivostok, was peaceful just yesterday. It was fine even when Valak's army was invading Europe and Earth was experiencing a rapid demon realm transformation. Vladivostok was geographically close to Korea, and due to the high number of dungeons it had, it was a strategic location visited by many of Korea's large guilds. Recently, people's assessment of Vladivostok had risen greatly to the point it outclassed Moscow, Russia's capital. Many key government facilities had even moved to Vladivostok. The reason was simple. During the past 6 months where Earth was wrapped in chaos, Vladivostok became famous as a safe haven. Russian heroes, advanced technology, and the well-known Vladivostok walls weren't the reason for this change. It was because the monsters in its area had been wiped clean by an unknown force. Vladivostok's residents called this mysterious force their guardian deity. Unsurprisingly, dozens of temples, shrines, and churches had been built in the city to worship this unknown god. Vladivostok's residents and the Russian government wished for these miracles to continue and hoped that this guardian deity would protect them from all evils. However, Russia's most famous hero, Gennady, thought today would be the last day of this mysterious protection. Sir Gennady, we're awaiting your command. Gennady was looking down from Vladivostok's impenetrable wall. On the other side were a huge army and a caped devil commanding it. So that's Vuel. Gennady grit his teeth. He knew there was nothing he could do against such a powerful force. His mind began to imagine Vladivostok being raised by the endless sea of an army in front of him. Open the gate. At that moment, the devil's hoarse voice rang out across the horizon. The voice carried a hint of demonic energy, shaking the walls and causing ordinary soldiers to collapse. I will say it 3 times only. Gennady fell in thought. He couldn't imagine Vuel sparing them even if they opened the gate. Open the gate. Gennady began to hate himself for his powerlessness. Open the... But at that moment, the devil's eerie voice suddenly cut off. A gust of wind blew, and Gennady raised his head. Chwara. The gust was cutting Vuel's army apart. Soon, the gust turned into a storm, and the formation of Vuel's army was thrown into disarray. Boom! Vuel's soldiers screamed in pain as violent winds cut their limbs apart. Even Vuel had no choice but to scan the area for a clue. In the middle of the battlefield, he found a loach squirming around faster than the speed of sound. A mutt, that's what Vuel thought. He tried to grab the mutt using his demonic energy, but it squirmed away. You, Vuel furrowed his brows. His demonic energy split into multiple branches, chasing after the mutt. The mutt ran, but was eventually caught by the demonic energy hurling from all directions. No, that's what everyone thought at first. Plunk! A thud rang out, and the demonic energy was struck back. Neither magic power nor demonic energy was at work. The mutt had only used its strength to do so. Vuel couldn't understand what he was seeing. He stopped attacking and simply observed the mutt. Krrrr. Krrrr. He caught a closer glimpse of the mutt, a praying mantis with a strange cry. However, Vuel ignored the bipedal insect. You dare look at me with such eyes. Instead, he looked at the existence watching him from behind the mantis. He couldn't stand the condescending look of that existence. Answer me, the devil commanded. However, the existence remained silent. Its arrogant eyes also remained unchanged. Chapter 349. Meeting 5. Prehai asked Irene why he was crying. Irene wiped away his tears and told her he wasn't. Prehai smiled, but Irene couldn't. Prehai looked at Irene's sword tied to his waist. Irene slowly turned the sword behind his back. Prehai asked, "Your name?" Irene answered, "I'm Irene, a knight." "I see. I've heard of you." The princess nodded, as if their meeting had been purely coincidental. In truth, rumors about a young knight named Irene had been circulating in the royal palace for some time. Even Romero, Prehai's henchman, praised the young knight, saying, if he had been born 10 years earlier, the fate of our kingdom would have changed. Prehai was greedy. She wanted a strong knight who matched her ambition. "I heard your master is sick," Prehai asked. This time, Irene hesitated to answer. Though he remained silent, young Irene couldn't help but hope for a miracle. Puharin, who he had sworn allegiance to, had given up his master's treatment. Puharin's servant came in person and said, "We're short of finances and time." Irene was disappointed, but had no choice but to understand. Since his master understood, Irene had to too. Prehai asked again, "Is he sick or not? I haven't heard the answer yet." "He is sick," Irene nodded. Prehai opened the door of the room where Irene had just left. Irene followed the princess. Because Irene was big for his age and the princess was the opposite, she was much smaller than Irene. Prehai looked at Irene's master lying in his bed. She knew this knight, who had been reduced to nothing short of a skeleton. Jenkins, a trivial knight whose limitations were clear from the start. He started at the bottom and remained there for all of his life. Still, she considered him useful, for he had brought a boy of great talent to the royal capital. "I know him." Jenkins, a loyal servant. Prehai gazed kindly at Jenkins. "I heard that he has served the royal family for nearly 20 years. I'm sure the former king would recognize him as well." As Prehai's voice grew softer, Irene's expectations deepened. Maybe Prehai would help his master. If so, should I ask her for help, or should I wait for her to make the first move? Irene wondered. It was then. Suddenly, the princess turned her gaze to Irene. "Young knight." "Yes, your highness." Irene kneeled before the princess and lowered his head. Prehai could feel the anticipation and excitement rise from Irene. The sly princess hid her smile and spoke with a determined look. "I shall help you." At that moment, Irene's heart burst with joy. The condition that followed, "but only if you pledge to serve me from now on," was easily overlooked. Irene looked up at Prehai under the pale moonlight. The young princess was shining in brilliant silver. "Earth, Korea, I sent Yu Yonha the coordinates for the Tower of Miracle." After a moment of silence, Yu Yonha switched to video call. The big screen that suddenly popped up was full of Yu Yonha's face. I reduced the screen size in a hurry. "Why here, all of a sudden? This is the Tower of Miracle, isn't it?" Yonha frowned, pointing at the coordinates I had just sent. It was clear that she hadn't yet understood my intentions. "Oh, Medea is with me, by the way." I adjusted the angle of the smartwatch to show Medea. Medea smiled calmly and waved, and Yonha flinched. "What the why is Medea there?" "She brought me an official letter from Crevon. You should read it first." I scanned the letter with my smartwatch and sent it to Yonha. Yonha, after reading the letter, opened her eyes wide even before I could start explaining. She was quick to understand, as always. "This. Yeah, you understand what's going on, right?" Toma wrote in the letter. "Queen Araha conquered the ninth floor, proclaimed Crevon an empire, and became the empress. She wants to help you, but there is no energy left in the tower that we can use for the descent. Does Earth have that kind of energy?" And that kind of energy did exist on Earth. "Are you thinking about using the dimensional entropy?" "That's right." I snapped my fingers. "Dimensional entropy. Even the name seemed to hasten its use. If we provide energy to the tower with it, we could temporarily form a passage." "Give me a moment." Yoha inside the screen began to think. Not in a normal way, obviously. Her eyes turned blue, and her hair stood on end as if they had become static. All this was due to Yonha's special skill that increased her ability to think logically. About 3 minutes later, "I don't know if it'll work because I don't have enough information. I can't calculate properly. But I guess this is our only option. I'll do it." Yonha nodded resolutely, and I threw a glance at Medea. "Medea, please head back to Crevon and adjust the time. Before carrying out a summon of this size, our time must first align with that of Crevon. Crevon would also need some time to prepare an army." "Will it be all right?" Medea asked, clearly doubtful. I nodded. "Yes, it'll definitely work, but you have to hurry." We were still under the influence of my accumulation of luck. Also, I still had some luck left for one last use. "Okay, well, if you're so sure." Medea quickly recited a spell. SSSSSSSS. After the recitation, which was so quick that I could have mistaken it for wind, Medea disappeared. Phew! I calmed myself down with a deep breath and turned my gaze to Spartan on my shoulder. "Spartan." Pururu. Spartan read my thoughts and nodded before I could speak. I smiled and said my orders aloud nonetheless. "Let's go to Yonha." Vasego's Colosseum, arena. Cheok Young and Jin Se-in stared at the woman in front of them. They were at the throne room, a place just for Vasego, built at the highest point of the Colosseum. This was where the last challenger would have faced Vasego during their final duel. Right now, however, Cheok Young and Jin Se-in were looking at Vasego peacefully. They felt neither threatened nor scared, but only confused at Vasego's appearance. Not only did Vasego seem weak, but she was also beautiful, a quality that did not necessarily matter to devils. Her long blue hair danced like waves in the ocean. Her nose and mouth were in harmony like the moon and the stars in the sky, and her eyes sparkled as if they contained all the light of the world. HMPH. No words could properly describe such beauty. Feeling her confidence vanish, Jin Se-in glanced at Cheok Yung-yung. Cheok Yung-yung's eyes were on Vasego. He clearly had no regard for manners or self-control. Jin Se-in pinched Cheok Yung-yung, but her nails couldn't do any damage to his body full of muscles. I liked it a lot. It was then that Vasego finally spoke. What did you like? Jin Se-in asked carefully. Vasego gave a smirk and tapped on the throne twice. The chair was made by Black Lotus, which Cheok Yung-yung had dedicated to Vasego. This chair, I liked it a lot. Vasego seemed truly satisfied. Jin Se-in nodded, holding back a sigh of relief. I'm glad to hear that. Is it true that you own a lot of these things? It's true, Lord Vasego, so why don't you negotiate with us? On Earth, there is an artisan who can make items that are much more valuable than that chair. Jin Se-in's voice was serious, but Vasego only shrugged. Why should I negotiate when I can just kill you all and have the artisan to myself? Jin Se-in had expected this objection. She countered immediately. Then the artisan would refuse to work for you. That's a fair argument, but what if I threaten to kill him? Isn't death what you mortal beings are most afraid of? Baal is trying to destroy the entire world anyway. The artisan knows that even if you don't kill him, he'll be murdered by Baal. Ha ha, Vasego smiled. The relationship between Vasego and Baal wasn't exactly hierarchical. Though Baal was ranked first, Vasego was ranked third and almost equally influential. Do not underestimate me. I can freely collect things I want, regardless of Baal. Vasego rose from the throne. At that moment, Cheok Yung-yung scanned Vasego from head to toe. Her beauty was so extraterrestrial that no human could dare to judge it. Oh, Cheok Yung-yung admired out loud. This upset Vasego, and she sat back in her chair. But your strategy was good. I am indeed a devil with the desire to collect. Vasego pulled out an accessory. This time, it was a ring made not by Black Lotus, but a different craftsman from another dimension. Vasego stared at her ring, mesmerized by its beauty. Collecting beautiful things is a more important hobby than my life. Than your life, Jin Se-in frowned. The fact that the devil had revealed her weakness so easily puzzled the hero. Yes, it's a high-end hobby among devils. Low-ranking devils think murder and destruction are the only forms of entertainment, but nobles like me are different. I don't necessarily enjoy destruction. That is unless you start to behave cocky and arrogant. At that moment, Jin Se-in's face was distorted. Then, what about Baal? Baal's just like me in a sense. He has the desire to collect different worlds, but I'm different. My hobby is collecting beauty. So, Vasego stopped and looked down at Jin Se-in and Cheok Yung-yung. I am willing to negotiate, but under one condition. You must offer me an accessory that I'll not get sick of for at least 100 years and will fill me with joy just by looking at it. Vasego crossed her legs, declaring so. Soon came a moment of silence. Jin Se-in swallowed her saliva and Cheok Yung-yung yawned. If you like the product we've given you, what are you going to do? Jin Se-in asked, breaking the silence. Vasego gave a small smile. This incarnation body probably has about 100 years left. During those 100 years, I will stay here without causing any harm to Earth. Here, do you mean the Colosseum? Yes. I'll wait for challenges here at the Colosseum for the next 100 years. I'll even offer challengers entertainment and rewards. My warehouse is crawling with valuable weapons, after all. And when this body dies, I'll go back to the transcendental realm without hesitation. The proposal was too good to be true. It was perhaps the best they could obtain through negotiation. Jin Se-in looked at Cheok Yung-yung. Their eyes met. Slowly, Jin Se-in nodded her head. We accept. Good, then I'll give you 3 days. I'll not cooperate with Baal in the meantime. Pardon, three days are too short. 3 days. Jin Se-in was appalled by the pressing deadline, but Vasego was adamant. It was then that Cheok Yung-yung came forward. By the way, devil. Devil. As Vasego frowned at his insolent remark, Cheok Yung-yung gave a wide grin. Our duel is still happening, right? Cheok Yung-yung had no intention of giving up his duel with Vasego. His determination to fight was expressed outwardly in the form of sparks of magic power that surrounded Cheok Yung-yung's body. Ah, Vasego stared blankly at Cheok Yungyung. However, she soon replaced her dumbfounded expression with a gentle smile. It meant yes. Russia, Vladivostok, Devil Vuel looked at his army. It was made up of soldiers who had served him since he was in the demon realm. His mighty army should have been able to wipe out the group of weaklings without breaking a sweat. Yet, the devil couldn't understand what was happening. He couldn't believe the scene unfolding before his eyes. The devil stared ahead, dazed, trapped at the boundary between reality and illusion. Quara! The beam of magic power spewing out from the palms of the enemy swept the battlefield. Every demon in its trajectory was burned alive. As a counterattack, Vuel's army poured demonic energy at the enemy. A huge ball of demonic energy flew towards him, shaking both heaven and earth. But the enemy swiftly absorbed the ball of energy into his body and returned it to the demons with even greater strength. Chwara. He fired a blast of Kai from his hand. The soldiers, swept away by the blast, were scattered in droves of ash. Only about 5 minutes after the battle began, a third of Vuel's army had already been wiped out. The enemy kept releasing an enormous amount of magic power, but he didn't seem to grow tired at all. He was overpowering the entire army by himself. Still, the devil couldn't admit to the reality of the situation. He refused to admit. How could such a lowly being defeat his army? You! At last Vuel shouted, unable to bear any more humiliation. His voice shook the earth. The devil's wrath stopped all movement on the battlefield, and Auden turned his gaze to Vuel. "Who are you?" Vuel asked. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body was shaking with rage. He was a transcendent devil, but also a poor soul more easily angered than mere humans. Auden pitied the devil. "I said, who are you?" The devil's cry tore the atmosphere apart. Auden answered nonchalantly, "I don't remember allowing you to ask questions." What? How dare you speak that way, you hybrid? Vuel could not accept this nonsense. He no longer could endure his enemy's insolence. Extreme rage began to overtake him. "But devil, I have a question for you." But Auden continued, thoroughly ignoring Vuel's apparent anger. "You introduced yourself as a devil. Then I'm sure you've lived for a long time. A devil lives for hundreds and thousands of years. Then, during those long years, had the devil seen anything similar to him? Have you ever seen anything like me?" Auden wondered about that, but the devil seemed unwilling to answer. In his defense, he was in no state to think or reason. Vuel's nickname was the Devil of Wrath. He had already been consumed with rage. "Grok Prill a shack." Vuel, unable to contain his anger, made a strange sound and released his demonic energy at Auden. Chapter 350. Pieces 1. Even after Irene pledged allegiance to Prehai, not much changed. As usual, Irene was keen on training, and Puharan was still stuck in his room. There was only one noticeable change. A small pill would find its way to Irene every night. Prehai stuck to her promise to help Irene's master and ordered her servant to deliver medicine to Irene every night. Deeply grateful, Irene gave the medicine to his teacher. As each day passed, Irene's master recovered his health, and Irene grew rapidly. The boy was now skilled enough to compete against an adult. Though, of course, his opponent used a wooden sword, whereas Irene used a real sword. Those were the happy days. Then, one night, Irene, who returned home after his usual training routine, delivered the medicine to his master as usual and shared a rather pleasant conversation with the recovering patient. He then went back to his room. "Hua!" Irene sat in a chair and looked outside the window. Suddenly, a sense of fulfillment began to overtake him. Some would describe this feeling as happiness or joy. Irene put his hand on his chest and smiled. "Ah, right." Now that everything was under control, Irene remembered something he had forgotten, namely, the nuns who had cared for him. Irene took out a paper and a pen and began writing. He wanted to let the nuns know how well he was doing so that they wouldn't have to worry about him. To the Temple of Katerin, "Hello, this is Irene. How are you? Master and I are well. The royal palace is so big and amazing. I get to eat on time, and my sword skills are improving too. Every day is a happy day. But sometimes it hurts when I think of you. I miss you a lot. Today I received a stipend. They don't usually pay the squires, but I think I got it because I worked hard. I'm sending it to you because it's useless to me anyway. Please use it well. I'll keep the letters coming. Thank you for everything. May the grace of the Lord always be with you." Irene sealed the letter with 2 gold coins, a stipend he had received from Prehai, in an envelope. The bottom of the envelope was considerably thickened by the coins. Hoo-hoo, Irene looked at the letter with satisfaction. He stayed that way for quite some time until scarlet light began penetrating his window. The light was at first about the size of a firefly. It quickly grew bigger as it passed through the window and shone brightly on Irene's face. Irene looked out the window with his head tilted. What the? Under the night sky, in the garden of the royal palace, an army of soldiers stood with torches in their hands. They were fully armed and clearly hostile, trampling on the grass and the flowers in the garden. Irene quickly grabbed his sword and stood up. Ah! However, when he saw the small figure at the center of the army, he paused. Irene and his master's benefactor, Prehai, was there. Auden woke up in a cave. He saw the light from a lamp swaying faintly over the surface of the stone ceiling. Auden couldn't grasp the situation. He remembered he had felt this same way when he first gained intelligence. Just the fact that he was alive confused Auden. Kururu, Kururu. At that moment, he heard Kurukuru's voice. Auden slowly turned to the direction that the voice had come from. Kurukuru was kneeling beside him. Kururu. Kurukuru was apologizing. He felt guilty that he had disobeyed the king's orders and saved his life. But the humanoid monster did not regret his decision. In fact, Kurukuru was prepared to die. He was prepared to take his own life if the king wished for him to do so. Auden stared at Kurukuru in silence. He read his servant's memory. All the things that Kurukuru had done over the years slowly seeped into Auden. Kurukuru traveled all over the world to save Auden. He did everything he could do to get his hands on the ingredients for spirit medicine, such as ginseng, herbs, oars, and seagrass. Sometimes he even stole from others. In the process, Kurukuru cut off the Kraken's leg, broke into the Tower of Heroes, pulled out an ancient dire wolf's teeth, and purchased the skin of a basilisk. He crossed mountains, explored the seas, ran through jungles, wandered through deserts, and dove into boiling magma. In the meantime, he lost his arms, became blind, and his antennae burned down. But none of that mattered to Kurukuru. If only he could save the king. If only he could be with him again. The servant was willing to give his own life for it. After taking in Kurukuru's memory, Auden suddenly realized that he had become smaller. He was still larger than an average human, but slightly smaller than 3 humans combined. His horns, which he had managed with care, were gone, too. Because of this, his body didn't feel too heavy. Auden stood up without saying a word. He moved his stiff legs and stepped forward. The soil beneath his feet felt soft, for Kurukuru had managed the cave with care. Auden set foot in the world outside the cave. The dazzling blue sky greeted him. The sun poured down on him. The harmony of the clouds, the sun, and the moon in the sky were beautiful. Auden stood in absolute stillness and felt the nature surrounding him. The salty wind, the rolling waves, the rustling leaves, and the golden sand of the beach. His eyes captured them all. This is strange. A chuckle escaped Auden's lips. He had never looked so closely at nature. He was never really interested in it. Before, all he did was fight and kill in search of his own existence. Tap, tap. At that moment he heard quiet footsteps approaching. Tap, tap. Kurukuru, his only servant, stood beside him. Auden did not turn to face his servant, however. Kurukuru, too, stayed silent. The 2 monsters stood still and looked at the horizon. They stayed that way for a very long time, until all the time they had spent apart had been paid for. That was a long time ago when Auden first came back to life. Lost in old memories, Auden looked up at Vladivostok's blue sky. Kura, Kura, but a strange sound disturbed his recollection. Auden lowered his head and looked at the origin of the painful groan. Bual, the devil who had attacked him with obstinate arrogance, was now lying on the ground. He had no arms. He still had 1 leg left, but it was folded at a strange angle. His stomach was torn, and blood and organs were pouring out of it. Bual had lost completely. His army, which at one point in time seemed to cover the entire surface of the earth, had been annihilated as well. Auden had destroyed the devil's army by himself. You insolent fool, how dare you? Despite the situation, Bual had yet to surrender. Auden gazed at Bual. In Bual's bloodshot eyes and angry gestures, Auden could see his old self. Auden felt ashamed of himself, so much so that he wanted to teach this transcendent being what he himself had learned. At that moment, Auden realized that he and the devil might be similar in some respects, despite the difference in years they had lived to date. Auden looked down at Bual and spoke. I feel sorry for you. Do not ever wonder about yourself again. That will put your mind at ease. Shut your mouth. Buell spat at Auden. The cursed mixture of saliva and blood, however, fell to the ground without ever reaching Auden. I'll remember you. I'll kill you no matter what. Even if I die right here, I'll definitely. People live because they're alive. Do not search for a deeper meaning. Shut up, shut up. Auden swung his fist. Crack. With the sound of an explosion, the devil's head disappeared. Auden shook his fist and turned around. He was no longer a king, so he was not obliged to teach anyone who was unwilling to learn. Auden sighed and looked up at the sky, surrounded by the stillness of the forest. His gaze traveled downward. An artificial wall stood tall amidst the green of nature. Auden stared at the very top of the wall. Guardian, mighty guardian. He's the guardian of Vladivostok. The humans who felt Auden's gaze began yelling. Slightly embarrassed, Auden looked away. Guardian God, what an honor. We praise you. Fervent cheering continued. Surprised at the fact that he was pleased, Auden stood beside Kurukuru. Then the monsters headed back to their dwelling place. Essence of the straight underground facility, dressed in the Black Lotus uniform, I arrived at the underground facility where dimensional entropy was stored. Upon arrival, I heard Yonha say, I found a way to reverse the current situation. I decided to hide for the time being and listen to their conversation. We need to transmit as much energy as possible to the Tower of Wish. Is there a way? I'm skeptical. Dimensional entropy is powerful, but it's also intractable. Even now, we're barely keeping it under control with the help of the state-of-the-art stabilizers. It's too risky to release this kind of energy in bulk. Each of the researchers expressed their ideas. The 9 researchers gathered here were probably the brightest people on this planet, smart enough to manage the entropy. Can't you find a way? We should be able to pull it off at least once if we raise the output level to the max. What if the machine gets broken in the process? The whole planet could be destroyed. I approached them in the middle of a heated debate. Oi, Yuarak! The moment I spoke, the researchers screamed at the top of their lungs. I could see their hair stand on end. Even Yonha seemed surprised, swallowing her saliva. With a smile, I announced, Don't worry about the stability. I'll help you out. I had multiple gifts that could be used to increase the output of a machine. Stigma, random consolidation system, and constraints and amplifications. However, who is this guy? Identify yourself. How did you get here? The researchers clung to each other, and as one giant ball pointed their fingers at me. The way the middle-aged researchers screamed in panic was surprisingly cute. Sea Chief Officer, please do something. Who is this man? Ha! Yonha glanced over my clothes and sighed. It's okay. He's on our side. Our side? Yes, I'm sure you all have heard of him. This is Black Lotus. Black Lotus. The moment Yonha announced my name, the researchers froze. Their lips and fingers, which had been moving non-stop until a moment ago, also stopped. In absolute silence, Yonha spoke again. It's okay. I told you he's our ally. Despite her encouragement, the researchers were still skeptical. Left with no choice, I stepped forward. The plan will proceed as discussed. I can take care of the stability issue. Saying so, I approached the celestial-shaped machine, and I reached out to the heart of the machine, where dimensional entropy was placed. Be careful. The researchers remarked worriedly. I gave a small smile and activated random consolidation system. Whining, the machine immediately began emitting a loud sound, and suddenly the number 48 appeared at its center. 48%, truly a tremendous amplification. I turned my gaze to the researchers again. Their jaws dropped from surprise. These people were experts in their fields of expertise. They must have realized that the machine was completely different from the way it used to be. Now, let's connect Krevon and Earth with this, I said, and glanced at Yonha. Yonha nodded and came to me. Should I activate it now? Yeah. Okay, come on, everyone. We don't have a lot of time. Yonha's clapping helped the researchers come to their senses. They quickly headed to the control room and began typing on the computer. About 2 minutes later, whoom, the celestial machine started to vibrate. The energy extracted from dimensional entropy was concentrated on one specific point. Gyu. The resonance of the vibration shook my skull. And, coom, I felt an artificial vibration above my head. At the same time, my intuition detected footsteps full of hostility. Black water began dripping down from the ceiling. It's the enemy, I said to Yonha. Right. Monsters must have sensed the entropy, guessed Yonha. She quickly grabbed her whip. Keeping my composure, I turned to Spartan. Pururu. Spartan knew what I wanted to say just from the look in my eyes. He quickly disappeared somewhere. Cura Guarara, humans are down below. Kill the humans, curse the mortals. The howls of monsters mingled with the sound of the celestial machine and filled the building. But there was nothing to worry about. Jidding, about 10 seconds after Spartan's departure, a blue portal appeared right next to where I stood. Did you call for reinforcements? Having noticed the portal, Yonha pouted, slightly discontented. I smiled at her. I did. At that moment, blocks of shadows in different colors rose from the portal. They soon came into their original form. Let me introduce ourselves. They were not one but many. At the same time, many were one. The reason for that was, if you combine them all, you ultimately end up with black. We are the chameleon troop. Seat of yellow, Jane. Seat of blue, Khalifa. Seat of green, Jin Johan. Seat of violet, Droon. Seat of indigo, Yu Kyungwon. Seat of silver, Kaita. Seat of turquoise, Setrin. Seat of brown, Hirano Arashi. And seat of white, Boss. All the colors of the chameleon troop, except for Cheok Yungyung, were here. Chapter 351. Pieces 2 Prehai incarcerated Puharan overnight and killed the princesses and princes who killed her mother. She executed most of their servants and knights, or sent them to exile. The reformation she prepared for a long time was carried out swiftly and cruelly. When the storm-like day passed, Iren was left alone. The knights who taught him swordsmanship were gone as they had supported Puharan without abandoning him. However, Iren was different. Because he swore an oath to serve Prehai, he couldn't be with Puharan. In other words, he had become a traitor. Of course, he had excuses to tell himself. He was young, an orphan who didn't know the way of the world, and he wanted to save his master. The knights he read about in fairy tales had no experience in war, and most importantly, he never thought a young princess like Prehai would be capable of such cruelty. Iren spent the first night tormented by worries and guilt. But on the next day, he was visited by Prehai. Prehai tapped on his shoulder and spoke, "This kingdom is now mine, so practice your sword without worry." Iren had already become Prehai's knight. That was the start of Iren's troubles. After acquiring the crown, Prehai held a swordsmanship tournament to encourage her knights, and Iren participated in it and became the winner. Prehai's most loyal servant, Kindspring, praised him greatly for this result, and even rewarded him with a luxury set of armor and sword. Iren wanted to tell his master about his achievements. However, when he returned to his master, he witnessed something unexpected. He found his master dead with a dagger sticking out of his chest. Clearly, he had been murdered. The dagger was inscribed with Puharan's insignia. Puharan's supporters had punished Iren for his betrayal. Iren fell to his knees. His legs went numb, and sorrow crept up from the bottom of his heart. Iren embraced his master's body and cried until he fell asleep from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Prehai watched this scene from the distance. Heroes all over the world are fighting jinns and devils. They need your support. Jin Sahyuk opened her eyes as an anchorwoman's voice rang out from the TV. A severe headache stunned her as memories of her past continuously emerged. She pressed her temples and let out a sigh. What a shitty dream. She was seeing Prehai's memories. It was the story of Akatrina and Kim Suho. Who? Jin Sahyuk shook her head and raised her body. Then the anchorwoman's voice rang out again. We have an update. Ki Juchul and Hanks are supposedly fighting the rank 1 devil Bale. She turned her head towards the source of the sound and saw a TV. What? It was then that Jin Sahyuk realized what situation she was in. She was lying on the asphalt in the middle of an empty, abandoned street. Tusk, something big must have happened. Jin Sahyuk clicked her tongue. Quang. The moment she stood up, she turned her attention to the thunderous noises ringing out in the distance. She froze in surprise. In front of her eyes was Morax, the giant devil that had destroyed Akatrina. It was the devil wearing the mask of Puharan. With its huge hands and feet, it was stomping on the world once again. Korean border, Bale stared at Kim Suho, who was charging towards him. The youth's eyes were unshaking, and a golden sword shone in his hand. Bale recognized him. He was a special existence even in Bale's memories. The man beloved by the world, the so-called main character. Bale reached out towards Kim Suho. Ook! Kim Suho was forced to stop. Bale's authority constrained his movements. Kim Suho was bound by pressure no ordinary human could withstand. Cuke. Even the main character couldn't do anything about it. Kim Soo-ho unleashed his magic power and twisted his body, but he couldn't free himself from the invisible shackles that bound him. Meanwhile, Bale laughed as he watched Kim Soo-ho squirm like a worm. Everything will be torn to shreds. At that moment, Aileen's spirit speech rang out. Bale turned his gaze to the tiny woman. Die, die. Aileen's spirit speech was directed at the large group of demons on the ground, not Bale. It wasn't just Aileen either. Other famous heroes were fighting the demons with all their effort. Wolf of Valhalla Yu Sihyuk, Immortal Ki Juchel, Steel Spirit Hanks, Blitzkrieg Yujin Woon, Conqueror Shin Jonghak, Hellfire Yi Yongha, Elementalist Rachel Bale recognized them all. Thanks to Bell's memories, he knew everything about these characters. Bale found the entire thing funny. He looked at their futile struggles condescendingly, but he also found them pitiful. Knowing that his feelings and the hero's wills were all made up, Bale felt anger boiling up inside him. Bale clenched his fists. It was then. Quara! A huge sword of magic power shot up to the sky, almost reaching Bale's feet. The sword couldn't cut Bale, but it succeeded in cutting the hem of his clothes. Bale furrowed his brows and looked down. Get down from there, you bastard! A girl was waving her fist around angrily. He instantly recognized her as Ki Naeun. Seeing her, a chuckle escaped his mouth. Bale tried to constrain Ki Naeun, just like he did with Kim Soo-ho. However, TZZZT, a fierce frictional sound rang out as two magic powers clashed with each other. Sparks crackled into the air before a clear sword strike cut across Bale's chest. A pang of pain rose up to Bale's head. Bale looked down at his chest, now bloodied, then turned to the direction the sword strike came from. There he saw Kim Soo-ho aiming his sword at him. He had escaped Bale's shackles before he noticed. Misteltein was glowing gold. By the looks of it, Kim Soo-ho had cut Bale's authority with only his sword. How? Bale became curious, but he soon arrived at his answer. In truth, he didn't even need to think. It was too obvious. Bale knew Kim Soo-ho was the main character and that he himself was just a final villain to be defeated by him. Bale was filled with rage again. Everything happening at this moment and the next. He couldn't help but wonder if everything was just following a script. Bale roared and drew another pentagram in the air. As the second pentagram formed itself, more and more demons appeared. A large army thus descended from the demon realm. Essence of the Strait, underground bunker, members of the chameleon troop gathered in an instant. Looking at them, I shrugged somewhat proudly. I spent many years of my life with them, but this was the first time I called them all personally. Where are we? Kaita and Yu Kyungwon looked around the bunker curiously. Ah, that must be that dimensional entropy. Looks like it. Jane and Setrin walked towards the dimensional entropy. The chameleon troop's sole magician, Hirano Arashi, showed interest in it as well. On the other hand, I kept my eyes on Boss. I met her eyes, hidden deep underneath her hoodie, and asked, "Are you okay?" Boss nodded silently and glanced at Yu Yonha, who was standing by me. She looked somewhat bothered. Yu Yonha must have felt it too as she let out a dry cough. "Kyuhum, hello, I'm Yu Yonha." Yu Yonha introduced herself. Boss looked back and forth between Yu Yonha and me, but we didn't really have time to waste. The black water droplets that had been falling from the ceiling bubbled up and came together to form a figure. Kreaghoke, a 5-meter-tall human-like thing appeared. Its body was muscular, but its face was oval with only eyes and a mouth. It opened its mouth and roared. Krara, the chameleon troop, eyed the creature curiously. It let out another roar, its black teeth glistening. I smirked and murmured, "It must be some kind of a liquid monster." At the same time, I checked what it was using observation and reading. Rank 72 Devil Andromalius. My smile disappeared immediately. Rank 72. Although it was ranked last among the 72 devils, it was still a devil nonetheless. I guess so. This guy's teeth are kinda pretty, don't you think? Almost like obsidian. I can have them, right? Can you make me a necklace with them? Jane took out a dagger with a grin. Setrin also hopped in. Give me half. I want one too. Diargonak Kajak, the liquid monster, shouted again. I'll make whatever you want, just make sure to capture it for me. Okay, I left it to the chameleon troop and used constraints and amplifications on the dimensional entropy. Kuung, the second amplification, made the celestial bodies shake. Kra! At that moment, the liquid monster charged forward. However, Boss and Jin Johan quickly stepped forward and stopped it. While they tied it down, Jane and Setrin's daggers flew out. Dimensional entropy activated amidst this chaos. Korean borders. Oi, Ki Juchul. Hank spoke from behind Ki Juchul. Ki Juchul focused on circulating his magic power without looking back. Morax was still alive and kicking, quite literally, as it stomped from one corner of the Korean peninsula to another. Juchul, that's enough. Hank smiled bitterly and looked up at the sky burning with a dark red hue. That's enough. These two words could be interpreted in two ways. One was that they performed well. The other was that they could no longer stop Morax's advance. Over 30,000 heroes had participated in this sudden battle, and its end was now clear. Hanks had lost, and so had Ki Juchul. They stood a chance when Bale and Morax first descended. But when Bale's second summoning completed, everything changed. The tide of battle turned, and they weren't in a place where they could freely fight. Uarak, QR, a massacre was breaking out around them. The heroes couldn't withstand the onslaught of Bale's army. Overwhelmed in sheer number and strength, the heroes couldn't do anything about it. I'll buy as much time as I can. Hanks raised his sword and walked forward. Ki Juchul finally took a look at Hanks, who was imbuing his steel armor with more magic power. You deal with the army however you can. At the very least, you have to save your granddaughter. Kurak. Meanwhile, screams of heroes continued to break out. Fresh blood dyed the ground red, and severed limbs lay everywhere like rocks. Ki Juchul gave Hanks a solemn look. This isn't a matter that can be resolved just by us retreating. Hanks shook his head in response, but that doesn't mean we can all die. If we retreat, a time will come when we can fight back. Click, a metallic ringing resounded, and Hanks equipped a helmet. It was part of the steel armor Hanks was so proud of. Looking at this, Ki Juchul muttered quietly, "Are you not worried about the side effects?" Hanks smirked from hearing Ki Juchul's show of worry. He then gathered up his magic power. Ki Juchul furrowed his brows. He could tell Hanks was using every bit of his remaining life force in this moment's steel spirit. "I'll take care of my matters myself. You retreat with the warriors who are still alive." At that moment, a strange, mystifying happening occurred. Jidding, a beam of light shot up from the ground. Soon, even more beams shot up. Shuo. The brilliant lights broke through the battlefield and traveled upwards into the sky. What? Both the demons and the heroes paused momentarily, curious about the unknown light. For a split moment, everyone was staring at the beams of light. And a few seconds later, something else appeared from within the light. Guo. The sound of an engine erupted from the sky. A huge shadow was cast over one end of the battlefield to the other. The shadow soon covered the entire wilderness where the battle was taking place, and the heroes all tilted their heads upwards. "This is Jenkalope. We have arrived on the orders of the ship commander. We will now commence supporting fire." Jenkalope vessel, a spacecraft created by science several levels above that of Earth, appeared through the clouds. Chapter 352. Pieces 3 Paris, France. Astaroth's barrier around Madrid had been lifted. As many had feared, Astaroth, who came out of the barrier, brought with him a powerful army. The devil reached Paris in no time. Hajin traveled to Paris to stop Astaroth. But by the time she arrived, Paris was already in ruins. Astaroth and his army were trampling on the city and slaughtering humans. The screams of innocent victims rang out endlessly, and the heroes were helpless against the devil's attack. Looking at the ruins of her old hometown, Hajin bit her lip. She felt something hot boiling up in her heart. The scene of the brutal killing filled her with anger. "I'm glad I didn't bring a vandal with me," she thought. However, hitting. Suddenly the unicorn cried out. The unicorn, who had brought Hajin here at Evandal's command, shuddered at the horrendous state of Paris. Evandal had ignored her master's warning and shared vision with the unicorn. "Evandal!" Hajin shouted. The unicorn, trembling, sank to the ground. Evandal had cut off her connection to the unicorn. Damn it! Evandal's spirit beasts, having noticed their master's agitation, suddenly lost control of themselves. They threw themselves at the devil's army. Everyone turned their attention to Hajin, and she had no choice but to call upon her summoned beasts. The Azure Dragon and the Black Turtle, two of Hajin's most adored summoned beasts, responded to her call. It's Duchess Hajin. The reinforcements are here." The Azure Dragon occupied the sky, while the Black Turtle occupied the earth. Having noticed the arrival of the cardinal beasts, the heroes of France cheered for Hajin. This was the beginning of an all-out war between tamed beasts and the devil. Quang! The spirit beasts and demons clashed violently. There were explosions everywhere, and the cries of spirit beasts and the screams of demons mingled. The situation wasn't exactly in favor of humans, as the spirit beasts lost their chain of command and went berserk. Evandel! Ahayan sent Evandel a mental transmission, but there was no reply. The cruel war with endless deaths was still too early for the young girl. Evandel's spirit beasts also noticed their master's agitation. Some of them thought she was in danger and left the battlefield altogether. Evandel, hang in there, Evandel, Ahayan shouted. It was then. Suddenly the flow of air stretched and sound slowed down. Ahayan was now able to feel the movement of the air and particles in the atmosphere. It was a strange sensation. Ahayan stopped and looked around. The world had slowed down just as her senses did. The spirit beasts were frozen in place with their claws pointed forward, and the rays of demonic energy remained frozen in the air without advancing further. It seems this has become quite a bit of trouble. And then a small voice flowed into Ahayan's ears. Startled, she turned. Ah! Ahayan widened her eyes. An old man was there. His thick grey hair and deep eyes were memorable. You're... Ahayan knew who he was. Not only was she familiar with his appearance, but she had also felt his magic power before. There was no way she could ever forget such a pure and marvelous power. This old man was Yijin, the world's first and last 10-star Grand Magician and a member of the 9 Stars. It's been a while. Yijin gave a small smile. Ahayan couldn't say a thing. She first met him 20 years ago at a magic tower. At the time, Yijin was the head of Soul Magic Power, and she was just a beginner who couldn't control even the simplest of magic. But one day, Yijin left the tower. Even then, the Grand Magician had been well known for his peculiar character. Everyone thought he would return soon, but he never did. The first and last Grand Magician soon disappeared from the world of magic. Grand Magician Yijin Nim. That's why Ah-haen couldn't believe her eyes, despite the many shocking rumors that he was suffering from dementia or that he had been castrated. Yijin had not appeared in public in years, but now here he was in front of the devil's army. Yes, it's good to see you, Ah-haen. Pardon, of course, but how did you get here? And no more than that, what have you been doing you until now? Ahayan couldn't even speak properly. Nevertheless, the Grand Magician replied with a smile. A few months ago, there was a young man who came to see me. He told me he needed my help. Though his dementia healed, thanks to the medicine he received from Kim Hajin, it took him a long time to reclaim his sense of magic lost over the years. Also, he had a difficult time persuading his wife, who always worried too much. I was hiding because I needed a little time, but that's all in the past now. Move over, I'll deal with him. Yijin plodded past her. Ah-haen turned and looked at his back. It was just an old man's back, but it felt as big as a tower to her. The old man held a long tree branch like a cane and shook it very lightly, and the world stopped. This was not hyperbole. Everything except Ah-haen and Yijin ceased to move. This mesmerized Ah-haen. She couldn't help but admire such an astonishing skill. Yijin, the great 10-star Grand Magician, had defied the logic of man and nature and reached a miracle. He could control exerted time, in other words, all the movements of the world. Essence of the straight underground facility. As soon as I activated dimensional entropy, I also activated Buster Call. My stigma hadn't been restored completely yet, but I was able to summon Jenkalope's vessel using overclocking. Are you done? Jane asked. I nodded and turned my gaze to her. Andromalius, the rank 72 devil. Though he was ranked last, he was still a devil. However, right now he was, crunch, crunch, being eaten alive by Droon's Mimeo. Don't overdo it, Mimeo. You might get a stomachache later. Droon patted Mimeo, and Mimeo wiggled his ears. That whole scene was pretty mind-boggling. I gave a bitter smile and began speaking to Horner. Horner, are you there? Yes, sir. Everyone is on standby. His voice never failed to ease my mind. Moreover, when I checked the vessel with the 1,000-mile eyes, I could see that the whole ship, not just Horner, had been upgraded greatly. How are things down there? According to the supercomputer, not so good. We've detected 2 powerful devils. It had only been about 10 seconds since I summoned the ship, but the supercomputer had already completed all the calculations. Trying to conceal my surprise, I answered, Got it. We'll be there. I'll open the portal. All of a sudden, a portal sprang up right in front of me. This technology had never failed to amaze me. Come in. Your guest is waiting for you. My guest? What guest? I had a rough idea of who it was. I had just activated the dimensional entropy, so the timing was right too. Okay, I'll head over right now. You guys protect this place, I told the members of the chameleon troop who were preparing to follow me. At present, the dimensional entropy was more important than anything else in the world, so I needed to leave it in the hands of trustworthy people. Why should you have all the fun? Ehu. Fine, Jane pouted at first but nodded when she felt Boss glare at her. I'll leave it to you. You Yonha, follow me. Pardon? Ah, okay. I entered the portal, and Yonha followed me while glancing at Boss. Jenkalope's vessel. As soon as I entered the portal, I saw the letters, Jenkalope's vessel, engraved on the ceiling of the ship. Long time no see, sir. Horner greeted us with a welcoming smile. Long time no see. Ah, this is Yonha. I introduced Yonha to Horner. She shook hands with Horner and looked around the ship. Let's get moving now. We don't have much time. Yes. Please follow me, ship commander. I followed Horner to the control room. From there, we could freely observe the battlefield below. Many heroes are fighting there right now. Horner pointed to where Bale and Morax had been summoned. The situation didn't look good even at a glance. It was more of a one-sided slaughter than a war. The number of monsters and demons hadn't changed at all, while the number of heroes was decreasing at a rapid pace. They don't really care about us, do they, even though this ship is huge? I asked curiously. Horner answered, we're currently in stealth mode, so the enemy can't see us. Really? Yes, we've been waiting for your order. Should we proceed? Horner looked down at the demons, his expression sour. He was clearly burning with anger, perhaps because his hometown in the Tower of Wish had been captured by demons as well. Yes, let's go. Thank you. Jenkalope's soldiers, get ready. As soon as I gave my permission, Horner solemnly ordered the soldiers to sortie. Immediately the ship lifted its stealth mode, revealed its steel body, and opened its hangar. Shuong, Quara. Hundreds of fighter jets were dispatched from the hangar. It was then. So this is where you were, Kim Hajin. Someone called my name and stood beside me. I knew who it was without even looking. Yeah, it's been a while. You betcha. I mean long time no see. My name is Toma from the Empire. It was Toma. Much stronger than the last time we met, she was wearing a luxurious and powerful-looking armor and cape. Near the Korean border, Shin Jonghak looked up in a daze. A pillar of light rose from the ground, and a huge warship appeared in the sky and began bombing the demons. Not only Shin Jonghak, but also many of the heroes gathered failed to understand the current situation. A woman approached Shin Jonghak, who was still dazed by the scene. Shin Jonghak flinched and swung his spear towards the woman, but she easily blocked the conqueror's spear. Shin Jonghak glared at her and asked, Why, what? The woman, Jin Sahyuk, gave an inscrutable smile. Shin Jonghak frowned. What I meant to say was, why are you here? Well, it's nothing serious. Jin Sahyuk scratched her cheek awkwardly. The truth was that Jin Sahyuk wanted to run away. She wanted to escape from the nightmare that was Morax. Using the dimensional stone in her possession, she could easily return to Akatrina. Unfortunately, that was never an option. Morax would never give up on her. She knew that if she didn't take care of him here and now, he would follow her all the way to Akatrina. And so, Jin Sahyuk went to Shin Jonghak. Well, do you remember Bell saying that Shin Munchal left you something very important? Shin Munchal was the first clue to breaking Bale and Morax. Shin Jonghak showed interest in the name. Yeah, he did say that. What about it? Nothing, just that I remembered something important. Shin Jonghak grabbed the Conqueror spear. Jin Sahyuk hadn't said a word yet, but he knew she was going to insult Shin Munchal. I'll kill her before she does, he decided. Jin Sahyuk, however, put a hand on his shoulder without saying a word. Shin Jonghak looked down at her hand with a frown, then turned the scowl on her. Catching his eye, Jin Sahyuk announced, I think I figured out what Shin Munchal left you. What? Jin Sahyuk had a dream today about Iren and Prehai. Memories of those days in Akatrina remained in her heart as regret, and Morax was the physical manifestation of the said regret. It was most certainly a tormenting trauma. But thanks to that excruciating experience, Jin Sahyuk realized just what Shin Munchal's legacy that Bell mentioned was and where it was hidden. Are you serious? Shin Jonghak asked, suspicious. I don't tell lies, so just shut up and follow me, loser, Jin Sahyuk muttered and grabbed Shin Jonghak's shoulder. And then she activated her authority without waiting for his answer. At that moment, Shin Jonghak felt as if he was being sucked into something. He opened his mouth. but no sound came out. He felt nauseous, but no vomit would come out. About 30 seconds passed in that uncomfortable state. Shin Jonghak opened his eyes. What ha? What the hell? He looked around, panting. He was surrounded in black. Nothing was here but Jin Sahyuk. Damn it! Oi, where the hell am I? Where do you think? We're inside your mind. What? What does that even? What the hell are you talking about? It seemed that in place of confusion, anger was about to take control of Shin Jonghak. Leaving him to vent alone, Jin Sahyuk looked around the dark. Chapter 353, Pieces 4. Shin Jonghak stared at Jin Sahyuk in silence. Her words suggesting that he could meet Shin Munchul captivated him more than anything. But of course, it was hard to believe such a thing was possible. We're inside my mind, you said. Shin Jonghak asked the most basic question first. Currently, he was surrounded by darkness. Though Jin Sahyuk had claimed this space to be his mind, Shin Jonghak simply couldn't accept her answer. Despite his doubt, Jin Sahyuk nodded without hesitation. Yeah, I've recreated your mind to my liking. It was one of the many applications of reality manipulation. Jin Sahyuk observed Shin Jonghak's mind and recreated it so that she could uncover Shin Munchul's legacy buried inside Shin Jonghak's consciousness. Shin Jonghak seemed quite dissatisfied with the whole setup, however. He wasn't too happy with the voidness of the surrounding view. Jin Sahyuk said with a smirk, I for one think this space suits you. It's pitch black. What did you say? A strand of vein popped out of Shin Jonghak's temple. He stumbled back almost at the same time. Several objects were rising from the darkness beneath his feet. What are these? This took Shin Jonghak by surprise. Rising out of the swampy darkness were objects deeply related to Shin Jonghak's ego. Kim Hajin's sculpture of Shin Jonghak, the youngest high-rank hero certificate, Xiang Yu's conqueror's spear, and even a statue of Ki Naeun. But the most important of them all was the door at the rear. Shin Munchul, the iron gate, was inscribed with Shin Munchul's name. Follow me. While Shin Jonghak stood in awe, Jin Sahyuk began to walk towards the gate. Doubtful of her intentions, Shin Jonghak followed closely behind. He didn't forget to cover Ki Naeun's statue with his coat so that Jin Sahyuk wouldn't misunderstand. Munchul. It's a pretty corny name, don't you think? Jin Sahyuk banged on the iron gate a couple of times and looked back at Shin Jonghak. Shin Jonghak said nothing. Instead, he began pondering upon his own existence. He knew very well the public opinion of himself as a hero. They called him the youngest high-rank hero, the vice-leader of the giant guild, Desolate Moon, the heir of Jinsung Corp, and a handsome man who could beat even the most famous celebrities in looks alone. Though all these descriptions were remarkable in their own way, Shin Jonghak never forgot his roots. There was no way he could ever forget. In this vast world, only he was allowed to take such pride in himself. That is, pride as the grandson of Shin Munchul. Are you saying my grandfather's behind that door? Shin Jonghak asked. He had so many questions left. Jin Sahyuk gave a candid nod. Yes, probably. My guess is that Shin Munchul sealed a part of his soul in the deepest corner of your consciousness, just like I did. Until recently, Jin Sahyuk's memories of Akatrina had been sealed inside her. She did that because she didn't think she could face her current life properly with the burdens of her past life in her heart. Thankfully, this experience served as a clue to her. Jin Sahyuk suspected Shin Munchul had used a similar method. Bell said that Shin Munchul left Shin Jonghak a legacy. Perhaps, she thought, Shin Munchul used the same method as I did, just in a completely different way. It's not that I trust you completely, but Shin Jonghak gulped. He gave Jin Sahyuk a doubtful look and brought his hands to the gate. And then he tried to push open the gate, but it wouldn't budge. A groan escaped Shin Jonghak's lips. Still, his efforts seemed futile. Try using your magic power. Jin Sahyuk interrupted. Shin Jonghak leered at her, then poured his magic power into the gate. The gate responded to the magic power and finally began to move. Woom, the iron gate vibrated as it answered to Shin Jonghak's magic power. Soon it opened smoothly like a clam opening its mouth. Kick, koom, the heavy sound of iron rang out. Shin Jonghak looked at the other side of the gate with his feet planted on the ground. He gulped in anticipation. He could feel his heart sink as if something big and heavy had just dropped on top of it. There was a man standing at the other side of the gate. Shin Jonghak could see him clearly. His shoulders were as wide as a mountain, and his posture was as straight as a river. His long hair covered both parts of his body. Shin Jonghak felt a shiver down his spine. The mere sight of the man had completely stunned him. Shin Jonghak gulped yet again and slowly turned his gaze to Jin Sahyuk. If this is some kind of trick, I told you it's not. Jin Sahyuk answered in a seemingly annoyed voice. Shin Jonghak glared at her one last time and crossed the threshold of the gate. At that moment, something strange happened. The man began moving awkwardly, like a broken clockwork puppet. Then he slowly raised his head. Shin Jonghak could see his eyes now. Their gazes met. A small, barely visible smile spread across the man's face. At the same time, Shin Jonghak felt as if his body had been set on fire. Shin Munchul, the hero who had left Shin Jonghak an everlasting impression, was there. Private bunker of the Chancellor of Germany. Meanwhile, Valak's army devastated Eastern Europe and reached Germany. Europe was now besieged by two devils, Astaroth in the west and Valak in the east. Astaroth destroyed Paris, and Germany didn't stand a chance against Valak. The devils took complete control of Europe as the two great calamities. We're at our limit. Berlin can't hold out any longer. Jens, the Chancellor of Germany, announced pitifully. His hands trembled in fear as he sent over the footage of Berlin's defense barrier to Yi Gongmyang. Yi Gongmyang studied the footage carefully. As Supreme Commander, it was his duty to map out a strategy that would lead the team to victory. It's coming down. Still, there wasn't much that he could say. It was clear that Berlin's defenses were being toppled by the demons' attack. The army of demons swiftly ravaged Poland and arrived at Berlin. It was only a matter of time before Berlin's defense barrier, the product of cutting-edge magic engineering, crumbled down. Can we at least evacuate the people? Jens asked. Yi Gongmyang shook his head. Both east and west had been seized by the enemies. This meant the citizens could not travel by land. But it was also impossible to evacuate billions of people through portals. They had run into a dead end. What do you expect me to do, then? Jens yelled. He was beginning to tear up. The guilt of not being able to save his people weighed heavily on the heart of the Chancellor. Yi Gongmyang said with a sigh, "Please try to hold out a little longer. There's not much we can do at this point in time. Baal, Morax, and a third devil have invaded Korea. I'm afraid the situation here is not so good either, but I'm sure we'll be able to come up with something." The Chancellor clenched his teeth. Despair and disappointment replaced the rage in his heart. He ruminated on the current situation again. He was currently inside an underground bunker in Korea. Germany's commander-in-chief, along with the members of his cabinet, had abandoned their people and evacuated to a bunker in a foreign country. It was hypocritical of him to worry about the people he had left behind by choice. I understand. Just as the Chancellor spat out words of resignation, the screen that showed Berlin suddenly turned white. Jens widened his eyes. What's going on? Jens exclaimed in German. It didn't take long for him to understand what had just happened. The end had come. Demons had succeeded in destroying Germany. Jens closed his eyes and clenched his fists. The cabinet ministers inside the bunker reacted similarly. Slowly, the whiteness of the screen began to fade away. The blinding light disappeared, and Berlin revealed itself again. But the revealed scenery was markedly different from the previous one. Suddenly, they heard a strange voice coming out of the speaker. The time has come for us to strike. Jen's jaw dropped in awe. The time has come to recover our homeland from the darkness and reveal our bravery. The voice resounded gravely. At the same time, a group of soldiers in uniform appeared in fields beyond the barrier. To the people in the bunker, the appearance of these soldiers seemed even more unrealistic than the demons occupying Germany. We shall therefore advance and slay evil without hesitation. The scene unfolding before their eyes was far beyond their understanding. Commander! Jens called Yi Gongmyang with his gaze locked onto the screen, but no reply came from the Supreme Commander. He was in no state to answer the Chancellor. Yi Gongmyang was looking at a different screen. Germany was not the only country he had been observing. The soldiers who arrived in Germany were only a fraction of the total. Throughout the world, rays of light descended from the sky. Through the passage of light came reinforcements from another dimension. Bearing unimaginable strength, these soldiers came from Crevon to fulfill their promise to Earth. Jens recognized the man at the front. "See, Commander, Kai Parang is here." Jens pointed at the man at the front of the army. The man was indeed Kai Parang. Even Jens had heard of him before. A celebrity inside the tower was also a celebrity outside. Yi Gongmyung finally responded to Jen's call. He widened his eyes slightly and looked at the soldiers on the screen. Yes, I see him. What does this mean? Jens asked urgently. But Yi Gongmyung remained silent, and the soldiers started to advance. Kai Parang's sword spewed out a wave of magic power. The crowd cheered when they saw that the wave devoured the demons as a whole. Kai Parang, Kim Yuzhen, Guanchang. Most of them are Hwarangs from Crevon. I'm having trouble grasping the situation myself, but it seems that luck is on our side. Chancellor, please assist them as much as you can. Yi Gongmyung announced gravely. Jens turned his gaze to the battlefield. The commander of the army, made up of Hwarangs, who he guessed to be Kim Yuzhen, swung his sword. The Kai from the sword formed thousands of human figures. The soldiers, made up of magic power, formed an army of their own. They moved at the command of their master, Kim Yuzhen. The soldiers protected the German heroes and began attacking the demons. Looking at the screen, the Chancellor clenched his fists. The arrival of reinforcements had turned the tables, as Crevon's Hwarangs overpowered the demons in all aspects. The Chancellor ordered his men to assist the Hwarangs as much as possible. A glimmer of hope was beginning to bloom in the hearts of people all over the world. Jenkalope's vessel, I postponed my meeting with Toma because the situation was bad. She and I headed to the ship's control room. A huge holographic screen which occupied one side of the wall showed the heroes of Crevon who had returned to Earth. Toma snapped her fingers and announced proudly, "In China, we have Lu Bu and Zhang Liao. In Japan, we have Musashi. Kim Yuzhen and Kai Parang are in Germany, and Lancelot is in the US. Add in my soldiers and the Imperial Army, and the total is about 200,000 soldiers. That many? This took me by surprise. I only did a rough job of portraying these historical figures in the original novel and never thought they would actually appear. Yeah, a lot of them were living in hiding in Crevon, and when I explained the situation to them, they said they'd help. Oh, I turned my gaze to the screen. As she said, Musashi Miyamoto, Lu Bu, Lancelot, and Scylla's Hwarangs were hard at work on the battlefield. In the past, all of these men lived on Earth, and after they died, their souls were revived in the tower. And now they were slaughtering the devils and demons to rescue their home. What do you think? Should we sit back and relax? Toma shrugged with a relaxed look. No, but I shook my head. This was still not enough. We still needed more strength to prepare for our final battle against Baal. I finally decided it was time to use the secret weapons I'd kept hidden. You should go help Suho for now. Suho. Kim Suho. Yeah. And what do you plan to do in the meantime? I took a card out of my pocket and smiled. Even with my superhuman luck, I could only secure one copy. What's that? Toma tilted her head. I answered calmly. It's a 9-star card. You know, from the Card Kingdom. 9-star. Toma frowned as if doubting my words. Apparently, cards from the Card Kingdom were famous even in Crevon. A direct trade route had been established after they gained control of the 9th floor. How is that even possible? The most our Empress could get were 2 8-star cards. To resolve Toma's doubts, I showed her the 9-star card. Her eyes widened immediately. Equals story of a legend on the mural, individual 9-star, effective good black circle part of a legend manifests to assist you. Equals. Whoa, is that for real? Hey, come on, hand it over. Let me take a look. No way. Toma reached out to the card, but I had no intention of handing it over to her. I hid the card away from her. Oh, come on. Just let me take a peek at it. Enough. I held the card with my fingers and injected stigma into it. Let's see what we'll get. The card, now infused with my magic power, began to tremble. I let go of it, and the card that escaped my hands slowly rose into the air. Then suddenly, it flashed and disappeared into thin air. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and what the hell? Bewildered, Toma and I looked at each other. I blinked in confusion, but Toma soon began wiggling her eyebrows as if she was proud of herself to have figured out my trick. Aha, I see what's going on. That card was fake, right? No, it wasn't. Chapter 354, Final Name One. Under the dark sky, the waves of blood covered the earth. Piles of corpses formed mountains, and intestines rolled about like stones on the ground. Even at the scene of one of the most horrendous massacres in human history, the murderer, Baal, remained calm. He seemed apathetic even, just like a human killing ants. KWA. Somewhere, magic power was raging. Bale turned his gaze to the source of the sound. Kim Soo-ho's sword strike was coming for him. Bale scattered the sword strike with a single motion of his hand, but Kim Soo-ho was persistent. He continued to wield his sword, though by now he must have realized that he, a mere human, was no match for the transcendent evil that was Bale. With a shout, Kim Soo-ho poured his all into his sword, but Bale easily parried his blow. Clang! Bale's demonic energy and Kim Soo-ho's sword collided with each other with a sharp clang. Then, suddenly, another sword cut through their point of contact. "You bastard!" With a loud shout, Ki-neon swung her magic sword, which was as big as Morax. Ki-neon extended her sword, hoping it would reach Bale. In response, the devil stretched his demonic energy, and the thin string of demonic energy destroyed the core of her sword, shattering it to bits. Suddenly, a smile flickered across Bale's face. Ki-neon's sword, which covered half of his view, disappeared, and now he could clearly see those who had been hiding behind it. Countless heroes, each with unique weapons and powers, were racing towards Bale. Bale recognized all of them: Rachel, Yu Si-hyuk, Yu Jin-woong, Aileen, Nicholas. As he perceived their names and faces, Bale suddenly grew tired. He regretted synchronizing with Belle. If it weren't for Belle's memories, he wouldn't have allowed those ants to bother him in the first place. Instead of facing the heroes, Bale slowed the time around them. In a world of stillness, Bale carefully observed each and every single one of them. They were filled with determination. Clearly, nothing could break their resolve to protect their world. Looking at their faces, Bale began to ponder upon the concept of a novel. Was this where he was supposed to fall? If so, for what did he destroy all those different worlds? Were all his years of life just a fictional device for this moment? Bale looked up at the sky in silence. White specks of dust were slowly appearing in the dark sky. The specks became rays of light that poured down towards the earth in slow motion. Each of these rays represented a portal that carried reinforcements from another dimension. Looking at the scenery before his eyes, Bale smiled bitterly. What is this? Has God responded to the human's prayers? Then, where was this God when I was destroying other worlds? This wasn't the kind of contemplation that suited a devil. Bale closed his eyes, and the speed of the world returned to normal. Bale! Kim Soo-ho called Bale's name and glanced at Morax behind Bale. Bale's face was expressionless as he looked straight at Kim Soo-ho. He had plenty of questions for the hero. Do you know where you came from? What if you were just a toy, a doll designed for the sake of entertaining higher beings? Will you still sacrifice your life just to kill me? Bale didn't ask, so Kim Soo-ho didn't answer. The devil already knew Kim Soo-ho's answer, though, based on Bale's memories. Whoever I am, whatever this world is, it doesn't matter. I'm just protecting people who are precious to me. That was what Kim Soo-ho would say. Sir Soo-ho, so this is where you were. Crevon's troops lined up behind Kim Soo-ho, who stood firm with his sword in his hand. Most of the soldiers were knights, but there were priests and magicians among them as well. Kim Soo-ho glanced at them and nodded. Very funny. Bale scoffed and examined the world before him. Morax was in perfect shape, and he still had a lot of soldiers left. Still, humans were obstinate. A huge metallic object was floating in the sky, bombarding demons, and those who couldn't possibly exist in this world descended from the sky through the paths of light. Old man. At that moment, letters appeared in front of Bale. He realized immediately who had sent this message. Lerage. Where are you? I can't help you. Bale clenched his teeth. Where are you? It wouldn't be a bad idea to withdraw here. Don't make me say it again, Bale growled, not even trying to hide his anger. However, Lerage was insistent. You already lost your castle. Don't push yourself too hard. Why don't you just give up this time? Castle. Bale's castle served as an important medium that linked the phenomenon realm and the transcendent realm. Without his castle, Bale's demonic energy was no longer infinite, and the number of soldiers Bale could summon decreased as well, and said castle had already been destroyed by a certain foe. Leave. Bale shook Lerage off. Buell was already dead, and Vasego and Lerage had no intention of cooperating with Bale. He realized that victory was no longer a guarantee. That did not mean he intended to step down. Even if he was fated to die here, even if he was created to eventually lose, I'll destroy this world by myself. With a look of firm determination, Bale took a step forward. Kim Soo-ho's eyes and thousands of pairs of eyes lined up behind Kim Soo-ho turned to Bale. Bale faced them straight as he altered his body. He broke out of his human form and took on the form of a devil. It was then. Ch-Wiek. Suddenly arrows, spears, and swords pierced the devil's body. More than pain, he felt perplexed. There was nothing special about these weapons, yet they had managed to cut through his demonic energy and wound his demonic flesh. Bale opened his eyes wide and turned to where the attack had come from. He felt confused, almost astonished by what he saw next. A magician was there. Bale knew her name even without relying on Belle's memory. Shimurin, the Grand Magician. How? But Shimurin wasn't the only one who had appeared out of the blue. The soldiers of the other world who escaped destruction had arrived on Earth through Shimurin's magic. These soldiers were aiming at Bale, each armed with exorcism weapons. This world sure is humid. Muttering, Shimruin stepped forward. Bale said nothing. He tried hard to grasp the present situation. He knew Shimurin died a long time ago. He had never experienced anything like this in thousands of years. Suddenly, a voice flowed into Bale's ears. You brought this on yourself, Bale. Bale recognized this voice. Vasego, the rank 2 devil. She went on as if none of this surprised her at all. You've regenerated the first world you descended into and brought to ruin. The only way you could overcome the law of causality and descend entirely was to destroy the world once again, which had already been destroyed. But this time, the world you regenerated was not destroyed. Someone protected that world, and now its people came to hunt you down. Bale was silent. He turned his gaze to Shimurin and the other humans, the Republic of Lyras, the Kingdom of Arenheim. His feelings towards the people of the other world were contradictory. He considered them insignificant, but at the same time, he also missed them. The devil hunter named Harin, the knight named Aaron, the magician named Shimurin, and the prince by the name of Crispel. A smile spread across Bale's face as he locked gazes with his old friend. Essence of the straight underground bunker, Yunha's office. Yunha was sitting in an office full of hologram screens. Each of these screens was broadcasting real-time situations around the world. Everyone was fighting the same war under different skies. East Asia, Oceania, America, and Europe. All the continents were engulfed in war, and death and destruction spread like infectious diseases throughout the world. Focus on saving lives. There's enough food and medicine in the bunker. Roger. With the brutality of the war still in mind, Yunha gave orders to her people. She was well aware of her duties as the chief officer of Essence of the Strait. I think dimensional entropy is safe now. Suddenly, a leisurely voice rang in Yunha's ears. Yunha slowly raised her head. Jane was leaning against the wall of the office. We've worked pretty hard. Do we get anything for it? Yunha frowned. It wasn't that she didn't want to give rewards. What bothered her was Jane's appearance. Jane was disguised as Kim Hajin. There will be plenty of rewards. You don't have to worry about that. What's with the sour face? It's your disguise. Yunha muttered, and Jane smirked. Slowly, Jane approached Yunha with her disguise still on. I said stop. Enough with the jokes. Yunha blushed as Kim Hajin's face neared hers. What do you think? It's amazing, right? My disguise, I mean. I can even change my voice. Jane grinned and caressed Yunha's cheek. When the warm hand that had the same temperature as Kim Hajin reached her, Yunha gulped. It was then. Chief Officer. Surprised by the voice calling her, Yunha pushed Jane away. Jane clicked her tongue, and Yunha answered in a loud voice. WW what? Please take a look at this. The informant showed Yunha a video. It was taken at a forest near Vladivostok. Two humanoid monsters were in it. At first, she thought it was nothing special. But then the moment she recognized the two monsters, she felt her hair stand on end. Is this? Yes, the informant announced gravely. It's Auden. Feeling a painful throb in her head, Yunha stared at Auden. Auden was pushing his way through the grass. He clearly had a destination in mind. Based on the analysis of his route, it was predicted that Auden was headed to the Korean border, where the battle with Bale was currently taking place. Ah, Auden was coming here. Auden, who used to be humanity's worst enemy before Bale. He was coming to finally destroy Earth for good. Yunha sank to the floor in despair. Her slender body slipped down the chair, and Jane smirked at the sight. But there's something strange about them. Yunha couldn't focus on the words that followed. She thought everything was over now. She was barely holding out, and the news of Auden pushed her into a meltdown. If I'm gonna die like this, if everything is gonna end like this, wouldn't it be better to say what I haven't been able to say before I'm gone for good? Chapter 355. The final name to Shin Jonghak looked at Shin Munchul, who had been regenerated in his consciousness. He felt the time around him slow down. And because Shin Jonghak was the owner of this space, time had actually slowed in reality. Shin Munchul slowly got up. Shin Jonghak's neck stiffened. His grandfather, who he had missed so much, the man who was the guidepost of his life. His hero was right in front of him, but Shin Jonghak couldn't bring himself to move. He couldn't speak either. He only watched Shin Munchul as if he were just a mirage that could disappear at any minute. It's been a while. Shin Munchul spoke in the same old voice that he had missed so much. Dazed, Shin Jonghak stood as still as a statue. Shin Munchul patted his grandson on the shoulder and went on. Jonghak, I have a lot to say to you. But first, let me start by apologizing. I'm sorry for being a horrible grandfather. Shin Jonghak looked Shin Munchul in the eye. In the past, he used to only look up at his grandfather, but now they were equally tall. Shin Munchul seemed old, but he was still graceful and strong at heart. He continued with a kind smile. And I'm afraid I'm not good with words. What I meant to say was that, Jonghak, I've lived inside you for a long time. I've felt and experienced the same things you did. His voice was soft, like that of a grandfather reading bedtime stories to his grandson. Listening to his grandfather, Shin Jonghak felt a torrent of emotions form in his heart. When I was alive, and even now I am distressed by your love, because it's too good for a coward like me. He dared not tell his grandson of his fault. The pain of betrayal his grandson would feel once he learned the truth worried Shin Munchul more than his own suffering. I'm sure you know the truth now and don't need my explanation. Jonghak, I'm not a hero. Millions have died because of me. I've brought many disasters to the world, and most of them are still ongoing. Shin Munchul confessed calmly, and Shin Jonghak nodded. I know now. Shin Jonghak thought to himself. Shin Munchul could hear his grandson's thoughts, but even now I still harbor a sense of relief deep in my selfish heart. After all, if I hadn't gone back in time, I wouldn't have been able to see you. A bitter smile spread across Shin Munchul's face. That's why I can't truly regret my decision. It would mean denying my love for you. Shin Jonghak felt tears streaming down his face. Shin Munchul wiped away his grandson's tears with his big and rough hands. Jonghak. Shin Jonghak nodded in silence, and Shin Munchul went on. Are you happy with who you are? The two men fell silent. Shin Munchul smiled kindly. After a moment's thought, Shin Jonghak nodded. But that was not the correct answer. It took Shin Jonghak a while to finally find the courage to shake his head. It's good that you admitted it. Always be true to yourself and live without leaving behind any regrets. It's nothing big, but I've left something to help you out. But before that, I have a favor to ask of you. Shin Munchul put his hand on Shin Jonghak's shoulder. The weight of the hand seemed to weigh down on Shin Jonghak's whole body. Feeling overwhelmed, Shin Jonghak turned his gaze to Shin Munchul. He was determined to grant his grandfather's wish no matter what. But what Shin Munchul said next was completely unexpected. Please be the one to correct me. When everything is over, tell the world about my misdeed. Tell them that it was my selfish greed that almost destroyed the world. You should be the one to do so. Shin Jonghak began to tremble. He looked at his grandfather with widened eyes. He couldn't believe his ears. To Shin Jonghak, Shin Munchul was an eternal hero. His grandfather's past didn't matter to him. He wanted to continue to admire Shin Munchul based on his accomplishments and the memories of the days they spent together. Naturally, Shin Jonghak couldn't imagine the future where Shin Munchul's name was tainted. Shin Munchul gave a bitter smile and put his hand on Shin Jonghak's head. He then moved his hand slowly and began stroking his grandson as he had done many times in the past. Please, Jonghak, this is my last wish for you. You're free to refuse, of course, and you'll still get the legacy I promised you, but I'd really like you to do it. Those soft words broke Shin Jonghak down. All of a sudden, tears welled up in his eyes. Shin Jonghak clenched his teeth, but tears were already running down his face. His legs trembled, and he soon began to sob loudly. Shin Jonghak lowered his head in both embarrassment and sorrow. Like a child, he wailed miserably, as in those days of the past. Shin Munchul stared at his grandson for a long time. Finally, the boy's sobbing stopped, and a nod echoed in the hollow silence. Bale was thinking of the time when he was still young. It must have been 10,000 or 100,000 years ago. Back then, he was still nothing. In those days, he was surrounded by a thin film. The beating of his existence began inside that film, and only then could he see and feel the world around him. At that time, he was neither a devil nor Baal. He was nothing. However, as time passed, he had naturally become a devil. Whether he wanted to be good or evil, he couldn't recall. It just came to him one day that he was inherently a being parallel to good. He was designed to be evil. Believing so, he ripped through the film surrounding him. Immediately his eyes reflected the view of the transcendent realm. It was a world full of stars. There, he earned the name Baal and learned to think by observing humans living in other worlds. Baal awoke from his recollection and sighed. Up until now, he had never wondered about the origin of his existence. But now he had a vague idea of where he came from. Return a Hero. Views 3,235,212. Favorites 21,325. Word count 1,372,153. A few numbers and words were all that it took. As much as it was hard to believe, it was the truth. His years of solitude were derived from a crude novel written by a human. He recalled the world he saw in Bell's memory. There were no devils in that world. Religions were only beliefs, and magic couldn't affect the laws of physics. Humans dominated other species. Humans did not possess the ability to interfere with abstract concepts, and concepts could not exert power beyond the laws of nature to humans. Humans could not stop time, and time worked fairly for everyone. It was a scientific world consisting of thorough calculations and logical rules, with no room for magical interventions. Compared to his world, this world was quite plain. The world of extras, built on complex laws and principles, such was the Creator's world. "Here, Ab!" A loud shout brought Bale to his senses. He opened his eyes and looked at the countless humans rushing at him. They all appeared resolute. Bale smiled coldly. All of them were nothing but characters in a novel, just like himself. Our existences are all in vain. Bale looked up into the distant sky. A huge chunk of metal was floating over his head, and in it was Kim Hajin, the author who created this world. Bale felt an impulse of anger. He glared at the author and boosted his demonic energy. To descend wholly, he vented his demonic energy like a volcano. The seething energy covered the whole world, encroaching on nature and drawing all characters into Bale's barrier. Bale roared in his barrier and vowed to himself once again, "I'll destroy your precious little world. I will not remain a mere toy." Bale's eyes turned crimson, and his darkness swallowed the world. Jenkalope's vessel. Exactly 30 seconds after the 9-star card disappeared, Shimurin appeared on the spot it vanished from. So, did that mean the 9-star card summoned Shimurin? But why? What kind of relationship did Shimurin have with the mural? Feeling confused, I looked down at the ground below. What the? They're all people from the other world. Toma muttered as she observed the soldiers of Liras and Arenheim. I shrugged and turned to her. "Anyway, you should be getting ready to go down." "You want me to go too?" Toma raised her eyebrows. She seemed to doubt whether they really needed her help. "Of course. We need all the help we can get." I nodded and took out the Misteltein bullets that I'd been keeping in my stigma. The 4 long bullets were glowing faintly. "What are those?" Toma asked, glancing at the bullets. I rubbed the bullets lightly for a few seconds before activating synthesis, fusing Misteltein bullets. As soon as the system message appeared, the 4 bullets merged into one. In addition to synthesis, I spent all my remaining SB to add the exorcism attribute to the final bullet. Whoa, they became one. Just like that, the ultimate bullet was born. But this alone wasn't enough to bring Bale down completely. I showed the bullet to Toma, who had been watching this entire process with fervent interest. This should be able to drive Bale into a corner at least once. The weapon was ready. Now the most important thing was timing. When the strength of all heroes unite, when my luck guides the luck of the others, and all the powers of the world come together, that would be the right time for me to fire this bullet. And that timing was probably KWANG. Suddenly there was a huge explosion, and darkness swallowed everything. "What?" Toma quickly raised her head, but there wasn't anything she could do. Immediately the floor of the ship sunk. No, the ship itself disappeared, and the two of us began to fall 4,000 meters down to the ground. "You are Ara," Toma screamed. I summoned Spartan in a hurry. Spartan, who burst onto the scene like a hero, spread his wings and caught Toma and me on his back. Oh my God! Toma clutched her chest and began breathing heavily. Her reaction was understandable. Even a superhuman like her would not survive a 4,000-meter fall. I looked around nervously. Jenkalope's vessel was gone, the sky was gone, the trees and grass were gone, and we were surrounded by endless darkness. However, when I widened my eyes and looked further, I discovered a lot of familiar faces. Kim Suho, Ki Naeun, Yun Seung-ah, Shimurin, Aileen. Surprised by the sudden change of scenery, they too were trying to comprehend the current situation. Hey, where are we? Toma asked. I obtained information about this place through observation and reading. Baal's Barrier, a space created by Baal for his descent on Earth. It resembles Baal's transcendent realm. Well, it seemed that Baal had done something crazy. I replied bitterly, inside Baal's Barrier. Ha! It looks like Baal brought us here. I turned my gaze to Toma. Toma stared back at me and chuckled. So that means that Baal is down there, right? That would be correct. Okay. Well then, Toma rolled up her sleeves. With a playful smile, she increased her magic power. I'll show you how I earned my nickname Ironblood Duchess. Her body began to burn blue. Her eyes and fingers, her heart and her hair, all of them were engulfed in azure flames. She was now the epitome of superhumans only seen in cartoons. Okay, then I nodded and loaded the Mestelin bullet into the Desert Eagle. The truth was that I was scared, but I pretended to be fine and put my hand on Toma's shoulder. Cover you from behind. Cover me. Toma seemed dissatisfied for whatever reason. Yeah, I'm originally a sharpshooter, remember? Whatever. Chapter 356. Final name 3 Shin Jonghak's mind. Jin Sahyuk didn't exactly enjoy watching two grown men crying in each other's arms. Still, she decided not to interfere, for she didn't want to cause any trouble. She didn't want to risk losing her chance of obtaining Shin Mutual's legacy, whatever it was. SSB. As Jin Sahyuk watched Shin Jonghak wail like a pig, she wondered to herself why all of a sudden he had become a cry-baby. Jin Sahyuk crossed her arms and waited for the two to calm down. It's time for me to go. When Shin Mutual finally announced so, Jin Sahyuk let out a sigh of relief. Shin Jonghak shook his head like a baby, but Shin Mutual was resolute. The truth was that even if he wanted to stay, he couldn't. Shin Mutual's soul was already starting to fade. When Shin Jonghak saw his grandfather's legs become dust and scatter, he lowered his head, sobbing. Jonghak, look at me. Shin Mutual, however, did not seem to fear death. Clearly concerned about his grandson more than himself, Shin Mutual gave Shin Jonghak a warm smile. Think about all the things you're going to do as a hero. Shin Jonghak raised his head and tried to smile, but it wasn't as easy as he hoped it to be. His face became distorted by tears and forced a smile. HMPH. When Jin Sahyuk saw Shin Jonghak's face, she quickly covered her mouth with her hands. She had almost burst into laughter by its resemblance to a squid. Jonghak. Shin Mutual stroked his grandson's head. All along, Shin Jonghak kept his eyes on his grandfather, trying to remember this moment forever. Take care. I'll always believe in you. And those were his last words. Shin Mutual's body turned to dust and scattered. The dust danced in the air for a few seconds before seeping into Shin Jonghak's body. Shin Jonghak closed his eyes, feeling a certain power sink into him. Are you done? Jin Sahyuk asked. But there was no reply from Shin Jonghak. He only stood still, breathing in and out repeatedly, feeling the power of the legacy he had received from Shin Mutual. Jin Sahyuk watched Shin Jonghak for a while and quietly disabled her authority. Crack! The sound of cardboard breaking rang out. Slowly, Shin Jonghak's mind started to disappear. Watching his mind collapse, Shin Jonghak slowly turned to Jin Sahyuk, and he said, "Thank you." Ha! This took Jin Sahyuk by surprise. She wasn't exactly used to being thanked, nor had she ever imagined she would hear it from Shin Jonghak. Jin Sahyuk shrugged. Don't get me wrong, it's not like I did this for you. Then, what's your goal? That's none of your business. Soon the darkness dissipated, and the two of them returned to the normal world. Shin Jonghak and Jin Sahyuk quickly exchanged glances. They then took a step forward at the same time. Their destination was, of course, the battlefield where Baal was. Shin Jonghak wanted to correct his grandfather's mistake, and Jin Sahyuk wanted to carry out a certain plan of hers. Fortunately, they didn't have to travel far. Gyuo. Demonic energy swayed in the distance. When Jin Sahyuk noticed it, Kwara, Baal's demonic energy raged like a storm. It drove the entire world into darkness. The sky, the earth, and everything in between were captured by Baal, including Jin Sahyuk and Shin Jonghak. They were now inside a giant dome of demonic energy, filled with ominous stillness. Looks like we're inside Baal's barrier, Shin Jonghak concluded. Jin Sahyuk raised her eyebrows. This legacy thing must really be something. It's rare for an idiot like you to notice this fast. Shut up. Shin Jonghak growled at Jin Sahyuk and began running towards the source of the demonic energy. Jin Sahyuk dashed after him. The two quickly reached the center of the barrier. There Baal had revealed his true form. Whoa, what the hell? Jin Sahyuk exclaimed in shock. The other heroes gathered reacted similarly. Baal's body had turned fluid-like. He could have been a sophisticated hologram or even a ghost. Whatever he was, he definitely did not look like a human. Right now, Baal looked more like a dragon than a devil. Ha! While observing Baal, Jin Sahyuk discovered a familiar face in the crowd. She immediately doubted her eyes. He couldn't possibly be here. He couldn't possibly exist. Jin Sahyuk widened her eyes in astonishment. Bel, she muttered. The man she had killed, Bel, was alive. He was standing before her very eyes. Jin Sahyuk stood in a complete daze, and Bel, having heard her call his name, turned his gaze to Jin Sahyuk. And then he smiled. Bel's lips began to move. Hey, my ass! Jin Sahyuk wanted to run to him right away. However, Baal howled. He, now in the true form of the evil god, filled the entire barrier with demonic energy with only a single cry. Jin Sahyuk, you wait here. Shin Jonghak stepped forward. Still in a state of shock, Jin Sahyuk watched Shin Jonghak move with vacant eyes. Shin Jonghak misunderstood that she was overwhelmed by Baal and gave a small smile. Don't worry. This is something that I have to do, he announced heroically and grabbed the Conqueror spear. And it's also something that only I can do. Shin Jonghak's magic power engulfed the Conqueror spear. His energy had become much denser than before. You stay in the back. No, wait, you should help others evacuate. Shin Jonghak's words slowly returned Jin Sahyuk back to her senses. She blinked a few times and finally opened her mouth. Who do you think you are? What? The two began glaring at each other again. This time another hero approached the pair. Jin Sahyuk, Shin Jonghak. The pair simultaneously turned to the voice calling their names. I didn't expect you two to be together, so you got caught up in this too. The owner of the familiar voice was Kim Soo-ho. Jin Sahyuk turned her gaze to Kim Soo-ho, then to Ki Naeun standing next to him. Damn it. She was the last person I wanted to see. Jin Sahyuk frowned. It was then. C.H. Warak. Suddenly a woman engulfed in azure flames burst onto the scene. Kim Soo-ho. And Knight Commander Shin Jahyuk, you too. That woman, Toma, noticed Kim Soo-ho and the others and paused. Far from the battlefield, I was observing Baal. He probably didn't realize that I was here, for I had masked parts of his barrier with my stigma. Phew! About 30 square meters of the barrier had become mine, and this area was free from Baal's influence. Even Baal in his transcendent form couldn't detect me as long as I was here. First, I switched Desert Eagle to sniper mode. Clunk, kirk, the familiar sound of machinery rang out. The gun merged with ether and became as big as a human. Then I settled into an appropriate position and loaded the Misteltein bullet into the gun. Tap. It was then that something touched my shoulder. Even ether failed to detect the mysterious presence. I felt my blood boil and my hair begin to stand on end. But I had no time to panic. I must respond quickly to surprise attacks. I surrounded myself in ether and looked back. You really got me there. The person behind me was Boss. I saw the tip of her lips tremble. It was clear she was enjoying my reaction. I looked at her discontentedly, and Boss shrugged. I did nothing. You misunderstood on your own. Whatever. How did you get here? Slowly, Spartan walked out from behind Boss. Boss wasn't the only person he had brought here. So where exactly are we, Hajin? Jane, Jin Johan, and Hirano Arashi were here as well. Jane was holding a woman in her arms who had fainted. Though her disheveled hair covered most of her face, I could tell without difficulty that this woman was Yu Yonha. Did every member of the chameleon troupe get caught up in this barrier? Nope, just me, Boss, Jin Johan, and Arashi. Others are outside. And her. Oh, her, I pointed at Yu Yonha, and Jane raised Yu Yonha above her head with a playful smirk. She passed out, as you can see. I might have gone too far with my prank anyways, Hajin. You should check your smartwatch. This girl here sent you a very, very long text. Text. Yup, it's super long. I took out my smartwatch as Jane had suggested. Indeed, I had received a text from Yu Yonha. It was so long that, at a glance, it almost seemed like a novel. I opened the message and tried to read it. Tap, tap. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rang out. I raised my head, and Boss, who had been looking at my smartwatch with me, did the same. We were all looking in the same direction now, and immediately a cold silence set in. Biol! A soft voice called Boss's name through the icy silence. Yeonjun was there. Korea, Gisung Bail had captured Korea's border area in his barrier, but right now, Cheok Yungyung was far from the border. He had been observing a city by the name of Gisung, currently being destroyed by demons. This city used to be the heart of Goryeo. Tusk! Cheok Yungyung felt a strange sensation in his stomach, as if a lump of heated mass had been thrown in there. He didn't care much about the people of the present era, but it felt weird to watch demons ravage his hometown. Ch Week, Ch Week, Ch Week. Next to him, the sound of a bow being tugged continued to ring out. Cheok Yungyung glanced sideways. Jin Sein was firing dozens of arrows per second, annihilating demons. On the contrary, Cheok Yunggong crossed his arms and didn't move an inch. He was still sorting through his feelings. He had heard that Bale was in northern Korea. Fighting Bale sounded more fun than anything. But Cheok Yungyung came here as soon as he found out that Gisung was under attack. His legs moved on their own. Cheok Yungyung couldn't understand why. How long are you going to just stand there? Jin Sein finally asked. When Cheok Yungyung refused to answer, she yelled, "Stop watching and help me out." Cheok Yungyung looked at Jin Sein with cold eyes. Any other person would have averted their gaze, but Jin Sein did not turn away. Cheok Yungyung asked quietly, "There's about 100,000 of them, no?" Jin Sein replied brusquely, glancing at her smartwatch. 100,000, you wish. The official approximation is 500,000. Yeah, then I guess we can use her. Use who? You'll see, I don't even have to go out there. Cheok Yungyung gave a chuckle. Then he began muttering to himself. Droon, you see what's going on here? Yeah, but before that, it looks like Boss and the others got dragged into Bale's barrier. Droon's voice seeped into Cheok Yungyung's ears. Doesn't matter. Boss knows how to take care of herself, so are you ready? How many? 500,000. 500,000. We'll be cutting it pretty close. Though the worst that could happen is that we lose a city. Just do it, Cheok Yungyung pressed. Their conversation ended there. Jin Sein was about to ask Cheok Yungyung what that was all about. Excuse me. But before she even finished her sentence, something descended from above. Kwang. What fell from the atmosphere to the ground like a meteorite was a strange-looking creature. Jin Sein asked in bewilderment, "What is that?" 500,000 is too many for you and me to handle alone. Don't expect me to cut off 500,000 heads. Cheok Yunggong turned his gaze to it, Mimeo. Its skin was black, its eyes were shining crimson, and a pair of long ears rose above its head. From afar, it looked just like a hare, but its existence wasn't so simple. Mimeo was a creature from a foreign dimension, an existence that did not belong in this world. That doesn't answer my question. So, what is it? Chameleon Troop's ultimate weapon. I'm seeing it for the first time in a long time, too. Mimeo opened its mouth, a pair of sharp fangs gleaming inside. Ultimate weapon. Mimeo extended its claws, each as long as a baseball bat. That's right. It can't and shouldn't be used recklessly. A monster that even Cheok Yungyung couldn't handle at will. Having understood the warning, she asked carefully, "May I ask you why?" Because when it goes berserk, it can't be stopped until it's fully satisfied. All the while, Cheok Yungyung's gaze was locked onto Mimeo. Jin Sein also turned to the monster. It was then. Kyora! Mimeo dashed onto the battlefield. What? Indeed, as Cheok Yungyung said, its speed couldn't be matched with the naked eye. Mimeo rushed at demons with its mouth wide open. The demons in its path were all sucked into its mouth. Jin Sein's brain couldn't process what she saw. The scene before her eyes was simply abnormal. Jin Sein's jaw dropped and she became speechless. Cheok Yungyung said with a smirk, 500,000 should be enough to satisfy it. Dazed, Jin Sein was suddenly overcome with fear. She gulped and asked back, what happens if it's not satisfied? Well, it'll eat everything and everyone until it's full, hero or human. Such was the reason they couldn't use Mimeo recklessly. When Mimeo went wild, even its owner, Droon, couldn't keep it under control. Once stimulated, Mimeo only stopped when it was satisfied. Therefore, the chameleon troop only used it during large-scale fights. The other day, Mimeo had almost destroyed an entire city. Eat, that's. This is how we handle things. If you don't like our way, leave. Jin Se-in tried to protest, but Cheok Yungyun cut her off. Jin Se-in closed her mouth with a frown. By now, it was clear even to her that Mimeo was their best means of saving Gisang. I'd like to evacuate the heroes and civilians first. Do as you wish. We've ordered Mimeo to attack only demons, but there's a good chance that humans will get swept away, too. Jin Se-in nodded and ordered the heroes of Gisang to retreat. This is a message from the master rank hero Jin Se-in. Heroes of Gisang, please stop fighting and focus on evacuating civilians. This is an order. Save as many people as you can. After giving out the order, Jin Se-in put her bow down and turned her gaze to Mimeo. Kuwa. She saw Mimeo devouring demons. It tore with its claws and teeth and chewed with its mouth. Tear, chew. Mimeo was repeating that simple procedure. That was all it had to do. Each time Mimeo swung its front paw, demons were torn to shreds, and each time Mimeo opened its mouth, their heads disappeared. The demon's attacks, on the other hand, had no effect on Mimeo. The creature continued to eat, digest, over and over again until her endless hunger was satisfied. Ha! Mimeo was so ruthless that Jin Se-in almost pitied the demons. Feeling dazed, Jin Se-in continued watching the scene of the massacre. Chapter 357, Final Name 4 Baal's Barrier. Yeonjun appeared out of nowhere like a ghost. I stood by Boss and looked at him. He was standing still about 20 steps away from us. It's been a while, Yeonjun said with a bitter smile. I glanced at Boss. Despite her attempts to appear calm, I could see that she was having mixed emotions. Boss stared at Yeonjun without saying anything. Even though she already knew the truth about Yeonjun, that he was the one who ruined her life, she couldn't bring herself to hate him wholeheartedly. And I knew where she was coming from. The two of them had spent 20 years of their lives together. Of course, it was difficult for her to deny those 2 decades instantly. Boss! I placed my hand on Boss's shoulder. She looked back at me. Her expression was still cold. Was it because she was trying to hide her feelings, or perhaps it was because even she herself didn't know how she felt right now? I'd like to talk to you about something, Yeonjun announced. Boss turned her gaze back to Yeonjun. What if we're not interested in what you have to say? Jane asked, studying Boss's face. Jane changed the shape of her arm into that of a sickle. Now her arm looked just like Kurukuru's sickle. This was the secret technique Jane had developed in order to increase her physical strength. She named this technique monsterification. It wasn't a process of awakening per se, but an elaborate imitation of a humanoid monster's body. Move. You're not the one I'm interested in, Yeonjun replied flatly. Jane said with a chuckle, well, that's obvious, and it isn't bile either. Jane frowned. She glanced at Boss first and then at me. A strange sensation engulfed me as I watched Yeonjun. You! Yeonjun raised his arm and pointed at me. At that moment, I realized that my sense of discomfort had resulted from Yeonjun's gaze. The way he called Boss's name at first was nothing but a distraction. From the beginning, his eyes were directed solely at me. Kim Hajin, I'd like to speak with you. Boss couldn't keep her calm any longer. Her face contorted with anger, and she stretched her shadow towards Yeonjun. Wish a shrill sound pierced through the air. Yeonjun didn't dodge. He let her shadow penetrate his flesh and continued to speak. It's important. You. Boss finally ran out of patience and stepped forward. Don't you have anything to say to me? Boss asked in a trembling voice. The volume of her voice was hardly consistent, and her words faded before reaching the end of her sentence. Yeonjun stared at Boss for a while and then shook his head. It was then that Boss's distorted face straightened. She now appeared cold and even apathetic. Kim Hajin. Yeonjun called my name again. I really don't feel like chatting with you. I shook my head. I wasn't sure exactly what he was trying to do, but I didn't plan on letting things go his way. However, when Yeonjun said what he said next, what if I said it's about your novel? My brain froze and my breathing stopped. I felt as if my heart had stopped beating. Wish. A familiar sound rang out. Boss's shadow had reached Yeonjun again. This time, the shadow pierced the area near Yeonjun's clavicle. Boss! I stopped Boss and took a step forward. I wasn't sure how Yi learned about the novel, but I knew that I had to keep his mouth shut. Hajin, boss grabbed me by the wrist. Her eyes were filled with anger and grief. Yi apathy infuriated her more than his betrayal itself. I know, I looked boss in the eye. I know what you're trying to say, but please just give me a minute. Gently, I untied boss's hand around my wrist. Her heavy breathing soon subsided, and she put on the mask of nonchalance again. Thank you. It won't take long, I said to boss, and began walking towards Yeonjun. Jane moved out of the way for me. Yeonjun stared at me with vacant eyes. His eyes were completely vacant. Perhaps there were days when those terrifying eyes sparkled with innocence. Perhaps there was nothing in there to even begin with. When I came near, Yeonjun spoke again. We need a private space, don't you think? What? Suddenly the darkness under my feet soared and swallowed us both. The darkness formed a distinct space, and I came face to face with Yeonjun. It was a barrier within a barrier, so to say. Baal's barrier. Kim Suho. And Knight Commander Shin Jae-hyuk, you too. Toma alternated her gaze between Kim Suho and Jin Sahyuk. Kim Suho studied Jin Sahyuk's face. While Toma seemed happy to see Jin Sahyuk looked rather uncomfortable, scratching the back of her neck awkwardly. Ah, my apologies. Haha. I meant to say former Knight Commander Shin Jae-hyuk. When Jin Sahyuk didn't answer, Toma corrected her mistake. Jin Sahyuk let out a dry cough and averted her eyes from Toma. Former Knight Commander. Kim Suho turned his gaze to Jin Sahyuk. Former Knight Commander. So, did that mean Jin Sahyuk used to be Krevon's Knight Commander? Jin Sahyuk, who would rather die than work for others. Jin Sahyuk sighed and hinted at Kim Suho not to ask. Well, anyways, not that any of that was important. Now was not the right time to indulge in Jin Sahyuk's past. Let's catch up later but it turned out they had one more guest. Chwara. The swirling wind cut off Kim Suho's words, and soon a woman with long, blonde hair appeared. It was Rachel. Whoa, Rachel, you were here too. Ki-naeun, who had been glaring at Jin Sahyuk this whole time, widened her eyes in surprise at the appearance of the unexpected guest. Ooh, Rachel. Long time no see. Toma, who had already been acquainted with Rachel at Cube and worked with her in Krevon, welcomed the elementalist with open arms. Yes, it's good to see you again. Windy, help them, please. Rachel greeted Toma back with a rather solemn look and blessed the crew with spirit's blessings. It was then. Bale roared as if he had been waiting for this moment. His roar was more than an echo. It was physically visible. Soon Bale's demonic energy came barreling towards them like a tsunami. KWA. The wave of demonic energy surged from all sides. Kim Suho grabbed Misteltein before the wave consumed him. And then Misteltein drew an arc in the air. Kim Suho wielded his sword only once at a speed undetectable to the naked eye. That single attack completely erased all demonic energy, as if it had never existed in the first place. Kim Suho had cut the fact that Bale had released demonic energy. Such was the power of the secret technique he had learned from his 2 rounds of enlightenment. He acquired the sword Saint Gift with his first enlightenment, and with the second, he learned the secret sword technique contained in Misteltein. But in reality, he had been able to wield this technique from the start. The description of him being able to cut everything was a decisive hint. His power, the ability to cut any and everything he wanted. In the past, he indirectly restricted his power by thinking that he could only cut physical beings and objects. In other words, the problem was his mindset. He never thought to cut what he thought couldn't be cut. But now he learned to think outside the box and even cut down abstract notions. Of course, Kim Suho knew that this technique alone was far from enough against Bale. If he could move one step beyond his own limits, if he could enter the state of ultimate swordsmanship, then he would finally be able to cut Bale. You! Jin Sahyuk turned to Kim Suho with a surprised look. Ki-naeun and the others were simply thinking that Kim Suho's sword had cut off the demonic energy, but Jin Sahyuk knew better. As the wielder of reality manipulation, she immediately recognized Kim Suho's authority. His power could interfere with the laws of the world. It was an ability suitable for the main character. Naturally, Jin Sahyuk's mind drifted to the novel that Yeonjun had mentioned before. Don't flatter yourself. But Shin Jonghak interrupted Jin Sahyuk's train of thought. He grabbed the Conqueror spear and walked past Kim Suho. Kim Suho turned around only to face Shin Jonghak's back. At the same time, he could feel the unfamiliar force surrounding his old rival. You want to bet? Koong. The conqueror's spear pounded against the ground. Shin Jonghak stood with his back towards everyone. Facing forward, he went on who'll be the first to kill Bale. Though Shin Jonghak was serious, Jin Sahyuk found him laughable. After all this time, how was it possible that he still thought he was the main character? It seemed Shin Jonghak hadn't changed much, even after meeting his grandfather and inheriting his legacy. Still, Kim Suho answered with a smile. Sure, let's make a bet. So what's the prize gonna be? Shin Jonghak asked as he glanced at Ki Naeun. Unfortunately, Ki Naeun didn't notice. After some deliberation, Kim Suho opened his mouth. How about the loser calls the winner Hyung for a month? The suggestion was pretty random, but Kim Suho was serious. He was at least 10 years older than everybody else. For quite some time, he had been wanting to hear his friends call him Hyung or Oppa. It wasn't difficult to infer Shin Jonghak's answer from the distorted look on his face. There's no way I'll ever call you Hyung, his expression said. It won't matter if you win. What, are you scared? But he couldn't stand Kim Suho's provocation. Shin Jonghak shook his head. Let's do it. Shin Jonghak's magic power engulfed the conqueror spear. Kim Suho too grabbed his sword Misteltine. All right, let's do this. Stay alive, okay? They loosened up the mood with light conversation and solidified their resolve once more. Now they were ready to go. Kim Suho took a step forward. It was then. A voice flowed into Kim Suho's ears. Kim Suho, can you hear me? Ha, Kim Hajin, Kim Suho muttered in surprise. The name caught everyone's attention at once. Ki Naeun in particular grabbed Kim Suho's wrist in a hurry. What? Did you just say Kim Hajin? Where is he? At that moment, Kim Hajin said his next words. Hey, come save me. It was a call for help. Paris, France, we-ish. Ah Hayin whistled. It was a signal to call in her divine beast. The whistle with magic power reached the azure dragon in the sky, and the dragon descended solemnly. Krrr. Satisfied with the clear blue sky, the azure dragon snorted contentedly. Flying monsters, such as gargles that once covered the sky, had long been wiped out by the azure dragon. Ahayin gently patted the dragon's mouth, then approached the Grand Magician standing in the middle of the ruins. Grand Magician-nim. It was thrilling to be able to say Grand Magician-nim out loud. His skills, which he witnessed today, were indeed a match for the name. Ahayin went on, trying to suppress her overflowing emotions. It was an honor to fight alongside you. Oh, please. Oyijin smiled softly and bent his knees as if trying to sit down. Remnants of a broken bench strewn on the ground swarmed up towards him. They quickly reconstructed into the shape of a bench, and Oyijin slumped down on the finished piece. Once again, Ah-hain was struck with admiration. Likewise, it was an honor to fight alongside a talented magician such as yourself. It's simply amazing that you became a 9-star with only summoning magic. Why you flatter me? Perhaps he was just trying to be nice. Still, Ah-hain couldn't resist her body from swaying in joy. Oh Yijin continued with a smile, but I'm nearing my limit. I can feel my thoughts scatter, and it's getting harder to breathe by the minute. You and the other magicians will need to take over for me after this. Perhaps my old friends will lend you a hand, if they can afford to do so, that is. Ah-hain knew what Oh Yijin meant by his old friends, but only 4 of the 9 stars were still alive. Magician Ah-hain, you must come to Seoul right now. Suddenly, an urgent voice rang from Ah-hain's smartwatch. The owner of the voice was Kim Suko, the former president of Korea and the current chairman of the Hero Association. Mr. Chairman, I'm still taking care of the Paris incident. That's not my problem. Damn it, demons are invading my bunker. Come over at once. So, what he meant to say was that he needed her to come save him. Ah-hain turned the volume down on her smartwatch and turned her gaze to Oh Yijin. Oh Yijin shook his head with a chuckle. He hasn't changed a bit. That was all she needed. Ah-hain smiled and yelled in an urgent voice. Oh no, demons are coming back to life. What? What did you just say? No, wait, it doesn't matter. Just come here right now. Kim Suko's voice was cut off in the middle. Ah-hain removed her smartwatch from her wrist and threw it on the ground. She then turned her gaze to the last devil, Astaroth, at the center of the ruins. Astaroth looked like a knight in armor. He stared at Oh Yijin with a huge sword in his hand. Oh Yijin faced the devil's gaze from the bench. Well then, shall we proceed? Oh Yijin raised himself. Astaroth's eyes followed Yijin. The devil acknowledged the strength of the human in front of him and planned to confront him with all his might. Allow me to assist you. A man that was as strong as a devil. Chapter 358. Final name 5 Yeonjun's barrier. Inside the barrier, Yeonjun told me everything. His cold voice seeped into my conscience. He knew everything. He knew that this world was a novel and that I was its author. Do you really believe all that? I tried to feign innocence, but it was no use. Yeonjun stared at me coldly with vacant eyes. I could feel his murderous glare poke against my flesh. Yeonjun explained, Baal is transcendent. He can easily distinguish truth from falsehood. Still, he failed to deny your existence because he found out the truth about himself. The origin of his existence, which he had been studying all his life, was nothing but a character in a novel. I couldn't feel any emotion in Yeonjun's voice. I chose to remain silent. I want to ask you, Yeonjun declared, his eyes darkened with rage. In the stifling silence, I waited for his words to continue. Are you the god of this world? Are you playing with us for amusement? What a futile question it was. Yeonjun seemed to have already lost his desire for life. He seemed to have given up everything. I understood him. Just like Yeonjun, I once considered this world was nothing more than a novel. But now I had a different idea. No, this world was not a novel. It might have started out as one, but just the fact that I was living in it proved that this world, through an inexplicable and unimaginable method, had become something more than just words on paper. I'm not a god, and this world isn't a novel. Yeonjun raised one eyebrow. He stared at me with narrowed eyes. His gaze felt hostile and invasive, as if he was trying to tear me to pieces with his eyes. You are deceiving me to the end. Yeonjun's dry voice filled with anger. With a motion of his hand, the barrier surrounding us began to change its form. The space contorted and pounced at me. Koong. Ether reacted faster than me. It encircled me and resisted Yeonjun's barrier. Under Ether's protection, I took out the Desert Eagle, but I couldn't fire the gun. Yeonjun choked me with some sort of psychokinesis from a distance, and the Desert Eagle stopped working because of his ability. The trigger got stuck, and no matter how much I pulled it, the gun did not fire. I already know your toy's weakness. And he certainly did. The weakness of a gun was quite simple when you thought about it. A gun was nothing but a piece of metal unless you could pull its trigger. Kim Suho, can you hear me? I had no choice but to send a mental transmission to Kim Suho. In the meantime, my fight with Yeonjun continued. Yeonjun's powerful psychokinesis aimed at my neck and waist, and all I could do was run away from it. Hey, come save me. I sent a second mental transmission. At the same time, I gave orders to Spartan, who traveled through time and space to pick up Kim Suho. Ook! Yeonjun caught my finger. He crushed my index finger, but fortunately, the bodyguard I asked for arrived in time. Ki-yek, Spartan shrieked. Yeonjun paused to look up at the ceiling of the barrier and saw a huge swath of sword Kai pour down at him. He widened his eyes. Boo! A plume of smoke rose from where the sword strike exploded. Phew, I almost died back there. I let out a sigh of relief and turned my gaze to the side. There I saw Kim Suho, whom Spartan had brought. What the? I frowned. The silhouette behind the smoke screen was not Kim Suho's. It was definitely too small to be Kim Suho. The hairstyle and the size of the sword also seemed different. Though not Kim Suho's, a familiar voice rang through the white smoke. My eyes widened immediately, and my heart began to race. The violent tremors spread to the rest of my body. Long time no see. The smoke soon dissipated, revealing a clear view of the scene, and the person standing before my eyes was Kim Hajin. It was Ki Naeun. Meanwhile, Kim Suho, who was the direct receiver of Kim Hajin's SOS signal, was running towards Baal. Oi, you sure about Ki Naeun? Jin Sahyuk asked. Mistrust was writ large on her face, but Kim Suho nodded without hesitation. When Kim Suho told everyone about Kim Hajin's mental transmission, Ki Naeun insisted that she should be the one to go. Kim Suho complied because he trusted her. They'll be fine, so long as they don't fight with each other. Saying so, Kim Suho thought of Ki Naeun and Kim Hajin. By now Ki Naeun would have arrived where Kim Hajin was and was helping him. What will they argue about? What kind of conversation will they have? It was awkward just to imagine their reunion, but Kim Suho sincerely hoped they would reconcile. Idiot. Oi, stop. Jin Sahyuk muttered brusquely before urging the group to pause. Kim Suho also noticed that something was off. The problem was the perspective, and Bale was the evidence. They weren't getting any closer to the devil. In fact, as they ran, Bale seemed to be moving away from them. Something's not right. What? Shin Jonghak hissed. He was pretty pissed at Kim Suho for sending Ki Naeun to Kim Hajin, but he knew this wasn't the right time for quarrels. Ignoring Shin Jonghak, Kim Suho began analyzing the components of the barrier in earnest. It was then that they ran into a herd of people. This particular group of people consisted of about 100 individuals. They came out of nowhere, and Kim Suho and Rachel flinched in surprise. What the? Who are you? Kim Suho straightened his shoulders. Suddenly Harin, the devil hunter, popped out of the crowd. She stood before Kim Suho with a bright smile. Suho SSI. Ha! Harin SSI. It was then that Kim Suho realized that he recognized these people. They were from either the Republic of Liras or the Kingdom of Arenheim. Kim Suho greeted them one by one, happy to see them again. Kim Suho, are you Kim Suho? All of a sudden, a magician with long ginger hair called Kim Suho's name. He turned his gaze to her and nodded. Yes, that's me. I see. I've heard a lot about you from Kim Hajin. My name is Shimurin, the Grand Magician in charge of dimensions. Ah, is that so? When he heard the unfamiliar guest speak of a familiar name, Kim Suho widened his eyes. He knew he could trust Kim Hajin's friend. That was a firm belief of his. Again, he chose to ignore Shin Jonghak's grumble. Why is everyone so head over heels for Kim Hajin? What's so great about him? Well then, we should hurry. We don't have much time, said Kim Suho, pointing at Bale in the distance. We don't have time. Shimurin frowned and tilted her head questioningly. That's right, we're in a rush. What are you talking about? With a smirk, Shimurin pointed at Bale. Bale, in his transcendent form, who looked just like a dragon, still seemed as hazy as a silhouette. But he was slowly becoming clearer. He descended too hastily. He has yet to regain consciousness and does not know how to maintain his form. That's the reason he created the barrier of labyrinth. Pardon, Kim Suho blinked in confusion, and Shimurin raised her eyebrows. It means we have enough time to strategize. I see you're as dense as Kim Hajin. No, Hajin is way smarter than me. That's unfortunate. While Kim Suho and Shimurin were talking, Jin Sahyuk was approaching a man surrounded by knights. Tap, tap, the sound of footsteps rang out. Jin Sahyuk stood before the man. Assuming there was nothing wrong with her eyes, it was really a familiar face. It was the face of the man who spent the last 20 years with her. Halt! The knights who were escorting the man blocked her. She glanced at them and turned her gaze to the man again. The man gave a small smile. Jin Sahyuk hated it. Enough with that ugly smirk, Belle. Enraged by Jin Sahyuk's comment, Knight Commander Aaron stepped forward. She even grabbed her sword, but Belle stopped her. It's okay, Aaron. We have a lot to talk about. You may leave. I can't, Your Highness. This woman has disrespected you. It's fine. Belle spoke softly, but also firmly. Aaron glared at Jin Sahyuk with eyes full of hostility and left the scene without withdrawing the gaze. Jin Sahyuk pressed Belle, not paying any attention to Aaron. You'd better explain what the hell is going on. Jin Sahyuk couldn't decide whether to be angry or confounded. What was certain was the fact that Belle being alive came as a shock to her. She put her hand on Belle's shoulder. If you don't, I won't hesitate to kill you again. Aaron could hear Jin Sahyuk's dreadfully low voice speaking words of threat. You ruffian, how dare you? Aaron hurriedly raised her sword, and the other knights did the same. Clang, they unsheathed their swords, and a sharp metallic sound echoed through the barrier. The atmosphere suddenly became serious. Tension filled the air. Kim Suho and Shimurin turned to them with surprised looks. Sure. Still, Belle looked as composed as ever. He smiled at Jin Sahyuk. I do want you to know about how I was able to survive. It was a smile of pure joy. Belle was truly rejoicing the fact that he had escaped from eternity, that he could carry on with his life and see it to the end. I believe we can reach a happy ending, Belle declared, and Jin Sahyuk looked at Belle with distrustful eyes. Baal's barrier, the chameleon troops' camp. Around the same time, Yonha finally woke up. Even in a semi-conscious state, her ears worked just fine. Coon, 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 she heard thumping sounds. Ah, Yonha opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was the ceiling made of magic power. Azure magic power was swaying like the surface of the ocean before her eyes. Yonha lowered her gaze. There, Jane was watching her. She flinched and then rose from the bed with a round of fake coughs. Cough, cough. Where am I? You're at our camp. Camp. Yup. Arashi made it. Only then did Yonha finally take the time to look around. She was surrounded by magic power and could feel it in the atmosphere too. The structure of the magic resembled that of a magical fortress. It's a fortress. It sure is, indeed. This space was a fortress made by the magic artificer Hirano Arashi. When Boss revealed her wish to wait at the same place until Kim Hajin came back, Arashi built this fortress for her. "What are you doing here?" asked Yonha, rubbing her temples to fend away her headache. "We're waiting for Hajin to return," replied Jane. "Hajin? Kim Hajin?" "Yeah, because I have to show him this." Jane pulled up a smartwatch with a playful smirk. Yonha immediately recognized the watch. It was hers. She frowned. "But that's mine." "That's right. Why is she trying to show my smartwatch to Kim Hajin?" Yonha wondered with a brain still drenched in drowsiness. Luckily for her, Jane was kind enough to explain why. "Look, it's the text you sent to Hajin, dear Kim Hajin. Hello, this is Yonha." When she read that first sentence, Yonha's face turned bright red. It was almost as red as a tomato so ripe that it could burst at any moment. Chapter 359. Final name 6 Ki Naeun's reaction when she first heard from Kim Suho that Kim Hajin was in danger was instinctive. "I'll go," she yelled without hesitation. Rationalization came a moment later. She told herself that this was her chance to repay Kim Hajin for all the times he had saved her, and that she would regret it if she let this chance slip by. Kiek. At that moment, a sharp shriek rang out. Everyone turned their gaze to the ceiling of the barrier. A huge eagle was circling above their heads. "That's—" Kim Suho assumed Kim Hajin had sent the eagle, although he felt like he had seen it somewhere before. "Ki Naeun. Gotcha. Oi, it's me. I'm right here." At Kim Suho's urging, Ki Naeun shouted at the eagle. The giant eagle fluttered its wings and began descending towards Ki Naeun. She realized that this eagle would take her to Kim Hajin. Trying to put aside her worries about seeing Kim Hajin for the first time in forever, Ki Naeun grabbed Spartan's legs. With a smirk, the eagle picked up Ki Naeun and began to fly towards Kim Hajin. They reached their destination in a flash through the distortion in space. Ah! Hanging on the eagle's legs, Ki Naeun looked down from the sky. She spotted a man who she knew instinctively was Kim Hajin. He was running around like a rabbit in a black uniform. She thought she was prepared to meet him. But when she actually saw Kim Hajin, she felt her heart stop. Unfortunately, there was no time to waste. Quang, quang, quang. Several explosions rang out at the same time. The attacks were all aimed at Kim Hajin. Ki Naeun realized that Kim Hajin could die right now if she didn't jump in to save him. Gyu Ki Naeun gathered magic power around her sword. Her magic power swirled violently and adhered to Barmung. Barmung greedily absorbed Ki Naeun's magic power and increased in size. Ki Naeun jumped towards the ground and swung her sword that was as big as a pillar. Barmung crashed into Yeonjun. Kwarang. Ki Naeun cracked Yeonjun's head and made a perfect landing. And then she turned her gaze to Kim Hajin. She could see his face clearly despite the rising smoke. How long had it been since she last saw him? Complicated emotions began to swell inside her. Her heart began to race, and her breathing became heavier. But this was not the time to get caught up in silly feelings. Ki Naeun felt the enemy rise behind her. "Watch her doing down on the ground." Kim Hajin remained silent, with his butt attached to the ground. From his dumbfounded expression, she could see that he was confused by her sudden appearance. With a bitter smile, Ki Naeun gestured him to get up. "Come on, stop being pathetic." Despite her urging, Kim Hajin rose only after a long moment of silence. Cough, cough. Kim Hajin let out a series of awkward coughs. This was his old habit, and Ki Naeun recognized it immediately. Kim Hajin checked the desert eagle first. He then glanced at Ki Naeun. "I'm here to save you," said Ki Naeun, fixing her grip around the hilt of Barmung. "Really?" Kim Hajin answered with a cracked voice. "Yeah, I know you asked for Kim Suho, but I told him I wanted to go instead. You and I have unfinished business, don't we?" Ki Naeun did her best to remain poised. Kim Hajin nodded with a faint smile, and it saddened Ki Naeun. What could possibly be the cause of this pain? She stood beside Kim Hajin, stifling her emotions. At that moment, Yeonjun stood up. He was covered in blood from head to toe by Ki Naeun's earlier attack. But now he had a sturdy barrier around him, which unfortunately meant that there was no room left for a second surprise attack. Ki Naeun gave Kim Hajin a broad smile. It feels like forever since we last fought alongside each other. And then she activated her flying sword technique. Clang! The echo of magic power rang out, and dozens of magic swords bloomed like a lotus flower. Kim Hajin stared at Ki Naeun in silence, then nodded with a bitter smile. It sure does. Baal's barrier, Baal, continued to build himself. From a distance, the process of reconstruction seemed to involve lightning intertwining in the air and black fog forming strange shapes. At present, Baal was in an imperfect state due to hastening his descent. He still emitted demonic energy from time to time. Demonic energy was a kind of waste product that was released during the reconstruction. Whenever this happened, Kim Suho wielded Misteltein and erased the existence of demonic energy from this world. Do you really expect me to believe you? However, Baal was the least of Jin Sahyuk's concerns right now. She glared at Bel and hissed. Yes, Bel nodded calmly. A small smile spread across his lips. You have to believe me. I'm the proof of my own story. As you can see, I'm alive and well. Bel had just told Jin Sahyuk everything. He told her how he survived and was able to come to this world once again. His story was about a miracle born from hundreds of coincidences, combined with the extravagant luck of a certain man. I came back from the void inside Baal. Baal had to rebuild the first world in which he contracted with Bel in order to fully descend to Earth. It was a trick he had invented to minimize the universe's interference and force of deterrence. Baal reconstructed the first world and connected it to Earth via the Demon Realm Gate. By forming a pathway between the two worlds, Baal successfully weakened the universe's force of deterrence. The next step in his plan was to destroy the first world, collect the energy that emerged during the process, and use it to finish his descent at his castle. But the plan went awry when Baal's castle collapsed. When the unbreakable castle collapsed, Baal lost his means to destroy Earth. As he had no other choice, Baal hastily decided to descend to Earth while keeping the first world intact. What he overlooked was the fact that the first world was home to the grand magician, Shimurin. Shimurin was a genius who could acquire the magic of dimensional travel in at least 30 years, assuming she survived. And when she gained the luck called Kim Hajin, this process quickened. Shimurin managed to complete the grand technique of dimensional travel in just 3 days. Indeed, Bale's hasty decision had come back to bite him. Ha! So you're saying all this was just a matter of luck? No, not all. I'm largely indebted to Kim Hajin, who you seem to like very much. Jin Sahyuk scowled at the sarcasm in Bel's voice. Bel shrugged and went on. Anyway, my point is that I was able to come back to life because Bale made a rash decision. As such, his chances of winning have become slim. Currently, Bale is emotionally unstable. He's overly influenced by his origin of existence. The origin of existence. You mean the novel? Jin Sahyuk whispered. Bel nodded solemnly. That's right. Bale is a transcendental being, which means he can distinguish truth from lie. It also means his ego is unbelievably large. So when he found out that he was merely a character in a novel, Jin Sahyuk knew what Bel was going to say next, even without hearing him say it. The fact that this world was a novel, even Jin Sahyuk found it hard to believe. Tusk! Jin Sahyuk let out a sigh of frustration. Her thoughts drifted to Kim Hajin again. Should I treat Kim Hajin as a god? She wondered. Probably not. Kim Hajin was clearly a human. He was an ordinary and imperfect being. A god wouldn't let anything so trivial as synchronization take control of him. Synchronization. Jin Sahyuk still hadn't forgotten it. Anyways, Bel turned to Kim Suho with a mysterious smile. There, Kim Suho was lost in deep thought, gazing at Bale in the distance. Bale can't win against the main character. At that moment, the veins in Jin Sahyuk's temples swelled up. Main character, my ass. Ha ha, so Sahyuk. Bel turned his gaze to Jin Sahyuk again. He then pointed to her chest. That was where Jin Sahyuk had kept the dimensional stone she received from Bale. When are you gonna use that? Jin Sahyuk did not answer. She needed more time before the final decision. She knew that she alone was not enough to help the surviving citizens of Akatrina and rebuild the country from scratch. In other words, she needed a reliable servant to assist her. All done. The analysis is complete. It was then a woman's low-pitched voice rang out. Jin Sahyuk turned her head and saw Shimurin drenched in sweat. Shimurin smiled in satisfaction. It seemed she had just finished analyzing Bale's labyrinth barrier. Everyone, get ready to march, Shimurin declared, and the 117 people gathered began to move in perfect order. Jin Sahyuk followed the crowd nonchalantly, and Belle whispered in her ear, "If you still want Kim Hajin, I'll help you get him. The truth is that you already know, right? About how this world can cease being a novel." Jin Sahyuk stiffened. A chill swept over her body, but she walked on without answering Belle. It was too early to make a decision yet. Manchurian Plain, Crevon military base. On a bright, breezy day, Araha, the Empress of Crevon, was looking down at the view below from on top of a hill. Iron fences surrounded the campsite where tents were lined up in an orderly fashion. The base of the Imperial Army, made up of Crevon's finest soldiers, was impregnable. "I believe diplomatic ties and alliances should be supported by mutual benefits," said Araha. She wasn't talking to herself. The President of France, the President of China, the Prime Minister of Japan, and other heads of state filled the seats in front of her. Historically, there has been no partnership established without consideration of the interests of both sides. Araha called for a meeting the moment she arrived on Earth, and the leaders of many different countries gathered to discuss the terms of a treaty. Summoning them from their underground bunkers was easy. She relied on the magic of the Imperial magicians, who were far stronger than Earth's magicians. "Everyone, what do you think?" Araha asked, and the crowd nodded without a moment's hesitation. The Empress gave a soft smile. "Good." As obvious as it was from the way she talked, Araha did not intend to provide free aid to Earth. Her goal was to establish a diplomatic relationship with Earth and proclaim rules that would bind both worlds. She wanted Earth to respect Crevon as a country. "Did you all sign?" Soon a pile of written oaths was laid before her. Currently, there were only 30 participating nations, but she expected the number to eventually rise to 190. But really, how fragmented was this world that divided the continents into 190 countries? Araha felt both a sense of superiority and contempt. All set. This completes a temporary alliance treaty between Crevon and Earth. We'll discuss the details at a later date. Oh, and I hope you will remember to abide by this treaty at all costs. The signing of the interim treaty was the first step towards peaceful diplomatic relations. Of course, there wasn't much she could bring from the outside into the tower. But if Earth and Crevon continued to interact with each other like this, Crevon could eventually exercise external deterrence on players. The article regarding criminal extradition was the heart of the treaty. So far, there had been no way to catch criminals who committed crimes in Crevon and fled to Earth. But now things were different. Araha was excited at the thought that she could finally punish the players wanted for crimes in Crevon. "Will Crevon's forces be immediately dispatched onto battlefields?" Japan's Prime Minister asked in a hurry. Araha glanced at him and gave an elegant smile. "You know what they say, haste makes waste." It was a roundabout way of saying, "Hold on." Araha let out a dry cough and stood up. She looked down at the campsite and announced in a ringing voice, "Line up, soldiers of Crevon." All the soldiers of Crevon gathered immediately. The spears, swords, and bows in their hands reflected the sun's rays brilliantly. "The time has come for us to offer salvation." The Imperial Army, made up of 30,000 of Crevon's finest soldiers, who would have made history had they been born on Earth, cried out to their Empress. The roar of loyalty shook the atmosphere. "As soldiers of a great nation, let's help our poor allies overcome danger." Araha's speech was short, but enough to move the hearts of the 30,000 soldiers. The Imperial Army began crossing the Manchurian Plain. They rode on horses and griffins and crossed the land and the sky. The heads of state watched the scene in awe. Araha sat back in her chair with a smile. "I heard that there are still many demons left on Earth." "Pardon. Ah, yes, you're correct," answered the President of France. Currently, there were more than 100 million demons rampaging across Earth. Despite the situation, Araha smiled in satisfaction. "Well then, you may look forward to the future." More enemies meant greater glory, because we'll now turn things around. Chapter 360. Final name 7 Baal's Barrier. The story of Ki Juchol and Hanks. Ki Juchol and Hanks were walking together. Every time they moved, Hanks's armor clattered and Ki Juchol's cane creaked. The only thing missing from the symphony was their voice. Hanks and Ki Juchol did not feel the need to open their mouths. They had lived long enough to not be bothered by silence. "This barrier seems to be a labyrinth." After a long silence, Hanks finally spoke. The two of them had been walking for quite a while, but were not getting any closer to Bale. Ki Juchel stopped and nodded. You knew that already and didn't tell me. My, aren't you naughty? Hanks gave a playful smile. But his comment did not affect on Ki Juchel as he continued to walk in absolute nonchalance. Hanks shrugged and followed after his friend. It's no fun being alone with you. The two were swept away by Bale's barrier, just like everyone else. When they opened their eyes, they were alone, and there was no sign of anyone else nearby except for each other. This situation reminds me of the old days. Do you remember the Leocrad dungeon? Hanks asked with a sigh. The upside and downside of being alone with Ki Juchel were that he couldn't help recalling the past. Back then, Ki Juchel was even more annoying than he was now. It was more than a hassle to deal with the frustration of a psychopath in progress who was slowly losing his ability to feel emotions. In that regard, Hanks felt more comfortable around the present Ki Juchel, who had already lost 90% of his emotions. Ki Juchel paused. Suddenly he thought of a way to escape from this labyrinth. He closed his eyes and raised his magic power. But the source of Ki Juchel's power was nature. His gift could not be activated in the absence of nature. Aha, so yours doesn't work here either, Hanks smirked. Ki Juchel spewed magic power once again without even looking at Hanks. And then some sort of miracle happened. Nature transpired from Ki Juchel's magic power. Whoa! Ki Juchel's magic power became golden soil that covered the ground of the barrier. In just 3 minutes, the entire scenery turned into a field, and a stream of water began to flow on its surface. The green field and the river continued to expand after Ki Juchel's magic power. Hanks quickly grasped Ki Juchel's intentions. The stream would split into several branches and analyze the labyrinth. The branches would serve as guideposts to not only Ki Juchel and Hanks, but also the rest of the heroes inside the barrier. You have the most beautiful power in the world, Hanks muttered in amazement, but Ki Juchel remained nonchalant. He continued to walk, expanding nature at every step. It saddened Hanks that Ki Juchel had lost all purpose and destination in life a long time ago. In return for acquiring the most beautiful power in the world, Ki Juchel lost what was most precious to him. He became immortal without the ability to love. Juchel, wait for me. Thankfully, a man who lacked emotion also lacked the need for a purpose and a destination in life. Also, it was due to his lack of emotions that Ki Juchel couldn't feel the loneliness of not being able to love. It was therefore pointless to pity him. Come on, let's go together. Hanks followed after Ki Juchel. Nature continued to emerge wherever Ki Juchel went. Now other heroes would be able to use this scenery as a guide to finding the correct path. Green grass and tall trees. Enjoying the sight of nature consuming the barrier, Hanks walked on. For a moment, he felt as if a gentle breeze of wind had brushed his cheek. Meanwhile, Kim Suho and others were following Shimurin's lead. The Grand Magician was an excellent guide, and they could see they were getting closer to Bale with every step they took. Bale roared again. Kim Suho swung his sword almost immediately. The crescent mass of energy from Misteltein erased the demonic energy again. Ook! Perhaps that last attack put too much strain on his body. Suddenly, Kim Suho felt dizzy. He got down on his knees and rubbed his temples. Are you all right? Rachel and the others approached Kim Suho worriedly. I'm fine, he said. But even as he said so, he felt nauseous and his shoulders were way too stiff. Kim Suho knew instinctively that he could do this only 3 or 4 more times at best. He raised himself, trying to contain his nervousness. Are you tired? Bell asked suddenly. Kim Suho smiled bitterly. Bell shook his head with a broad smile. No, you're not tired. Excuse me. Your mind thinks you are, but you aren't. You can't grow tired, at least not inside this barrier. Kim Suho tilted his head, unable to understand Bell's words, but Bell did not bother to add an explanation. So they kept walking. Shimurin led them with her eyes closed. She was extremely cautious because one wrong step meant they would have to start from scratch. However, when they reached a certain point in the labyrinth, everyone had to pause for a moment. They raised their heads with a stiff look. Looking up was the only way they could see clearly the enemy before their eyes. Morax. The devil suddenly revealed his huge presence to them. Jin Sahyuk looked up at him, feeling a sharp pain in her chest. It seems that he got caught up in this, too. Shimurin gave a small smile. Within this barrier, Morax was like Bale's bodyguard, whose purpose was to buy Baal time to reconstruct himself. Klang, everyone drew their weapons. They aimed their spears and swords at Morax. Gyuwu. Facing them, Morax let out a low, dismal groan. Jin Sahyuk felt like he was crying for some reason. Get ready. Jin Sahyuk clenched her teeth. Morax was strong, but he was no match for Aaron, Harin, and others from the First World. They were born with the inherent ability to resist evil. Everyone, wait. Just before everyone rushed at Morax, Jin Sahyuk stepped forward. Facing the many confused expressions, she announced, I'll take care of him. Everyone turned to Jin Sahyuk, but Jin Sahyuk's gaze was locked on Kim Suho. Their eyes met, and just from that, she knew what Kim Suho wanted to say. You mean alone, Knight Commander Shin Jae-hyuk-nim? It'll be a tough fight. Rachel and Toma objected, but Jin Sahyuk was resolute. She shook her head and went on. I can only say this is what I have to do. Above all, we're running out of time. Your first and foremost priority should be stopping Baal. You shouldn't waste time here. There was a point in what she said. It was enough to convince Shimurin and everybody else. Jin Sahyuk. Kim Suho looked at Jin Sahyuk with eyes full of complicated emotions. She wasn't the only one who remembered the fall of Plerion. Despite Kim Suho's concerns, Jin Sahyuk crossed her arms and answered sharply. Who said you could call my name? Kim Suho's lips curved into a smile at Jin Sahyuk's arrogant comeback. He felt relieved by her unwavering attitude. It suited her. Fine. Kim Suho finally nodded. At this point, everyone else had no choice but to comply. They passed by Jin Sahyuk, wishing her luck. Surprisingly, Morax did not disturb their departure. The devil's gaze was locked on Jin Sahyuk. Jin Sahyuk waited until everyone had left, and then approached Morax. We're finally alone. The moment she said so, a man approached her. Jin Sahyuk grimaced when she turned and saw his face. Why the hell are you still here? A little delay won't cost me my victory. What? The man was Shin Jonghak. It seemed that he was trying to help Jin Sahyuk defeat Morax, even though she never asked him to repay her for arranging that meeting with his grandfather. I'm trying to help you, you idiot. Just shut up and leave. But before Jin Sahyuk could turn him down, Morax began to move. Guo, it was like the roar of a beast. Morax let out a dismal cry and swung his gigantic arms. Koong, Yeonjun's barrier, Ki Naeun swung Barmung downward. The gigantic sword unleashed fiery magic power that flew right at Yeonjun. Barmung aimed at Yeonjun from the front, and her flying swords attacked him from the sides and the rear. As such, there was no physical way to avoid her attack, but Yeonjun managed to fend off Ki Naeun's attack with his psychokinesis. Ki Naeun's magic power collided with an invisible wall and was lost due to friction. That was pretty cool, Ki Naeun muttered calmly. Let's see how long you can last. She could repeat the previous attack a dozen times more. Her gift was Sea of Magic Power. It was named so because her magic power capacity was as big as the sea. When fighting, she never lacked magic power. It was by no accident that her specialty was a prolonged battle. She was well known for her endless stamina. Whoosh! At that moment the barrier began to move. Yeonjun tried to crush Ki Naeun by shrinking his barrier. But Ki Naeun managed to push the walls away, and Kim Hajin fired the Desert Eagle in a brief moment when Yeonjun was off guard. Quagwa. Countless venomous basilisk bullets flew at Yeonjun. He dodged the bullets and glared at Kim Hajin. Yeonjun could feel anger boiling up inside him. Before his eyes were the creator of this world. Sadly, Yeonjun was disappointed with him. He hated the fact that his creator was a human just like himself. The creator was neither graceful nor elegant nor radiant. Quara, what have I lived for? Yeonjun wondered, blocking Ki Naeun's sword smashing down on him from all sides. Because he was born into this world without anything to call his own, he desired everything. He wanted to rule pandemonium and everything else he could see. In a pit of despair called life, only his possessions gave him meaning. Greed and obsession helped him to survive. Had it not been for them, Yeonjun would have lost his meaning in life and died a long time ago. It was then that Yeonjun recalled the face of the most precious treasure he had ever owned. Her dew-like eyes and long black hair that swayed like waves, he remembered them all. The treasure's name was Yebail, but that treasure was no longer his. She used to be in his hands, which was where she should have stayed forever, but the man before his eyes stole her from him. Such a trifling man robbed him of everything. Yeonjun's rage turned into tears that streamed down his cheeks. He aimed at Kim Hajin. He planned to blow up his own barrier, the space itself. It would mean double suicide, but Yi felt his life was meaningless anyway. His life was nothing but a story in a novel. But Kim Hajin's life was different. His life had a real meaning. So if Yi could bring about Kim Hajin's death, then it would be his first and last meaningful action. Yeonjun roared. He then tried to detonate the barrier using the remainder of his magic power. He reaped the fruits of his efforts when the barrier began to crumble. There was only a little left until everyone in the barrier had a painful death. However, Yeonjun suddenly realized that he could not move his body as freely as he had hoped. The shrinking of the barrier paused, and Yeonjun's vision became blurred. He fell down. Black blood spurted out of his body and soaked the ground. Ah, Yeonjun muttered. His body lost the ability to breathe. His limbs became limp. How? Yeonjun wondered. What kind of trick is this? Kim Hajin hadn't moved an inch, so how was this possible? It was then. Yeonjun's eyes reflected the treasure that once belonged to him. The treasure, Yibail, was much more beautiful than he remembered. Yibail was looking down at him with cold eyes. Yeonjun stared at her with his half-shut eyes. He tried to contain every fragment of her beauty in them, and she was too good to be the last thing he saw.